The story begins with the employer carefully looked at the documents of the protagonist. He told the guy that they could not give him a position. In the future, Han can get a job if there is a suitable place since he is an old friend of Mr. Du. The man promised the guy that if there was a position for him, then they would immediately contact him. The employer told the guy that he needed to leave since he still has a job. The secretary asked the protagonist to call him a taxi. Han prepared to get up from his chair. He thanked the woman and headed for the exit. The man told the secretary that the guy studied at the same school with Mr. Du. Also, the former girl of the protagonist stole all his money. The main character stood and listened carefully. The man was indignant due to the fact that Han dared to ask Mr. Du to help him with work. The guy thought deeply. He realized that for him the last chance was missed. The main character arrived at the entrance at the metro station. He thought to himself that he was a mature loser. Han went to the turnstile and headed to the place of arrival of trains. The main character thought to himself that his life is very bad and unsuccessful. Han stood near the platform and carefully looked at the train. He decided to step on the rails. The composition was raced at full speed. The guy stood and waited for the train to drive him. The train was approaching the guy. The main character decided that his worthless life will finally break off. The train driver decided to slow down. There was a loud sound of a stopping composition. The main character was surprised to notice how everything was plunged around him into darkness. The guy looked around with surprise. He decided that in the subway they suddenly turned off the light. Han with excitement also noticed that people disappeared around somewhere. He heard some kind of ringing from the side. The main character looked aside and noticed a very bright light next to him. The system said that a gift set is open for a beginner. A bright lightning appeared near the subway car. The system told the guy that he can, with the help of accumulated consumer value, fulfill his desire. The system told the guy to make a desire. Han looked aside in surprise. The main character was delighted. He realized that if all this is true, then he has the opportunity to change his life. Han decided that he wants to return to the past. He pressed the system button for confirmation. The main character decided unequivocally that this time he wants to become successful. Han covered his face with excitement with his hand. He was still standing opposite the train in the subway. The wheels of the composition were sharply inhibited. The protagonist decided that the train would now drive him. Suddenly, the guy felt that he was not dead. He still heard the sound of the composition next to him. Han turned around and looked aside with great excitement and attention. The main character saw that he was racing inside the train along the night road. The guy looked out the window of the car. He noticed how the night landscape flashed outside. The protagonist looked with great surprise at his image in the train window. Han was surprised to touch his face and realized that he was younger. The guy was surprised. He could not believe that he could really move in reality in time. Han noticed that a beautiful girl was sitting at the table next to him. He studied her carefully. The passenger listened to the music and looked out the window. She seemed to the guy a friend. The main character recognized the girl. He decided to approach her and talk. Han realized that he sees in front of him a familiar school named Chen Fei. The guy sat down to the girl. The partner asked him, "Did he want to say anything?" Han asked the girl with a smile. "Where are they going by train now?" He could not understand why such a beauty from his school is now sitting opposite him. The protagonist could not understand how this is possible. He remembered the tragic day. Han very clearly remembered himself about the day in August 2013 years. The guy asked his partner with a smile, did she really not remember him? Fei looked at the guy and said thoughtfully that they were in the same high school. Han asked the girl if she had already entered. He added that his partner went along the wrong road. The girl was worried. She asked the guy, "Is this train not going to Jiang'an?" The main character fell silent. He realized that he told his partner some kind of stupidity. Han decided to explain to the girl about the meaning of the words he said. The main character told the girl that she should go towards his heart. Han got hooked on the girl. He said that their meeting was intended for fate. Fei called to the aid of her friend named Pan Xiao Han. The girl asked the friend who came from the side to help her. The guy came up and looked displeased at the protagonist. Pan looked with hatred at the protagonist and demanded that he leaves the girl. Han silently sat at the table. He thought that for him a shameful look of the past became unbearable. The protagonist took a package of food from the table. He could not understand why he had previously been like that. The main character got up from his place. He thought that he had eaten a quick, made noodles earlier. Han looked at Pan. He decided that the last time he would try to deal with him. The main character walked joyfully along the corridor with food in his hand. He decided that this time he would not start a fight. The main character approached a machine gun with hot water. He poured it into his food. Han was cooking his food. The system said that the function of desires is closed. The guy received a message that the consumer system is officially open. In the window, all the characteristics of Khan were described. Han looked at a bucket with pasta. He did not understand what kind of characteristics the system told him. Han carefully read system messages. He thought to himself that he was sick of one of his species. The system informed the guy that he could gain experience through consumption. As a result, he will be able to use experience to improve skills and characteristics. Han looked closely and could not understand why he had two driving with different levels. The main character with great attention read the characteristic of himself. Han could not understand what kind of driving the system told him about. The guy held out his hands in front of him. He decided that he would improve his skills to the 5th level. Han realized that he would be at the top of the whole world. Before that, he was just an ordinary gray mouse. The main character decided that he would surpass everyone else and become a new god. Han stood near the apparatus with hot water with outstretched arms. The client came in and asked the protagonist, "Did he finish?" The main character carried food in his hands. He realized that he needs to make money first. Pai told the girl that he wants to treat her in a restaurant car. Xiao answered a friend that she had noodles. The guy explained to his partner that the aunt would scold him for eating such muck. She shouted dissatisfied with the guy so that he would not take care of her anymore. At this time, the main character sat down and set a bucket with food on the table. Pai looked aside and noticed in displeasure how the main character laughed at something. The guy explained that he and the girl in childhood were in love, and therefore he cares about her. Faye looked at her friend and said that she wants to eat from food only what she likes. The girl got up and said that she would buy snacks in a restaurant car. Han erupted his food. After a couple of minutes, the girl returned and brought an orange and a small bag of food. Faye said displeasedly the chief hero that they bought all the food. Han invited his partner to treat her with chicken legs. Faye was delighted. She told the guy that she would give him the money. The main character said that his food cost 2.5 yuan. The girl told the main character that she had no small money. Han asked his partner to find 3 yuan. The protagonist told his satisfied partner that he would give her half an orange and they will be counted. The girl looked at the guy and said that he was very caring. Han decided to wish a girlfriend a pleasant appetite. To himself, he noticed that the girl had a beautiful smile. At this time, Pai ran up. He had a large pack of money in his hands. The guy shouted to the girl that he was ready to pay for the entire restaurant car for her, but Faye took the scraps from the protagonist. She told Pai with displeasure so that he was not rude. Pai shouted to his partner that she was eating a vile duck leg out of the bag, but did not go to the restaurant car with him. She stood near the table and called her friend according to his full name. Faye asked the guy if he thought about her feelings. The main character silently watched. The girl told the guy that they do not fit each other. She demanded that the share behind her behind. The guy asked the girl, "Where is she going?" She explained that she was going to throw out the garbage. The share was very angry. He looked aside and saw the protagonist. The guy ran up to the main character and grabbed him with his hands by the clothes. Pai with a scale and with all his strength threw the protagonist. He flew to the side. The annoyed guy accused Khan very viciously that he was to blame for everything. Pai swung and hit with all his might a lying protagonist with his foot. The attacker viciously demanded that the lying Khan had to fail. Han noticed a drop of blood near him. He thought that his body at the age of 18 was weak. The main character decided to get to his feet. He turned his head to the side. Han raised himself and turned to the attacker named Pan Xiao. The protagonist thought purposefully to himself that he still needed his pot of gold. The train raced at night. The composition approached the tunnel. Inside was the main character. The guy lay unconscious on the shelf. The girl scaredly asked the man, in what condition her friend is. The man shredded the guy with a flashlight and said that the pupils did not react. The main character was in a deep coma. The man took a closer look at the guy's eye and said that he might have a head injury. An unfamiliar passenger said that the protagonist should be taken as soon as possible to the nearest hospital. Han was unconscious. He did not even understand how much trouble he delivered to the others. The main character was sitting on the wagon floor. Pan viciously shouted to him that he had pretended. Han looked displeased at his opponent and said that he was a monster. In a past life, the main character solved all issues with the help of kulaks. Pan grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. He asked, "What did he say?" The main character looked angrily at the opponent and asked how much he liked his words. The guy got angry. He swung his hand and prepared to hit the protagonist. Han told his partner that without his help, he would hardly deal with. The main character looked viciously at the guy and said that he was grateful to him. Pan called his partner a fool. He prepared to hit him. The guy with all his might hit the protagonist. He flew to the side. People around were very scared. Someone very excitedly wanted to call the police. Pan viciously shouted to the main character that he would now beat him to death. People around were scared. Someone ran behind the guy and grabbed him to delay from the protagonist. The girl Feng ran up. She sternly turned to her friend by name. Frightened, she told the guy to stop immediately. Pan was worried. He was still holding the protagonist for his clothes. The guy asked his girlfriend to listen to him. The guy held the protagonist for his clothes. He called him a moron. Han looked at his partner with a smile. His face was in scars. The protagonist began to say some words in his address with a soundless voice. Han called his partner a loser in a soundless voice. Faye pushed Pan to the side of her hand. She was very worried about Khan. The girl ran up and examined the protagonist very excitedly. Faye shouted to others that they needed a doctor. Some of the passengers said that a person needs help. The main character of The Last Strength raised his hand. He told the girl that he was fine. Han fell unconscious to the ground. A frightened girl was sitting next to him. Faye was very scared. She called the doctor a very piercing voice. A policeman arrived in the train car. Pan tried to justify himself. He told the officer that the main character was the first to start a fight. One of the passengers sternly said that Pan was telling a lie. He himself saw everything with his own eyes. The witness said that when the girl went to throw out the garbage, then the Pan simply took and attacked Hanya. Some of the passengers said that the main character did not even resist when he was attacked. Faye decided to himself that the guy was injured because of her. The girl thought to herself that Han should not have fallen into trouble. Pan justified himself in front of the police. He explained that Han was mocking him. The officer told the guy that he should think about the consequences when he beats people. He added that the Pan would not avoid responsibility if something happens to Hanum. The officer threatened the guy that he would go to prison for violating the law. Pan was frightened. He rushed to the girl and asked her to say something. Faye looked at her friend silently and displeased. She did not want to help him. The guy was very worried. He looked at his girlfriend and was waiting for help from her. After a small pause, Pan decided to call his father. He hoped that his parents would find a way to help him. Father asked his son, "Did he eat?" The man asked the guy if he was now with Yan Yan. The guy prayed through the phone to his father. There were surprised passengers around. Han shouted that he was painful. The girl with fright wanted to help her friend. Faye excitedly laid her hand on the hands of the protagonist and began to rub it. The girl asked a friend, "Does his hand hurt?" Han was silent and tried to endure the pain. The main character felt very alarmed. He had blood near his nose. Han asked his friend with excitement, "Is he all right?" The main character answered the girlfriend that he was fine. The main character furtively from the side looked at his girlfriend. She seemed to him a real goddess. She looked at the guy and said that he scared her very much. The girl promised a friend that she would go to the hospital with him after the train arrives at the station. Han smiled at his girlfriend and said that he was all right. Faye, with excitement, told the partner that Pan was eating his teeth. The main character remembered to himself that earlier he had a head from any scratch. Han watched the Pan standing next to him and spoke on the phone. The main character wanted to say something aloud. Han was sitting on the bed. He wanted to tell his girlfriend something about the guy who attacked him. The main character said with a smile that he needed to examine Panya for the report. The train raced at full speed. He left the tunnel. The composition was approaching the station. The girl was unhappy. She could not understand how Pan could attack a stranger. Faye thought about it. She did not know what to do if something bad was happening. The main character opened the door and prepared to go out. The girl looked at him carefully. The girl picked up the protagonist and said excitedly so that he would not fall. The main character hugged a girlfriend and said that she was very beautiful and kind. He added that she was the goddess of their second high school. The girl asked the protagonist if he studied in the second high school. She recalled that Han seemed very familiar to her. The main character sat on the ground. He said that it is a great honor for him that the girl remembers him. Faye supported the guy with his hand. She said that he was still behaving impudently. Han seriously told his girlfriend that she reminded him that in the future she needed to pay more attention for training. The main character squeezed his hand. He said that he should be able to protect the girl next to him. Han touched his muscles. He told himself that he was a cool guy. Faye answered a friend that he should focus on defending himself. The girl explained to her friend that he was still wounded. The train approached the station. At the station, the police detained Pan Xiao Hanya and took him off in handcuffs. The main character went to the hospital. He thought to himself that Pan would change his hot-tempered temper in the future. The main character was sitting on the bed in the hospital ward. He asked the nurse in surprise, "Is he really in heaven?" The woman told the guy that a special chamber with the best medicines was assigned to him. Han will be able to relax in this place until he gets better. The main character with a great smile thanked the woman for her hard work. A little later, the main character received a system message. He accrued 20,000 points. Han was very amazed at the fact that he received so many experience points. The main character lay on the bed. He realized that the treatment fee has turned into experience points. The main character was pleased. He continued to study the information from the system. She went on the side. She brought a surprised guy a bouquet of flowers. Faye asked her friend with a smile, "How is he doing?" The main character asked his partner to change their appeal to each other. He felt embarrassed. Faye looked at her partner and said that she would call him a cool guy. Han will look at my girlfriend and said that she was laughing at him. The girl held out her hand and told a friend that she brought his glasses. Han turned around and looked with great attention from the side at his girlfriend. The protagonist dressed glasses. He thought to himself that in a good life, he talked very little with this beauty. He heard that Faye's wedding was a grand event. Han examined the girl with great attention. He silently admired her. She cleaned an apple for a guy. The main character thought that the girl was very sweet and with a good character. The girl told the main character that her dad would arrive here soon. She invited the guy to exchange contact information. Faye asked his partner if he uses a messenger for communication. The main character smiled at his girlfriend and confirmed that he was using the messenger. Faye looked at her friend with a smile. She decided to add him to contacts. The main character told the girl that he had sent her a request. At this time, a group of people entered the ward. The nurse started to the room of the guests. These were the parents of the girl Faye. The girl rushed into the arms to her father. The man asked the girl, "Was she injured?" The main character was sitting on the bed. He noticed how some stranger stood opposite him. A man with bald patches stood near the bed. He bowed to the main character. Father Pan Xiao Hanya told the amazed main character that he could not correctly raise his son. The man told the guy that he wants to apologize to him. Han answered the guest that there was no need to apologize. The main character decided to get out of bed. He was very sobbing his foot. The man shouted to the guy that he should not move. Because of a serious injury, Connie can become worse. The woman said that it was quite appropriate to apologize. They spoiled their son too much. The main character said reasonable to Mr. and Mrs. Pan that the fight happened through his fault. Han explained that when Pan began to beat him, he called him a loser. The man told the main character that his son was to blame and they want to compensate him for the entire amount. The partner explained to the main character that they want to pay him to settle the conflict. The man asked the protagonist if he would agree to compensation in the amount of 800,000 yuan. Han was very amazed. He could not believe that he would receive an amount of 800,000. The main character continued to amaze to think about himself about the amount of 800,000. Han was very delighted. He continued to count to himself how much he could get for such an amount of money. The man told the main character that if he was not enough money, then they can add more. Han waved his hands and thanked his partner for his offer. The protagonist remembered that the girl Faye used to tell him that Pan's father was a very smart person. The man was worried. He looked at the guy with great excitement and was waiting for his answer. The main character told the man that if he wants to solve the issue with money, then this proves that he is a responsible and caring father. Han explained to his partner that it was necessary to make a Pan, that his incorrect behavior could destroy his life. The man looked excitedly at the protagonist and said that he was right. The man bowed and said that he would raise his son properly so that in the future he had no more problems. Han explained to his father that he did not need money. For him, it is much more important that Xiao Han understands that his poor behavior can do great harm to the family. The main character looked strictly at the man and said that his attitude and sincerity convinced him to agree to solve this issue. The man grabbed the protagonist by the hands and said that he would bring Pan to him so that he would apologize to him. The woman told her husband that it was time for them to leave. She explained that Han Lin should rest. The man headed with the woman to the exit. He told the main character to rest and take himself. Han silently and with a smile waved his hand, leaving him. Faye went along the corridor with his father. Following them was a Pan with his wife. Suddenly, Mr. Pan ran up and grabbed Mr. Jen's hand with his hand. The man apologized to Chen because his son brought them so much trouble. He asked that the incident does not affect the relationship between their families. Chen smiled at his partner and said that he agreed. To himself, the man thought that if the Pan would again give him trouble, then he personally would beat him. The girl's father told a friend that he could go about his business. Mr. Pan replied that he had unnecessary documents. When he finishes the work, he will contact his friend. Faye, along with his father, silently walked along the corridor of the hospital. They headed for the exit. Father looked at her daughter for a long time and asked her what was the matter. The daughter very seriously explained to her father that the guy Pan Xiaohan was very strange. Father and daughter walked along the street. The man told his partner that the Pan would not bother her anymore. He also said that it is very surprising that the girl's mother told this guy to look after her on a journey. Faye answered her father that if the Pan had to be more mature and irrational as Han, then all this would not have happened. The man told his daughter that she had a very good relationship with the main character. He asked the girl, "Are they really familiar with only one day?" Faye answered her father that the main character studied with her at the same school. The guy was also beaten because of her. The girl asked her father with a smile, "What did he think about Khan?" The man answered his daughter that the guy seemed to him mature and reasonable. The girl demanded a more specific answer. Father told her daughter that at her age, few of the boys can be so mature. The man explained to his daughter that the character of the guy is most often formed by the circumstances of their life. Father told his daughter that his guy's success could prevail over personal feelings. The man explained to the girl that the protagonist will have a promising future. Han is really a very outstanding young man. My daughter said very joyfully to his father that he correctly appreciated the protagonist. The man smiled at the girl and said that he should remind her of something. Father told his daughter that being in a relationship with such a guy can be quite difficult. Faye answered the man that she understood him. The girl told her father in a calm voice so that he would not be worried about her. The daughter explained to the man that she was not interested in the main character. Han studied his balance in the system. He realized that the last increase in points was not a mistake. The main character realized that the money that other people spent on him turned into glasses. There was a fee for hospitalization and services of a nurse. The guy remembered that Mr. Pan said that he had given him 200,000 yuan for medical expenses. He will be able to get glasses for them only after the end of treatment. The protagonist fell on the bed with a grand scale. He understood that he had a lot of points now. Han thought out. He did not understand how he could use his glasses. Suddenly, an original idea came to the guy's head. He was delighted. Han remembered injuries on his face. He decided that no one would notice if he improves his vision. The main character spent 300 points on restoration of vision. In life, he had many problems due to poor vision. Han sent a response systemic confirmation to improving vision. The main character no longer needed glasses. His eyes began to recover. Han opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He felt that he no longer needed glasses. The system told the main character that his vision was restored. The guy got out of bed and looked around the hospital ward. The main character approached the mirror and decided to examine himself very carefully. Han picked up glasses out of habit. He realized that he no longer needed them. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror. He saw everything very well. Han smiled joyfully to himself and said that he was an amazing look in front of him. The protagonist looked around him with a completely healed gaze. The guy remembered that his eyes were called mirrors of the human soul. Han looked in front of him. He remembered the saying of one wise master. The guy remembered that alluring eyes have a multi-layer clear structure. Han read a message from the system. He was surprised that due to a simple healing of his eyes, his personality changed in him. The guy pressed the confirmation button in the system. His rating of attractiveness grew by 3 points. This showed that various functions can affect each other. Suddenly, the protagonist washed down the phone. He received a message from a girlfriend. Han came up and picked up the phone that lay near the bed. Faye sent a photograph of food. She asked the guy to send him anything to eat. The main character answered the girl that he still has no tooth. He asked her to bring him a book. Faye carefully read the message about the phone. She wrote to the main character that she would bring him a book. Han answered the girl that he was waiting for her. The main character asked her girlfriend, did she not have any problems with the Pan family? He wrote to the girl that he was worried about her. Father carefully looked at his daughter at the table. He felt that he had a strange foreboding. The next day, she came to the hospital to visit him. Han looked with great surprise and interest at the presented book. The guy was surprised due to the fact that she gave him a book about acting. The main character handed the girl a book and said that she took her. Faye told the guy that she was joking. She handed him another book with a popular novel. The main character smiled at his girlfriend and said that she was a real goddess who would never disappoint him. Faye said modestly to her friend that his mood had changed. She added that the guy called her just a sister. The girl winked at her friend. She looked at him silently and piercingly. Faye came close to the main character. She wanted to kiss him. The main character bounced to the side. He told the girl that he did not sell his body. She informed the guy that he really raised his charm without glasses. Han said rather to a girlfriend that when he recovered from his injuries, he will become even more charming. She was surprised due to the fact that the guy thought that his glasses covered all his charm. The girl took the book in her hands about acting. She told the guy that she would no longer bother him. She smiled at the main character and reminded that she would visit him tomorrow before leaving. Han asked the girl, "Really doesn't she want to listen to him?" Faye reminded the guy to prepare a speech for tomorrow. He should impress her father. The main character was worried. He did not understand why she remembered her father. A little later, a Pan came to the hospital with his parents. The guy bowed to the main character near the hospital bed and asked him for forgiveness. Pan told the main character that he should accept his apologies. The sad parents of the guy stood nearby. Han told his partner that he was taking his apology. He advised the guy so that he would no longer force his loving parents to worry. The main character studied the document. The lawyer said that Mr. Pan was careful and there were no problems with the contract. The man handed the guy an envelope with money. He promised the guy that this would no longer happen again. As a result, the main character received more than 1,000,000 yuan. He decided that he could pump his characteristics with money. Han thought and realized that he still had 500,000 free yuan. In the future, for improvements, he will need more money. The main character thought and decided for himself to just spend 1,000,000 yuan on the purchase of a cozy apartment. Han realized that if he bought an apartment, then he would have to eat only cheap noodles. Suddenly, the main character heard some kind of noise from the side. He sat on the bed. The main character realized that she had come to him. She called him. The girl told the guy that she came to visit him with her father. Faye asked the protagonist, "How is his recovery?" The guy held out his hand for greeting. The girl's father told the guy to stay in bed and relax. The man said that he and his daughter were leaving soon. He brought the main character a small gift. The man asked the protagonist to take an envelope with money. The guy was very surprised. Uncle Chen put an envelope with money on a bedside table near the bed. He explained to the guy that he came to apologize and compensate for the damage. The main character shouted to the man that he could not take this money. Han could not understand how Faye had a pan had to attack him. The man, along with the girl, listened carefully to the guy. Han said that the girl is not to blame for anything and he could not take money. Uncle Chen went to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. The man told the main character that he was a genius among young people. He asked the guy to come to him as a guest when he would be better. Uncle Chen asked the protagonist, "What are the assessments in his studies?" The man said that he wants to ask the guy to look after his daughter. The main character was surprised. He could not understand why his father wanted him to look after his daughter. Han explained to a delighted girlfriend that he was studying at Shanghai International University. The main character told a girlfriend that he was studying at the third-level humanitarian university. Faye was very surprised. She could not believe that the guy was studying at the university of the third level. Han was sitting on a hospital bed. A father stood next to him with his girl. The main character said that he used to think that the assessments mean nothing. After that, he followed the wrong path. After the results became known, he felt regret. Han told the surprised partners that he needed a lot of time to get into himself and change his thinking. The main character laid his pen over his glasses. He explained that he could not go back in time. Han prepared to get out of bed. He said that he was starting a new stage in the form of a university. Uncle Chen told the guy that the past cannot be changed. For him, now the most important thing is to become better in the future. The man invited the main character to create his own business. Han answered his partner that he had to settle down and think over everything first. The protagonist told the man that Faye raised him very well. He promised Uncle Chen that he would inherit his spirit and would become even better in the future. The man told the guy that he was leaving with his daughter. Uncle Chen told the main character to continue to rest. Faye turned around and looked at the protagonist. She waved his hand in parting. Han waved his girlfriend a pen and wished her a successful way. To himself, he thought that the girl was very sweet. The main character concentrated. He realized that he needed to act. The nurse asked the guy if he really wanted to leave the hospital. Han confirmed that he was leaving. The girl asked the patient to add her as a friend. The main character thought to himself that in the next couple of years the country would develop. In 2 years, prices will increase. People who take advantage of the financial opportunity will be able to get rich. Han thought to himself and decided that he could not even remember the day when he drove by bus. The main character arrived in the center. He decided to buy an apartment. The guy explained to the seller that he needed apartments with an area of 40 to 60 square meters. Han explained to the sellers that he needed the apartment to be near the university. He explained that he could pay a full amount immediately. The manager told the main character that she could offer him an apartment with a good look near the university. Real estate price will be more affordable. Han looked aside and pointed to the apartment he needed. The guy remembered how his parents left him the original contribution to buy real estate. The main character decided that he had to buy an apartment for himself. After raising prices, he would sell it more expensive. The main character recalled his parents. He realized that now he had a different opportunity. Han went to the front door in his apartment. He opened it and went inside. The main character examined the interior of his apartment. He was very amazed. Han examined the apartment and realized that she looked very luxurious. The guy stood near the mirror. He said that he has more than 1,000,000 points. The time has come for him to improve. The main character looked in the mirror and noticed that he had no one tooth. Han demanded angrily and emotionally at the system to heal his teeth. The protagonist looked closely and noticed that his teeth were not treated. Han looked at the system message. He realized that he needed a greater level to treat teeth than he has now. The guy analyzed the system information. He realized that the treatment of teeth will lead to the fact that the assessment of appearance will exceed the permissible number. The main character carefully looked at the system window. He decided to scatter points evenly and not to miss anything. Suddenly, the system flared up very brightly from the inside. The protagonist felt something to affect him. Han closed his eyes from a dazzling bright light and covered his face with his hand. The protagonist felt that something lit up in him inside. Han felt a huge sense of power inside. She seemed to overwhelm him. The main character realized that his brain is also becoming more clear. Han thought and felt excitedly that for him, everything happened very sharply. The guy was overloaded. A lot of information was received in his brain. The main character was scared. He shouted to the system to stop. Han felt his consciousness overloaded. He fell down somewhere from exhaustion. The main character lay and felt that he had no strength. He realized that he had to gradually load himself with knowledge. Han looked aside. He was surprised to think that he was still alive. The guy was lying on the floor in his room. He could not even remember what day was today. The main character jumped sharply. He felt as if he were born again. Han thought he overloaded himself with an improvement in characteristics. For him, it turned out to be a lot at a time. The main character with excitement realized that he had increased not only the speed of thinking, the guy has increased his financial literacy. He carefully studied the information from the system. Han thought that the gap between people is not only because of the image of thinking, but also because of the reserve of knowledge. For some, knowledge seems useless. For other people, they can be very important. The guy realized that he should properly dispose of knowledge. He will receive a chance to become the highest elite of society. The main character heard a phone call next to him. He was distracted. The partner reminded the student that he asked for a vacation for 15 days. He asked if Han wants to miss the semester. The main character told the partner that he was not completely cured. He promised to inform him when he became better. The system informed the main character that an update is available to him. Han read in the system that he could increase the number of charisma points. For each improvement, 200,000 experience points will be required. The guy was unhappy. 200,000 points for him seemed very expensive. The system told the guy that when it improves to the 5th level, the cost will be very large. The user closed the window. Inside the system, he realized that it was too early for him to think about improving the 5th level. The main character came a new message. He studied him carefully. The user received a new gift function. Each time he spends money, he reduces the likelihood of receiving a gift from the system. The system told the user that all his gifts will be stored in his inventory. For the guy, all this was difficult. He decided that he would figure it out in everything when the time would come. The street was clear. The main character arrived at the university building. Han walked through the territory of the educational institution and drove his luggage along. The students looked at the protagonist with surprise. One of them said that Han is a handsome man. The main character joyfully looked around. He returned to study at Shanghai International University. The protagonist of the fucker next to him is a suitcase. He remembered that he had adjusted his nose and cured his eye. Han was able to treat his nose. Students around everything looked at him with great attention. The guy thought joyfully to himself that he spent his glasses very correctly. The main character approached the teacher's door and quietly tapped there. Han went into the room and said that he had come from the humanitarian faculty. Teacher Liu asked the guy, "Is his name Han Li?" The teacher told the guy to fit and sit down. Han explained to the teacher that he was lying in the hospital for several days. He had a slight concussion. The protagonist took out and handed the man a certificate of his illness. The teacher Liu read a certificate with interest. He said that he hardly believed in it. The teacher told the student that he should immediately get down to business. The guy agreed. Han remembered that the fat man in a past life did not help him. But the teacher has poor thinking and an underdeveloped body. The main character could easily agree with him. The student asked the teacher, "What about the situation in the hostel of their university?" The teacher Liu told the main character that in the hostel it would be very noisy for him. The main character handed the teacher an envelope with money. He explained that the doctor told him that he would not be in noisy rooms. Han said with a smile to the teacher that he would give him a small gift. The teacher hid the money in his pocket. He told the guy that he would apply for a 4-seater number for him. As a result, all this will be more expensive. Han remembered that in his last life he lived with 5 crazy students. They mocked him. He did not want to repeat such an experience anymore. The main character took out a bank card from his pocket to pay. Han with a smile explained to the teacher so that he would not be worried. He promised to pay everything. Faye was sitting in her room in a hostel. At this time, she had a message to the phone. The main character sent his girlfriend a photograph from his student room. The student carefully studied the photo. She wrote to a friend that she would congratulate him. She reminded the guy so that he would not forget to eat and rest correctly. Hanyu was pleased that the girl cares about him. The student opened the system window. He decided to improve his appearance before the start of the winter holidays. The guy realized that he needed to explain to his mother why he had changed so much. Han remembered that he had more than 40,000 yuan. He decided to go and buy products. The guy went to the store in the city center. The seller thanked him for the purchase. Han left the store to the street. He could not find his phone. The student read messages on the phone. Next to him near the entrance to the store, some guy sold books. The protagonist looked aside with great attention. He was interested in some book by a stranger. Han asked the guy how much the book costs. The protagonist remembered that this student earned the entire training fee himself. The seller said that the book costs 168 yuan. It talked about various ways to change itself. The seller suggested that the main character for the book of 100 yuan, along with the set of magazines. The main character climbed onto money. He told the guy to leave the magazine at home. The main character came a message in the system. He read it carefully. The user bought a book to improve himself. After that, the gift function started. The guy received an additional bonus. Han looked aside and noticed that the system gave him some book. The guy received a publication called The Original Oath of the Pharmacist Lulia Guan as a gift. The protagonist decided that he could, with the help of such a book, increase the indicator of his intelligence. Han held a book in his hands. He remembered that after reaching each next level, a huge amount of experience would be required. The guy raised the book in front of him. He realized that for him, all this was a great success. The seller looked at the student with surprise. He asked the guy, what did he do? On a clear and sunny day, the main character came to study at the university. Inside, the student audience was full of people. They talked among themselves. The main character excitedly entered the class, accompanied by a teacher. He looked around. The teacher ordered students to be silent. The main character looked carefully in front of him. The teacher said that the last student arrived from their class. Now the new classmate is suitable and will introduce it to everyone. Han climbed up the steps. He remembered that in a past life he was uncertain. The guy remembered that after he introduced himself, the whole class laughed at him. The main character confidently put in his hands up the school table. He decided that now everything has changed. Han smiled joyfully. He was confident in himself and looked at the students. Han said joyfully to the disciples his name. He said that he had come from the city of Dream. The guy said that he could not appear before due to illness. He added that he wants to make amends in the future. The students listened carefully to the guy. The main character told the students that it is a great honor for him to be their classmate. Han told students that he hopes in the future to make friends with the same hobbies and goals as he was. The main character told students in the audience that they will be able to go all this way together, despite difficulties. Han raised his finger up. He told students that they would all achieve success in the future. The teacher of Liu thanked the protagonist for his speech before the students. The student asked her girlfriend named Sia Luton, "What is she thinking about a new guy?" The main character asked the students if there are an elder in their group. He needed to discuss payment for additional tasks. Han looked at the audience and asked if there is at least one student in the group who liked him. The main character said that he is very young and never fell in love. The students listened with surprise. Han invited some girl to meet him personally, and not in public. The student looked displeased at the protagonist. He could not understand what Han imagined about himself. The student was surprised that the main character would live in their dormitory. He did not see him in the morning. The main character realized that he saw at the tables of two students named Lu Ji and Dun Shai. He decided that these guys would not be an obstacle to him. The main character rose to the farthest desk. He told the student next to him that he would sit here. Han looked in front of him at the audience. He noticed how the students got up and headed for him. The girls began to approach the main character and ask him about everything. One of the students with the phone asked the protagonist, "Can she add him to contacts in the social network?" At this time, the student came up and pushed away from other girls next to her. The girl put the documents on the table and greeted Con Lee. The student carefully looked at the guy and said that she was the head of the group. The girl's name was Sia Luton. She told the main character that she would discuss with him. She also wanted to add him to friends. The protagonist remembered that the girl Sia Luting was one of the three goddesses of the university. Han was surprised due to the fact that the girl immediately put forward his demands. The protagonist remembered that Jia in a past life greatly framed him. He almost abandoned the university. The guy decided that in this life he could change everything. Han looked at his partner and asked why he would add her to friends. The guy strictly explained to the girl that he was just looking for Starrett in the group. Han asked an amazed student, did she really like him? She was shy. She said nothing and did not know what to answer the main character. The girl told the guy that he thinks a lot about himself. He is not interesting to her. Han in a obedient voice asked his partner how much would be a lesson. The student calmly answered the guy that classes would cost 200 wen. Han handed the girl the money. He asked the student, would she notify him of various events? She answered the guy that she would notify him in 3 days. At this time, she came up behind the girl. A student with red hair was wrapped in Sia Luton and asked her fun. Did she find her beautiful guy? The main character looked into the phone. He told the girl that he would not bother her anymore. The student sat on the desk next to the main character. She looked at him carefully. The girl said her name is Yu Yun. Her relatives are in the city of Jianan. Han was distracted from the phone and looked at his partner. He said that she had a beautiful name. The student replied that she also liked her name. She asked the guy, what was he fond of? Han did not answer the partner. He was completely busy with the phone. Yun was surprised to notice that the guy did not even pay attention to her. The girl asked the protagonist what brand his phone is. The guy replied that he was using Xiaomi. Yun asked his partner, why did he choose such a phone? Han replied that he had chosen such a phone due to his power. The student felt irritation. She did not like the guy's answers. The student viciously jumped up and looked at the protagonist. She did not even know what to tell him. Yun ran sharply to the side. The main character knew that this girl simply uses people. The main character recalled that Yun in a past life tried to be friendly, but after that, she manipulated people. The students asked the protagonist, why didn't he want to talk with Yun? The girl said that Han would be more friendly with Yun. The main character explained that he simply does not want to communicate with Yun. He does not always pay attention only to appearance. The main character said that he pays great attention to the character and mind of the girl. The headman at this time listened carefully. The evening came and classes at the university ended. Students prepared to leave. Guys and girls stood near the elevators in line. They spoke among themselves. The student asked the protagonist, would he really not wait for the elevator? Han explained to his friend that his room was not far away. He wanted to go down the stairs. The main character climbed the desired floor and headed for the room where he lived. The student asked the neighbors in the room so that someone would give him a cigarette. The guy turned to the side. He noticed that someone had come to him. At the entrance stood the main character. The student shoved his chair in front of him. The guy very displeasedly threw the chair to the side and jumped to his feet. The student viciously asked the protagonist, why did he come here? The main character was silent. He stood near the chair that lay on the floor. The protagonist looked at the students in the room with a suspicious look. Han stood near the lying chair. He carefully studied his future neighbors. The guy in glasses looked at the protagonist with interest. He smiled quietly to himself. The main character approached the smoking student. He demanded that he dumped from his place. Han strictly demanded from the guy opposite him to raise the lying chair. The student exhaled smoke and said in response to the guy that he did not want to raise anything. The main character held out his hand to raise his chair. He prepared to climb the bed. The student hit Khan with all his might on the arm. The main character asked the guy, "Where is his bed?" The partner explained that his place is on top. Han replied that he could understand everything. He began to climb the stairs to the upper shelf. The student told his friend that the new guy is really interesting. The guy turned and said that the newcomer was very arrogant. The main character sat on the upper shelf. He unfastened the castle on his bag. Han took a metal hammer from his bag. The student looked at him from below with interest. The guy in a chair with interest and fright looked at the protagonist. Han held a hammer in his hands. The protagonist viciously examined from above his neighbors in the room. The student was scared. He silently pointed his friends with a finger at the protagonist. The guy with a cigarette with excitement turned back. He looked at the newcomer on the upper shelf. Han took out a large blue book from his bag. He held her in his hands. The main character sat on his bed and held a book in his hands with a hammer. Students looked in surprise at a beginner. The guy seemed dangerous to them. The student could not stand it. He turned to the main character very angry. The guy shouted to his friend to stop. He wrapped his arms around him. The student told his friend that the newcomer took a hammer from his bag. He explained that no normal person would carry a hammer with him. The guy went down from his bed. He looked wary of Khan and decided that he needed to leave here. The main character sat and held a book in his hands. He prepared to read. Han looked from above at his neighbors. He noticed that the guys headed for the exit. The main character asked the frightened students, "Where did they gather?" The student said in an excuse that the girl asked them to leave and help her. Han looked with great attention and interest at leaving students. The main character asked the neighbors, "Are they really leaving for a girl?" The student was scared. He realized that he needed to hurry with his friends. Students quickly ran out of the room and slammed the door behind them. Han sat on his bed. He decided that he was very scared by the neighbors in the room. An information window of the system appeared next to the person. The guy was distracted. The main character thought that he has a system, but he should not rely on it. Han understood to himself that system knowledge cannot completely affect his mind. He needs to try more. Students gathered in the dining room for communication and for lunch. They sat at the tables. One of the girls took a huge sandwich. She talked at this time with her girlfriend. The girl asked a student, Yoon, "Is Han really from a rich family?" The guy looked at the students with a dissatisfied look. He knew that the students were studying at the financial faculty, but live in the hostel of the University of International Exchange. He realized that this life is very unfair. Yoon asked the guy how rich her family was and clarified how many houses they had. The student explained angrily that the family owned several houses. The headman sat and calmly drank milk. She did not pay attention to people around her. Suddenly, the girl heard something interesting. She looked aside. The main character took a piece of food in his hand. He said joyfully that it is very good to be young. The students approached the guy on the side and called him by name. Han did not have time to start consuming food. A student with green hair waved to the main character and greeted him. Han smiled back to the girl. He waved his hand and wished her good morning. After studying, the protagonist came to the hostel building. He prepared to climb the desired floor. The student approached the main character and turned to him. They were near the elevator. Yoon asked the guy with interest, how could he settle on the lower floor? The main character explained to the girl that all this happened thanks to luck. A student came up from the side. He was very unhappy and said that he was tired of the university. The guy smoked and shouted that he was infuriated by teachers. He did not like people around. The student went to the main character and scaredly asked him to leave the road. The guy turned to the side. He could not understand who had just prevented him. The student looked displeasedly. He realized that he sees someone a friend. The guy dropped a cigarette in surprise. He saw the protagonist in front of him. The student was scared. He realized that there was a guy who settled in their room nearby. The student stood and with excitement looked at the reaction of the protagonist. The long silence hung. The girl asked her girlfriend, "Why are the guys looking at each other like that?" A partner replied that the main character was not lucky. Han turned around and looked very viciously at his neighbor's neighbor. The guy smiled scaredly. He realized that he needed to leave his strange neighbor in the room as soon as possible. The student in glasses ran to the main character and greeted his other. The guy asked Khan whether he had breakfast. The protagonist asked his neighbor with a smile of a smile. Would he return to the room today? The student turned around and said that he could not return today. He has business? Yun asked the headman with great interest. Is the main character familiar with other guys? The student told Connie that if he needed help, then let him turn to Xiao Dunby and Dean Dina. There was a sound of an elevated elevator. The main character told students that he did not need anything. Han pressed the elevator button. He decided to wait for the rest of the passengers. The protagonist asked the students, will they come in? A bunch of students went inside the elevator for the protagonist. There was only a place near the wall. The elevator door slammed, and the cabin after that began to rise up. Han looked around and noticed a huge number of students in the cab. The main character noticed how the headman stood right opposite him. Xia felt constrained. She looked aside, an invisible look. Han examined the student and realized that she had a really S-class figure. There was a ringing. The cab has arrived on the desired floor and people prepared to go out. Han stood next to the girl. He waited for the rest of the passengers to leave the cab. The guy went to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that he was amazing. The stranger told the main character that Huang and his friends were afraid of him. He asked Han, were they familiar before? The protagonist very sharply threw back the stranger's hand from his shoulder. Han said strictly and dissatisfied to the student so that he would not touch him. The main character pulled his wallet from the pocket of the surprised stranger. Han smiled and thanked the student for taking care of his wallet. The stranger ran and waved his hand to the main character. Han decided to himself that the conflict could be resolved without resorting to violence. The girl approached the guy from the side. She called the protagonist by name. Han asked the headman, what happened? Xia reminded her partner that he said that he would like to make friends with everyone. She asked why the guy was rude with the stranger. The main character answered the girl that he does not remember that he was saying that. Yun was sitting at a desk in the audience. She joyfully waved her hand to the main character. Han looked silently in front of him. He thought for a long time where to sit in the audience. The headman came up and silently sat next to the surprised girl Yun. She sat at the desk. She looked at the guy and said that she had a question for him. The elder asked the guy what friends he wanted to make. Han answered the student that he wants to make friends who do not ask many questions. Yun was amused and laughed. She liked the answer of the protagonist. The girl told the guy that he was very funny and she could not resist laughter. Yun looked carefully at the protagonist and asked him to add her as a friend on social networks. Han glanced at his partner and said that he would add her to friends a little later. Han explained to the girl that his phone is on a soundless mode. Therefore, she will not receive quick answers from him. She asked the guy with displeasure, why did he still not answer her message? The girl did not like that. The student did not perceive her as an old. Han thought and remembered that last night he delved into the economy. The main character explained that a lot of events occurred last night. Therefore, he was busy. The student opened a book. She did not even want to look at the protagonist anymore. The headman looked at the textbook. She thought the guy looks good. Sina told herself that the character of the protagonist is very terrible. She decided to subtract points for this. The headman looked at the guy. She decided that for her the best solution would be to observe the distance. Sia examined the protagonist with great attention. She watched him. The girl noticed that Han very quickly turned over her book and recorded something. Han frantically wrote down some information from the book with a pen in the notebook. The elder sternly looked at the guy. The main character was completely absorbed in the recording process in a notebook. The main character considered the textbook with great attention. His skill was the 3rd level, but he did not understand much. Han thought that when he could fully understand the information in the book, he could direct his knowledge to make money. The guy thought that to acquire knowledge and understand them is not the same thing. The protagonist decided that the more he will receive knowledge, the more difficult it would be for him to understand all this. The student thought displeasedly to himself that it was impossible to accurately extract the necessary knowledge at the right time. The guy took out a textbook from his bag. He realized that it is better to comprehend this knowledge now. Han decided to himself that he would do everything so that he had no problems in the future. The main character decided that he needed to create a plan and act on it. The students looked at the protagonist with interest. The headman thought that the guy solves the problems very quickly. Sina told the guy that the teacher had not finished talking. Han answered the girl that he himself could understand everything. The headman was very amazed. She realized that the guy has the ability to self-study. The main character took the book in his hands. He wanted to tell the girls what happened to him after the summer holidays. Han informed the students that he had fought and got to the hospital. He could not pass the entrance exam. The guy specified that he had not enough motivation before. Now he is trying to fix it. The main character explained to the girl that she could believe him or not. The headman told the guy that she did not believe him. She added that Han is definitely lying. Yun looked at the guy with a bright smile and joyfully waved his hand. Han looked at the student with great attention. He was silent in response. The girl told the guy that she believes that he is a genius. She explained that as soon as she saw him, she felt that he was different from other students. The protagonist thought to himself that a student Yu Yong is also not stupid. Han remembered that the girl in a last life played with naive guys. As a result, she married a rich man, as she wanted. Now Yun wants to get closer to him. The main character smiled very slyly and turned to the headman with a question. Han asked the girl what she thinks about him if she does not believe him. She emotionally agreed to tell the main character her opinion about him. The girl pointed to the student and said that he was really a genius. Han, because of his terrible nature at school, did not want to study stubbornly. The girl changed the head hero with a rich guy. Due to poor performance, the student cannot even enter the second-level university. Han could not come to terms with the failure and went to take revenge on the offenders. As a result, the guy was seriously wounded and he had to be hospitalized. Han has only recently came to his senses. The main character wanted offenders to pay for everything. Therefore, he began to study stubbornly. Han keeps the phone that the ex-girlfriend gave him. This motivates him and reminds of everything. The main character warns himself to stay away from attractive girls. This protects him from mistakes of the past. Therefore, Han holds from Xia at a distance. The headman pointed to the protagonist with her fingers and said that he was afraid of a new relationship, since it hurts because of the last time. Zhe looked at the guy with a smile and said that all her words sound more reasonably. Han looked cheerfully and with a smile at the girl and pointed to her with his pen. The protagonist suggested working as a surprised headman to work as a writer of short stories. The girl was unhappy. She quickly gathered her thoughts and answered the guy that she needed to study. The headman said that she solves the tasks of the student council. She does not have time to write. Han watched the reaction of the girl. He realized that he was directly at the target. The main character sat carefully and looked in front of him. He was thinking about the old. Han very clearly recalled that in a past life he never heard about it. The protagonist remembered that Jia substituted him. But the results of the girl in all aspects are really impressive. The main character recalled that the headman has a strong personality. The girl has great self-control and self-discipline. It will be difficult for ordinary people to get to this. Han previously assumed that the girl after graduation would live a good life, but everything turned out wrong. Han looked thoughtfully at the older. He never thought that she had such a side. The guy remembered that in a past life, he had never heard that he was writing novels. This proves that the girl is very careful. Han did not know what to do next. Very unexpectedly, the protagonist remembered something about his older. Han came to the headman's office to use the printer. The girl told the guy to do everything himself. Suddenly, the main character accidentally saw a message for a girl in a computer. The computer program told the headman that the time has come for a monthly update. The main character thought carefully. He understood where the girl came from. Han was very clearly aware that Jia had a special account for writing short stories. The protagonist looked at the girl next to him with very great interest. Han decided to reveal what secrets the headman hides from him. The headman sat and looked carefully at the book. She decided to completely plunge into study. The girl held out her hand to take a pen that lay her desks on top. The student thought. She held the pen in her mouth and thought something to herself. The girl thought. She could not understand why the protagonist leads her by the nose. Xia turned with great excitement and looked at the protagonist. She hoped that the guy still did not find out about her short stories. There was a call. The lesson ended and the students headed for the exit. Yun asked the protagonist if he wanted to go to the cafeteria with them. The main character answered the girl and explained that he had unfinished things. Yun was unhappy. She complained to her girlfriend that no one had rejected her before. The headman hugged the girl and advised her not to pay attention to Khan. The main character walked along the street in the evening. He recalled what he still needed to do today. Han remembered to himself that he needed to buy a computer. He will also need a phone and a new SIM card. The main character approached the door to his room. He remembered that payment for communication is very expensive. Han thought and decided to himself that he should be more economical. The main character took the door handle and opened it to enter the room. The room was quiet. All students slept in their places. One guy heard someone went into the room. He raised himself in his place. The student looked scared at the protagonist. He said nothing to him. Han was walking very tired in his sleeping place in his room. The main character threw his bag on the bed and prepared to rest. Students on the upper shelves were scared. They did not say anything to the main character. Han left the room. He decided that he wanted to leave the hostel. Everything turned out to be very scary for him. The protagonist thought joyfully to himself that it was very funny for him to scare the neighbors around the room. In the 2013 year, the market of electronic items was on the rise. Han came to the store. The seller asked Khan, what could he tell him? The client examined phones in the window. The main character pointed to the desired apparatus and asked the seller to show him. Han asked the seller, on what floor is the Apple store? Han climbed the desired floor. He went to the Apple store for purchase. The seller asked the guy if he would pay with a card or cash. The client paid a card. The protagonist knew that in the coming years, the 5S apparatus would have the best price ratio and performance. iPhones are used for office work and for everyday life. The main character looked at the man on an armchair near the entrance to the store. The main character decided that it was better to buy a laptop. Shops that sell personal computers often deceive people. Han bought a bottle of Coca-Cola for 2 yuan. The seller told the guy that he could hand over a bottle and get some money. The main character eagerly drank a drink from a bottle. He was completely absorbed in this. Han felt very satisfied. He decided to move on. After buying a phone and laptop, the guy has 15,000 yuan left. He wanted to go to a driving school. But this will not be enough. The main character realized that he should save. The guy passed near the store with SIM cards. Han decided to go to the store and buy a card for a new phone. The seller handed his new SIM card to the main character. The client thanked her. The system told the main character that the owner bought a SIM card. There was an activation and gift functions. Han was surprised. He could not understand what kind of gift the system would give him for the SIM card. The system invited the owner to accept a gift. The main character pressed the confirmation button. Han received a lot of additional opportunities using a SIM card. He studied them carefully. The main character's number could not be tracked without his permission. He also got the opportunity to intercept the calls of any people. The protagonist looked at the SIM card with excitement. He realized that she became priceless for him. The guy inserted the card into the phone. He decided that she would be useful for him. The main character looked into the phone. He decided that he would use a new card as the main one. Students rested inside the room in the hostel. The headman lived with Yun. Yun asked her friend, who is Han Li in her opinion? The girl did not understand why the student was asking her about this. Yun said thoughtfully that the main character lives in an international hostel. This means that his family is very rich. The guy's neighbors are also rich in the room, but inferior to him in temperament. The student said, displeased that the main character was a little rude. Xia answered her girlfriend that the guy just had such a character. The headman heard a message on her phone. She took the device. The protagonist wrote to his girlfriend his phone number in the message. The headman was surprised to look at the message from the guy. She was surprised that the student gave her his number. There are many levels of telephone numbers. The highest level numbers are in the hands of high-ranking officials. They are sold at auctions. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person, the phone number is not just a number. At the number 139, the first batch of mobile phones is hidden. It was opened at 1995th year. There are also other special numbers in the room. People who understand the rules of the account do everything so that the number is perfect. She carefully studied the number of the protagonist. Suddenly, the headman was distracted. Her neighbor around the room screamed sharply. Just scaredly asked her girlfriend, what happened? Yun answered the neighbor with a smile so that she would not pay attention to her. The headman thought about it. She could not understand who the main character is. Han was sitting in his room in a hostel. He was busy working at the computer. The main character was surprised. The search engine told him that the group was not found. Han continued to type various search queries on the laptop keyboard. The main character realized that he could not find the group he needed by his name. Han thought out. He realized that the girl may not have created a group yet. The guy continued to work on a computer. He decided that Jia created a group in her second year when she had a base of fans. The main character looked at the search engine. He decided that if there is a base of fans, then it proves that her work was popular. Han thought to himself that the gold era of online literature would come soon. Many works will begin to adapt films and television shows. The system told the user that he received the third level in literature and writing. Han looked out the system window. He decided that he did not have time to write novels, but he knows that he will be popular in the future. The main character decided that he and the girl would be able to succeed. Han began to enter a search query. He decided that he needed to try again. The search engine showed the guy the results of his request about his group of interest. The main character was very happy. He was able to find the second account of the girl on the internet. The guy noticed that in order to add a student to friends, he needed to answer a few questions. Han was unhappy. He decided that Zia was possibly engaged in something forbidden. The main character was very worried. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, the head of the main character came some idea. He decided to use it. Han began frantically looking for something on the internet. He needed new information. The protagonist gained on the keyboard the words he needed for the search engine. The system told the user that she did not find anything at his request. The main character was surprised. He could not believe that nothing was found. Han remembered that the girl had 6 works before the start of her studies. They were either completed or stopped. The main character realized that the girl could not just refuse 4 works. Han decided to write a new search query. He knew that there were only 2 authors. The student saw the protagonist and warmly waved his hand from his place. Yun stood still. She excitedly called the guy and said that he would go to her. The main character looked at the student with great attention. He did not tell her anything. The girls talked among themselves. One of them said that Yu Yun was pursuing Han Li. The student offered the guy to sit down next to her. Han was surprised due to the fact that Yu Yun showed such an initiative to communicate with him. Yun turned to the headman and said that Han Li was now next to her. The main character was surprised due to the fact that Zia ignored him. He decided to himself that the bait was thrown, and now you just need to wait. Han carefully looked at the audience. He was funny to watch the situation in the classroom. The protagonist noticed that the girl fan wanted to become closer to the guy Duan. But this student liked the headman more. Duan will meet with Yu Yun and the girl will change him after the wedding. At first, the girl fan liked the student named Lu Ji. But the guy Lu Ji was the captain of the fan club of the girl Yu Yun. The main character knew that Yu Yun and Fan would never be friends, but Yun will have a good relationship with the headman. Han looked around and joyfully thought that the exciting student life had just begun. She asked the student, why did he not answer her messages? Han answered the girl that he had read books. Therefore, I did not notice the message. The guy was sitting. He looked at the protagonist from behind with a smile and with interest. Duan sat down to a friend and suggested that he first looked at the protagonist and both of them. The main character realized that the student uses every opportunity to laugh at someone. The student was unexpectedly very worried. She turned to the main character. Yun asked with excitement with the protagonist, would he not take the exam for a translation? Students looked at the protagonist with great interest and excitement. Han did not understand why everyone was looking at him out loud. He said that the translation exam will be held in May next year. It is still too early to talk about this. Yun said joyfully to the chief hero that he would definitely pass with his zeal. Duan turned around and asked his friend, did he want to try to go through an exam for a translation? The guy with a smile invited his friend to try. He told the student that they still have a lot of time. They will have time to prepare. The student explained to Duan that if he does not pass the exam, he would be very ashamed. A friend agreed with him. Duan said that he would not need to work after graduating. Fei, with a smile, told the student that it would be very pleasant not to work. The guy asked if the family of Xiaowei has 4 apartments that are in the center. Duan asked with interest, who said that his family has 4 apartments? The guy joyfully told the partner that their family owns 4 apartment buildings. Students in the audience were very surprised. They could not believe that the family of Xiaowei was so rich. The guy said that 4 apartment buildings would be very luxurious. The student turned around and asked Duan, where is his house? Yun told the guy that he could receive a lot of money if he just rented apartments. The main character asked the guy, does he really have 4 apartment buildings? The student answered with a smile that if you work for 2 years, you can rent any apartment for yourself. The main character looked at the guy Duan. He seemed to him the destroyer of his family. Han knew that Duan was completely different from Duan as he said about 4 houses. In reality, the Xiao family belonged to 8 small residential buildings and a small store. The guy is not as rich as he said, but still he can live comfortably. Han knew that the family of Xiaowei has an average status. He did not understand how students could lead to Duan's lie. The main character looked at the girl with great attention. She aroused great interest in him. Yia looked carefully and with great attention at the student and studied him. She decided that although the Xiu family has money, the overall assessment is really low. The headman decided to himself that the guy can be considered an ordinary person who has some usefulness. Sia from the side silently and furtively looked at the protagonist with an appraising look. The headman decided that Han is an ideal guy in all aspects. It is very different from the rest of the students. The headman added to the main character half a bell in her own assessment. The girl took a closer look at Hanyu. She decided to add another half a bell to his appearance. Duan turned to the main character and said that he was studying very hard. The student asked the guy, does he think about passing the exam for the translation? Han answered the student that they would talk about this later. Faye asked the guy where he wants to be translated. The headman turned around. She looked at the protagonist with displeasure and irritatedly. Sia realized that Khan was not interested in his classmates. She decided that the guy would not stay here for a long time. The main character laid his hand on the table. He turned to the students with words. Han explained to the girls that now it's still very early to ask him. Yoon answered the guy that he had already completed the work. The student told the guy that he was not going to pass the translation exam. She asked why he was studying mathematics then. The main character looked at the girl displeasedly. He realized that she wants to make an enemy out of him. Hanyu was interested in watching how other students acted. He decided to play along with them. The student in displeasure told the main character that he was just shy about something to say. Duan said cunningly that the protagonist had great ambitions. Han may have decided to enter Fudan or Jiaotun. The main character answered friends that he needed to think about it all well. One of the students accused the protagonist that he was very good of boasting. Lu said in a confident voice that if Han can do, then he will eat the shit fund. Yun jumped up displeasedly. She asked the guy strictly what he was talking about. The student was surprised due to the fact that the girl reacted so. The main character told the student to discuss everything with Lu. He also added that the student can feed her good food to make it tastier. The headman laughed. The words of the protagonist very much amused her. Yun was very angry. She began to knock on the main character. Han asked the girl very displeasure, why does she beat him? The student sternly told the guy that he should not be as disgusting as Lu. The guys were surprised. They could not understand why only Lu Ji could be disgusting. Lu was very unhappy. He realized that friends consider his words disgusting. When Han Li says the same, everyone considers it funny. Duan was surprised. He noticed that the girl Yu Yun looked embarrassed. Duan was surprised to notice that the girl Sia Luton laughed very joyfully. The student was worried. He realized that he could not give the main character to overshadow him. Otherwise, he will not find a girl for himself. Duan said his house is located near the University of Fudan. He told the main character that he could take care of housing for him. The student promised Connie that he would remove the rent for him. He demanded that the main character study hard. Han realized that his partner wants to provoke him. He said out loud that when the time comes, they will discuss this issue with Duan. The guy added that not all universities teach specialties that are related to finances. For this reason, the choice will be difficult. There was complete silence in the audience. Everyone carefully looked at Connie. The headman was surprised due to the fact that the main character did not see a provocation in the words of Duan. Xia was surprised that the main character did not notice the provocation. She decided that Han simply did not pay attention. Students talked among themselves. One of them said that Duan could not tolerate when they overshadow him. The headman turned to the main character. She wanted to tell him something important. She told the guy that with his level of mathematics, he should do everything until he aimed too high. The headman told the guy that he had good knowledge and ability to learn. Han was worried. He could not understand what the girl conceived if she praised him. Duan turned to the main character and asked, what is his level of mathematics? The protagonist took the pen and a piece of paper. He began to solve some tasks very quickly. The student was very surprised. He could not believe that the main character decided everything so quickly. Duan looked inattentively at the calculations. He noticed the formulas used by the main character. The headman was surprised due to the fact that Duan did not even know which formula to use. The student was very angry. He wrapped his head and looked at the girl with displeasure. Faye came up. She grabbed pieces of paper with calculations and began to carefully study them. The student asked with interest, why is there no calculation process? The main character explained to the girl that the topic is very simple. Therefore, he just writes answers. Faye said, in surprise to the guy that she did not even understand the first chapter. Yoon asked Khan, did he put a lot of effort? The protagonist told the partners that the buildings were worth the effort. The guy thought to himself that he needed to study even more diligent. Yoon said joyfully to the chief hero that he was studying a lot. Faye added joyfully that all this is true. Other students began to approach the main character. They asked him for help. Duan was very angry. With all his might, he squeezed his hand into a fist. The student was unhappy. He did not understand why Han was behaving as if he was better than the rest. Duan was unhappy due to the fact that the girls approached Connie from all sides. The student noticed that the protagonist even began to support Xia Luton. The guy turned to the main character and said that he had exceptional abilities. The main character, together with the students, listened carefully to Duan. The guy wished Han to successfully enter the university and find a good job for himself. Duan told the main character that if he would work hard, then in 10 years he will be able to accumulate a fee to the house that looks like him. The student said fun Connie that after graduating from his income could be limited. Duan told the main character that he could rent one of his apartments. He even promised him a discount. Lu said with a smile that the main character lives in an international hostel. He does not need an apartment. Duan said in an important voice that there is a very big difference in real estate payment. The student said that all the real estate of his family is in the city center. Yun thought. She could not understand whether the Kan Li family can compete with the Duan family. The headman thought about it. She realized that the confrontation between students began. She furtively glanced at the protagonist. She was wondering that a serious conflict began between the guys. The headman decided that at the very last moment she would intervene. While she wanted to see what the main character is capable of, the girl decided that she was a master of strategy. She realized that the future confrontation would be interesting. The protagonist laughed at himself displeasedly. The student looked at him angry. Han asked the student, "What is the most expensive house of his family?" Duan angrily answered the guy that each of their houses is considered expensive. The main character laughed joyfully to himself. He realized that the student wanted to deceive him. Han told the partner that his family owns only small houses. The guy was worried. The protagonist asked Duan if he was right. Duan was very angry. He realized that the main character knows details about his family. The student jumped up and asked the guy very angrily what he was talking about. Faye looked at the conflict between students. She asked in fright what happened. The guy replied to her that he did not know. Han told a student with a smile about the house of his family in the Yangpo area. The protagonist said that Duan belongs to a small house for several people in a very unremarkable building. Han said strictly to his partner that his family was leased by the rest of the houses. The main character told the student that his parents bought a small room. They opened the store there. The protagonist asked Duan with a smile, "What is the average price of houses in the Yangpo area?" The student was very angry. The main character of him asked him to remind him of the property of real estate in his family. Han sternly turned to his partner and said that he would once again ask him a question. The main character asked Duan, "What kind of house from his family is the most expensive?" Duan angrily pointed a finger at the protagonist. He did not even know what to tell the guy. Faye carefully looked at Connie. The guy was completely calm at his desk. The headman thought about it. She could not understand what kind of guy Han Li is. The main character calmly told his partner that not only his family received new housing, Han told his partner that he came here from the village, which they were going to demolish. But the locals gathered together to prevent this. The protagonist told Duan that his family did not participate in the analysis of this matter. His family came to everything ready. When the locals agreed with the developers to provide them with new housing, Han told Duan that all this was just luck. He added that the student could make efforts to improve his life. The main character explained to his partner that a wave of urban development brought prosperity to his threshold. He must appreciate it. Han showed his partner that the prosperity of his families is not the way he tells. The wealth of the family does not apply to Duan personally. The protagonist demanded from the student that he would not approach him. Han told the guy that he had a very poor financial situation. Duan asked fearfully at his partner, "How did he learn all this?" The main character answered the partner that he learned about everything quite simply. Han smiled and said that he had come to the university to study. But the family of the protagonist did not want him to cause trouble. The main character said with a smile to his partners that he himself does not like when he is bored. Han told the girls that he found information about every person in their group. This helped him find out who he can communicate with and whom he should ignore. The protagonist told the amazed Duan that he should understand his level. Han looked at his partner and said that he wants to give him advice. He explained that the guy would not allow a repetition of such a situation. The main character said thoughtfully to his partner that he should understand all this. Students in the audience sat together and silent. They were impressed by the words of Khan. Duan thought about it. He reflected on the words that he heard from his partner. The student got his place. He said in a frightened voice that he understood everything. There was a call, and students prepared to listen to another lecture from the teacher. The teacher from the department told students in great detail about microeconomics. The main character sat and carefully looked in front of him at the Duan of Xiaowei. He was surprised by the guy's reaction. The headman was surprised. She considered that Duan was a loser and did not answer Connie. She turned around and carefully looked at the protagonist. He seemed amazing to her. The girl wanted to intervene to stop the conflict, but her plan was destroyed. Sha decided to write a novel to herself. She wanted to make Con the main character. The headman told herself that she should calm down and forget about everything. The girl thought to herself that Con Lee's behavior was even performing than she could imagine. The headman decided that the protagonist showed mercy when tolerance was required. He also showed sharpness when hard was required. She had definitely decided that she should get closer to the main character. Students got up from their places and prepared to leave the audience. Yun smiled and invited the protagonist to dine with her and Zia in the dining room. Han answered with a displeased partner that the dining room is very expensive. He explained that he could not afford this. The protagonist had a call on the phone. It was a request for adding friends on social networks. The student shouted to the main character that he could not afford to eat from the dining room, but he had a dear and new handphone what she wrote to him by Yan Fei. The main character explained to the girl that he spent all his savings on the phone. Now he is on the shallows. Yun looked incredulously and silently at the protagonist. She was thinking about what to tell him. The girl offered the guy to pay for him. Han answered the student that he could not return her money. The girl was surprised. She did not understand why the main character decided that she would ask him to return the money. The student told the guy that she just wants to treat him and did not need to return anything. Han looked at the girl. He remembered that he had previously played the simulator. The main character decided that he was able to change the script inside the girl. Han thought to himself that everything was becoming very interesting to him. The main character said in a frightened and shy voice that he was very embarrassed. The partner grabbed the guy's hand with her hand. She wanted to take him with her. Yun pulled the student behind him. The main character agreed to go with her. He said that he just wanted to tease her. The students around everything were watching everything. They laughed very loudly. Yun turned displeasedly and asked the girls, "Why are they laughing?" She looked at the protagonist with a girlfriend and said that they were very funny. The headman sat and laughed. She told students that they are very funny. Yun, with a very great excitement and piercing gaze, looked at the protagonist. The student suddenly grabbed the guy's hand and pinched him very much. Yun asked the guy with displeasure, was he really mocking her? Han shouted in response to the girl that he was very painful. The main character explained to his partner that he did not even think to mock her. The student thought. She decided to understand why she wants to invite a guy. Fei went to the main character and said that he could have lunch with her, instead of Yu Yun. The main character explained that he did not like food in the dining room. He advised the girl to discuss everything with Yu Yun. Han thought to himself that thanks to the stupidity of Duan Xiai, the students became interested in them. But he is not interested. The main character decided that he would not enter into a serious relationship with the beauties. Han understood that one of the girls wanted love, and the other wants to marry a rich guy. All this will end sadly. The main character collected his things. Yun decided that she and her friend were not interesting for Con Lee. Yun thought about herself. She realized that the protagonist had an experience in a relationship, and he saw many beautiful girls. The girl decided that it would be very difficult to achieve a guy like Han, but if his family is rich, then this will cost effort. Fei appeared on the way of a student. She asked her friend if she bought a new skincare set. She told her partner that she did not have much money. She offered to pay for Con. Yun remembered that she did not buy any set. She told her girlfriend aloud that she had enough money. Fei sternly looked at the student and said that she would not go to her to ask for money. The students stood and silently looked at each other. The main character approached them. Han stood between two girls and held his backpack in his hands. Han smiled broadly at the girls opposite him and invited them to leave. Han, along with her, very amicably headed for the exit from the audience. The student at the back suddenly turned to the main character. Han turned to her. Yun asked the guy very quietly, why did he buy a new phone? The main character explained to his girlfriend that the headman began to compose stories. Han explained that if he continued to use the old phone for a couple of days, then the whole school would begin to say that he was killed by grief because of his ex-girlfriend. The headman looked at the guy displeased and demanded that he not draw her into it. Fei went to the main character and asked if he had never really had a girlfriend. The main character told his partner that when he was at school, no one noticed him. Lu turned sharply and looked very displeased at the protagonist. Han turned out to the students displeasedly. He asked what they said. Duan closed his mouth to his friend and told the main character so that he would not pay attention to them. The student went to the main character and said that he was really very modest. Faye asked the student what girls he likes. The student demanded from the protagonist to tell them about the girls. Han thoughtfully told his partner that he wanted to think about the answer. The main character looked in front of him and presented the image of a suitable girlfriend. Han said that he likes a beautiful and gentle girl. She must share similar values with him. Yoon with a smile told the main character that he did not have a girlfriend since he is very traditional. The student told the partner that guys like he deserve the best. The guy asked the students what qualities could be made by someone the best. Yoon with a smile answered the partner that for everyone they are personal qualities. To herself, the girl thought that she had large forms. Faye said with a smile that Yu Young was absolutely right. To herself, she thought that her girlfriend had a great figure. The headman thought that she was very annoying to be an imaginary rival for girlfriends. She looked at the students and noticed that they behave like children when it comes to rivalry. The friend went behind the main character and took him with her palm by his hand. Yu Yoon told the main character to walk with her. She explained that if they linge, then they would not have anything left. Students were sitting at the table. There was a lot of tasty and fresh food. Yoon carried a bag in his hands. She joyfully screamed Onam that she bought fruits. The girl wanted to please the protagonist. She looked around. Yoon was surprised to notice that the guy disappeared. She asked where Han. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind the girl. He brought something with himself. Han explained to the students that he could not eat their food for free. He held a piece of cake in his hands. The main character told the students that he bought them several types of dessert. Han told students that they can choose any dessert that they like. The students began to choose a treat. The main character thought that it is very easy for girls to please. Han turned around and was surprised to notice that one of his girlfriends did not eat anything. She just sat and looked at a piece of the cake with great excitement. The main character asked her, "Why doesn't she eat anything?" The main character said cunningly to the girl that if she does not want to eat dessert, then he will take him to himself. The headman sat down very quickly at the table to try the dessert. She ate the cake and told the guy that she would not give him. Han was very pleased due to the fact that the trick worked. Yoon asked the protagonist, how did he find out what she wanted? She thanked him. Han picked up sticks. He prepared for them to eat his food. The main character told his partners that his dishes are also not cheap. Faye said that there were 2 large chicken legs in front of the guy. It also looks a little expensive. Yoon said in a serious voice that if she treats the student, then the food should be excellent. Faye told her girlfriend that she was worried about her, since that little money has. Yoon said that she would support the protagonist. The main character erupted his food. He told Onam that it was inappropriate. Han told the girls that if he would eat every day, then his money will end in a week. The protagonist pointed to his girlfriend with sticks and said that Fay would buy food tomorrow. The student smiled and said that she would feed the protagonist tomorrow with something tasty. The main character was very pleased. The student excitedly told him that he would definitely come tomorrow. Yoon told her girlfriend a dissatisfied voice that she would no longer treat the guy. Faye waved her hand to the student. The protagonist decided that everything for him looks like a wheel of fortune. The main character remembered that the girls in front of him were the same as they were in his past life. Han realized that people grow only when they cross certain thresholds. The guy picked up the fruit. He decided that only when a person grows, he can rationally appreciate the nonsense that he committed in the past. The main character prepared to eat a mandarin, which he himself cleaned. The headman noticed that the guy did not react to a quarrel between the girls. She decided that Kane was not interested in students. The main character was sitting at his table and lonely erupted the mandarin. Very unexpectedly, the guy called the older. The girl shook sharply. Han offered a girlfriend 1 slice of tangerine. The girl refused. The headman waved her hand and told the guy to eat himself. The main character thought to himself that Z is much more interesting for him than the rest of the girls. Han threw the last slice from the tangerine in his mouth. He thought about Starum. The main character realized that the girl complicated his life in the past. He decided to repay her. Han returned to the student hostel. He climbed into his room. The student in the room joyfully shouted to the main character that he had returned. The main character asked the guy, "Did he have lunch?" The neighbor replied that they were only about to go. Han asked his friends with surprise, "Why are they going so late?" The students suggested lunch together. They would have recognized each other better. The protagonist answered the partner with displeasure that he had already eaten. Han remembered something. He turned around and looked at his neighbor around the room. The main character asked his friend, "Is he going to walk again all night?" The guy scaredly replied that everything was just like that. The student explained that on the campus, in addition to accessing the internet, nothing else to do. Han laughed slyly to himself. He knew very well how rich children spend their time. The main character knew that in the future, rich students would find new ways to burn time. In many cities, there are clubs that boast of the VIP zones. The main character looked at the neighbors around the room. He thought that his curiosity has become weakened since. Han told his friends a confident voice that they did not need to worry. The main character with a smile explained that there are still many opportunities ahead. To himself, he thought that he would go around all students in wealth with a wide margin in the future. The student was holding a jar of Coca-Cola in his hands. He said his name is Chi Xianbei. The student explained to the main character that he could just call him Xiao Bayam. If a connie is needed to build a house or the purchase of wooden furniture, then he can contact him. The guy in glasses said that his name is Dean. He explained that his family was managing a factory. Dean asked the protagonist, "Does that cigarette want?" Han looked at his neighbors and told them in a calm voice that he did not smoke. The guys felt great awkwardness. They did not know how to serve a friend. Xiao hugged his neighbor and said that smoking harms his health. Dean said in a cheerful voice that they smoke for pleasure. The main character decided that he really intimidated his neighbors. The main character approached the bed. He decided to create a friendly atmosphere in the hostel. Han explained to the neighbors that there are things that do not need to be hidden. He added that he also has his own problems. The main character listed his shortcomings for the neighbors in the room. Han said that the neighbors in the room were frightened when he read Buddhist descriptions. That is how he fights with internal demons. In reality, he greatly appreciates friendship. The main character told friends that they were in the same room thanks to fate. Han told students to take care of him. He will hope that they will become good friends. Xiao was very amazed. He did not understand why the guy suddenly said such words. Dean thought to himself that the protagonist had no internal demons. The main character asked friends what happened to them. Xiao felt as if he really wanted to go home. The guys together walked along the corridor past various doors to the rooms. Dean said excitedly that if it were easier to find housing, he would have gone out of here a long time ago. The student thoughtfully said that he feels that the main character lied to them. Dean said in response that Han is not so bad, but he is very terrible. The student joyfully hit the guy with his hand on the back. He shouted that they needed to think more joyfully. She said joyfully to his friend that the main character defends them. Perhaps Han will be able to help them. The student told a friend that in the future perhaps they would run. Being powerful, Han will protect them. The guy joyfully and cheerfully said that he sees a wonderful sight. Dean told the guy displeased that he really did not understand the protagonist. Xiao told his friend that his sister could cope with any person. Dean was very angry. With all his might, he hit his friend with his hand on his head. The student showed the gesture and viciously shouted that he would not give his sister to anyone. Xiao answered the student that he was just joking. He did not understand why the guy was so angry. The main character sat in the dining room with her. Someone called a student fairies. Yun, very irritated, and viciously pointed a finger at her partner. Fei asked her friend displeasedly, "Why does she say as if they were villains?" The headman sat at the table and did not say anything. She thought about something of her. Yun complained to the headman. Yesterday, Han ate her food and used her things. The main character said with excitement to the girl that he had eaten her food, but he did not use her things. The guy explained the surprised girlfriend that he packed her things in a special bag. He invited the girl to take him. Yun sharply grabbed the bag. She shouted to the guy that she was just joking. The student thought to herself that the main character was rude to her, but he is very reasonable. She decided to get him. Han thought to himself that he did not want to contact the girls. He will only use them to tease the older. For the protagonist, time passed very slowly. During sports, he ran around the stadium. Han was busy studying. He spent a lot of time over the textbooks. For the correct distribution of time, the protagonist was busy planning. The main character lived in a normal life. He went back from his studies home, and then again to the stadium. Han felt that he had nothing interesting in his life. He walked along the street and saw students. The main character noticed that he became a celebrity. The girls stood and talked about him. Han sat and thought how to get rid of his glory. At this time, a student called him. Dean told the main character that they were leaving. He promised to bring something when they return. Han wished a friend good luck. The main character turned around and looked at the calendar. He realized that tomorrow is an important day. Han thought about it and remembered that tomorrow the students begin the holiday. The guy began to carefully look for information on the computer. He knew that there would be a meeting for those who remained in the hostel. Han read messages and chats. He realized that this is only the first year of study, but conflicts have already begun. He decided that Ji would soon begin to act. The headman wrote in a chat to students so that they would not argue with each other. The main character decided that he was right. The protagonist very carefully read messages between students in the chat. Han noted to himself that nothing has changed since the past life. Even the reasons for the quarrel between students have not changed. The protagonist was sure that the headman was busy with his personal attitude with each to settle the situation. The main character continued to read messages. He thought that sometimes people could not even find out who is to blame and who is right. One error can lead to increased conflicts. When students argue with each other, no one will pay attention to Shaw. Han continued to sit and read the correspondence between students very carefully. The main character decided that although he did not want to intervene, everything turned out very easily. After Han dealt with Duan, his popularity has grown. It is very popular to restrain the jumps from the class. The main character closed his eyes. He realized that he does not even know what kind of family he is from. The main character received a message on the phone. He took the device in his hands. The main character read the message. The headman thanked him for his help. Sia informed a friend that they were able to agree with students. She promised that she would pay Connie in gratitude for the help. The main character asked his girlfriend how much this would cost. Zhe answered the guy that everything would be cheap. The headman was unhappy. This was the first time she would spend money on a guy, Zhe thought. She decided to write another message to the guy in the messenger. The main character carefully read correspondence. He decided that the headman was angry with him. Han was worried. He thought to himself that he could say something either to the girl. The main character decided to talk with the girl differently. He remembered that the last time he spent a lot of time to send his girlfriend an application for adding to friends. The main character saw that he had received a new message. He decided to read it. The guy was worried. He realized that he received an answer. Han continued to correspond. The main character told himself with great excitement that he needs to calm down. Han was waiting with great excitement when the girl would answer him. He looked at his watch. It was the evening of September 30. The main character woke up the next morning. This was already the 1st of October. Han walked and cheerfully talked with someone on the phone. He said that his classmates are very friendly and call him an older brother. The main character told the partner that he was not joking. After that, he said goodbye. The students joyfully greeted the protagonist. Yoon shouted to the guy that they were waiting for him. Yoon hugged the main character. Faye asked if she had enough money. She replied that she still had money. Yoon looked angrily at the student. She decided that she would not move away from Khan. The main character invited the girls to go and meet the rest of the students. Han noticed that 2 students came. He could not understand where the guy Lu Ji went. The headman waved a flag and shouted to her friends that she was going to buy tickets in the subway. They can follow hers. One of the students said that their headman's legs are very good. Han was surprised at such words. Han asked his friend, what is so attractive at the girl's legs? The main character carefully watched the girl. He realized that a long playing sports for Sia was not in vain. The girl looked just amazing. Her figure was elegant. The headman asked with displeasure with the protagonist, what is he talking about with a guy? The girl strictly told students that they would get lost if they do not rush. The headman thought to herself that if Han is with them, then they should have no problems. Suddenly, the student saw something bad. She looked aside with excitement. The student said he was unhappy that the subway was filled, and he was already tired of going. He asked his friends, do they really want to go further? The student answered Duan that they were there for the last time in childhood. The student explained that they would spend only 65 yuan on a student ticket. He added that not everyone is as rich as Duan. The guy was very unhappy due to the fact that the student used a low price as an excuse. He said that he could lend money to him. The student told the angry Duan that no one forced him to go here. A very displeased Duan rushed at the student and asked angrily, is he really had any problems? The guy asked in irritation, does Duan really want to fight with him? The headman was surprised. She could not understand why there was a conflict between students so suddenly. The headman approached the students. She angrily asked what they were doing. Yoon grabbed the protagonist by the hand. She shouted that she was scared due to the fact that students were going to fight. The main character shouted to the girl that he would not be a fight and demanded that she let him go. The student said she was afraid. Faye scaredly extended her hand to the guy. She said she was also afraid. The main character told his partners that there was nothing to be afraid of. The guys swear all the time. Han thought out he could not understand why the girls became so active. The protagonist decided that he is the only one who should feel fear now. Han demanded from students to let him go. He explained that he could resolve the dispute between the guys. The students were very scared. They grabbed the guy by the hands and did not let him leave. The girls shouted to the protagonist that students could attack him and it would be dangerous. Han thought and realized that the girls did not want to let him go so that he would leave them. Yun was very upset. She released the main character and went aside. Han watched with great excitement how very upset she retired from him. The main character remembered that the girls in a past life did not even look in his direction. Now they are trying to get closer to him. Han looked aside. He noticed that the students were still conflicting among themselves. The headman viciously told the guys that they managed to quarrel at their first event. The main character was surprised. He could not understand why the girl was looking at him. Ja, a very asking gaze, showed the main character to help her now. The main character went to the students. He decided to help stop the fight between them. Suddenly, Han became one knee in the middle of the platform. Students around were surprised. The main character shouted very loudly that he urgently needed to the toilet. Xia was surprised next to him. The headman was very angry. She did not like such a guy's behavior. Xia went to the students and shouted, so that they stop. The guys looked at her with surprise. The headman explained to students that they could fight in those places where there are no people. She explained that everyone would disperse now. A new meeting here in 2 hours. Xia was very unhappy. She went aside. Students have long discussed the guys' fight for a long time. After a while, the main character was sitting in nature. Girlfriends wrote to him and offered to meet. Han was very concerned. He did not know what to do. He was thinking about the answer for girls. The main character realized that he needed to achieve his goal. He did not want to spoil the relationship with the headman because of the mess. The girl at this time passed by the institution near the entrance. There was an image of a penguin. Xia saw that she had come on the phone. She realized that the guy really ran away. Xia was unhappy. She hoped that the main character would help her. She decided that she would no longer talk to him. The girl received a new message. The main character asked her for help. She very persistently decided to herself that she would not answer Connie. The headman felt curiosity. She decided to read the message in more detail. The girl decided that she would not talk to the guy but simply ask what happened. Han wrote to his girlfriend that his stomach hurts, but did not take toilet paper with him. The girl was amazed after reading. Xia wrote to a friend that she could not help him, since she could not go to the male toilet. To herself, she thought that the main character finally fell into her hands. The headman demanded from the guy to ask her correctly. She wrote so that the main character would think how he should call her. The main character wrote the answer to the girl. He said that he could call her a mother or mistress. Han suggested a girlfriend that he could call her Madame or expensive. Xia was very unhappy. The main character wrote to the girl that he needed help as he had toilet paper. The headman decided that she was very stupid if she pays the attention of Hanyu. She realized that the guy could not say beautiful words to make the girl happy. Xia remembered that when other students were interested in the main character, he did not show interest in response. Han unexpectedly approached the headman on the side and asked what she was thinking about. Xia was very surprised. She turned around silently and looked at the guy. Han brought ice cream to his girlfriend. He said that she would eat him faster, otherwise it will melt. A love story that does not cause emotions in full is also not a good story. People with the help of emotional fluctuations can really strengthen relationships. At the same time, insincere love between a guy and a girl does not work. Only after mastering the necessary knowledge can be strengthened and maintained. Han stood opposite the girlfriend and held ice cream in front of her. The girl was unhappy. She silently turned her head away from Khan. The main character sat on a bench. He decided to try to talk with the headman. The main character explained to the girl that he defended a long queue to buy her ice cream. It should be tasty. The guy with a smile added that he bought his toilet paper. Han continued to feel that his stomach is still bad. The headman told the guy that if he needs to go to the toilet, then let him just go. She does not need to talk about it. The main character realized that his girlfriend had a poor attitude to such jokes. Han threatened the girl that if she did not start eating ice cream, he would put him in her mouth. The girl took the treats. She asked the protagonist by the protagonist, was he washed by that hand? Han answered merrily that he was just going to the toilet and then went to buy ice cream. The main character explained to his girlfriend that he did not need to wash his hands, since he did not touch anything. The headman laughed. The main character was surprised at a similar reaction from the girl. She sat on a bench and laughed. The main character asked a girlfriend, "Why does she laugh?" The girl laid her hand in the hand of the guy. She felt that she had fun. She, with a smile, asked the protagonist to wait and let her rest. The headman thought the guy is very interesting. He bought her ice cream and always smiles. Xia furtively looked at her friend and ate ice cream. She decided that the guy was really cheerful and kind. The headman thought and realized that she had some feelings for the main character. The headman closed her eyes and thought. She talked about herself about the protagonist. Xia with appetite rushed ice cream. She decided that she would give the guy a chance. Han looked displeased at the girl. He did not understand why she became so arrogant. At this time, he received a system message. The system told the owner that he successfully mastered a new skill. The delighted main character saw details about his new skill. The guy knew that he still had 180,000 experiences. He decided to increase it to the 3rd level. Han thought that he needed skills not only to communicate with the girls. He cannot tell anyone who he really is. The guy asked his girlfriend, "How did she like the ice cream?" The girl replied that the ice cream is very tasty and she had a strong milk taste. Han asked his girlfriend with a smile, "Did she really feel anything else?" Xia could not understand what she had to feel. The girl was very confused and suspiciously examined her ice cream. Xia angrily asked the guy, "Did he really want to die?" The main character asked the girl if she felt the taste of love. The headman viciously demanded from the protagonist to love himself. At this time, a little girl ran up behind. She almost knocked the older from her feet. After a collision with the child, she began to fall. The main character shouted to his girlfriend to be more careful. Han held out his hand in time and grabbed his girlfriend so that she would not fall. The main character in time was able to keep the girl from falling to the ground. Xia was very surprised because of such unexpected help. Han looked joyfully at his girlfriend. The main character told the girl that there are many children around. He explained that she should be careful. The headman turned around. She said that in their class there are more eccentrics than she saw in high school. Sina said that the headman at the National Academy of Management is easier to manage than to her. The girl told the main character that they, together with students, are only violators of calm. When they go somewhere to have fun, in the end, they quarrel. Han explained to his partner that human energy is very limited. As a result, a person cannot do many things in one day. The remaining energy is wasted. This is a lot of waste. The main character explained that students at the National Academy of Communications have a lot of money, and they do not have enough energy for any conflicts and quarrels. The main character explained that their university has a different case. They do not have much money, they have fun games on the phone and computer, therefore their energy is simply nowhere to go. Han explained that there are small conflicts in their class, but they do not arrange big problems. At the academy, the situation is opposite. They are usually calm. The guy said that the headman should understand the difference between these situations. Only then can she find a suitable class control method. Jia told the guy that his words make sense. She asked him how to achieve effective class control for her. Han said that he could not completely get rid of conflicts. In the future, there will be more and more of them. No need to pay attention to everyone in a row. For Xia, it will be best to focus on the implementation of significant matters. The girl realized that the main character said important words. Concentration on important tasks is one of the approaches. Han told his partner that she was very lazy. The girl needs to redirect her energy to the right direction. The headman decided that she has ambitions, but she lacks thinking, like a guy. The headman thought about it. She smiled at the main character and decided to answer him. She answered the guy that she would focus on important matters in the future. The headman turned around and threatened the guy that once she would surpass him and become better than him. Han cheerfully wished his partner good luck. The girl did not like what the guy spoke to her as with a child. The main character decided to justify himself. He wanted to explain to the girl what he said seriously. Suddenly, a student Yoon ran up to the side. She called the older loudly. The girl looked at Jia and excitedly asked if she was better. The student was surprised to notice how the main character sat next to the headman on the bench. Yoon was surprised and worried. She could not understand why Han was sitting next to Xia. The student was worried. She realized that the main character did not answer her message because he was with the headman. Seuss joyfully shouted to her girlfriend that she had finally found her. She asked if she feels better. The headman crumpled imperceptibly from behind in her hand a piece of a white piece of paper. The girl threw a piece of paper into the trash. She said that she could not be angry with students for a long time. Yun hugged the older. She told her that she was very upset because she did not answer her message. She invited her girlfriend to go to an exhibition of elephants. The main character thought and decided that 18-year-old girls always stand together and radiate youth. Han thought excitedly to himself that at the exhibition of elephants, there should be his fairies. The student turned to the main character and invited him to go to the elephant exhibition. Yun with great surprise looked closely and noticed that Han disappeared from a bench somewhere. The student was surprised. She could not understand where the main character disappeared. The headman decided to call a friend to ask everything. Khan's phone rang. At this time, he walked and prepared to pick up the phone. The main character was heading to the zoo and greeted his partner on the phone. The girl asked the guy in a very dissatisfied voice where he disappeared. Han calmly explained to the headman that he needed to finish some things. He asked her for help. Sia shouted angrily and very irritatedly that no one would want to help him. Yun asked very strictly with the headman. What did she do with the guy? She walked with a girlfriend. The headman explained that the main character is still in the toilet and he deliberately mocks them. The girl was in a huge hall for waiting. She sat and was waiting for the guy. Faye received a message from the protagonist. She studied him carefully. Han invited his girlfriend to go to the zoo. The girl was delighted. She told herself that she was looking forward to the next holidays. The main character joyfully read messages. He decided that she was very sweet. Han looked with excitement for a while on the phone. He realized that he needed to meet the rest of his friends. The main character came to the entrance to the recreation park. Other students gathered there. The girls stood among themselves and decided where to go and eat. The headman did not understand why her friends argue again. Han invited students to forget about restaurants. He said that they could go to the street of a snack, and there everyone will buy what he likes. Yun joyfully raised her hand up and said that everyone could eat what he wants. The main character went out with his friends to the street, where there were a lot of restaurants. She asked the guy, what does he want to try? The girl looked at the food and said that the fried squid looks good. The main character drank Coca-Cola from a glass. He realized that food would cost at least 300 yen. The student bought a funny decoration in the form of hair ears on her head. Yun joyfully asked the protagonist if he wants to try on her ears. The guy answered her that the ears were definitely not for him. The main character suggested that the girlfriend find the rest of the students. Yun would be more fun with her. The student said that if she leaves her, then the guy would be bored. Yun came up and grabbed the protagonist by the hand. She wanted to take him with her. The girl shouted to the main character that there are still many places where they could go. Han walked along the street with his companion. Nearby were large shop windows. The student saw something interesting. She ran excitedly to the window. Yun looked with great interest at an expensive necklace under glass in the store. The protagonist realistically imagined how he could give a necklace to the girl. The main character asked the girl, did she like jewelry? She replied that they were beautiful. Yun, along with his companion, went to the store. The girl asked the saleswoman to show her a necklace. The main character stood on the side and silently watched everything. He slowly drank a drink from a glass. Yun, with admiration, held the jewelry in her hands. The main character remembered that in a past life, he bought a girl this necklace as a sign of love. He never saw her to wear him. The guy noticed that the girl liked the necklace that she once despised. Han thought displeased to himself that this situation was absurd and ridiculous. The main character approached the saleswoman and said that he would buy jewelry. He decided that the necklace would be an object that marks the end of the era of his past life. Yun joyfully thought that she boasted a new decoration in front of her friend Faye. The main character strictly warned the girl that if she said so, he would not buy her necklace. Suddenly, a system message appeared on the side. The guy heard a signal. The owner made a big purchase. After that, he received a new bonus. The main character received an animal leash. With it, it was possible to walk a dog or cat. Han decided that the leash would be useful to him if he had a husky. At this time, she called the protagonist. Yun smiled at her friend and asked him to help her put on the decoration. Han decided to help the girl. He told her that he was very clumsy. She answered the guy so that he was in no hurry. The protagonist fastened the decoration on the girl's neck. He said that the necklace seems to be holding. Suddenly, the guy heard the noise on the side. He realized that there are a lot of people near the window. The main character was surprised to notice how many students looked at him with a girl. The headman was amazed. She looked at Khan and Yun next to him in a surprised look. The headman stood near the window. She studied the protagonist very carefully. The guy was unhappy. He could not understand what his headman was doing in this place. Han decided to himself that he was not to blame for anything. He just helped a girlfriend with a necklace. The protagonist knew that he needed only the headman. He wanted to get her. Han realized to himself that he should act more decisively in such a situation. The main character realized that if he is not decisive enough, he would not get access to the girl's heart. The protagonist, with a decisive step, headed for his friends near the entrance to the store. The guy waved his hand and asked the students, "What are they doing here?" Faye looked at the protagonist with a girlfriend and asked if they really prevented them. Yun looked at students and said that they were just about to find them. The guy told friends that they all gathered, and now it was time to go back. The headman told students that the event was coming to an end. It has already begun to get dark. The student was unhappy due to the fact that it was necessary to return. Another guy said that it was very boring today. She informed the student that she had a good time. The guy answered the girl that the next time they could go together and they will have more opportunities. The main character thought to himself. He realized that we need to act now. Han realized that he had no other chance. He needed to be more decisive. The main character recalled that in a past life they no longer organize such events. Han looked at students. He knew that most people simply pass by him in life. The guy looked at the girls. He realized that what he said earlier also applies to him. The main character walked along the street. He knew that he should not allow random people to influence him. Han decided to himself that it is important to build a career and earnings of money. The main character returned to his room in the hostel. He decided to relax. The guy came a message. The girl wrote him her number. Han was delighted to himself that everything was going according to plan for him. At the same time, the student climbed into her sleeping place. She held the phone in her hands. The girl saw that the guy sent her a request for adding as a friend. The headman was worried. This was the first reader who decided to write. The girl was surprised to notice on the phone that the user sent her a gift. The student got angry. Due to the influx of emotions, she threw the phone aside on a grand scale. The headman calmed down and looked aside. The main character continued to write her messages on the phone. Han was sitting near the computer. He realized that the style of the girl's letter is completely unique. The guy decided that if it continues, then the girl would not achieve success in the future. The main character realized that the girl, for the sake of the style, neglects the development of the plot. Han decided to write a message to the headman. He realized that he should point her to her problems. He decided to do it softly so as not to offend the girl. She read messages with excitement. She realized that the guy had identified her problems. The headman realized that she had the main fan. The girl was delighted due to the fact that her fan was completely read by her romance. She was very delighted. The protagonist wrote to her messages. He said that thanks to her reports, he feels better. The main character was pleased. He realized that he was able to win the attention and consciousness of his girlfriend. Han was sitting in a chair. He thought that if any fan can analyze problems, then professionals are not needed. Hanyu came up with a thought in the head. He smiled rather to himself. The protagonist remembered that he had extensive experience in reading and writing skills. The guy decided that his girlfriend was lucky that he was an expert in this area. The main character sat near the computer and continued to communicate with the headman. He wrote to her about the plot and development of characters in her book. The girl read the message. The user wrote her his opinion about her book. The main character wrote to the headman that the data of her novel is very scarce. The girl realized that all the words of the main character are absolutely true. She, after reading, was very thought. She realized that she met a person who understands her. The main character continued to write various requests and compliments to the girl. Han thought rather to himself that his cooperation with the head of the head begins now. The late evening came. The girl continued to sit in her room in a dormitory and communicate. The student asked her friend, would she go to bed? Sia answered the neighbor to lie the first. She had to finish something else. The main character wrote to the girl that he had no life experience. He explained that this cannot be quickly resolved. The headman read messages from the guy. The main character advised the girl to use her skills more effectively. The main character asked the girl, in which genre is the easiest to write to her? The partner informed the guy that she could best portray certain scenes. The guy asked the headman, what could she describe best? The headman told the guy that she could well describe the smallest details of the female body. Struck by the main character asked his partner if he describes her on intimate scenes. The student sat and did not know what to answer the partner. Yoon could not understand who she communicates with her. The deep night came. Xia did not sleep and continued to correspond with the main character. The guy asked the girl, would she continue her career? Shia answered her partner that she liked it all. The headman thought very sad to herself that she simply had no much choice. The main character continued to think about Xiaolutin. He liked to communicate with her. The guy thought that the girl was very ambitious. She should not have been an ordinary employee. Xia had to open his own business or marry a person from a rich family. The main character remembered that the girl once said that she wanted to become a model, but she gave up because she could not cope with this. Han realized that for his girlfriend, the best decision would continue to write novels. The main character wrote to the girl that he has an idea. She read the message. The guy said that he always wanted to write a novel about the Power General director. The main character should be a real power general. He should have gloomy and cold behavior. The main character should be an attractive and cheerful girl. The main characters are found on the train. After that, they have feelings of each other and their relationship begins to bloom. There are conflicts between the company of the girl and the men's company due to the ruthlessness of the protagonist. The girl's father is in prison. A similar situation causes a gap between the main characters. The sister of the main character to protect her signs an agreement with the main character. She sacrifices herself. When the main character finds everything, she goes through a transformation. An ordinary, cheerful girl turns into a cruel, cold-blooded version of the protagonist. After that, the girl returns to the main character and simulates his submission to him. She begins a plan of revenge. The main character asks the headman, what does she think about such a plot? The girl was surprised. The script from the guy was very interested in her. The main character arrived at the university building. He went to the library. The guy examined the bookshelves with interest. He found what he needed. Han examined a thick book. He needed the skill of high-speed reading. Suddenly, the main character noticed something interesting on the side. He looked carefully. The guy saw that next to him was Xiaolutin, aloud. He greeted the older. The main character told the girl that he would help her get a book from the shelf. The guy asked his girlfriend if she was thinking about writing a novel. The girl replied that she would find a new hobby. The main character told the girl that writing novels could bring money. Jia turned around and thanked the guy for helping her to get a book. She explained that she has business and therefore she leaves. Han waved his hand to the elder and wished her a smile of a good rest. The girl returned to her room in the hostel and prepared to sit down at the table. Jia put the book on the table and decided to read messages on the phone. The guy offered the girl cooperation. He wrote that he wants to hire her to finalize his project. She read everything carefully. The main character offered the girl 2 payment options. She asked her partner to think about it. The headman decided that 20 yuan for editing for her would not be so big money. But this is enough for the part-time job. The girl decided that she should work out. She can take a chance if 3 chapters live up to expectations. The headman decided to herself that she did not want to be in the shadow of the protagonist. The guy walked down the street and carried a book in his hands. He decided that Zia is very stubborn but also very smart. The protagonist decided that the girl became even more interested in after his unintentional hint. He decided that he would provide his girlfriend sketches for the future popular novel. Han thought that novels oriented to women would only be the beginning. Now he needs to use any opportunity to make money and pump the system. The main character decided that he still has a lot to do in the future. Suddenly, the girl's phone vibrated, what meant a new message meant. The girl raised this phone, on which there was a message that Han Li had prepared the chapters and changed for being late. The girl clearly did not know who he was. But she was glad that even after 3 days he still did what she promised, because she thought that he changed his mind about it. Yu Yun waved to the elder and said that she needed to leave and would once return to buy her delicious ones. Xiaolutin wished her good luck. Exactly as the girl returned, Xiaolutin stopped watching her gaze. She instantly turned back to the screen and began to reason. Looking at the screen, she saw a Word document and pressed it. She opened a short plan of the work itself. The girl read him and nodded her head. At some point, she guessed that the name of the main character was exactly the same as her herself and instantly blushed. However, she decided not to pay attention to it and continued to read the text by deciding that this was a coincidence. After a long reading, she realized that this work seemed even more amazing than she imagined. She understood that even despite the fact that this story is just a cliché with girls, but the characters are very competently inscribed in it. The girl threw her head and realized that even despite the fact that in some places there is too hard description and the reaction of the main character is not entirely appropriate, but this is an insignificant problem. After that, she printed anonymous that the content of this work is really amazing and she agrees to work with him. but she wants to have a third of the revenue. Han Li said that he was consent, however, since she decided to share the profit. His requirements will be more serious. The girl printed that Han Li was not embarrassed to try, and she will try to provide him with a trial option. Realizing that he achieved what Han Li wanted to not help but smile, Han Li invited her to try to write what she was good in, a passionate scene between the main characters. Her goal was to formulate the atmosphere of specifics and use vivid images. Shalutin could not help but be aware that the guy wanted her to write it so that he could simply read something like that. However, she closed her eyes and in her inner voice was said to calm down, because it was all for their work. In the end, the girl agreed and said that she would write everything we'll send him. Nevertheless, she asked if they could change the name of the main character because, in her opinion, she is too common. After that, she suggested changing the name of the main character on Siamatin. At the same time, Shalutin blushed, because she realized that the name that she chose became even closer to herself. While the girl tried to make excuses, Li could only sigh. He wrote that this could not change this because such a surname is very important for him. But he will leave the rest of the characters on it because he is not particularly good for inventing names. The girl ultimately agreed and said that she was ready to start work, because they can discuss everything else when she finishes the draft. Moving away from the laptop, Shalutin asked what could be so important in the surname. Very soon, some time passed and a deep night came. Han Li blushed and even wiped his eyes. In the end, he could not say anything except that this work was amazing. Shalutin, while on the bed, was glad for such a reaction and wondered if she really coped well. Han Li wrote that this is far beyond the fact that he represented, and the third income will definitely be it. The girl asked if they are today's partners today. What Han Li explained that since this cooperation, they can sign a contract. However, when the girl saw this message, she was taken aback. The elders understood that if they sign a contract, then their personal information and appearance would be disclosed, but understood that if this book succeeds, then a third of the income would be clearly significant, and a contract is a rather important thing. Of course, in the end, she said that I know, and asked what the guy was thinking about it. Han Li asked if she was worried about the disclosure of personal information, with what she agreed. After that, Han Li offered to give her access to the author's panel so that they could check the data at any time. He explained that in this way, she provides him with her payment account, and as soon as she acts a monthly payment, he would immediately transfer her share to her. He also said that when they get to know each other better, and there he would trust him. Then they will not be able to sign the usual contract, and asked what the girl herself thinks about it. Xiaoliutin instantly agreed to this proposal and said that she hopes her fruitful cooperation. In the end, they agreed on the Han Li plan from his computer. He realized that he needed to prepare several drafts and load them. However, after that, he looked at the hostel around him and realized that it was literally littered with garbage, and he needed to get out. However, at the time of cleaning, Han Li heard something strange. The door in the hostel opened and Han Li looked towards the noise. There were neighbors of the protagonist who brought some delicious ones and said with joyful faces that they returned. However, looking around, they wondered if he was not here. Suddenly, Dean looked towards the bed of the protagonist, where he saw that he was doing something. The turned Li, who looked at them, looked especially terribly for them when he cleaned the garbage. Unable to withstand something like Dean turned pale. After that, Xiao Dunbei and Dean hugged because they were very scared and thought that they were ended. Han, not understanding Han, looked at them with amazement. Han Li asked whether the guys returned while they were clearly scared. Xiao Dunbei smiled tightly. Only Han Li asked why he did not turn on the light. With a slow movement, the guy nevertheless turned on the light while in complete tension. When they still turned on the lights and neighbors and Han Li froze in anticipation, Han Li calmly asked why they did not come in. Xiao Dunbei asked with tension. The main thing according to the hero what he was doing and why the light was turned off. He also asked what was in his bag and asked was Huan Wei. With bewilderment, Han Li said that he was too big in order to fit in the bag. He said that he was simply collecting garbage and asked to stop asking him and already get down to finally. Dean agreed while Xiao Dongbei asked why Han Li did not tell them to go, because he did not need to do it himself. Very soon, a package of garbage was assembled. Dean turned to the main character and said that he had brought a lot of different foods. He threw food bags and said that she was directly from the factory of his family, and he and her sister have been eating him since childhood. The guy said that she was very tasty and absolutely harmless, saying that he would definitely like it. Opening one of the packages, he saw a snack. Having tried her, Han Li said that in childhood, he envied the guys whose families owned such factories, while he understood that, having matured, he no longer loved snacks so much. Nevertheless, he still praised these snacks. Dean smiled and said that if he liked it, he could ask him to be sent yet. At the same moment, Xiao Dongbei rose and said that he also brought something. Having given out a bunch of all sorts of snacks, he said that this was all from his hometown. And since he did not know that he could like it, he took everything out of all. After that, he and these snacks and said that if he did not eat everything himself, he could give it to someone. Han Li blushed the look, said that this is too much and it is not necessary for them to give all this to him because he would try several snacks and finish it. The neighbors said that they ate these snacks when they were small and now they do not even want to touch them. So they are all specifically for him. Han Li thanked the guys and said that they were too kind. He wondered if they were really scared of him when he looked at these snacks. Nevertheless, he understood that if they do not scare them, then they could cause problems. Looking at the guys, he understood that they were indulged in childhood and they simply follow the crowd and could cause trouble. He understood that since they communicate with someone like Huan Fei, the intimidation of others is a common thing. In the end, the guy noticed the gaze of the protagonist and asked why he looked at him. Han Li said that this was nothing and asked where Huan Wei really was not going to return. The neighbors immediately taken aback from this question and could not say anything. Xiao Dunbei said that he was most likely on the way, but he will definitely return here. Dean began to feverishly print on his phone and thought that Han Li definitely wanted to put that package, so he better not return. Han Li said that he simply asked while he understood that there was no point in scaring them further because, as he remembers, he did nothing stupid. Han Li said in the blanket. He said that it's too late, and you reported to go to bed because I did not bring him so many different snacks that he feels embarrassed. So he offered to treat them tomorrow. Xiao Dunbei hastily agreed while the second said that they simply could not refuse him. A deep evening came very soon. Many people crowded around the eatery. Han, along with the rest of the neighbors, dined in one of the restaurants, and Xiao Dunbei thanked the protagonist for the fact that he is so generous because the barbecue here is very tasty. Han Li asked if they really think that he would bring them here if he had not known that everything was tasty here. The guy said that if this is not enough, then they can order fried rice because he is also very tasty here. He understood that he had to ever treat his neighbors with something delicious because he used too long and only kindness. Suddenly, someone approached the company of the protagonist and said that this was a fairly unexpected meeting. A certain girl corrected her hair, and on her ears you could notice earrings in the shape of a star. She had neat pink miniature lips. In the end, a certain girl came up with her friend. Her girlfriend recognized Dean and began to ask when he returned. Dean said he returned last night and rushed to the hugs. The girl said that they also returned only yesterday, and they were just looking for a place where we had a bite. Xiao Dunbei said that this is a girl, the main beauty universities, and asked how she is the main character. The guy replied that she was beautiful enough. In the end, Dean asked the girls if they want to join because this is a great opportunity to get to know each other. The same girl was in anticipation and turned to a pink-haired girl. With her own eyes, she begged her friend, who blushed at that time. She averted her eyes from the praying friends and looked at the protagonist, agreeing to dinner. Very soon, someone opened a jar of cola. Xiao Dunbei said that fate brought them from afar, and now gathered them here, so they should meet them. Xiao Dunbei introduced the first fair-haired girl and said that she is the head of the financial class, and her name is Fu Dudu. Fu Dudu smiled softly and said that they could call her Dudu or Tofu. After that, he presented a pink-haired girl and said that she is the main beauty of the entire university, and her name is Pan Gay. Han Li squinted and said that the first neighbor really justifies his reputation, and he himself begins to feel some kind of awkwardness. Ultimately, Xiao Dunbei introduced the protagonist and began to flatter him, while Han Li literally choked on these statements. He abruptly interrupted his friend and said that his name is Han Li. The guy said that he was studying in a financial class and he is pleased to meet them. He understood that the most important thing is the first impression of a person and one should not spoil him. At the same time, Fu Dudu thought about it, because this name sounded somehow too familiar while the handsome university wondered what her friend talks about. Suddenly, Fu Dudu realized what was the speech and instantly stupid. She immediately shouted that he was the same guy to whom two beauties always go to rumors and compete which of them will feed him tastier. The guy could not help but be taken aback from such a conclusion. Han Li was frightened that the rumors were quickly dispersed, and his face was instantly covered with later. However, instead of condemnation, The guy received only pleasantly surprised glances in his direction while the neighbors said that Han Li is amazing. Dean approached the guy and asked why he did not tell them at that time. Han Li wondered why he was doing this. Nevertheless, their general dialogue was interrupted by the cough of Pan Gay. She was embarrassed and offered to order food, asking what they want. The first neighbor laughed and said that today, Han Li pays, therefore they can order everything they want. Fu Dudu said that it was somehow wrong because they first met for the first time, so they should pay together. Han Li handed over the menu and said the girl not to worry about it, because despite the fact that they met for the first time, but this will not prevent him from treating them. He told them to order everything that they would like to, and suggested that it is a sudden meeting of classmates, so they should just enjoy food. Fu Dudu and Pan Gay looked at each other and were silent. In the end, they thanked the protagonist and accepted the menu. Han at the same time blushed because he did not understand why everyone liked to call him a brother. Fu Dudu said that this name is simply easier to pronounce, and they are inconvenient to call Li Li. Then Han Li finally understood why he was called that, and, in a sense, was upset while his friends had already advised the girl's food with might and main. The guy looked at Pan Gay and realized that before he had seen her only from afar, and he clearly did not think that she was familiar with the first neighbor. However, by reflection, he wondered if in this case she would be just a rich princess. Nevertheless, right now, and she sits at the same table with a stranger and in unusual situations can manifest confidence, and her personality is completely different from hearing. Opening the bottle of cola, Han Li realized that it was not for nothing that they say that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. However, the thought of the guy was interrupted. Pan Gi proposed to Clock and said that she does not tolerate alcohol very well, but at least she could join and drink a little. After that, she thanked the guy for paying for them. Cutting through the banks, Han Li said that they should just relax and they will be able to drink as much as they can. He already said there that in any case they can order fruit juice and it is not necessary to drink so much. Beauty Universities said that he was right, but so far everything is in order. No, but then the girl noticed something and looked up, not understanding that Han Li also raised his gaze. Thus, it turned out that Pan Gay and Han Li look at each other. At some point, the guy said that her eyes look very unusual. Beauty University and said that her mother belongs to an ethnic minority, and she inherited them from her. After that, she asked, "Are they really so unusual?" The guy said not to worry because they look great. That girl wondered where Han Li came from. The guy said that he had come from the City of Dreams and asked I heard her ever about him. The beauty cannot be said that a lot of minerals are being mined in this city and asked if he can tell her about the landscapes of the city. The guy began to tell that there are many years everywhere, but there is nothing picturesque. The girl asked if she brought the prey of minerals any harm, to which the guy replied that it was the price of progress. Suddenly, someone pushed the main character on the shoulder and called him. At some point, Dean approached the main character and said to look somewhere. After that, he pointed to the girl and asked if she was of his class. As it turned out, it was really Xiao Luton who looked at the protagonist. Han Li was surprised and named her name for what was surprised by Xiao Luton herself. Fu Dudu was surprised and realized that this was the headman from the class of the protagonist. Panji also looked at the girl and wondered if she was Xiao Luton. Sei Luton herself obviously did not expect to see Pan Gay and tensed here. As it turned out, both girls were known as Money at the university. Xiao Luton was not only the head of the student council, and its goal was simple: using its position in the art and literature department and climbing higher positions, improving its skills. Beauty University, and this is just an ordinary student who does not hold any positions. She is indifferent to business at universities and is waiting for the opportunity to study abroad. Theoretically, both girls should not interact with each other. Sarah stood not expected to see her rival here because she was littered with the work of the student council, and, after a long effort, she secured the position of the deputy head of the literary and artistic department. Nevertheless, a few days ago, she told her that the position of the deputy chapter was intentionally left free for a freshman. She understood that the student council was trying to invite this person, but they entrusted the refusal, and no matter what, they insisted on leaving the deputy's position for that person, and only after the other side said that they had no interest, they gave her position. The girl understood that she worked a lot, but for someone this position was not desirable at all, and that a person who wanted to see the student council was more important than Pan Gay. Xiao Luton did not understand why Han Li was sitting next to her, and wondered if he had little Yuang and Fei Fei. As a result, the girl decided to mock the main character and asked what he was doing here, because the red-haired woman is waiting for him in the hostel. Han Li was surprised after all. He thought that they left this, Having wondered if he was offended by Han Li, said that he simply decided to treat his neighbors around the room and they accidentally collided Fu Dudu and Pan Ge. After that, the guy asked, did she really come here to eat, and if it was so, can she fulfill his request to pick up something later? He also said that she would believe that he treats everyone who remained in the hostel, and this will save her from waiting in line at the table. Not understanding what he said, Sia Luton thought about it. At the same time, Fu Dudu understood that something interesting began. Xiao Dunbei said that since they met another person, they can simply continue to eat together, and then divide more. Han Li and Dean Dean were stunned by the words of Xiao Dunbei. In a fit of impudence, the guy even told the main character to move and free up a place for Xia Luton. The first neighbor sign asked the protagonist said that they would take a place for Xia Luton. Dean Dean understood that his friend was very mistaken, because it is obvious that Xia Luton causes him a lot of problems, and it seems he will have trouble today. A little, without stuttering, Han smiled tightly and said that they would need to talk tonight. Suddenly, Xiao Dunbei noticed something strange. Only now he thought about whether he really did everything as he had to. Xia Luton thought and plunged into her thoughts. At some point, she decided that she still joined them and picked up. After that, she asked whether Han Li, noticing some incomprehensible atmosphere between two girls, he realized that something was definitely wrong here. The guy understood that despite the fact that the elders could be reckless, but she would never have joined them. He had rumors about the incomparable duet. However, he still did not know what could happen if they were at the same table. At some point, he called old age and said that, as she herself sees, almost everything ate, and there were still remnants on the table. He explained this all that he would certainly treat her next time. Han Li said that if they want to recognize each other better, then they should meet more often, and asked what she was thinking about it. Xiao Luton said that she understood everything and said that she had some business, and there was no need to order food for her. And angry and almost screamed, Sia Luton said that she would no longer bother them, and they could enjoy food. Xiao Dunbei told the main character, as if it were not obvious that that girl looked like she was furious. The guy realized that it seems she was very upset and he should console her later. At the same time, the evil Sia Luton still could not calm down. She fiercely stomped her legs, unable to restrain her offense. She understood that in her whole life no one had ever rejected her. And as soon as she saw them there, she immediately rushed there, even without thinking about the situation. Tears appeared on her face and she realized that he did not even give her a chance. Having wiped her tears in her mind, she called the protagonist a fool and repeated it several times. At the same time, Xiao Dunbei turned to the main character and wanted to ask him something. The gap of his daughter. He said that he did not immediately understand, but he was in the same class as that girl. Fu Dudu confirmed this and said that there are only 2 classes to the financial department, and they are definitely in the same class. After that, they asked us, and didn't they live in the same hostel and did not even know about it? The second neighbor said that a lot of things were happening around and they forgot banally. At the same time, he understood that they could not just ask, and Han Li was very scary. Beauty University and said that she just left and, in her opinion, she feels bad. Xiao Dongbei said that since Han Li and she didn't get along, it was better to let her leave, and after all, when she approached them, he thought she was close to the main character. Fu Dudu said that she and Sia Luton are members of the Stud Soviet, and although they rarely intersect, but she thinks that good person, and besides, she is very devoted to her work. Pan Ge put a jar of beer and said that it is better not to judge people by their appearance. She said that she also heard about Xiao Luton, and said that despite the fact that she was devoted to her work, but her character can sometimes be too dominant and inconsistent. The girl said that such a person can easily offend people. Because of this, many classmates do not get along with her. Realizing that he said nonsense, Xiao Dunbei said that in any case he sees that he was a rather bad character and began to wonder who could cope with such a girl as her. Han Li said that in fact it is greatly exaggerated, and what Pan Ge said can really be true, and such a person will easily offend other people. However, the guy said that she was too long, and maybe she did not feel serious failures like others. He also said that in fact he has no problems with her. Just both of them have his own temperament, and none of them wants to give in to another. Han Li explained that people grow up, and a person inside a person also needs time to mature, and there is no need to be so strict in this matter. After such an incredible speech of the protagonist, the rest could not help but pat him. The gap of the point, not understanding that Han Li tensed. Fu Dudu said that it was really impressive when he says such things, and he has the same vote tone as his father Pan Ge. Nevertheless, Pan Ge said that all he said is true, and people have a lot of faces, and it is unilateral that is not good. Han Li grinned and asked, "Really?" She compares him with her father because he looks like an old man, but still told them to continue to eat. The guy said that he needed to the toilet and asked to order another portion of fried rice. Very soon, Han Li ended up in the toilet. While in the toilet, he began to write to the dear author. Shalutin, who still clearly did not understand who was hiding behind the anonym's face, said that she was furious and Anonymous had no idea through something. The girl said that she has classmates, he probably from a rich family. She explained that his behavior is similar to the dominant general director, and she even planned to use his image to write a novel. But he is not just a dominant general director, but a trivial tyrant. Also, Han Li, who was sitting in the toilet, could not but be embarrassed by the fact that the girl planned to use it as a material for the novel. The guy wrote that if there really is someone like in her environment, then she should get closer to him and asked what he did, what upset her. After that, the girl began to print. She explained that she always secretly used it as a reference, but this time he really went to hell. And she has the feeling that he deliberately manipulates her with emotions, because at one moment he is very sweet with her, and the next one is very cold. And the speed with which he changes his attitude faster than leafing through the book. Also, the time of the main character did not understand what was happening because it was initially that she rushed to him, even though he was indeed not deliberately cold to her. He understood that in any case, it was worthwhile to console her first and, in addition, she is now just a friend from the internet and should just agree with everything that she says. At the same time, the elders ordered fried rice in the restaurant, and the cook agreed to order. Han Li said that if he was burning that it was cold, then it is better not to be conducted on it. The girl wrote that she simply turned around and even left, without looking back, and now he probably regrets it. However, in the future she does not plan to cross with him. Not understanding what Han Li still decided to support her and said that they could create in their story a character who will be the most unhappy in the world and force him to suffer. Han Li said that he had some of you, whom you need to figure out, and he needs to leave for a while so they can enjoy food. After that, he lowered his wallet and said that if he does not return, let Xiao Dunbei pay the bill, and if something happens, they can inform him. Xiao Dunbei said not to worry because he would save him, but said that they had not exchanged contact information. However, a second later, Han Li was already in the distance, and the rest were perplexed as he was so fast. The cook asked if the girl wants to add something to the rice, and the eggs cost 2 yuan and 3 sausages. Xiao Yutin agreed to eggs, and read the message that they can use it as a prototype and make it one of those disposable villains who will not last 10 chapters. The girl asked if it was too cruelly what the guy said, that it seems to him that this method is quite suitable because he decided to mock her. Therefore, he deserved it. The guy said that in any case she can always count on him, but she should take into account that in real life she would still have to be careful. He said that he understands that they are passionate about this situation, but do not believe that they are right only because he is on her side. And in case she has serious problems, he hopes that she will understand what he has in mind. The girl understood that her partner was right, and after talking with him she feels much calmer. She thanked him for his care and said that he was much sweeter than that person. After that, the cook gave the girl the same rice. The girl began to look for her wallet in her pockets and could not find him. Suddenly, someone near her handed the bill and said that he would pay for it. Having handed her a bag, he asked her really already forgot that he would treat her with food. After that, he offered to exchange her, because fried rice from the past store is quite tasty and not too fat, and she should try it. Without hearing the answer, Han really asked if she did not want him, and said that he had already tried their fried rice before and he was a fat salty. After that, he asked, is she not afraid that after him she would not have acne? The girl said that she did not know if the fried rice of acne causes, but she will definitely have acne from anger at him. Turning around, she said that since he bought it, she could eat it, and said goodbye. The guy sighed and realized that she was really angry. Han Li realized that something suspicious certainly was happening if everything goes not as it is usually, and quite unusual that Xia Lutin suddenly changed his mind because he did not get any reaction from her even despite the fact that Yu Yun and Fei Fei are next to him. Nevertheless, now it was quite sharply a change, and perhaps this is somehow connected with the relationship of Pan Gay. After that, Han Li turned on his phone and knifed the very app. The girl wrote that that guy clearly had some problems with his head, because he had just come to give her a portion of fried rice, which he bought. But she ignored him and left. Han Li said that she was well done and asked if she was still out of the outside, because she should be careful when she is there alone. She wrote that she was returning to the hostel to continue to write. Suddenly, the notification surfaced before the main character that he received 000 points. He realized that in the course of this there was some kind of benefit, because the personality was really a little hypocritical, and her requirements were that others were not approaching her without her permission. On the other hand, she herself crosses the personal boundaries of other people, and such reckless behavior will inevitably return against herself. And the sooner she realizes this problem, then she will be better. After that, Han Li returned to the company and Dean asked, really, he had already managed to return. The guy said that they had already planned to leave, and Han Li offered to pay the bill because he did not want these 2 bags of food to disappear. At the same time, Xiao Dunbei asked where he was his nose with fried rice and why he brought 2 packages back. Dean was scared and shut his mouth, telling him to stop asking questions that would not bring him anything good, and said that they would not invade the personal life of the main character, Beauty University, and said that then they also leave and they can meet again if they have the opportunity. Fu Dudu also said goodbye and waved her hand. Han Li also waved his hand in response and said goodbye. Very soon, Han Li was in the hostel. The neighbor said that they were going to leave and asked if Han Li wanted to go with them. The guy asked where they want to go. Dean said they plan to meet several not girls at the drama academy, and tonight they will go to karaoke to sing together. The main one was surprised and asked if he was sure that they invite them not just to pay the bill. Dean dizzy sharply and said that sometimes she was too straightforward on the heroes. The first time I asked where he knew this and asked whether the re-scriptures of sacred texts helps to bring events like the deity bring closer. The guy said this was not so. He said that it was the matter of them that they emit the sensations of stupidity in everything, and it is obvious that they are simply stupid and rich. The guy said that they could go without him, but he is not going to join the fun because the classes will begin soon, and he did not even start training. He asked whether Han Li, since these girls, the friends Dan Zihao, from their class, and each of them is incredibly beautiful, and who knows, maybe he can hesitate for one of them. The guy said that he really does not want to go and it will be too wasteful, and besides, he is not interested in finding a girl now. After that, Xiao Dunbi asked what he was about other girls from their class and whether no one is interested in him there either. Because if he wants, they can help him with this. Han Li said that they have a rather large range of services, because they even help someone's love life, and asked why, in this case, they themselves should not do this. Xiao Dunbei asked whether Han Li jokes because he could not cope with such girls, and even if one of them approaches him, he will have to think carefully. The second neighbor said that he is absolutely right to fight self. Awareness is crucial. He said that this was well said, and he did not know that they were both so aware. He laughed in response and asked if he does not know whose subordinates they are. Han Li was embarrassed and said to stop joking like that. He said that they are all equal here. If someone did not know this, he would have thought that a bully gang lives here. The guy said that they go and have fun, and do not interfere with him while he was studying. After that, the neighbors left the room and agreed to it. Han Li turned on the computer and thought that after the national holiday, which should be on November 11th, a competition for the trade that was organized by leading experts, he remembered that the competition would consist of 3 stages and last until January 27th next year. The guy understood that as soon as the player reaches the final round, he would receive 1 million real funds. He understood that over the past 2 weeks of the competition, all the profit that he would receive with this million will be considered legal income, and this would not only allow him to check his practically financial skills, but also provide the opportunity to get significant profits. He understood that the number of words in the new work of Xia Luton has already reached 000, and it seems she is satisfied with effective. He understood that as soon as the first contract was published, they would be able to reap the fruits next month. After that, he squinted and thought about the beauty of the university. He understood that the concept did not have what disagreements they have, but right now it does not bother him. The guy understood that this girl had too high social status, and from a young age she grew in wealth, and right now he has no strength and the opportunity to communicate with her. Therefore, he would allow everything to go his own. The next day the sun got up and the whole hostel woke up. Fei greeted the main character, and he said that since the last meetings only a week has passed and this is not so long. The girl sat down near him and said that these were the first long holidays after the start of the school year and he should often go out and have fun. The guy said that this is impossible and he has too much business and there is practically no free time. He understood that he would soon finish all professional courses and begin in-depth training. In addition, He needs to allocate 2 hours every day to write a novel, and, in his opinion, such a schedule of promo only those who are really busy. Han sighed and said that he was not enough 24 hours in a day. Fei Fei smiled maliciously and said that she was well busy, but she heard about who claims that he had no money left for living. But at the same time, the secret would be a beauty for dinner. Han Li, blushing, told her to wait. The guy asked, really, this Yu Yun so influenced her and why she was so talkative. Obviously, not planning to say anything, she simply said that she shows her concern in this way. After that, Fei Fei asked, really, he recently quarreled with Xiao Luton. Han Li asked why she was asking for something that, when the girl returned to the hostel, it looked very upset, so they asked her what happened. Xiao Luton said that she met the protagonist at dinner in the college campus, and after Yu Yun heard it, she frowned greatly and the expression of their faces was getting worse and worse, and after that she did not dare to ask any more questions. Not understanding what Han Li was wondering why the girl slandered him. In the end, Fei Fei asked the protagonist what really happened. The guy said that there was nothing special in this because he had dinner with his neighbor and stumbled upon their acquaintances, and after that they continued dinner together, and approximately in the middle of the meal, when he met Luton, he did not invite her to join them, so she was upset. The girl asked was that all that the guy said, that it was really so? Fei Fei said she thought that something was more and was boring from the lack of interesting gossip. Nevertheless, the girl asked why he did not invite her. Han Li said that he was not one of those simpletons who are ready to go out of his skin for any of her whims. At that time, he understood that in fact, if he had offered to join them, then everything would be even more chaotic. After that, the girl asked, really, is the main character really not interested in Xiao Liut in what he asked her? The guy said to stop asking these questions and let him read calmly. At that time, the class found Xiao Luton and Yu Yun. Han Li looked up. There was the headman whose gaze focused on the main character. However, a call rang out very soon. After the couple, Fei Fei asked, and Han Li lunched together, she treats him. The guy said that he planned to treat them all, after all, given how long they fed him. It was time to return the service. The girl was glad and said that she was looking forward to it then. The guy asked why not to ask others that they want to agree to something. After that, Fei Fei began to approach other classmates and ask them. At the same time, Han Li wondered if he was awkwardly awkward after yesterday, and whether she was realized that her behavior was slightly impulsive yesterday. Nevertheless, he understood that with her character, she could never apologize or make amends for her own, and the more careless he behaves at such moments, the richer her thoughts become. Very soon, Han Li, along with the others, ended up in the cafeteria. Yu Yong asked how to order Yuan Yang. All in the end, everyone likes him. Fei Fei said she wants an additional side dish and asked Xiao Luton whether she would be the same thing, that she agreed. Xiao Luton understood that Han Li was behaving as if nothing had happened, and these two were so passionate about food that they forgot. And yesterday, she understood that they were going to be kind in any case with him, and she should make him understand what would happen if she was offended. Suddenly, neighbors from a third-party table turned to them and said that they saw 3 charming ladies here. One of the guys asked how to join them because he would bite them, while others began to cheer him up. Xiao Luton was embarrassed and refused their proposal, having thought there is really another person who is trying to start a conversation. One guy was clearly not going to give up and stood up from his seat, approached them. Probably told her so cold. After that, he asked what they were coming from. Having angry Xiao Luton asked what difference to him. The rest of the girls began to worry and wondered where Han Li and why he still had not come, while Yun said Fei Fei more likely to call him. The frightened girl agreed and feverishly dialed the number. Understanding that Han Li threw Fei Fei scared, and then the guy approached her asking what she was doing and asked if she would share her number with them. Xiao Luton became furious and got up from his seat, asked what he was trying to do in the middle of white day. The girl said that if he does not leave, then she pour the police. The guy said that she was quite beautiful, but she had a quick-tempered character and asked how this can be called a harassment. The guy said that he just wanted to treat them and asked if he was going to really refuse them. Grabbing her hand, he told her not to be shy. The girl was clearly not going to agree and said to let her hand out. Suddenly, Han Li came up and asked, really, the commotions happen exactly at the moment when he wants to treat someone. Fei Fei Shonli, realizing that their savior came. A clearly displeased guy asked the guy with them and said that he was very lucky with this cute data. After that, he asked which of them is his girlfriend and asked her already the most beautiful of them. Approaching the canvas and still not letting go of the headman's hand, the guy said that he had to introduce them to these beautiful ladies. However, at that moment, patience burst the patience of the main character. He grabbed his opponent's hand and approached him. With a gloomy face, he asked somewhere he pulls his hands and smash them. Xiaolutin clearly did not expect something like that and opened her eyes wide. Whose guy grabbed the ward hero just began to realize the situation and told him to let him go. However, Han Li clearly was not going to indulge his enemy and squeezed his hand even more. Not understanding that the enemy was happening, began to scream in pain and ask what is wrong with him. Having grabbed his hand from the fight of the protagonist, he said to let him go. Han Li looked at the fool and continued his speech. He said that if he was crazy only because he kept him then, who he was, and why a girl who does not even knows. The guy told the main character to shut up and said that he would meet who he wanted and asked what problems he had for him. He said that if they are, then it is worth teaching the main character to teach a lesson and swung at him with a fist. However, Han Li was not simple and immediately blocked this fist. After that, he turned around. Without thinking twice, he looked at his enemy. However, very soon the guy lay overturned by the main character and was not able to move. Han Li looked at his opponent and said that he was the one who began all this. Having straightened his fist, Han Li said that he simply defended himself from the attack. After that, the guy looked at the friends of his opponent and asked if they saw everything. He repeated once again that he was the one who began it. Everything will be in complete shock and could not recover from this. Very soon, a neighbor went to the company and asked what was happening here and who had just called him. After that, someone began to call the protagonist, but he only turned away. Being embarrassed by what he just did, he asked the rest of the girls why they are still standing there and said to go. The guy asked. Really, they want to be surrounded by a look. And during food, he said that they are all just waiting to see what will happen next. Therefore, they should go to another restaurant. After that, the girls left the restaurant and began to complain about everything. Fei Fei said to be quieter because they can return to create problems for them again. Yu Yun asked what she was afraid of, because Han Li would deal with them all. Han Li approached Xiaolutin and asked how she feels. The girl still could not recover, but she said that she was in order. After that, Han Li went on and said that all this is good while Xiaolutin was silent, and she did not understand why Han Li asked only one question, and this was all over. She once again became convinced that she did not understand what this guy was thinking about. After that, Han Li smiled and turning back, asked not it seemed to her that his blow was rather steep. In the form, you do not understand her girlfriend Han Li said that it was like a story from the novel, but that the girl blushed and asked where it was here. She pouted and asked how such a person as he could read novels while he thought about that. Really, he sees her through. Han Li asked if novels follow this image. After that, he admitted that she actually thought about being well beaten. He did not say this, but he really wanted to check his level of power that the system gave him. Han Li said that unfortunately the novels are not like real life and they cannot act simply, succumbing to impulses, and exhaled. He said that, given the pros and cons of a small demonstration of intimidation, there should be enough. In addition, if he begins to fight, he will not be able to guarantee the safety of girls. He went further and said that besides this, the incident in the restaurant itself is a significant danger, and cases when various objects came under the arm, there were quite a lot. Therefore, priorities for everyone's safety should be prioritized. Nevertheless, Han Li said that these guys were not lucky. Han Li explained that he knows the owner of this restaurant and he is a retired policeman with a high sense of justice. Having taken out his phone and opening it, he said that with records from the surveillance cameras of these hooligans, they will detain and call their parents. Old Age could not help but laugh and asked, "Really? The hooligans can be scared by the parental call?" The guy said that he was definitely not sure of this, but he is definitely afraid that he would be forced to call his parents. Nevertheless, Xiaolutin decided to return to the topic of the conversation and asked him really to those who called the restaurant owner. The guy said that he called him before he entered and asked if it was smartly. Xiaolutin said that, in her opinion, this can be called quick thinking with a small stretch. At the same time, at night, the main character came some message. Opening his laptop, he noticed how the author wrote him here. She asked, she remembers whether she was about how she complained about one guy. The girl said that after yesterday's incident, he behaved as if nothing had happened and even invited her and her friends to dinner. Nevertheless, it was not everything, and she admitted that today he was really amazing. After that, the girl continued to talk about the act of the protagonist, while the guy did not understand, really, she could change his mind so quickly about the person, because she literally leaned him yesterday. Not understanding what the guy was doing, asked if she really had feelings for him and asked, even if she did not concentrate on her career and not on men. The guy said that this was a betrayal of their work. Unable to say anything, the girl decided to deny the fact that she likes someone. Han Li said that he understands everything and she just likes to use it only as a material. However, the guy translated the topic and asked if she wanted to make any changes because he plans to start the publication of their history tomorrow. After that, he asked the girl to double check all the basic data. Suddenly, Yu Yun asked the old chair with whom she communicates every evening. The girl replied that she communicates with a friend and he is just a friend. Realizing that here, something unclean, Yu Yun said that she noticed how she had recently changed her account in QQ and asked really for this reason. Shalutin began to deny, but the red face gave her out. She said that this is just a friend with whom she recently met. Having rolled up the sleeves, she said that she was going to the library, so he should go to bed without her. Yu Yong asked. Really? She would go so late? While all the girls changed clothes and were about to go to bed, Xia Luton left the hostel. Yu Yun asked Fei Fei whether she was leading that. She leads rather mysteriously and constantly goes to the library. However, the morning came very soon. The teacher said that he knows that the holidays were just over and they had not yet had time to recover. Nevertheless, he said that investment studies are one of the most important courses for finance, and he hopes that they can quickly focus on study. He said that the theory is the theory, and the market in the end remains a market, and the investment skill cannot simply be learned to study textbooks. So far, the teacher said that the most important thing is to bring practical experience of Shalutin looked into the phone. There was a new published head of a short description girl. The headman's face was literally red with excitement, and she realized that she was not so excited even when she published her first novel. She remembered the events of the past at night, and there the anonymous asked her why she changed the name of the protagonist on Han Li, and asked if this name has some kind of meaning. The girl printed that she is actually the name of the guy whom she complained about earlier. The girl understood that even despite the fact that we can be annoying here, but his personality is suitable for their protagonist. And at him after that he agreed, he is her inspiration. Suddenly, someone called to the older. More precisely, Shalutin thought that they called her, in fact the main character was called. The teacher asked why he is using the laptop at the moment. At the same time, Han Li asked the question. Did not he should continue to give his lecture and did not understand why his name sounded. The teacher said that he understands that his lectures can be boring, but hoped that he will take them seriously. Other people also began to complain, because the rest plays the maximum on phones, and he brought a laptop with him. However, some wondered if he was usually absorbed in his studies and asked him to really happen. The guy realized that he had just remembered that this very teacher asked everyone to bring his laptops, so that it was more convenient to connect the educational material with real trade. But this happened later, when he read the 14th head of the course. Han Li got up from his chair and said that he did not play him but coached his skills. He understood that he was only thinking about getting acquainted with the course of work before the competition, but did not think that the teacher would notice him. One of the classmates laughed and said simply to admit that he played and did not need to look for an excuse. However, the teacher did not pay attention to these ridicule and asked whether he was really engaged in real trade. Meanwhile, the guy understood that he could not just say that he increased his income by 30% over the week, because it simply sounds incredible. He understood that it was really regrettable that he did not start with greater capital, because then his income indicator would be higher. Han Li raised his hand and said that this was his demo. The teacher warned him that it was unsafe to work in a demoche and asked if it really helps him. The guy said that this really helps because he can study the trading model in advance and get acquainted with the operations before the real transaction. The teacher corrected his glasses and said that he has great ambitions and he likes students like him. After that, he said that Han Li in this case should explain to everyone what components should gain a full and mature retail model. The teacher said that he will explain well to, he will put him perfectly in assessment, and he may also not come to his lectures in this semester, but if he cannot explain, he will have to subtract his base. At the same time, classmates began to whisper that the main character was really lucky because they also wanted to get such an opportunity. At the same time, others believed that he would simply lose all his points. In the middle of everyone, Young in general asked what a trading model is, otherwise it sounds very sophisticated. She understood that despite whether there would be deduced glasses or not, but everyone knew that Fei Fei and Yu Yun were pursuing him. And if Han Li is screwed up, they would also laugh at them. At the same time, Xia Luton asked why she was so worried. The girl explained that the teacher can be strict, but he is definitely not the type of teachers who deliberately suppress their students. The girl understood that even if Han Li could not explain normally, the teacher would be calm about this. At the same time, Han Li agreed with this requirement and began to tell. According to him, a trading model is not a concept with a clear definition, because in fact, it is a generalized structure for the trader's own investment strategy. The guy continued that since he does not have sufficient qualifications in order to judge the trading model thought out and correctly, he can only talk about what he understands what trading model can bring stable profit. The first he called the system of trading rules, the second, the skills of the trader, the third he called the management of positions, and fourthly, risk control. The fifth has become trading discipline. The guy explained that it is these 5 factors that should be correctly integrated and deeply adjusted in accordance with the market conditions for the formation of a full and understandable trading system. He said that when they are developed individually and are used for certain situations, they become trading model. After that, the teacher could only clap. He said that Han Li well done, and he explained very well. Also, all other classmates did not have a concept that Han Li really said, but they were more surprised that the teacher was so delighted. Xia Luton could not help but think that Han is too arrogant, but the guy asked if he would remember this even if his result would not be good enough. The teacher said that he could not take back what he promised. After that, he said that he believes in his students, and if Han Li could, then others will be able to. However, Han Li understood that they had attended only a few lectures about investments, and even if he tries to explain this in more detail, they still could not understand anything. Nevertheless, he believed that he should still try all, as they say, teaching. Also methods of training. The guy understood that he should take this opportunity to analyze and systematize previous tasks. He understood that, moreover, it was a good opportunity to arrange other classmates to himself. After that, he said that he did not know either to teach himself or that. Nevertheless, he said that when he introduced himself, he mentioned that the reason why he was studying finances was because he wants to take his own place in this huge and restless market in order to accumulate his first pot of gold and thus realize his own value in the world. In the end, the guy said that he simply wanted to be a landed and kind-hearted rich man. The guy went to the board and said that this is not an easy task, but he was ready to make his efforts. He picked up Mill. He said that he mentioned that he was looking forward to meeting with partners, like-minded people who will go on this trip with him. Returning back, he said that he would prove what efforts he was ready to make to achieve his goal, and once again inviting those who share this desire. Having picked up and began to write something, he said that he would begin to explain the topic of trade models. Han Li said that he would prove what efforts he is ready to make me only to do his goals, and once again invites those who share this desire. He lowered his cute on the board and said that he was starting to explain the topic of trade models. He said that firstly, there is a time frame of trade. They are the basis of the trading model only by determining their operating philosophy and the time frame for the future. They will be able to gradually clarify the details. Nevertheless, for many classmates, it was still too abstruse. He understood that, although this place is not a first-class educational institution, it can be found among ordinary people, because there are many financial geniuses that will literally swim in money in the future. After that, he began to explain the horn skills. He explained that confirmation of the points of purchase and sale requires a trader of very strict skills, and depending on the time frame of trading, the methods of buying and sales should be appropriately adapted. He remembered how he used the pseudonym in order to communicate with you on the internet, and now their successes in real life are also good, because at least now he completely paid her attention. After that, he began to explain the management of positions. He said that the key point is actually quite simply because they should only control their own actions, and based on the mood of the market and their understanding should open short positions, reduce the price or increase it. He understood that he needed to attract several more people to his side, and one of them is Zheng Lei. He understood that that guy was usually wanting to keep in the shade, but he was going to devote a competition for exchange trading, which would take place in a month. The second such man was Hun Juan, because, according to his memoirs, she, Zheng Lei, and Duan Layers were among the 3 best in class during the exchange trading contest. He understood that Si Hong Huan is quite brave, and Zheng Lei was cautious, and the presence of these 2 supplementing talents would be a huge advantage for him. Having put the chalk back, he said that as soon as their own trading model is fully formed, they will be able to find a predetermined process to solve any situation, no matter what it was. After that, he turned back and said that the most difficult and responsible task remained. Strict performance? The guy asked why successful people could earn money with the answer to what they have a model of behavior and discipline. When asked why other people lose money, he said that they either do not follow these rules or they are not serious about this. The guy said that they did not understand the whole pictures of the market and still blindly rush at him in the hope of earnings. He repeated once again that the price of rash actions is a loss that completely gets out of control. After that, he said that he completed the explanation of the trading model and thanked the teacher for delivering him the opportunity to share this with everyone. After that, he turned to the president and said that despite the fact that it might seem very difficult, but it is worth despairing. He said that he wanted to report a few words on this topic. The guy said that since they chose this specialty, they have already received more knowledge compared to others, and precisely because there are so many ordinary people around them, they have the opportunity to demonstrate their talent and professionalism, and in fact, it is not as difficult as they imagine. He said that all that they need to respect the market and be afraid of trends, adhering to the right methods. He said that whether it was investing a promotion or their daily life, but so far they do not come across a bait that is called insider information today or will not recognize any wonderful secret tomorrow, then everything will be fine. He said that he had a significant judgment of understanding and definition of common sense, and also made an image of thinking with a habit. They have already far surpassed others. After that, the guy smiled and said that he had finished his speech and hoped that they could support each other in the future. After that, the whole audience froze in silence, not understanding what Han Li was wondering why there was no reaction. However, this was a premature solution after all. Immediately after that, many began to clap their hands. The teammates began to congratulate the protagonist on such a good speech. The guy realized that he was finally seized. The gap, he thanked everyone for the support and finally understood what it was to be a genius. Fu Dudu went to the beauty universities and asked if she remembered her. Pangi asked if they were only a couple of days ago and said that of course she remembered, asking what had happened. The second. This financial class said that she asked Dean to tell more about what was interested in. The girl said that some time ago, Huan Wei suddenly said that he wanted to move out and, according to his friends that day, his face was completely pale. The girl said that when they asked him, he was very excited, and if it was united with a respectful attitude of Xiao Dunbei and Dean to the main character, she develops that Han Li was involved in all this. Beauty universities said that Huan Wei is not one of whom it is easy to deal with, but Xiao Dunbei and Dean will clearly not have to argue, and she thinks that everything is not as she says. Nevertheless, the girl already decided for herself that she would continue to carefully observe the main character. The girl could not help but mention the fact that he was so restrained because he was not even embarrassed by her beauty. Pangi admitted that Han Li is quite interesting, but asked why she suddenly spoke about him. Fu Dudu said that the teacher from the neighboring class is known that he was very strict. The girl explained that Han Li brought a laptop and even claimed that he had failed on a modeling trade. Surprised by the beauty university, and asked, really, they really quickly progressing them to Fu Dudu negatively, because they go the same way. The girl said that this guy, Han Li, not only began modeling trade before others, but also was a teacher's voice to explain what a trading model is. The fact is that Han Li was so well explained that he had chewed enthusiasm for studying from his classmates. She explained that initially half of the students were walking classes, but now they seem some kind of energy, as if they were inspired by something. She explained that he is not only restrained, but also manages to study perfectly. Fu Dudu was sure that such a person as he would definitely achieve a lot. The beauty universities said something. He can achieve this or not. They didn't concern them at all, and she always liked to gossip. Nevertheless, the beauty of the university could not but admit the fact that Han Li really has a unique aura. At some point, another girl approached the main character. She said something that he said yesterday. She repeated again and wrote notes in accordance with how she understood everything. Xia Hongguan asked to look at this and asked if she understood everything correctly. Look at the notes. Han Li said that in general everything is true, but she should remember one thing. The guy said never to go V-Bank and leaves a place for trade capabilities and competently manage his positions. He explained that this is the first step in overcoming his human culture. The guy said that the human natural is eagerly, and as soon as she owns a person, they will make the wrong decisions. After that, the girl began to ask about risk management. However, the rest could not but laugh from the fact that Han Li only gave out several times, and there are already people who turn to him for advice. Xia Hongjuan got angry and said that if for him this is only a couple of times, she suggested answering the question that the teacher will ask the next time. She explained that she finds ideas the main characters and the fact that she addresses him for advice is not his business at all. The classmate explained something that Han Li says really surprisingly. But this is all too old-fashioned. The guy said that if she really wants to study, she could attend exchange forums and read the posts of real reading experts, and this will be much more useful for her. The girl explained that no success story can be reproduced perfectly, and without her own opinion and understanding, she will eventually simply become a victim. In addition, she said that the teacher himself said that the thinking and ideas of the protagonist is very with me for training. The classmate asked what she has in mind. Xia Junchuan explained that Han Li talks about a system that can be reproduced and checked, and although the theory or model is not required to make money in this market, but this system is improved by constant verification. And then she watched this Luton and realized that although she did not quite understand what he was talking about, however, the excited look of the teacher was probably something outstanding. She understood that he was holding surely spoke eloquently, did not say that he gave a clear and logical explanation. The girl understands that when a person has a coordinated model itself and he constantly improves it in practice, he can really use this model again and again. She understood that this was not some kind of blind arrogance or inexplicable pride, and this was not the result of external factors such as wealth or influence of parents. She understood that everything that he demonstrates is personal confidence that is completely independent and seems to be calmly withstanding any test. Shalutin understood that the reason why people find the main character attractively, not only that he was beautiful, Sawed, she understands that he has the power of the aura. After that, she began to do this. Is it not the main charm of the powerful personality of the general director? A sense of self-confidence whom he controls the whole situation. The girl understood that in her work, Han Li should have the same qualities of both his personality and charm should be attended harmoniously in him. Her main character admires strong people, and that is why they easily fall in love with the director. On the other hand, Dean Xiao was imbued with feelings despite cruelty. She understood that on the one hand she wanted to escape, but on the other hand, she was eager to continue to enjoy this kind of torment. At some point, she came to the conclusion that in this way she was tritely tamed. She understood that, although it was unpleasant to admit it, but she really was admired by the main character. She understood that since she met him better, this guy practically led her by the nose. Shalutin understood that although she could behave even more alienated and imperiously, but they know that she does not have such confidence as his. The girl understood that despite the fact that this guy in times could not get her out of himself, but his knowledge of skills and self-confidence is not just a show-off. The second time I understood that at first the school year passed very little time, and he already perfectly coped with all the mathematical and professional tasks of the third year and even received the teacher's praise. The girl understood that if he wants to, she could choose between Tsinghua and the Fudan next year, when the exchange program ends. Then the girl clearly said that she wanted to happen, but now she just was spending time and is upset because of the little things. She understood that while she was sad here, he was already ahead of her with a huge margin. In the end, she wondered why not to take advantage of the situation and make peace with this guy. However, after that she rose her gaze up and could not but be surprised. There were many girls around the protagonist, and she did not understand why. It turned out that more and more girls approached the main character and asked about his speech. Han Li began to explain that cash investments can be carried out at any time. But one must be sure that the action is, and it will correspond to economic trends. He said that he could observe the best traders about the skills of trading during the exchange trading competition. One of the classmates asked if he could stand as a master as Xu Yang. The guy understood that, as expected from those who study finances, all those present here ask questions on the merits, and the style of these questions is greatly attached to a certain era. The guy understood that for 10 years, the market environment is cardinal to change, and currently investors are enthusiastic and a simplified approach, which allows collecting fruits to success very easily. The guy understood that in the future, where everyone has an investor skills, the situation in the market is unpredictable. He understood that it would be the new generation magnates. You understand that if he share his skills with them, then this will bring to the appearance of many qualified investors, and if you add several dark horses to this, the picture will become simply chaotic. Suddenly, someone brought the protagonist out of thought and said that it always seemed to him that recently, the rotation of the hot spots of the stock market is quite unusual. The guy said that this is indeed in the market. In the market, there is a clean outflow of capital. People asked for a long time to last the market, but Han did not have time to answer everything and asked to wait. Very soon, Sia Luton approached the main character. With a red face, she said that she had several questions that she would like to ask what Han Li clearly did not expect. When Luton came to the hostel, she could not help but swear. She remembered the moment when Han Li refused to answer her and said that for starters he needed to vote to the questions of other people, because in the end, they asked the first to be asked. After that, the girls again surrounded the protagonist and began to ask everything. She wrote in the messenger that she threw back her pride and began a conversation with him, but he did not show any reaction, with white. When Han Li picked up the phone and read it, he could not be more stunned. Having made facepalm all this might, the situation came out literally strange. Han Li still did not interrupt the girl. She complained about other girls who pretend to be worried all day that he would expose himself to be a fool and ruin their reputation, and the next day they run to him again. Han Li could not but praise the imagination of Sia Luton, and it is not surprising that she writes novels. At some point, he even thought about whether he was really like that. He remembered how he really refused the girl and said that everything was in order, very in line. He said that he could not guarantee that everything he says correctly, but he can share his thoughts. After that, the red-haired man rapped over the main character from the back and began to praise him. Fei Fei said that Han Li is of course a generous, but she was not sure that Yu Yang would pull additional lessons. Han Li understood that it was precisely the Yun and Fei Fei who began this, but he wondered what this was related to him because the situation was so chaotic that it seemed to him that he would not get out of there. Nevertheless, he began to understand why Sia Luton was so carefree on the web and decided that it was due to the fact that she had to maintain her image, detached by the goddess in the real world, and she suppressed herself for so long. Nevertheless, he understands that despite the fact that her image is different in the network and life, but her inherent pride is still visible in conversations. The guy understood that it might seem that it was easy to deceive, but in fact it is not so every action. This is the decision on which she spends a lot of time and think about her daughter. He understood that if not for the hope that she saw in their project, she would not have posted so much time and enthusiasm. In the end, he asked whether she made peace with her classmate from whom she draws the image and asked, "Really? He was really so popular." The girl said that you really had only her two neighbors around the room around him, and now half of the girls in the classroom, and although he is really outstanding, it annoys her. Anonymous wrote that in the end, everyone likes to be next to outstanding people. After that, the Anonymous asked why she was really so upset and whether he was better than her, or because there are too many girls around him. He asked whether she really does not like him at all, because he feels notes of jealousy. However, the girl to the last denied this and said that it was not so. She does not understand how he became so outstanding despite the fact that they are all of the same age. And on it said that then everything is easier because she just needs to become even better than him. He suggested seriously working on their novel. And when it was time to show him the best results, the girl grinned and a plan has matured in her head. In her fantasies, she could not help but imagine where Han Li worshipped, and as the author agreed to it, she said that then she better focus on creating a good plot, and said that the success of work always depends on the plot and characters. The guy understood that this girl understands these things better than others, and despite the fact that she had imagined problems before, but he still could not deny her with the abyss to herself and zeal in work. Nevertheless, he became more and more interesting what would happen when they change roles. The Anonymous wrote that then to them as two vegetarians, which sent the avatars on their social networks to their actually all hardships, and the girl could not laugh. However, the night came very soon. At the same time, when Han Li was in the toilet, the girl wrote to him and said that she received contracts for a whole week, and this was really amazingly saying that their team could not be stopped. Anonymous, but remembered that it was she who said that this was a stupid name, but said something that she was joking. Sia Luton was sure that their novel would become a hit. She smiled and realized that as soon as the first wave of advancement began, she would take another big step to success, and she remembers how one guy somehow mentioned that she wanted to write a novel, but could not. She decided that when the time comes, she would return the book to him right in the face and make he calling herself a boss. However, at the same time a message came to her. Anonymous wrote that he has bad news. She asked what was, and asked not to scare her. The guy understood that they would only receive the first wave of recommendations that would be updated during the period of the shares. He understood that the existing delay could help them hold out for 1 to 2 months. However, from November to January, a competition was held for shares trade. Therefore, they cannot concentrate on work as much as now, and in sight of other innovations, it is very likely that they will lag behind. He understood that with regards to aspects of the plot, everything would be fine. The guy said that he tried to write a few passionate prices, but it does not seem that they did not have enough spark, and asked why she would not write these scenes, and he would take care of the rest of the plot. And of course, he will pay her for an additional 40 yuan for 000 symbols, and since she is good in this, he can rely on her. The girl had already thought that something was serious, but he simply frightened her. Nevertheless, she said that 40 yuan is too much and suggested using the past amount of 25 yuan, because in the end, they do not make up a large part of the story. After that, she asked if he really leaves everything at her discretion. The guy said that he really could not write this, so he leaves her this work. But he suggested that he still leave the price in 40 yuan, and as she said, this is not the main part of the plot. But they should not be worried about such details. The girl understood that the fee of 40 yuan for 1,000 symbols is already much higher than that of many, secondly, since he trusts her. She could not let him down. Han Li realized that in this way the problem was solved, and he could get rid of excess stress and get gratitude to the here. Thus, she decided that with one shot, he beats two birds with one stone. Nevertheless, the girl explained that since this scene is quite special and is imprisoned by the top due to opinion, she will not be able to write this well. Then, the protagonist's eyes widened. He realized that even he himself is not that you are well versed in this area. While he was thinking about whether they can find information on the internet in his head, then he remembered the reward of the system. The girl said that in any case it is quite special because it happens in conclusion, and she thinks that she could not write it well. Then the guy was rounded off his eyes. He realized that he himself is far from the best in this area. Exactly as he already thought, whether they could information about it on the internet, how something came to his mind, he remembered how the system provided him with a suitable award. Smiling, he realized that it might work. The guy said that both of them are not very good in this, but he has an object that may help her and asked for his address. Morning came very soon. Han Li, on a run, met Xia Luton and was surprised. He asked why she also went for a run. The girl asked her really forbidden to run. At the same time, the guy wondered if she had sported sports only after the first semester and why she didn't do it before. At the same time, Xia Luton did not understand that this was just a morning jogging about this. However, at some point she was alarmed and realized that she could not react sharply because then she would seem not mature enough and she needs to calm down. The girl sighed and named the name of the protagonist. She said that since they met what he was thinking about going to the dining room together, Han Li agreed that they would often hear an invitation by old age. In the end, the girl decided to complete the run, and the guy asked if they should do it together to something that he had all his desire. At some point, the phone was in the girl's pocket sounded. There was a message that spoke to pick up the parcel. Han Li asked the message a larger box. He asked if she needed help, given her miniature figure. The girl asked, blushing. Really, he was looking down on her. The guy said that this is not at all so, and the look of the girl is by nature weaker than men. Han Li said that he just cares for her. But something there angrily thanked him. Approaching the delivery service, she said that she herself would find everything. In the end, she found the parcel. In the names of the sender and recipient, there were just the names of their characters. The girl could not but get enough when she saw such a detail. Approaching the girl, the guy asked what made her smile so much. She grunted and said that this was not his business, while the guy understood that it was natural his business. And he understood that he eventually made a lot of effort to send her this gift. After that, the guy asked where Xia Luton was going, to what she replied that this was not his business. Having passed for some time ahead, she thought. Without turning around, she began to talk with the main character. As a result, she asked if he really thinks that you can earn money in the stock market. Not understanding the essence of the question, the guy asked why not. Since you said that the local market is very dangerous and large companies hunt small investors, and asked how it would not become easy prey if it has no connections in this matter. The guy asked her really like the future expert in this industry really has such thoughts. The guy asked why she still continues to teach finances if she thinks so. The girl noticed that the guy did not answer her question. Turning around, she asked really that she said not true. Han Li said that this naturally was not and asked if she read the news. The guy said that, unlike the same casino, in which there is no logic in the stock market for every secret there is internal logic, He said that the purpose of studying finance is to understand this logic and then follow the tendency to accumulate wealth. The guy said that when the trends deteriorate, the basic rules for making money is the ability to make profit and reduce attempts. He also said that her idea of bankers is actually outdated. Hanley said that in the Chinese criminal law there is 182 article on such activities, and the era of unbridled bankers have long passed. The guy said that if she pay attention to the news in this industry, then in a month that hundreds of people are judged by such activities every day. Han nevertheless said that she should remember that these so-called new tricks may seem tempting, but if they are associated with insider trade, then legal consequences are waiting for him. The guy said that she should never cut the corners or look for strange methods, because such concepts as the transition from a bicycle to a motorcycle are often tricks to deceive him. I did it. Trying, you said that you are quite reasonably, but asked where he knew so much. In the end, the guy thought and gave out the answer. Looking at the sky, he said that he also has a dream. He understood that with his original experience and knowledge, even if he started all over again, he would simply be a man who lives a little more insight. However, now, when he has a system, he has the opportunity to give up the full and live for a better life. Looking at the protagonist, Xiaolutin could not help thinking about her own dream. Hanli said that she also had one for sure, and said that with this, she could do it. Xiaolutin finally realized that he was really right, but she was poorly versed in this. Hanli said that if he wants, he could teach her what the girl said, that there is definitely some kind of catch here. Han Li laughed and said to consider her a mentor, and not to pay him a little because he will teach her everything. Xiaolutin was born, and said that she would just pay for his breakfast and he may not count on more. Suddenly someone noticed the protagonist and older and called them. It was Yu Yun. Seeing her neighbor, Xiaolutin asked where Fei Fei replied that she had not yet woken up, at the same time asking what they were doing here together. The girl said that they accidentally collided during a walk, so they go together. Han Li decided to laugh and said that the abyss became status, invited him to breakfast. Xiaolutin said that he was already going to understand why she was angry. Video chemistry between the main character and Xiaolutin Yu Yong stood in a stupor. She frankly did not understand what was happening between them two. She wondered, was it really because of that incident in the restaurant, when Xiaolutin changed her opinion about the main character and asking the question not an anal? She said that it would be cold to him only a few days ago. Well, the strip after that went to the culprit of the events and asked what they would eat. Han Li pushed her hand away and said that it would be possible for rice or something hotter in straightforwardness, and how much they are treated today by Lutin. Then she chooses a dish. At the same time, Xiaolutin asked why he eats such heavy food every morning. At the same time, the Harry still stood that I was why I Lutin initially treats the protagonist. Han Li was glad because the girl cares about him so much and said that then you will take something easy. He said that she criticizes him and not care. Yu Yun was still in a stupor and still could not understand what happened between them again. Having picked up the sticks, Han Li began to eat while Yu Yun asked whether he really prefers light dishes. The girl said that since his food is not so much meat, she would give him a meatball from her dish. The girl understood that she wanted right now he and the classmate were standing on equal terms and could not happen anything serious. However, he Lutin is a different situation, and if she enters the game, they will definitely lose to her. The guy said that he is sometimes pleased to eat something light. Han Li understood that he knew the situation in which Yu Yun was too well. The guy understood that she could find a suitable person if her standards were slightly reduced. But she wants to find the very one. And even if hope for this is small, she continues to try to please another person without thinking about changing herself. Suddenly, someone called the protagonist. When Xiaolutin heard this voice, she shuddered involuntarily. Turning back, she already expected to see a familiar face. And yes, it really turned out to be their Panji and Fududu. Panji picked up a fork and began his misfortune. In her plates there was just a light salad with olives. Put in her mouth, it would seem, a meager amount in the salad, she began to worry him. However, with her presence at the other table, she clearly made the atmosphere even more on the beach. The rusty-haired one approached the main character and asked why it seems to her that the atmosphere is becoming a little strange. Fududu turned to the main character and asked what he was about another girl, who was always usually next to him, and asked, really, she would not come today. Han Li said that he went to the morning run, but she could not get up, so that most likely everything was still sleeping and they also came quite early. Nevertheless, Pange said that now just at 7:15 and they came just in time. The girl explained that if they lived in a campus, they would have breakfast at this time every morning, the guy asked. Really, she observes a strict regime to what she agreed so. Hanley said that was good. Hanley understood that the first lesson began at 8 o'clock, and the rest of the pompous people was happening from 7:30 to 7. The guy understood that there are also 4-year-olds. Also did not go to classes in the campus. Ski, curls most likely miss tomorrow. Therefore, only freshmen come to the dining room. And Pan-hee is incredibly popular among freshmen, so she decided to come early. At the same time, Xia Lutin recalled the case when Han Li Pan-ge was together. She thought that there was some kind of unknown atmosphere between them, and it was angry with her. After that, she began to clean the mandarin and began to ask the protagonist. She asked, according to him, she sent whether he would obey the one who treats him. Therefore, he should just be silent and eat him, because they will chat later. Pan-ge did not understand what happened to the Lutin and asked her question, really had feelings as the main character. Having focused, she thought if she wanted to, she just reduced something because of the last time. Han Li grinned from such an absurd statement but said nothing. The guy said that if Xia Lutin speaks, then he will listen to her, then clearly alerted Yu Yun. The girl said that Han Li is very indecisive because it was she who was the first to invite him. Han Li said that his position is very firm if someone invites him. This normally supports the one who pays the bill, and everything happens honestly and fairly. Fu Dudu intervened in the conversation and praised the main thing. The girl said that she had never seen any such shamelessness and complacency before. Han Li grinned and said that in any case, those people who do not have there, they can be invincible. And if she wants, he can demonstrate it on her. The financial class refused and said that she could hardly feed herself. After that, the girl wondered if he should talk to Pan, because she said that she was buzzing his lunch and I could cover the costs of the girl in the cafeteria for a year. However, Han Li said that he would not go so occasionally to eat it normal, but he eats 3 times a day. In addition, he said that it allows the beauty universities to treat him in the cafeteria to be a big loss because if they accidentally meet on the street, they would have dinner together in the Vanjiang Pavilion, and that would be much more profitable. The girl said that if they really have the opportunity to meet, then she would treat him to the zone. But they should clarify one thing, and she asked no suddenly a ring to surprise her. Not understanding what was happening, and Fu Dudu asked what was talking about. Han Li explained that the pavilion is a cozy restaurant with a pronounced ceremonial orientation that is often called a sacred place for the proposals of the hand and heart. However, the guy decided to answer Pan-ge and said that he did not insist on going there because they can choose any other 5-star restaurant. Because in the end, this is a rare opportunity to meet. Therefore, they should enjoy the best food. Rezevelos, when I heard it could not recover. She realized that she would cope with Sy Lutin not easy, but Pan-ge had already appeared. In addition, she came out of a rich family and looks just great. And when they are together like a perfect couple, the girl lifted that if the meat was lying in your pan, then at least you have the opportunity to try it. But if someone picks up the whole pan, then they will not have any left. The girl understood that she should change the topic and take control of the situation. Ultimately, Yu Yun looked at the package and asked the stare at what she bought. Approaching the box, she asked if she could see. Having taken her in her hands, Yu Yun could not help but notice that the box was very light. To what Xia Lutin said that her friend sent the box. The girl said that they had known each other for quite some time, but she never heard her mention him and asked was the person with whom she communicates every evening. Understanding that the girl says more than the laid, Lutin strained, having grabbed the box from the girl's hand and asked what, she said that she herself was not sure that she knew all her friends. Hanley blushed and asked that if it was a gift from a fan, after all, it would be embarrassed to open it in public. Xia Lutin asked what Han Li says, because he should know that she never accepts gifts from fans. The head of the financial class said that Xia Lutin is the same outstanding and she is also very popular in the student council. The girl said that as far as she knew several guys, they admitted to her. She also said that beauty universities also often receive gifts, and probably the problem of beautiful girls is probably the problem. Xia Lutin said they simply tease her and this is not a gift. The girl said that these were just jewelry and she asked his friend to help her buy him. Passing on the box Yu Yun, the girl said that if she wants, she could open it. The elders understood that despite the fact that he did not specify that he would send, but judging by the weight it was some kind of jewelry or chain if it hides, it would look even more suspicious. Old Age said that if she liked it, and then she can blame him for a couple of days. Yu Yun said that Xia Lutin was then very sweet, and she asked whether she was happy. Xia Luton offered to continue to eat, and if she wants to open, she can do it later because she did not take anything with her to do it. In a sense, Xia Luton was grateful that she had no tools to open her, and she would think about how to return her back when they returned to the hostel. However, here you could hear the sound of cutting the box. As it turned out, or the Harry always carry a razor for eyebrows with them, which clearly frightened the Luton. Having stretched out another package of Yu-Yun out of the box, she said that this was really good packaging. Xia Luton could only ask a question, really. She really always carries a razor with her, and as if reading her thoughts, the girl replied that she just likes to open the packages. Here, old age was already blocked by the one who hoped that it would really be an accessory, and if it was a chain that will be on an ankle and a long one on a belt. However, at that moment, a gift fell from Yu-Yun. The girl immediately apologized to Xia Luton. She called the girl, and Xia Luton could not notice a strange mood. As it turned out, in the box was a collar with a rope. Not understanding that the face of the face was frozen in an incomprehensible smile until she herself understood what to do, because she could explain it if it were just a collar. But he had also sent a rope to everything else. The embarrassed Yu-Yun instantly gave this collar and said that she was not engaged in such things and said to leave him to herself. As if transferring hot potatoes, Xia Luton asked if Yu-Yun was curious and said that now he was her. Not understanding what happened to Fu Dudu looked at all this confusion. Handsome University. It also hesitated and asked and whether it was on the collar that she put on her dog. After that, she had a white poodle. Immediately after that, she wound the recalls and already began to imagine the paintings where such things were used. Fu Dudu at the same time naively asked if it was intended for a walk with a dog. Without thinking twice, the girl said that Xia Luton is really amazing. Still with a stretched smile, Xia Luton began to nobody and said that she had nothing in mind when she spoke about Yu-Yun. She again began to make excuses that she herself did not know what would be there, and at all she was not bought. She realized that she spoke too much and did not understand how to explain all this now. After that, Xia Luton began to ask Yu-Yun why she avoids her, and asked she understood if she was just a misunderstanding. Yu-Yun said she respects her preferences, but she likes a man. Not understanding what it has to do with the conversation, Xia Luton asked, and here a man. In the end, Pan Gay stood up. The girl laid her hand on the shoulder of Xia Luton and said that it is all good so far. It doesn't harm anyone if I respect everyone's preference. The girl understood that, given the nature of Xia Luton, she had the feeling that she would later arrange a large scene. Pan Gay said that those who understand her will still be, and those who do not understand should not pay attention. I still continue to mock her. She said that she sincerely admires her from the bottom of her heart and said to continue to remain herself and not to worry about explaining something to others. Ultimately, the university rushes and said that they have incomplete things so they need to leave. In the end, Han Li laughed in the last. Being on the nerves of Xia Luton asked what Han Li laughs at. The guy said this situation is very funny. In the end, he said that he was also surprised by her preferences. Hearing these words, Xia Luton stretched through the desk and began to clap on the back of the baking main character. They say that this is just a misunderstanding, and he is forbidden to laugh at her. With tears in her eyes, she understood that you were not only Pan-Hero laughed at her, but, and also became the object of ridicule of this guy. Looking at her with a sincere hand from inflammation, she remembered that she slammed him. But he did not even shudder, and, by irony, now her hand hurts. Nevertheless, she still did not understand why he did not say anything, because every time it looks like a fist on a bat, ultimately, the powerlessness of Xia Luton plopped down at the desk and began to scream. She understood that most likely a beauty universities could whisper about her. Yu-Yun immediately began to worry about her neighbor and said that Tanya cried at them. A lot of people were looking at them. Nevertheless, she was glad in her soul because in this way, Pan Gi went, and a special hobby of Luton was disclosed. And she really helped her solve a big problem. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked he could not talk to her on this subject. At the same time, she was sure that the main character would simply not like such a girl with a fetish. However, when she fixed her gaze at the guy, immediately darkened. She did not understand what this was the expression on the face of the protagonist. Han Li went to Xia Luton and stroked her head, said that Yu-Yun was right. Han Li picked up a box and said that a lot of people look at them and this is just a trifle, and you should not do from the fly of the elephant. After that, he handed over the napkins and said that she should not worry about it, and she could wipe her tears with wipes. After that, he offered to approach and bring her ice cream because she should eat something sweet and asked not to cry anymore. Han Li said that he would go buy her ice cream and asked Yu-Yun to look after her. The girl obviously did not understand what was happening with the main character, because he was always unable to endure the waywards of the girl. Nevertheless, right now he undermined her self-will and is going to buy her ice cream to appease her. Suddenly, the girl remembered that Han Li always said that he did not like the nature of Xiaolutin, but he never said directly that he did not like her, and he was the so-called disinterest in the form of provocation for her. The girl understood that he herself is picky, wayward, dominant, and would not discard her pride even if she has to suffer, and her indistinguishable arrogance could easily harm others. On the other hand, Han Li prefers to remain indifferent to withstand her character, and he does all this in order to completely crush her pride and force to reveal his most vulnerable places. Then she realized that this means that he takes the initiative to defeat the opponent in a love plan. Thus, he also provides assistance to a person who he likes, and Han Li really something. Nevertheless, this was clearly not the best news for Yu Yun itself. At the same time, while Han Li bought ice cream, he heard the sound of the system. She reproached the protagonist of continuing to remain a bad guy, but still buys ice cream with his victim, and he really deserves praise for sinking so low. After that, the system gave him as a gift to a sweet iris obedience. The system explained that despite the fact that everything happened due to chance, but he still earned a gift, and if you feed it to someone, it will increase its level of obedience to him. The system said that it is possible to even make him agree to some requests of the protagonist, and the probability of consent will depend on the request that he will set. After that, the system set a note that with proper use, interesting prizes awaited. After the message of the system ended, Han Li was once a gift just at this time. After that, the guy asked Yu Yun why he had not returned the first to her class. Han Li said that he would be a little more as she would not be able to go to classes now. Red Hair said that she would go and take a place for them and asked not to be late for classes. In the end, Han Li said goodbye and could not have appreciated the spirit of this girl. At the same time, Xiaolutin shouted that Han Li did not need and told him to walk. The guy asked why she said about it when the red-haired man left, and really she still continues to behave like a sinner. After that, he gave her ice cream and said that he bought it. In hysteria, the girl said to remove ice cream from her because she does not want him, and he uses ice cream every time to tease her. Han Li asked if she was sure that she did not want him. After the girl agreed, Han Li said that he had already bought it and asked why not try it. After that, Han Li invited her to act differently. He set her conditions that she would try ice cream and he will tell her how to get out of this situation. As soon as the girl heard such words, she could not help but rise. Two tear-stained eyes looked at the protagonist and the girl asked if it was true. Hardly wiping her tears, the girl tried to recover. She asked whether Han Li really begged that she would help her get out of this situation. Han Li said that he would definitely offer her several ideas, and Xiaolutin said that this time he would reluctantly believe him. Putting ice cream, the girl said that she really hopes that he would help her. At the same time, Han Li could not help but think that she looked too nice. After that, the guy looked at the girl again and remembered what was happening in his past life. He understood that the goddess of which he could not even dream of in a past life and who once set him up to weaken his defense and became completely in his power. The guy understood that probably there was nothing more delightful in the world than it. After that, Xiaolutin ate ice cream and loudly announced this when she finished. Still with pieces of ice cream on her face, she asked what she needed to do. Han Li said that she just needed to admit it to the public. The girl was about to continue her answer, but abruptly realized what was the matter and stopped. Without understanding what the guy was talking about, the girl asked what she had in mind by recognition. The guy explained that she was just worth telling everyone about his hobby and asked why she was initially worried about it, because others may think that they want and she should not pay attention to them. However, this question clearly did not arrange a girl, and she grabbed the protagonist's hand. After that, with anger, she began to bite him and then began to scream back. Not understanding what Han Li's problem, asked why she bit him, and really did not like his plan. Xiaolutin said to bite her in response if he could, and said that she really knew that she could not rely on him, and she should not believe him. Han Li still did not understand what the problem, and said to think about these words. Because if she scares that different rumors go or, then there will be no point in turning back and just go to the end. The guy explained that since she had refused to recognize, it was just worth behaving as if nothing had happened, and keep a calm expression on the face when there will be a key moment and people will be as surprised as possible. The guy said that if everything goes smoothly, then no one would laugh at her, Xiaolutin asked. The guy offers her to behave as a majestic queen. However, Han Li soon grinned and said that with her character she would not have to pretend at all because as soon as the whip was in her hands, then everyone would immediately begin to call her the mistress. In the end, Xiao Yuten screamed not to talk about it and thought that the guy had planned something. Han Li said that if she became a queen, he would not get any advantage, and even if she wants to take advantage of chickpeas, he is clearly not going to participate in this. The rest was indignant and asked who even talked about the use of a whip. The girl began to explain what she needed to work. However, at some point she stopped and realized that if she explains this, she would get worse and worse, so she will not do it. In the end, Han Li stroked the girl on the head. Han Li said that he really does not understand anything, but he is sure that she has for this reason, so she should do what he considers necessary. And although the opinion of other people is sometimes important, but there is no need to refuse what they want to do if other people do not understand them. Han Li looked at his face on which tears appeared again and said that she did not need to make excuses to anyone and said just to be herself. In the end, he asked if she feels better and whether she wants a candy. The guy said that some scientists said that sugar can help improve the mood. The girl said that if she can get something from such a stingy guy like him, he would definitely take it. After that, the guy smiled and wondered how she could so easily lead on it. He approached her close and said that, according to her, she wanted to test this one forever. From this proposal, it was to find out how effective these sweets were. Approaching even more, Han Li asked if she wanted him to help her with this. The reddened girl was speechless and wondered if he really wants to return to this conversation. She thought that they were like the main characters, but she should write this part of the novel herself. She ultimately decided to consider this in advance as experience on behalf of her sister, and was about to agree. And exactly at the last moment, she wondered what kind of sister it was. She realized that this is just a novel, but unreality, she screamed. And then, is he really going to fool her again? The girl turned around and the class went. The guy at the same time asked if they could discuss it a little more. However, in fact, he smiled after all. He understood that it was not so easy to deceive. He understood that if it were so easy for her to manipulate, then she would not be called Luton. At first glance, it may seem that this risk is very effective, but in fact it has lines of restriction. The guy understood that the requests that go beyond the framework of personal boundaries in principle cannot be fulfilled. But to use this now and sow the seed of doubt in her heart is a good idea. The guy understood that in a past life, she could even seem disgusting to him. He understood that he had to take it, or well, for her act and let her slander him, and everything that he sees was her imperious side. He understood that everyone treated people with different values differently, and such a cold and harsh truth of this world. Han Li understood that now that he became valuable enough to compete with her, she opened in front of him in his soft direction. The guy understood that the better a person, the more good relations he receives, and improvement is always important. In the end, the guy decided to return to the study of trade models. Sitting at the table and opening a laptop, the guy remembered that 2014 could be considered the best in this era. Nevertheless, he understood that if you compare with the future, now one look at the market conditions will be enough to delight the knowledgeable people. The guy understood that right now it was just a purchase and sale of shares. Understanding that as people begin to receive new knowledge, retail investors are becoming more and more careful from the rapid development of technology. It is becoming more and more chaotic and complex. The guy understood that he has been watching the market for several days, and he was quite stable. But if he is now fully entering the market, this would cause a large commotion. Han Li understood that, although he was not very worried, he had a rather small capital, and it is better to focus on his retail model. Suddenly in the hostel, and the protagonist someone knocked. Dean asked the protagonist why he was not in the classroom today, and did he really happen? Han Li said that since he received permission from the teacher not to go to classes, he did not have to appear there, and asked what happened. He was worried that rumors about Jia Luton had already spread. Dean asked, "Really, he really did not hear," and said that Jia Luton was a lesbian. Han Li asked where these rumors came from because it sounds too absurd. However, Dean explained that this is true, and today at a break, she came to the classroom in order to find a beauty university. So far, everything went according to the plan of the protagonist. However, ultimately the girl literally admitted this, in which she shocked everyone. Not understanding what Han Li once again asked who admitted to whom. Dean said that while the protagonist had not happened much, but this scene was really incredible. The guy began to explain that as soon as they ended in a lesson, Xiao Yuten appeared in the doorway of their class. The guy wrote that despite the fact that her face was a smile, she exuded an aura of seriousness. After that, she immediately approached the beauty of the university, and the girl herself probably did not understand what was happening, therefore remained sitting in place. And only when Pangay asked that Xiaolutin wanted something incredible from her, Xiaolutin sharply grabbed her hand. After that, Xiaolutin pulled the girl to her and asked why she could not come to look at her and pulled the girl to her. Dean said that they practically did not hear what they were talking about, but saw how Pangay turned red and pushed off with Lutin. However, Xiaolutin did not get angry and only laughed, and said that she did not need to be shy because this gift was prepared specifically for her. After that, Xiaolutin turned around and left, and Pangay was very stunned, and a crowd began to gather around her to find out what had happened now. Ultimately, Xiao Dongbei asked the protagonist how he thinks about what gift it was. I am trying to portray ignorance by Han Li said that he himself has no idea because it is possible some good thing. At the same time, he could not help but be surprised because he was the one who proposed this. But he did not tell her to act so bluntly. As a result, he realized that the girl decided to act without delay to benefit from this. The guy understood that Xiaolutin even faced such problems successfully pulls his enemies along and thus put them in an even more disadvantageous position. Han Li was sure that the beauty of the university did not expect that she would turn into this. After that, Dean went to the main character and asked for help to find out about Zia, since they study with her in the same class. Han Li asked, "Really? He still listens to the gossip of girls, although such an adult to say that he said that he was very interested." Translating the topic, Han Li said that he was now going to eat and asked what he was about two of them. The neighbors said that they had already eaten and already planned to sleep so he can calmly eat, because there is practically no one in the cafeteria now. Han Li said that he would go to class in the afternoon and they could rest. In the end, he said goodbye to his neighbors and they joyfully waved to him in response. Leaving the university, someone met the protagonist. It was Fei, who was worried and asked the guy why he did not come to class this morning, because something grandiose happened. The guy asked, really, in that situation, Luton and Beauty University, but still did not understand why she looked so happy. Fei said that he simply does not know how cool he was at that moment, and she just said everything was not embarrassed. She invited him to simply imagine that if they were in a closer relationship, in a classmate, she said that this is a scene there will be an amazing guy agreed to. Nevertheless, Han Li still did not understand why Fei became so close to Xiaolutin. Suddenly, Fei grabbed the protagonist's hand. She made her face in the hand of the protagonist and said that it looks that way. The guy did not understand why she decided to suddenly demonstrate it to her. However, at that moment he realized that something here was not so, because she never had such a shy and embarrassed gaze. After that, the girl began to say that if he also liked the purchase of Xiaolutin, then she was ready to try it with him, but asked a promise that he would not intervene in their relationship. After that, the face of the protagonist turned into a grimace of disgust, and he wondered if she really used a leash on her. Suddenly, classmates approached the pair of the protagonist and asked what they were doing. Classmates sharply threw back the hand of the protagonist and reddened, blushing that they did not understand everything. The girl explained that Han Li was just her best friend. The guy realized that everything became more complicated because Xiaolutin seemed to fall in love, and he became her best friend and did not expect such a development of events at all. After that, Fei began to pester the main character and ask if he wanted to have lunch together, because after that she would go to look for Xiaolutin. Han Li realized that as a result of Xiaolutin was the goddess and turned into a lily fool. The guy clearly did not understand how all this happened and could lie down. He understood that the unexpected recognition of Xiaolutin surprised not only the guys, but also the girls, and fortunately at least the admiration of Fei passed to the girl. However, he understood that even without a classmate there was still Yu Yong. He understood that it looked like Yu Yong and Xiaolutin quarreled, and a classmate and elders were never so close. Han Li realized that Yu Yun was a strong nut, and it would not give up so easily, and even given the current situation, it would cling to him even more. In the end, the guy simply did not understand how to deal with it. Fei asked the protagonist. In order, Li, he answered something to put on. Nevertheless, he understood that the current situation was too chaotic. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a second account to contact the Luton, and I immediately accepted the Han of Han to reproduce my plan. He got into the library and began to look for something on a computer. He clicked his mouse and continued to look for something on the internet. At the same time, Xiaolutin wrote to him as anonymous that she was incredibly embarrassed after all classmates saw the same caller. The girl ultimately began to blame Yu Yun, because where it was seen so that people carry a razor for eyebrows, Han Li was embarrassed and understood that the girls in anger were really scary. She understood that at that moment she was not in herself, and from the very beginning there were no good intentions, because she not only opened her package, but I wanted to hang a label in front of her boyfriend's guy. However, when Han Li heard the last two words, he could not but be surprised. The girl continued to say that she even began to add oil into the fire. They say that they communicate with him every night, and she was confused and could no longer respond. After that, she began to vilify this girl. But ultimately the conversation came about the protagonist. Finally, he realized that this guy's guy himself was Han Li himself, and he darkened the question when he only managed to become him. At some point, he thought really to this effect of Sweets, because even if she managed to slip away her mind, which should still be under strong influence, however, when they cannot be open with her in real life. But now, when he is just her internet, she can be more frank. In addition, the guy was surprised that she was able to solve the intentions of Yu Yun, because the girl herself is a first-class intriguer and she spent a lot on her plans. The guy understood that she would never be surprised at such a gift, and in the end, Yu Yun was just a master in improvisation, and now she just took advantage of this situation. The guy understood that the reports show that she did not wait until he reads them and answered, and went to admit to Pan-Ge. Taping a finger on the table, Han Li understood that she wanted Pan-Ge herself to be in the same situation as she. Of course, in the end, Han Li could only ask, "Did everything happen right away?" he thought, and realized that the girl did not answer and most likely she eats right now. He picked up the phone. Han Li understood that, given that this was a rather loud news, now everyone is probably discussing her. The phone is open and he realized the news feed that this is really the very first news in the tape. The guy understood that according to Xiaolut and Pan-Ge talked only with the girls, and there were rumors that she really loved. The guy understood that if a girl continues her plan, he could try to use the collar on Pan-Ge alone as he presented this picture. He could not help but blush and admitted that it was really amazing. Very soon, Han Li returned to the audience. Entering the hall, he began to look around. He waved to the main character and said that she had a free place here. Han Li was about to sit down how he passed by Xiaoluten. At some point, the girl told the main character to come here because she needs to talk to him. The guy realized that he was a rather difficult situation. Approaching the headman, he asked what happened. Girls were wet, and noticed to himself that he acted reasonably, that he had not gone to Yu Yun. Han Li was about to sit down how he passed by Xiaoluten. At some point, the girl told the main character to come here because she needs to talk to him. The guy realized that he was a rather difficult situation. Approaching the headman, he asked what happened. Girls were wet and noticed to himself that he acted reasonably, that he had not gone to Yu Yun. In the end, Han Li sat down to her, and the girl said that Liu Hong approached her. The guy asked, "Is it really connected with morning news?" Xiaoluten said that otherwise he would not have the point of coming. The girl said that he wants to deprive her of her old age, because of this complaints may come. However, Han Li only grinned and said that this is impossible and he was simply shaking the air. The guy said that he did not think that he would be seriously treated. But if he does not take this business, then she should be careful. Xiaoluten said that it was a fairly loud news, and right now she should understand how to deal with it. Han Li said that if they say he is Liu Hong, he would want to take advantage of this situation and extract from this the benefit and at the same time demonstrate his authority. Han Li said that it is enough to solve this issue just because she just after lessons need to buy 2 packs of mint cigarettes to wrap them in a black bag and put them under his desktop. After that, the guy advised her to talk in private with him, and after that, everything should be fine. Xiaoluten instantly gloomy and asked, really, she would really need to buy cigarettes for this. He said that if she believes him, then it is worthwhile to do as he says, or she has better ideas and she wants the teacher to watch her every day. In the end, Xiaoluten agreed and said that his instruction would follow and take care of this tomorrow morning. Han Li himself was surprised that everything went so simply and thought that the effect of Sweets still did not sleep. Of course, in the end, Han Li said that he prefers her former pancake and curled behavior. The girl blushed and asked the guy again, mocks her again. Xiaoluten said that it was not the same as before, and she could take his food to an instant of an eye. Han exhaled and said that she was changing her face very quickly because she only used it, and now she's going to throw it away. Han Li asked, really? She would do this to him when he helps her. only said that he seemed to do all this and they go on equal terms. In the end, Han Li picked up a book and said that she could do whatever she wants. However, he warned that if something went wrong, let her not come to him for advice. At the same time, the guy thought about what happened to her sense of morality. He understood that when she had a lot of power, she kept in the shade. But now she was in her palm, Xia Luton asked what could be even worse than this situation, because she had already discarded caution. Xia Luton asked whether the guy noticed that she was in a bad relationship with the beauty of the university. The girl realized that if she does not show due attention, she could never deal with her. The guy said that he wanted but does not understand what was happening between them. But he wishes her good luck, and if she cannot deal with it, then contact someone else. The guy said that in life it is natural to follow the call of the heart, in situations that do not harm others, and asked why she was generally worried about it. At the same time, a system appeared before the guy's eyes and she congratulated him on obtaining a new incessation skill. The description said that while the system is engaged in good deeds, he is engaged in dirty work, and he can use it to create a scapegoat. The system also said that when jointly used with subordination, the effect will intensify. In the end, the system told the main character to learn something serious because he simply becomes a master of useless skills. Han Li literally got angry. After all, he understood that he did not incite anyone and did not understand where this skill came from. Closed in front of him, the Han Li window realized that this was some kind of crazy skill and do not spend glasses to improve it. Suddenly, Han Li remembered their novel. The guy understood that they had to begin to make a profit, and when this money was in their hands, he could only think about what to use them for. Very soon, October 17th came. Suddenly, incitement was increased to the second level. Han Li was clearly surprised and did not understand what was happening. He did not understand why the skill himself increased his level, despite the fact that he did nothing at all. After that, the headman wrote anonymous about the fact that their novel was on the list of the best, and from today she becomes his fan. Han Li agreed with this, but asked if she was a fan of the dream guy. The girl replied that these were two different things. Xia Luton said, as for the novel, she is his fan, and in life she is a fan of that guy. In the end, she asked not to confuse these two concepts. Han Li said that recently it seems to him that she was a little distracted from work and asked not to forget to finish everything. After that, he asked what the current situation with that problem. The girl got angry and asked, "Really?" He only now called to ask everything, but something replied that everything was already over and her dream guy was the one who helped her with this. The anonymous wrote that as he noticed 8 out of 10, her assumption is always connected with him, and asked why she would not try to achieve him once recognizes that he is her dream boyfriend. Then the system told the main character that incitement was slightly increased. At the same time, inexplicable things were happening in the head of the Olders because she clearly did not suggest this. Obviously confused, the girl realized that she had never tried to get closer to him. The girl explained that he is now studying trading models and he does not really like to answer messages at night, and in addition, he now thinks that she is a lesbian, so she has no idea how she can achieve him at all. The anonymous wrote that he practically forgot that she called himself a lesbian, and if he is busy now, then invite him on the weekend because if everything continues, he will completely block the path to their relationship and what she will do. Old Age understood that Han Li is right, and anyway, I think about it. But she could not allow Han Li to take it seriously. In the end, she tried to invite him on the weekend. The next morning came very soon. Han Li ran up, and while he was tired of him, this was someone who turned out to be with whom Han Li just greeted. After that, he noticed her outfit and asked, "Really? She went on a date with Pan Gay?" The indignant girl asked what he was talking about and said that she had already left home. After that, she asked if he was free, because nearby, a new room of fear opened and asked the Saw to go there together. Han Li said that he was now free, but asked why she called him, because he was sure that if she called the class nickname, she would agree. Xia Luton said that, given the mind and courage to Fei Fei, and she would not want to invite her there. After that, she rushed the protagonist and asked if he would go or not, because while they go there, she would like to discuss something with him. Han Li said that he agreed, but since she herself invited him, then she will pay. Ask for whether she agrees for it. In the end, Xia Luton agreed and said that she would pay for tickets and lunch. After that, the guy asked her to wait a bit because he needed to change clothes. The girl rushed him and said that she had already made booking. The guy grinned and said that how he sees she prepared in advance. Very soon, Han Li went out in his usual clothes. He went a couple of steps. Thus, he looked around him. Next to him was Xia Luton, who blushed with all his might. At some point, Han Li turned to her. He said that she was too suddenly invited him, and he did not think that the reason was only in a new attraction. After that, he asked, "There is another reason." Then she realized that the anonym did not tell her how to behave in such a situation, and wondered if she should admit right now, even despite the fact that she really did not like him. Han Li suggested really her problem in relations with Pan Gay. Having made a premature decision, Han Li said that everything will be fine, and if she has any questions, she can turn to him. The indignant girl began to answer and ask what he says, because she called him here precisely because he is the only person here, whom she knows well, and if on him, then she has no idea who to call. Han Li, with a frightened face, stepped back and asked, "Really?" She always resorts to violence, and asked if she still had a hand. However, after that, the guy translated the topic and asked if she had talked about this place. Near one stand, there was one person who dressed like death and invited to the discovery. Han Li asked Shalutin would come in, and while there was silent, there was a death greeted them. Very soon the guys were in the room of fear. Shalutin remembered how the anonymous persuaded her to try to invite him to the room of fear and asked if she had ever known the effect under the spring on the bridge. He said to pretend that she was scared and snuggle up to him. Suddenly, Han Li touched his back. From the surprise, Shalutin directed her lantern right in the face of the main character and screamed loudly. The guy apologized and said that he did not want to scare him to ask what she really wanted to discuss with him. Shalutin asked why he asks about it in such a place. Han Li said that he just wanted to dilute the atmosphere because she was too tense, and asked that if a ghost with a chainsaw appears and ask her what will be the next 2 months, that she would be worse than a question or a ghost. Shalutin exhaled and said that they were equally scary. She raised the flashlight upstairs and said that she had problems with understanding the latter because she does not understand why the teacher suddenly began to accelerate their education. The girl admitted that she was never strong in numbers and perhaps she was simply not created to study finances. Han Li said that the study of this kind of items requires a certain talent, and people with talent can achieve twice as many results have made half the results. He said that at another time, the topic has no talent has to make great efforts to achieve the same result. As for the teacher, Han Li said that the competition related to shares is not nonsense, and registration will begin in a few days. And if she does not have enough tomato, it is better to compensate for him with hard work. In the end, he asked how she knows that she would not work at all if she does not try. At the same time, Shalutin was surprised from the competition associated with the shares since I did not hear anything about it. However, at one point, the girl noticed that the lantern stopped shining and she tried to worry him that she had a battery. At some point, the girl ran into someone outside. You understand that she cannot turn on the flashlight. She looked back. The water of the remaining drops of light on the striker was immediately scared. There was a mutilated man with a chainsaw, and the girl immediately screamed. Very soon, the company returned to the university. Shalutin was still trembling with fear and talked about how scary it was while Han Li asked why she wanted to go there so much if she was very afraid. I angrily put in a glass with a drink. She began to complain about how she had to find out that the actor appeared so suddenly, and besides his chainsaw looked really frightening. The girl said that in any case, he mentioned the competition in November and said that she first hears about it. Han Li explained that the teacher talked about this competition before, and he remembers that their classmates also discussed this. The guy was surprised and asked how, being the head man, she could not hear about it. At the same time, Shalutin noticed that the tone of the protagonist had become even colder and replied that if they were discussing from this, perhaps she simply did not notice. Han Li remembered how she used to say that she wanted to surpass him, so he thought that she would pay more attention to news related to these topics. The guy said that he heard that her group of fans raised a lot of noise due to the situation, which had developed between her and the beauty at the university. The guy got up from the table, said that he did not want to draw conclusions prematurely, but he suggested that her current invitation was most likely an attempt to use it in general in order to hide from all this. Shalutin clearly did not expect such an approach and hesitated. Han Li returned to his usual speech there and reminded that she could do whatever she wants and he would not intervene. The guy said that he was going to lunch at night and asked him to not distract him anymore. After that, he called the waiter and said that they had finished. Waving his hand, he said that he should leave and wish a pleasant appetite. Shalutin sharply got up from her table and began to make excuses. The girl understood that despite the fact that she really had troubles, but she was not going to use it as an account. Shalutin understood that she did not think at all that this could happen. And Han Li himself was not to blame, because anyone would have thought in his place as well. The girl understood that now any person who is suitable for her or to the beauty of the university will become an object of study. Nevertheless, he was angry that he did not even let her explain anything if he did not want to see him with her. As a result, the girl decided to contact Pan-Gay. On some beach, the phone sounded the phone universities, which this call clearly did not expect. Raising the phone, she noticed how she wrote to her Luton and asked what she was doing. The girl said that she did not see her all day and asked if she wanted to have lunch together because she was bored alone. With growing irritation, the beauty of the beauty at the university, this turned into a dry smile. Pan-Gay understood that she herself brought herself to herself, but she would still not leave her alone even when she went home. The girl smiled and wondered if she was mocking her even when she was alone. After that, Pan-Gay said that she herself was to blame for this, and at the same moment the main character's phone began to vibrate. As it turned out, the main character came in the application for friends Pan-Gay, and while the guy was stunned from where he asked her number with other questions, he offended that she wants to add him, most likely as Yalutin contacted him. Not understanding what Han Li just printed one question, the beauty in her all this said that she received his number from Dude. After that, she asked free for Han Li. The guy wondered if she really wants to draw him into this story in order to put pressure on Yalutin. The girl explained that she wants to go to eat in a Japanese restaurant, and he himself said that they could have a bite to eat if such an opportunity was provided. In the end, okay, did it agree? Pan-Gay understood that even despite the fact that they met only twice, completely obvious that Han Li Luton, having chuckled to herself, she decided that if you pull the main character to herself, then she no longer had problems with him. Han Li said he could not come today. The guy explained that this morning he went with his classmate to the room of fear, and they planned to have lunch together, but he had urgent matters, so he would probably be absent until the evening. The beauty herself at universities widely opened the eyes of this refusal. She was sure that if it was someone else, then he would immediately agree even if he was busy. The beauty agreed to this and said that they could meet a different time. I did it. After that, the girl thought about the message of the protagonist and wondering if he was going there with a girl. Then the girl began to gather with the girl because at the same moment she wrote to her Luton who invited the girl for lunch. Only now she realized that Han Li went there with her. The Beauty University wondered the elder really wants to draw the main character and thus divert her fans. After that, she wondered whether Han Li specified this. The guy understood why she added him. After that, she wondered was the reason for why he left her there alone was that he saw the intention of Shalutin. Exactly at the same moment, Shalutin wrote who said that she found one interesting room of fear and they would have fun. After that, the girl thought again. Without thinking twice, she could not help but smile because she was interesting. The Beauty University could not help but smile, since this situation seemed interesting to her. At the same time, a chill ran along the back of the protagonist. Not understanding what was happening, he should have thought that Zhaoliutin again speaks of him. He could only pray for the fact that he used it as a pretext, and she must understand what he had in mind. He understood that despite the fact that it was pleasant to see the girls every day, but she began to neglect studies and their novel. The guy remembered how he read the message of Zhaolutin, who asked to return the contract back when he signed it. After that, the girl asked how much he still had prepared the chapters for what he said that they were enough to continue the release until the end of the year. After that, the girl asked how Han Li thinks about adding them to the group of their teams. The girl explained that many of them sold copyright to their projects and earned a fortune, so she thinks that their project can bring at least a few million. The guy heard this figure and thought, the guy suggested that their novel would be a volume of 550 or 000 words. He understood that although the cost of subscription on this platform is the highest, the sale of rights to their novel would not be the most profitable solution. After that, he remembered that now old costume dramas are popular in the market. Squinting, the guy thought even deeper. He looked at his level of trade and realizing that now his trade skills are at the 3rd level, he cannot rush with this. He understood that he was completely enough for him. The guy understood that he should convert part of his money into experience points, and at the same time with those that he had left. The guy remembered that now the skills of writing Zhaoliutin are, for example, at the 3rd level, but from the point of view of the letter, she would probably soon reach the 4th. The guy was pleased that her progress was going very quickly for quite a bit of time before she makes up released. Han Li understood that the reason for which their novel became popular was that the topic uses together that uses many trends of the era. Nevertheless, he understood that without polishing Zhaolutin, and the quality of the novel would not be a tenth of what is now. Ultimately, the guy decided to increase his level very to the 4th level. However, at that moment, the main character's phone shook from vibration. As it turned out, Pangay wrote to him and invited her emoticon to go shopping. Very soon, the company was in an elite restaurant. The girl said that she wants to order 1 portion of fried caviar, 1 portion of shrimp with 2 types of sauce. She also asked the 4 monk tank Chinese crabs for a couple, and asked that each gram be less than 500 grams. After that, the girl turned to the main character and asked whether he was drinking alcohol, because their yellow wine, amazing, is combined with crabs. After that, she asked if he wanted to add anything. Hanli said that, in his opinion, they will have enough of this, and in any case, they can always order more. The guy smiled and offered not to order too much at once. Pangay asked why he should not use the time to the maximum once he had it. The girl understood that from the end of October at night of November, she always tried to invite him somewhere. The guy was embarrassed, smiled, and said that he had no choice because he was too busy, so he could not accept her invitation. He understood that even despite the fact that he did not want to intervene, but she was not going to give up if he continued to refuse her, they probably could not remain friends in the future. Panji asked. Really? He studies so hard, and for the contest in trade, the guy replied that this was not entirely the case, because the competition is just a good opportunity to learn something new. After that, the girl calmed down and asked what he was thinking about this restaurant. The guy said that since it was she who recommended him that he should not disappoint. After that, he said that with her presence this place is simply shining. Pangay said that the guy was thinking that he would have to design this place. The guy laughed and said that his professional ethics is highly appreciated and especially about respect to the people who treat him. He smiled and said that since she treats him with such delicious dishes, then it shows that she is about cordially there. She translated the topic of the conversation and said that they are surprising that Yu Yun and others always want to be close to him because he has an interesting manner of conversation, not understanding what was the matter. The guy froze in an awkward smile. He said that ensuring emotional values is the norm in any social interactions. After that, he realized that she and Jia Luton, like Yu Yun and Fei Fei, at completely different levels, because she could not understand the course of her thoughts and catch the true meaning of her words. The guy could not be surprised at how she puts the dialogues of intonation and expression on her face. They were so perfect that even his level of psychology was not enough. But nothing is terrible, because while he more often communicates with her, the analysis of her psychological activity should be normal. Very soon, the waiters came up that their order was ready and asked to enjoy food. Han Li was glad that he saw and said that he did not expect another from the restaurant that was chosen to her. In addition, he could not help but notice the girl's wealth because he only recently found out that in October, females, well-fed and rich in cut, and in early November, with the advent of colds, their game freezes, I turn into the most delicious and sweet delicacy. Having picked up the sticks, the guy could not help but say that people say that it is difficult to make friends in different social circles, because the differences appear even in the smallest details. In addition, he understood that not only food, but also other aspects of everyday life came here. He could not help but think that there was no need to force himself to enter another circle of communication, and it is nice to be just ordinary with a crooked person. However, they have long stopped the protagonist. Grabbing the phone in her hands, she said that she should take a photo for social networks. Then the guy realized that it seems like the habit of photographing food applies even to rich people. However, Han Li recalled that he was watching her social networks, but he did not notice many photos of food there. Blaglessly, the guy realized that the girl was clearly planning something. In the end, she invited the protagonist to start to eat and asked not to forget to like her new post. Han Li said that he would do this despite the fact that he usually does not often look at the social network. However, Han Li clearly did not expect a photograph of food, as well as Han Li himself. The guy understood that she photographed him, but also showed a menu for 2 people. Then he realized that he was completely screwed up, because even despite the fact that he knew that she invited him in order to deal with Sia Luton, but he still got into her trap so carelessly. However, from the deep thought of the guy, the herself brought Pangay, who offered to try one dish and called it the most delicious in this restaurant. Suddenly, someone called Pangay, and calling her daughter asked, "Really?" She decided to have a bite with her friend. The guy was clearly scared from this and was taken aback. The girl herself also did not expect to see her father here, and instantly got up from the table. The embarrassed Han Lee did the same as Pan Ge was glad to see his friends, including his uncle. After he said that her uncle wanted to try crabs, so they decided to meet here and drink a little, he was the only one asked the girl not to tell her mother that they drank here and let it be their secret. The girl smiled and said that she would naturally keep it a secret, Beauty University, and said that if his mother finds out that he drank again, then he would swear again. Father Pan Ge laughed and said that his baby would never let him down. After that, the man drew attention to the protagonist and said that the girl did not introduce him to him. Han Lee held out his hand and said that he was glad of their acquaintance and his name is Han Lee, and he is studying at the same university as Pan Ge. Father grabbed the protagonist's hand and said that he was pleased to meet him. He said that the girl never went to eat with the boys, and he is the first whom he sees next to her. Han Lee could only say that he confuses him while he did not understand what was happening. The man said that he was glad that the beauty he was not a psyche decided to make new friends and after that asked to listen to him. He said that the most important thing is that they come together with characters and everything else does not matter. Not noticing his daughter's remarks, his father continued to praise the main character, saying that his body seems quite strong. After that, he asked him to train either Han Lee, and he noticed that he seemed thin and asked whether recently in the cafeteria was not the most pleasant. At the same time, Han Lee could not a word. I did not understand why the girl's father is so strange, and really, he met everyone. However, very soon the atmosphere was discharged, and his uncle laughed, said not to scare him. The man said that he seems good, and in his face there is some kind of sharpness and gleam in his eyes, and this is not only those observations from the outside who look all soft and miserable. Uncle said that for the guys the most important thing is training, while the guard felt some kind of look. Understanding that the mockery was sent to the man himself, the uncle said that this was just his opinion, and he was not aimed at any of those present. At the same time, the brother himself said that, in his opinion, at this age it is much more important to pay more attention to study. After that, the father laughed and asked why they argue in front of the children. However, ultimately the beauty for the university approached her father and put his hand on his shoulder. She blushed greatly. She said that she just wanted to have lunch with a friend. But their conversation dragged on too much and asked why they would not go to their room, saying that they would no longer bother him. After that, the father said goodbye and wished them a pleasant appetite. After that, he said that both of them ordered more food, regardless of who he had to treat today. He will pay everything that they will order. Giving a finger up, he said that there was no need to secretly pay the bill and asked to just enjoy food. The incomprehensible that Han Lee ultimately agreed bitterly. In any case, I told you that he liked Han Lee, and his brother agreed to this. Father said that his daughter simply found a new friend and asked not to worry about it too much. In the end, Han Lee woke up the beautiful universities in a stupor and asked whether it was worth continuing. Again, the girl said everything at the table that they simply had no other choice. With a red face, she asked him really he offers them to run away or something like that. At some point, she wondered why her father was so enthusiastic. Han Lee could not help but notice that her father was quite interesting and asked what he was doing, and her uncle seemed familiar to him. The girl got angry and asked what Han Lee calls someone else's father dad. What he instantly apologized and said that he simply put it wrong. The embarrassed Pan Ge said that if he dares to go there again and call him his dad right in the face, she will tell him everything he wants to know. Han Lee smiled and said that it seems he should go there. After that, the girl became furious and asked what was wrong with him and where his professional ethics. Han Lee said that they were similar, that she still treats him, and asked why she spoke about professional ethics. The girl was clearly annoyed, but could not help but admit her wrong. The girl said that it was not surprising that her uncle seemed familiar to him. She explained that his photo hangs on the official website of their universities, and he is the director of the Faculty of Humanitarian. After that, the girl began to talk about her father and said that one of his roles is this member of the board of directors and university. But he never did the university's affairs. After that, the guy said that it is not surprising that she decided to study the humanities. However, he could not help but wonder why she did not enter the prestigious foreign university immediately after graduation. The guy understood that even despite the fact that her uncle was the director of the humanitarian university, but it would still be difficult to finish the humanitarian program using exams. He also explained that he heard that most students from the International Exchange Department ultimately come directly universities. However, with a strange expression on her face, the girl said that this does not matter where she studies. She believes that she could not graduate from a prestigious university. And besides, her mother does not want her to be too far from her. Nevertheless, the guy could not help but understand her feeling. In days, the older generation still adheres to quite obsolete views, and their business is too diverse, therefore they are unlikely to think about transferring it to their children. Han Li understood that the position of the successor could not be just received by graduating from a prestigious university. Separating a crab, the guy understood that if the children are talented, then it was worth attracting them to business from the very beginning and gradually develop. However, he understood that if they have no talent, then it is better to just allow them to live a comfortable life until it harms others. The guy understood that the father of the stereotype is still alive, and that is why the only thing parents expect from people like Pan Gi is to marry as soon as possible and create a family. Nevertheless, the guy understood that for such a person as Pan Gi would be stupid just to get married. As a result, Han Li could not help but ask the girl, really, she does not plan to go abroad. The reddened Pangir said that she was not sure because her future is already predetermined, and she does not think that she has a choice. Suddenly, someone called the beauty all those and said that this is an incredible coincidence. Someone asked why she invited the protagonist, not her. And doesn't she really love that person? Exactly as Han Li saw who was the culprit of the events, he was taken aback. It turned out to be Luton, who came close to Pangay, and the guy refused to believe in what was happening. Han Li understood that the girl obviously searched him when he saw Pangay and pretended to be a random meeting. However, in the end, Han Li could neither restrain a smile. Now he understood why her father was so inspired. Now he finally realized that it happened because he, as a member of the board of directors, could not help but know what was happening at the university, especially if it concerns his own daughter. The man understood that Pangay since childhood was surrounded by girls, and now she admitted to her Luton. Nevertheless, he could not deny that when they together, then the scene looks simply amazing. Finally, I realized what Han Li could not help but smile at, because Father Pangri is likely to worry that his daughter is turning into a lesbian. Suddenly, the waitress went to the main character and said that Father Pangay wanted to discuss something with him. Shalayutin was surprised when her father's name surfaced, the so-called lover, and Pan He herself did not understand why her father Han Li. At the same time, there was talk about the protagonist about the main character. Many asked the question, is it really that it is a good thing to show such enthusiasm towards him? Father Pangay asked. Really, Uncle does not know what was happening at his university. Diana said that he heard that Pangi admitted the girl and it was too unexpected for them all. Han Li overheard all this conversation while his father did not stop expressing his concern with this case. He understood that that girl is quite outstanding, and he could not imagine the situation if his daughter was interested in her, and did not understand who then took his business in the future. Going into the door dense to the door, Li heard Pangir called his daughter smart, but he still could not entrust her completely his business because he did not understand that if it would be too heavy for her and did not even understand why she simply could not find a capable man and just enjoy life. Then the protagonist dawned on the plan of Father Panga to be a little different. Just overheard a couple of lines, Han Li realized that he plans to transfer his whole business to his son-in-law. The two guys stood understanding that, regardless of plans, the father of a beauty, such opportunities fall too rare. In the end, the waiter proposed to go through while the guy decided not to lose his chance. After that, the guy came out of his thoughts and agreed to everything. Very soon, Han Li went to the center of the building. Father Pangay joyfully greeted the protagonist and told him to sit down at the table. Suddenly, a bottle of cognac appeared in the hands of the protagonist. In his other hand was a small glass of strong alcohol. The guy has changed once again, that bothers them. Father Pangay proposed to go to the main character and asked, he really brought alcohol with him. The guy said that he thought it would be bad to come empty-handed. After that, Han Li thanked the man for his hospitality and said that he would like to raise a toast of all those present here. Ultimately, the uncle said that he did not need to be so polite, and Han Li carefully opened the bottle. Pouring a certain amount of liquid into a glass of Han Li said that his family always taught his importance to etiquette. The guy said that since he is the youngest here, and he is obliged to do this. After that, he clung to a glass and said that he was raising this toast for them. Father Pangay laughed at him, thanked the protagonist. At the same time, the man understood that the main character was inherent in an incredibly scrupulous etiquette, and even such details as clutching tingling and handling a bottle of wine were thought out to the smallest detail. The man evaluated the protagonist and could not help but come to the idea that the guy's family is impressive, because in order to grow such a child as he needs to make a lot of effort. After that, his father turned to the main character and asked him not to be local. The man asked really he lives in a hostel and asked if he was too much load. Han Li confirmed his father's suspicion and said that he had come from the city of Dream. The guy explained that he had recently arrived in the capital, therefore he was not yet familiar with her. And because of this, he decided to live at all. To live in addition to studying the teachers, they practically do not load them, and therefore everything is in order. Father Pangay thought and began to recall the city of dreams. However, in the end, he translated the topic and said that he called him not to just talk. The man explained that his baby does not often communicate with the boys, and this proves that he was a good person. She decided to spend time with him. The man said that he would like him to accompany her on shopping campaigns. The man explained that Han Li was not worried about financial expenses, and he would cover everything. Han Li only smiled embarrassedly and said that he was too kind. Han Li said that he actually uses most of his free time to self-study. Therefore, he does not have much free time. In addition, the guy said that Pangay much more liked to spend his time with girls. He said that her friend had just come and they are chatting right now. As if frightened by Father Pangay, said that this explains why the main character was so easy to let go. After that, he said that he was familiar with the girl's friends and asked who she was. With a naive face, Han Li said that she was his year-old class and her name is Luton. Without giving a look, the father told the main character that he could return and order everything that they want because they should not worry. After that, Han Li waved his hand, Father Pangay, and was about to go. Farewell. The father could not say that Han Li was a very wonderful child. One crown. As soon as he left the room and slammed the door, the father showed his real face. As it turned out, the man was still a stupor and could not say anything. However, just a second later, his father grabbed his head and said that this was the end. Not understanding what was the matter, his friends asked what really happened. Nevertheless, the man did not answer their questions and only loudly remained at the table. He realized he said that this was impossible, and he must go and see, while the enraged father of Pangay tried to desperately stop his friend. I said that they do not know what actually happened and should wait a little before going down. His brother said that if he goes now, he would scare the children. As a result, the furious Father Pangay did not have any other choice but to be in four walls and get angry. At the same time, Han Li returned down, and the beauty of the university asked if everything was already over. After that, the girl asked why he initially called the guy. Han Li replied that there was nothing special about this, and he simply said that they ordered everything that they wanted and that he would take care of his daughter. Here, Sia Luton did not interfere with the conversation and said that she could again take care of her, and she did not need Han Li in this. At some point, the girl asked what Han Li was doing with her at all. The guy asked, is it not obvious because he is just fed for free? At that moment, Han Li asked Sia Luton what she was doing here at all. The girl explained that she came to eat crabs because this is the only place where they serve delicious. Hearing such a lie, he could not help but strain. But he said nothing. After that, Sia Luton asked the waiter to go to the table and ordered even more crabs. At the same time, the guy understood that she clearly came here to eat. Nevertheless, Han Li could not help but sympathize with Pangay. She just asked him to eat together, but her father suddenly appeared. And after her father appeared and that so completely these riots, she drove herself to a dead end. The final result? The girl sighed and said that she would pay everything herself. However, after this, Sia Luton decided to complain about the main character and asked whether she was going to seduce every beauty at the university. After that, the girl asked the guy how to eat from the beauty of the university, while the girl herself denied at least some participation of the protagonist in this scheme and said that he was very good. The girl explained that they get along very well and she likes to treat him. With a sigh of Han Li, he realized that now the real conflict begins, because the words of Pangay are quite provocative. As a result, Han Li decided to remind you that if they planned something again, then do not get him. After that, the guy raised a toast for them and wished them many years of happiness. After that, Han Li said that he feels the third wheel in a completely new carriage. However, at the same moment, the guy noticed something that should not be, for the smiling headman, who was glad for Han Li knows his life, Father Pangay, he shook with anger while he heard that Sia Luton invites Pangay on a date. Noticing that the girl's father was extremely dissatisfied with Han Li, began to frantically wave the signal so that Pangay did not agree to this proposal. Suddenly one could hear a loud knock. The guy was instantly scared and looked at his father Pangay. He jumped from his place and asked himself a question. Did her father really have a pressure due to this situation? Pangay proposed calmly. The guy told her to be more careful, and the main thing is to choose the right words. Pointing to one certain side, he tried his best to say that there was something unusual and said that otherwise she might have problems. Pan-Gae did not understand the hints of the protagonist and asked what he had in mind. And the girl asked really. He united with the loot to mock her. The girl asked how to tell that lie to her, because if they were not in a restaurant, then she would definitely take revenge on him. However, at that moment, one noticed that the girl was still communicating with the main character. Tears appeared on his face, and he was madly glad that the girl was still interested in men. I thought about the content of these messages and could not understand what she had in mind when she spoke about 2 birds with 1 stone, and did the youth behave so more profitable? After that, Xiaolutin blushed and said the beauty on my network that you should not joke so much. The girl realized that even despite the fact that she was just fooling around with her, but she really has a feeling as the main character. After that, she remembered the message of her so-called lover and vowed to prevent her from killing 2 birds with 1 at once. Very soon, Xiaolutin approached Pan-Gae and laid her hand on the girl's cheek, embarrassing Pan. Her old age even asked her why she needed men if she is like her. She also said that she had already seen her skills in the handle and they can cope on their own. She also said that she was satisfied, and if she does not believe, she could ask a classmate. When his father saw this scene, he finally got confused and did not understand what was happening here. Then he realized that his baby was not only a lesbian, but also loves to obey, although she was always so innocent. Everything was so bad that he could not even keep his balance, and his uncle who asked him to recover. And he told you that he raised his daughter with such great efforts, and now she is in a relationship with a girl. You could just see tears on his face when he said that this was a huge tragedy. However, suddenly the man remembered his trump card, despite the fact that they saw quite a bit of a man already seriously relied on the protagonist. Approaching the non-understanding main character, his father knew that he needed to talk to him, and perhaps he could direct Pan-Gae on the right path, and they would be able to agree on anything. Beauty Universities asked what Fei asked her to ask her if she had so fun with her. The girl said that if Han Li agrees, then she is more than ready to marry him at least tomorrow. At the same time, Xiaolutin asked really not Pan-Gae thinks that this could happen. After that, Pan-Gae turned to the chief hero sitting stupor and asked him to meet with Fei in order to look at the reaction of Xiaolutin, while the girl herself did not understand some kind of attitude towards her at all. When I watched you with this conversation, he understood that everything was becoming more and more complicated, and it seems she used the main character as a cover to leave her friend later. The man understood that he could not allow this to continue if he does not return his daughter to the right one. Then everything would be over, and how his father should stop it. Beauty Universities were about to continue the conversation, but she was interrupted by her own father. Approaching the company, he asked how the food to her tasted, to what a bewildered girl asked him why he went down. The man said that he heard that her friend had come, so he decided to go down. It was as if nothing wrong was happening. He asked Xiaolutin what he greeted there. After that, the father and how their health is. When Han Li looked at this scene, he could not help but feel the feeling of déjà vu because it was precisely such questions when he was an object of observation. The man is so unusual. However, suddenly he turned to the main character and said that Pan-Gae is a little closed, and she did not have so many friends with whom she climbs. After that, he laid his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he likes him from Xiaolutin. After that, he showed his finger up and said that, in the future when they have a weekend, they may not be shy and come to them, and he will be happy to see them. The embarrassed finger agreed, but did not understand why this scene seemed strange to him. This strangeness was noticed, and Pan, after all, was her memoirs. Her father was always strict towards the boys, but now he is friendly with the main character. The girl understood that they met only twice, and did not understand whether there was something special in the guy. Noticing the gaze of Pan-Gae, Han Li smiled affably, but one could notice fatigue on his lips. In the end, even Xiaolutin noticed that Father Pan-Gae became much kinder, that the girl herself was alarming. At some point, Pan-Gae noticed that her father was smiling, and until the last, she believed that if her father liked the guy, then there was nothing unusual in this. However, at some point, she nevertheless set to find out for the goal of finding out what was so special in the main character. A deep night came very soon. Han Li returned to his hostel. However, upon arrival, he did not think that Xiao Dunbi and Dean would notice. Han Li asked, "Really? They didn't go anywhere today," and asked why they were so gloomy. As if hiding the information, Xiao Dunbei looked at Dean deciding who would say this information. Not understanding what Han Li repeated his question, Xiao Dunbei said they were waiting for him to ask something. He mentioned that in their class there is one guy whose name is Denji Hao. He explained that it was this person who asked about him today. Steam asked what he needed. The first neighbor said that he was not sure because he did not explain the reason for them. Trying to recall this name, Han Li could not help but think herself. It sounds painful. And at one point he just remembered this. As it turned out, in the list of international students exchange, this guy was included in the list of the best and, moreover, he is the main fan of Panji. Nevertheless, the guy understood that even when he found out who he did not give this, for some reason he suddenly decided to find out about him. At some point, he thought that it should be because of Pan-gay. Of course, the guy decided not to think about it and thanked his neighbors for the information. Then Dean intervened in the conversation and said that even despite the fact that he did not talk about it directly, but he feels that it was connected with the beauty universities. Han Li said that this is really so and other reasons to ask him not banal. And in addition, he can do this only behind him so you cannot worry about it. However, at that moment he again interrupted. The first neighbor said that the main problem is that he did not get rid of him. The guy said that Denji Hao knows quite a lot of people and quite often comes to play poker. But at the same time, the man understood that he was not worried about the fact that something would happen to the main character, because he was more worried about Denji Hao himself. Because if he was angry with the protagonist, then he'd just get rid of him. Thoughts began to pop up in his head about how many bags would be needed to pack Denji Hao and his friends. At the same time, Han Li looked at the first neighbor who was shaking with fear and did not understand what he was thinking about here. About Belle. In the end, Dean said that they told him everything. After that, the guy said that they needed to go out and Han Li said goodbye to him. After that, Han Li said that they should often stay here to spend the night because his hammer is absolutely safe for friends. Hearing such words, the neighbors could not but be afraid. After that, Xiao Dunbei laughed and said that he understood everything, therefore asked him to be careful and not to act too impulsively. Han Li waved goodbye to them and could not help but notice how scared they were, still scared. After that, Han Li turned on his laptop. He understood that it was better not to cross with Denji Hao, because it could develop into a real conflict. After that, he wrote to the headman whether she received payment. The girl almost immediately said that this is a very large amount. The guy could not help but rejoice at the results of his results, and realized that it was not just that their novels are the highest paid contact. Nevertheless, it was quite unexpected for him that her share of payment brought him the experience of experience. After that, he thought about whether it would be an endless rush of experience if he creates his company in the future. Han Li could not help but think that every yuan spent would turn into experience points, and this would simply amazingly daughter. After that, he took up the keyboard again. He said that they could only wait before they make a profit. And even more, Xiaolutin said that she first earned so much money on her own, and before she thought that receiving 1 or 0 source would be great. But today, she realized that she would not have enough money. After that, the girl asked how your opinion they would turn out to be a fee in the next months. And this could not but rejoice by the hero, because he was in words last time were not in vain. The guy remembered that in 2013, the monthly salary throughout the country was less than 1,000 yuan, and the amount that she received for her work was almost equal to the average income in the state. He understood that this was a large amount for her. As a result, the guy said that everything depended on the work, did not understand why she suddenly said that she was not enough money. Therefore, the girl said that she suspects that the insidious White Lotus put her eyes on her dream guy, and her family is very rich. The girl said that today she treated his dream guy and spent more than 000 yuan, but she found out about it in time and ran to her to teach her a lesson. Without seeing any reaction, she asked if he could believe that dinner cost 000 yuan. She wrote that her mother sends her 000 yuan every month, and her father just buys her everything she wants. Xiaolutin said that besides, she has her own small piggy bank where she stores red envelopes, because she never needed anything. Han Li could not help but laugh watching this situation. The guy said that if it becomes easier for her, then he also never had a lot of money. After that, he asked, "Really?" She was worried that I was trying to make her money to win her boyfriend to something. She also said that if she can receive more money, she will be on an equal footing with her. However, Han Li immediately noticed the inconsistency and asked how she should earn her opinion and how much time it will be needed to catch up with her. The girl understood that she has been working for a year, and her profit is still less than menstruation expenses of Pan-gay. She admitted this, and Han Li asked why she would not change her approach because if she could not compete in a waste of money, then she needs to compete in beauty. And even though he is not sure how she looks, but most likely she is great like a goddess. When Han Li wrote these compliments, he could not help but laugh. When Xia Luton seriously thought about it, she could not even find some clear answer. However, the morning came very soon. Many students turned back in order to see someone beautiful. This girl smiled brightly, but her smile was quite restrained so as not to be dissolute. As a result, the girl came in the class and surprised everyone with her presence alone. Many guys could not help blushing despite her. This was the girl who turned out to be Luton, and no one could not keep compliments aside. Even the girls were embarrassed by such incredible beauty, not to mention the guys. In the end, Xia Luton approached the main character and asked why he decided to come to the teacher's lecture, on what he replied that sometimes it was interesting to listen to what he was saying. After that, the guy turned towards the girl and asked she didn't think so. Then Han Li saw the girl's outfit and was surprised while Xia Luton said that she agreed with him and his lecture is quite interesting to listen. After that, she smiled brightly and said good morning. However, Han Li did not give out that expected reaction, but in return was just laughing. The girl herself was very surprised at this and looked at him inquiringly. In the end, Han Li said that she seems to be a great mood today. Han Li asked. Really? She spent the time with Pan Gay yesterday. After that, the guy blushed slightly and turned to her. He said that this cold and elegant style is very suitable for her character. The girl said that she was not interested in his opinion, and she does so not for him. Xia Luton realized that she spent so much time on makeup, but did not understand that with the reaction of the protagonist, and Han Li said that it was obvious that her strange behavior attracted his attention, and she was simply curious. After that, the teacher entered the audience and said, "Good morning. I checked the lists." He asked if everything came because he has an important announcement for them. After that, the man corrected his glasses and said that he was already sure that everyone had heard about him. The teacher said that soon the competition in trade and registration on it will be open for everyone. The man said that this competition was divided into 3 rounds, and now he will explain all the rules. After that, he recorded the rules on the board and asked to rewrite them. The man explained that if we speak briefly, at first the participants and the teeth begin this account, and in the second round they will work with real capital was. As a result, the man said that if they go to the final, they will work with real capital in 1 million, which immediately surprised everyone. However, he knew that it was not at all that to rejoice. The most important thing is that it was necessary to bring from this competition. It is that throughout the final, the whole profit that is earned in this million will be considered the legal income of the participant. The teacher said that if he was allowed to go around the top 10, then this would not only give them a significant income, but they will also be invited to the award ceremony after the competition. He explained that the award ceremony is in the capital and the best experts in this area gather annually, and they will receive not only huge profits, but also the opportunity to become famous in the industry. The teacher invited students to consider participation in this competition, since they will receive 1 million without any conditions. And even if they are aimed at a modest profit of 50%, then this is already a lot. The man said that even if they could not get to the final, then the most simple participation in this competition give them a valuable experience. After that, the teacher turned to his students and asked if this was so that they answered the consent. After that, he said that those who want to register can approach him, as well as until the end of the semester, they will analyze the other activities of each participant. The teacher said that students who show the best results will be released from this exam. After that, the girl got up from the table. Han Li asked, "Really? The girl is actually going to participate in something?" She asked why it would not be a good opportunity. The girl understood that this was an incredible opportunity to make money, and she was going to definitely reach the finals. Meanwhile, Han Li looked at her as clumsy because he knew her level of knowledge. The girl asked really he doubts her skills. The fact is that as far as he knows, Hu Luton who was afraid to raise participation even in small trade, and he has no idea where she had the courage to take part in such a competition. After that, as the main character, Yu Yun approached and offered to register. The guy at the same time remembered that in the last life of Sarost, she achieved that her performance was regarded as a tragedy of training. The guy understood that she only incurred losses and at the end of the competition received the result of minus 77% of the starting capital and took the last place in the classroom, while others who lost serious losses knew that they needed to take a break, but she continued to trade, does not pay attention to failure. The guy understood that after a series of operations, in the end, she proved her ability that it was the thickest and strongest onion in their class. Very soon, the school call rang. Many classmates began to boast of each other with their achievements. Very soon, one of the classmates tried to call the protagonist, but at the same time, several beautiful girls headed for him. Yu Yun asked the guy, can he teach her trade modeling? She grabbed his hand, and Fei Fei grabbed him by the second hand, and they said that this was his chance to prove his skills because he always sits like that. The man understands that the competition has not yet begun, and he is already showing off. Look at the back desks and feeling some kind of evil look on himself. He could not help but feel a strange foreboding. Han Li also understood that the relationship between Duan Xiao and Fei Fei used to develop rapidly, and he remembers that all this began with one competition. Han Li understood that the guy had a rather complicated character. However, he definitely has some skills. Xia Heng Huan and Zheng Lei just started their path of trading and entered the top 3 in their class. Han Li analyzed that their profit indicator is 20%. After that, he looked at the second guy and realized that the reason for which he began to attract girls probably in this aspect. Nevertheless, Han Li understood that in this life everything would be different, and this is his chance to prove himself. The headman got up and said that he just boasts and everything would get up, obviously what result he will have after the competition. Hearing such a speech, Han Li realized that Xia Luton does not cheat on himself and all the same reckless. She understood that if she was hesitated at least for a second, the main character was surrounded by the girls again. I did not understand why he was so popular. Smiling, Han Li asked, really, she thinks so, and whether she was ready to make a bet. The girl was surprised and asked that she was planning to substitute her again. The guy asked why it is she who uses the word again, and did he have previously substituted it. The guy said that since this competition, it makes sense to bet on the one who will have more income. Therefore, the girl asked, really, he reads that she would conclude this betting, given that even the teacher praised him, and she was just a newcomer. Other classmates agreed with this and offered a head of 10 and 20%. However, others understood that taking into account the level of skill of the protagonist, then any advantage would seem dubious, and it is better to simply not initially participate in this bet. As a result, the girl slammed the table and agreed to 20%. She said that if he agrees to such a head start, she would agree to a bet that became a shock for all those present. Xia Luton understood that if she did not agree to this, then it would be quite possible to lose her position of the headman, and she did not believe that she would lose to him with a handicap of 20%. As a result, Han Li agreed to this. He understood that if she had a bolt of the same strategy as in a past life, then even with a handicap at 80%, he would easily win. Yu Yong said that this particular hero expected from the protagonist and asked the question whether there would be any bets. The headman also wondered this question and began to ask the guy his opinion and said that he only gave her a head start and solve him. The protagonist thought and did not plunge into his thoughts for long. He considered that it would be fair if she, in the case of her winning, asks the main girlia everything that will be in his power. Nevertheless, if the protagonist won, whatever happened in the future, she will have to forgive him once. Not understanding what he was driving at, the girl asked what he was planning. Han Li said that this was just a fleeting thought, and he himself asked what the worst could do. Here, classmates began to ask if something is happening between the main character and the elder. The girl blushed and said that she did not care with whom he will be on a date, and this is his personal business. Hearing such an answer, the guy asked if she had a better idea. As a result, the girl darkened and began to speak her demand. She said that on the occasion of her winnings, the guy would be forbidden to meet someone during their studies. Han Li clearly did not expect such an approach and even stunned. As a result, the protagonist agreed to ZTO a demand. Still not understanding why the girl was the fact that he could not enter into a relationship and she is corny digging a hole for herself. Yu Yun, too, could not help but be surprised and said that this requirement was a little too much. At the same time, other classmates could not agree with how interesting this requirement was, because it would be difficult for the main girlia to hold out without flirting with beauties, and this would give others a chance to get to know them. At the same time, Xia Luton could not calm her heart and decided that such a bet would be a reasonable and she will have more time. Han Li got up of the table and asked Star to refuse her words, regardless of whether she would lose or not. As a result, he held out his little finger, offering to switch on it. The girl was clearly embarrassed by this approach, and she asked if he was really calling him to resort to him. However, she still agreed to the zot with discontent. After that, the audience shared those who encouraged the protagonist and those who encouraged the older. Suddenly, Zheng Lei approached the main character and said that he was experiencing some problems with confidence to determine the points of purchase and sale. After that, Xiaohuan intervened in the conversation and said that she also had questions. Understanding that he was obliged to explain everything to them, Girly began to do this without paying attention to anything. The guy explained to Zheng Lei that without practical experience, the area may seem difficult. After that, he offered his students independent practice and later he will show their problems. The guy liked this answer and he thanked the protagonist. After that, Xiaohuan approached the guy and asked if the guy could book her place at his lecture. Han Li agreed and offered to create a group for discussion. The main character said that in this way they can turn to him a claw. They will have some questions, and they began to feverishly look for their contact numbers. Yu Yong went to the main character and asked Li, he finished, saying that she was dying of hunger. He herself, Hong Huan, thanked the guy and apologized for delaying him. Han Li laughed and said not worried about it, and, in which case, is not afraid to ask questions in the group. Realizing that they did not pay attention to her, Yoon ran to the main character and asked to eat something hot. After the protagonist agreed, the girl asked if he wanted to walk after eating, but this time he refused. Yu Yun said that he was probably worried about the fact that others would incorrectly understand their relationship, but everything was in order for her. Paying attention to the fatigue and misunderstanding of the protagonist, Yu Yun continued to repeat that, such as he could clearly withstand such little things and asked not to put pressure on so much. While the girl tried to grab the protagonist's hand, he could not help but laugh in his soul. He understood that if he had not known her true nature, he would probably have hit this fishing rod. However, Han Li understood that the only reason for her actions was the wealth of her family, and if she finds out the truth, he would despise him stronger than anyone. The guy understood that in this case she probably even dared to do some crazy act. After that, he called the name of the girl. With apathy in the person, he said that he never believes promises and believes only in virtue of time. It was obvious that Yu Yun did not understand that Han Li had in mind and opened her eyes wide. However, instead of assuming that the problem consists in her, Yu Yang thought that the headman was right and the reason why he acts this broken heart. The girl said that she would not let him in, thinking that the reason why no one was finishing his reciprocity is the fact that he was afraid that he would receive pain again. But Yu Yun was sure that it was a matter of time. Grabbing the amazed guy by the hand, she said that it was time to eat. She stubbornly refused to believe that she could not melt his heart. At the same time, Han Li did not understand really the fact that he was treating her coldly, on the contrary, attracts her. Then the system informed the protagonist that one of his skills increased and he did not understand what was the matter. Very soon, the moment came when everyone had already returned to the hostel. Shalutin read Ham's long autobiography and not Magda, not to be indignant. She was furious and asked the messenger what he wrote at all and is he not yet studying. However, the guy explained that this is just a trick to attract subscribers. After the wage, he said that in this way he advertises her herself. Han Li said to simply indicate Imchi Mei Jun and said to watch the excitement. Realizing the real reason for such a text, Luton apologized to Ham. Han Li said not worried, however, admitted that he thought that she would have questions about the photograph in the first place. However, the girl said that sooner or later they would need to give autographs and she will be obliged to show her face. Nevertheless, she assured that it was beautiful in itself. Very soon, on November 11th came. The protagonist came to the university's audience, but at that time she was half empty. The Prepoint Globoko exhaled and looked at the students. The man said that their next classes would take place on Friday and asked everyone to take their laptops because they would study with them. After listening to such a speech, the protagonist could not but create the impression that the teacher himself was tired of these lectures. The guy understood that the 10 best students in the second round automatically moved to the final, and since the Zholjin contest began today, he should remain calm. With a light movement of his hand, he opened his laptop and set to work. Looking at the general chat, Han Li realized that the elder was already growing up to act, and it seems she is determined to decide. Nevertheless, the guy wondered if she would regret his words if she wins. However, Facepalm could not help him to appear, only he understood that even if he would not do anything then with easy her. After that, the guy set to work. She argued the decision that she tracked what shares have doubled her assets in 3 months. Han Li looked at these confident messages and realized that this could even be believed. Having looked at the graphs, he really thought a girlfriend of a genius in the analysis and how on such candles she realized that this was a good deal. However, looking at the rest of the chat, he could only frown. In fact, absolutely everyone was corny flattered her score to talk about her mistakes. Fei was among those people who thought that she could not worry about the contest with the Jewish Sia Luton. At the same time, the headman herself asked the protagonist what he plans to buy. Not understanding why she does Han Li Princess as a question. Does she really want to ask for advice? After that, the main girl made the screen of his screen. He understood that since he was mentioned, there was no point in answering, and the only thing that worried him was that the rest could get scared of such information. After that, the protagonist made the screen of his screen. He understood that since he was mentioned, there was no point in responding, and the only one that he was worried is that the rest could get scared of such information. Duan Xiaoyi could not help but mock the main character because he was so brave when he taught them, and now he acts completely differently. Lu Ji also noticed that the guy said completely different when they would explain everything to them and thought it was really that they specially tried to create problems for him. Looking at the fact that others are trying to put it as an object of criticism, he was agitated and realized that this was a bold plan. After that, Hong Huan asked the main girlia to explain why he bought these shares. This man was supported by the headman herself, who said that she would lose if he did not explain. Even then, the main character was surprising and wondered why she was this. After that, Han Li began to print. After that, he tried to explain that the headman bought unreliable promotions and he took up more realistic. After that, Han Li was pleased with his answer and mentally a subadurtle of himself. Olnako, when the guy decided to believe whether someone wrote a message after his explanation was met by a dead silence. Han Li did not understand why others had no reaction and began to worry. At some point, the guy wondered, did he really have the internet? Olnako, very soon the comments appeared. They admired the judgments of the protagonist and asked to explain the railway at the next lecture. However, the guy could only exhale, because he was not going to take this risk. Han Li explained that most likely he would sell stocks tomorrow. He said that the purpose of the competition is to study and practice, so he will not explain anything. The headman still could not believe it, and argued the message of the protagonist in that he was smoothly coding. Even despite the fact that the girl said that her actions would not bypass her, but her gaze issued the opposite. The next day came very soon. The whole audience stood in the grave silence while Han approached Xiaolutin. After that, he moved his place and thus attracted the attention of the girl. Han Li said that his actions showed himself even better than he represented and asked how the head of the headman was there. Not wanting to admit the loss, she said that victory and defeat are the same art of war and said not to be so self-confident. After that, she screamed, so that he only watched her bypassing him. The guy reacted calmly and said that they should learn to let everything go and move on, because they will work in the same area. At the same time, he realized that with such a aura, many might think that the first and last place is the same thing. Perrier got up and said that he was going to have a bite and asked if she wanted to join, and she was aggressively refused. The girl reluctantly said that she had to take care of data monitoring. After that, the embarrassed guy wished the EC good luck and left. Passing by some banner, he could not help but notice some discounts. Suddenly, someone called the main character. There was Pan Gay, who called Han Li from the other table. Nevertheless, for the guy, this was far from the most successful meeting, and noticing her enthusiasm, the main character thought that she had some kind of plan. The girl told the guy to hurry up while he asked why she called him at all. Together with the pan, the guy called the guy and Fu Dudu, who asked him why he would like to eat. Han Li, in confusion, said that he was not executive and asked her to choose herself. The guy thought that after Udon Pongay was anger and did not understand her action. Suddenly, a quiet chuckle heard enough. A certain boyfriend looked at the protagonist with a mockery and asked his name. Han Li did not. A misunderstanding who was such a guy asked it. Realizing that it was not just that was all, and Panji clearly thought of something. That guy said that he thought that there would be something special in him. Pan Gay in response asked why he was so rude to what he said that he simply was telling the truth. Han Li sat near Pan Gay, and realizing that she always had a lot of Fanatovi, she easily coped with them herself and did not understand why she this time sought to use it as a shield. Looking at the guy himself, Han Li suggested that he was exactly what he had previously asked about him. Denji Hao told the girl not to understand the wrong thing, but friendship with such a person will lower her status. In addition, the guy made her wait for so long. Pan Gay said that everything was in order, and some time ago she tried to invite him in the morning and it took them a few days to agree on everything. She said that maybe the main character's family is not as rich as her, but she is diligently studying to become the best. The girl understood that he still could not compete with the Luton. However, to cause him troubles, it would not be so but in bad. She decided to take revenge on him in this way that he mocked her when she invited him to dinner. She could not forget about it because now her father always recalls it. Suddenly, Han Li handed his arure. After that, he began to stroke the surprised Pan Gi and apologized. Not understanding what the reddened girl was happening to the guy, smiling vilely, he said that he lingered a little and forced her to wait. With a gloomy face, he recalled that he told her not to wait for him, and the next time she should obey him. He decided that once Aura entered him into this, that the initiative should come from him. Pangatius was with anger and embarrassment, however. She could not say anything. Others looked at this situation in the greatest shock on their face. Pan was shocked because even her father did not allow himself to touch her. And this insolent had the courage to do this. But on the other hand, she herself called him to arrange a performance before Jihao. Thus, the hero personally put herself as a laughingstock. And Den clearly will not miss the chance to use this in the future. The girl perfectly understood that she should use her only trump card. The young lady looked at Linya with an indictment to ask her forgiveness. In response, the main character only looked at her in bewilderment and could not understand why she was looking at him like that. The Pan, in turn, was in shock, since there was no effect. It really was quite strange because she used this technique since childhood. And at school, no one could withstand visual contact for more than 10 seconds. And anyone who was subjected to such a magical look immediately fell on the hook and ran to reassure it. However, at this moment, the only one who could not stand it was Jihao, who stated that Han could not touch her. Moreover, before, Zhao never allowed anyone to do this, and she does not like it very much. Pan also talked that he never again in his life would allow her to touch her head so casually. The girl defiantly corrected her hair, and smiling looked at the young man, adding that he ruined her hairstyle. Gay's friend was furious that he was so easy for him. He expected a much more serious punishment. At this time, Lin unexpectedly called to Jihao and asked if his name was. The young man instantly introduced himself and noticed that the cohabitants of Hanya around the room were his friends. Then he offered them somehow all together he would meet and had a good fun. The guy agreed. Jihao, in turn, noticed a rather strange aura around him. Lin suddenly began to smile and say that he himself wanted to go for a long time. His gaze was piercing, as if through a man, because even Duan was frightened. Dina began to visit incomprehensible thoughts about the teenager, as if he would now attack him with a hammer. At that moment, Yu came up to them and asked what happened to them, because they looked strange enough. Han took her plate with soup and replied that they had just met each other. Jihao was infuriated by the fact that self-confident Lin is trying to control the situation. The protagonist understood how Dina was nervous, and he continued to demonstrate composure. Yun found that she again forgot to bring cutlery and hurried after them. Giant that she always forgets about them. Suddenly Han stated, there is no need to go anywhere. Moreover, she has already brought food, so he will use personal devices. The guy took out a beautiful box in which the dining rooms made from pink gold were made from pink gold. Then it was absolutely not forced to eat. Everyone was shocked and did not understand where he was from. Pan, in turn, was no longer angry with the young man and calmly started the meal. The girl took the unusual table device Linya and could not understand what was so supernatural in them. Jihao was at a loss because they used one set for two. Den was extremely sadly aware that he had not the slightest opportunity to interfere with them. However, it was not clear how the elder Sia allowed them to establish a relationship. After lunch, Yu and Gay went to the room, where the intrigued Yun asked her what was happening with Hanim. Pan replied that she did not force him to behave like that. But her friend began to say that he was just mocking her. And the next time she only has to say that she finally dealt with this insolent, but Ji hastened to reassure her. Besides, she is unlikely to master such a strong teenager. The self-confident Yu took a jacket and noticed that you will never know until you try. But she just does not want to intervene in their relationship, as in the end, they can quarrel. Pan called her to go to have fun while she rests from today's extremely tiring day. But Gay could not fall asleep and constantly thought about this rather strange situation. The young lady began to remember how everyone envied her, because she grew up in a rich family. However, sometimes being such a noticeable figure is not very good. People are constantly trying to benefit. Knowing that she had a lot of money, classmates repeatedly asked her about financial assistance. Father always told Pan that rich people should always stay a distance from the poor. After all, those who are higher by status do not need flattering, and the poor do not need a patron. And the tofu often jokes over her because of the relationship with Luton. But when the situation is heating up, she just leaves. Hero has long been accustomed to this. Since childhood, she never had many close friends. She believed that it was Lin in everything, although they chatted pleasantly at the first meeting. It is worth noting that it was rather funny to watch the shyness of the shy. And today, she just wanted to cause Hanyu's troubles, which did not work out very much. And she herself was subjected to incredible embarrassment. Everything went obviously not according to plan. Pan was well aware of how much Luton he was. They turned out to be quite brave people. At the same time, each person has weaknesses. But how to use them without exposing himself to the laughing stock? This is the main question. At that moment, the worried Yu unexpectedly ran into the room and stated that she had urgent news. Yun showed her a published rating of the contest participants, where the student council put up a list of the best, and Lin was in it. The dumbfounded Geg saw that the guy was located in 9th place and asked if this was a good result. She replied that he bought 5,000 shares of Kai Yuan, where the current price is 26 yuan and plus 8%. Thus, Han rose in the ranking in 2 days, and Ji Hao is in the first place, as Va Bank went. Based on this situation, it can be assumed that Lin is really an expert, and Denu is still lucky. Pan did not understand much about what she was talking about, but she realized only one thing, that the young man was really incredible, adding that since he is such an impressive specialist, she should help him increase his authority. The next day, at school, everyone just talked about the rating of their classmates. She was naturally upset and felt depressed. She constantly looked out for Khan. While most students expressed their admiration towards the arrogant Duan, Ji said that he was just lucky, and it is not known what trump card Lin has. Suddenly, the Hong intervened in their conversation and called on everyone, focus on analyzing data. Duan noticed that she was too preoccupied with this rating and Linum. And this is all no more than just experience. In addition, Han is always overly eloquent, unlike its results. After all, the teacher said that you should not blindly follow others. Suddenly, a classmate urged everyone to check the form. The general rating in real time displaced an incredible picture before closing the market. Suddenly, the main character entered the audience and asked that they were discussing so loudly. Catching numerous views on himself, he asked why everyone stared at him. The teacher, in turn, hastened to congratulate the freshman Lin on an incredible indicator, because he took the 7th place. What was a truly excellent result. And on behalf of the entire university, he once again congratulated him. Han had already managed to forget that now the rating can be tracked in real time. However, it was only the 3rd day of the competition, and the congratulations were clearly hasty. Suddenly, Yoon ran up to him and also congratulated him on the best success in their class. In the next, half of the students began to warmly respond to its indicators in the tournament. After all, in just 2 days he exceeded the limit and reached an unimaginable income of 15%. The displeased Xiaowei noticed that the guy was extremely cunning and was waiting for the closure of the market. Suddenly, it lit up that with this outcome, Liutin could lose in a dispute. Han once again demonstrated his awareness and busily said that Qingban shares will be restored today. And before closing, they grew by 4%. But Jia said that she only sold them this morning. Her concerned, she immediately asked what her result is now. Luton said that initially she spent more than 6,000 yuan on promotions at a low price, and as a result worked well. The young man realized why she asked him about the actions all day yesterday, because Jia simply repeated after him. The next day, she met a guy near school and greeted, but the teenager did not reciprocate her and hurried to leave. Luton was in shock. Naturally, she asked him the question of why he was leaving. Lin replied that he had only troubles from her. Then he asked how long she was going to repeat after him. After all, she constantly asked him about purchases. The girl noticed that teacher Wu helped her. He always said that shares trafficking are a long and dynamic learning process and sometimes you can cheat. Moreover, Han and So the best in the class, and a slight repetition on her part will not harm him. In addition, thanks to his skills, in the future he will clearly acquire a large number of fans. After all, one of the girls had already admitted to him in the feelings in the group. Then Zia asked if he would come to today's lectures. Lin silently turned away from her. The perplexing Luton again asked why he was silent. The guy, in turn, seemed quite strange that he was hastily congratulated on the results of the rating. But for the whole day, so none of the administration came up to him to personally express his admiration. Han suggested that someone was watching his every action and controls everything. She could not understand why he suddenly changed his face and where he went, which she hurried to find out. Seeing the board of ads, she immediately took his hand and dragged him to her. The perplexing teenager asked what she was planning and where he was dragging him. Approaching the stand, He discovered a written congratulation on his 7th place in the competition. Luton noted that after such an official announcement, he is obliged to receive some kind of prize. At that moment, the young man heard some students discuss him and said that they did not even know who he was. They obviously understood his dubious achievements in their opinion, saying that he did not even reach the international level. That I did not like Sia, who hurried to declare his great achievements. Students from the international faculty began to mock her in every possible way and say that this competition means nothing. The embittered Liutin already wanted to hit the indefatigable young person, but she suddenly stated that she knew her, and she called the girl who meets the most beautiful girl of their department. Lin tried to calm the older, but Zia said that she was protecting him. Han smiled and asked her to loosen a little, after which he pointed to his hand. The instructed girl said that she did not want to grab him so much and even forgot about it. The main character began to make fun that he allegedly provoked her, and she reacted so. At this moment, one of the students recognized that very Linya in him and said that Ji could not be his girlfriend because she is a little different. Understanding that the headman could now attack him, Han reminded her. Fights on the territory of the university are prohibited, but Luton seemed to be still on the local rules. She called the upstart a manual dog gay and began to knead his fists. Finally, they hurried to leave this location, and Lin laughed unexpectedly. The nervous Xia asked what was the matter. The guy replied that she thought she would beat them, the headman said. A fight could contribute to the deduction, and she is not so stupid, especially since they simply envy him. Han, in turn, agreed with her. Having said that, he will not lose anything from their envy, and if they like to do this so much, then this is their business. Suddenly, the young man stroked her in a friendly head on the head and said that he did not matter the opinion of the rest. The extremely hot-tempered Luton demanded that he never touch her hair again. Meanwhile, the teacher Che had to say that her offer was implemented and posters were posted in the morning. Adding that her friend quickly wants to get on the list of the best, Ji asked if the reward still depends on the student's performance. The teacher answered positively and said that if he has poor grades, then it would be impossible to convince her. He himself understood that it was necessary to make certificates of Khan, since Mrs. Pan was so worried about him. The girl, in turn, intended to continue to act because of the curtains, because it was dangerous to do business openly. However, she was well aware that some problems could appear. Students from the international department have always been proud, but now they are in the shade, and Linnea just needs to show good results. After all, if everything breaks down, then it can end very bad for them all. At this time, Han was sitting in his room as his roommates, Dean and Xiao, came to him. They still talked about his success. The main character slowly turned to them and asked what they were talking about. Dunbei instantly invited him to have breakfast dumplings with shrimp, but Lin, in turn, refused and stated that he had already had a bite to eat today. Friends immediately sat down to have breakfast and, unexpectedly noticed that Han had made a name for himself. Indeed, all over the university the announcements were placed, and even on the radio began to mention it. And soon they can give him a reward. The surprised guy asked if before none of the students was mental abilities before. She said that they do not have so many those who are inclined to study, and lectures in English are at all a nightmare for the majority, adding that they have few such intellectuals and basically they sell promotions. They also own insider information, but even with it they incur losses. Dean said that this is why everyone envies him in the classroom, all the more bouncers. Dunby noticed that Den was again asking about him, but they ignored this discharge. And if the institute wants to make an example of imitation from a line, then all their envy does not matter. However, you believe that the university began to congratulate Khan too early. After all, the final results are still unknown, and because of the hype they created, all attention is focused on it. The teenager understood. In addition to the fact that Dean is a rather timid person, he is still extremely smart. And naturally, from those who could arrange this circus with premature congratulations, or Jie, or Jihao. After that, friends hurried to go to the street so as not to interfere with the line to engage. The young man was left alone with his thoughts. He realized that he could not lose in the competition. Otherwise, he could have problems, and he needs to take an honorable place in the tournament. And since after small trade, the profit will decrease irreversibly, it was urgent to stabilize it. A good trader can experience a different range of emotions, but should not allow them to influence operations. Han naturally wanted to win the competition and do it very beautifully, since he had such an opportunity. After some time, Lin achieved an unprecedented result and exceeded the profit of a leading participant in the ranking. What was incredibly satisfied, but the last has a lot of important step to stabilize this profit. High income is certainly good, but much better a stable profit because if he fails, he risked and completely fly out of tens. Suddenly, she wrote to him. She reported that the teacher Liu wants to talk with them, possibly due to a conflict with students. Han understood that this teacher would not miss his chance, but he needed to come. A few minutes later, Liutin already reported in his office for inappropriate behavior with students of the international department. He threatened to deprive her of the old man in every possible way. The girl silently absorbed criticism in her address. She was extremely annoyed by the fact that the teacher constantly threatened to deprive her of this position. And if it were not the advantages that the headman gave, she would not have endured this at all. At that moment, Lin entered the office. An angry teacher called him to quickly approach. Then in a friendly manner, he asked if he finished his work. The guy answered positively. He himself did not understand why he was behaving like that. Liu suddenly invited him to bring water. Having stated that he needed to talk with a young man, he drove him out of the office and demanded that she wait on the outside. The dissatisfied girl left the room, and the teacher began to praise Hanya and urge him to work in the same spirit. The protagonist, in turn, reminded him of the morning conflict between them and students from the international department. The teacher assured him that this was all trifles, he himself remembered, because the young man was indeed a participant in this misunderstanding. Lin hastened to say that Luton was not to blame and just protected him from these pompous teenagers, adding that if she is punished, he will feel guilty and will not be able to concentrate on the competition. Liu called him not worried about it. The teacher said that he was not going to punish her because she stood up for her classmate, and on the contrary, it is necessary to reward it. And the guy called for a good work and make maximum efforts. Then he issued him an application for joining the student council, and if he is interested, he can consider it. Also, a certain encouragement awaits him ahead. The university has not yet specified what it will be, but it is exactly a standing reward. Suddenly, Liu again showed interest in his past and stated that he would like to talk with his parents. To find out from them how they managed to grow such a capable young man, Han suspected the unhealthy interest of the teacher. The teacher summed up that the university had never paid such attention to the student's performance before. After all, even the director called this morning to understand personally in this situation. Lin finally realized that the Pan was behind all this, because Jihao did not have such levers of influence on the leadership of the institute. And most likely this was done in intending to first catch up with popularity on a person, and thereby relieve suspicions, and then to destroy him, but he did not know the further plan of Ji. The guy hastened to say goodbye to the teacher and headed for the exit. In addition, it was not clear what benefit from all this would be the Pan. Going out the door, the teenager stumbled upon the dissatisfied Luton, who was inquiring what they were talking about. Han replied that the teacher urged him to work more durable to glorify their university. Then he urged her not to think about it and return to the classroom, because there were still lessons ahead. Entering the audience, the teacher urged everyone to attach them to the notorious Linnea and Zia. Naturally, all classmates gladly ate our heroes in applause. Liu congratulated them on passing to the next stage of the competition and called for working more diligent. Han understood that she had achieved such success thanks to him, because Luton literally repeated after him. Suddenly, the girl turned to the young man and asked him to cancel their recent dispute. In response, the teenager asked why Zia suddenly changed his mind. Because she is now in third place. The young lady said that this is true, but there is too much gap between them. And if this continues, then she would not catch up with him at all. But Luton herself understood that this was generally luck in third place in the rating. Indeed, with its true skills in trading, it is impossible to achieve such results. But Lin said that she would not recognize this until she tries, and she should definitely continue to work. The girl said that she was not stupid and is well aware of the report, and could not win in this competition. Upon learning of her decision, Liu wrote her a message where he asked why she decided to stop participating in the competition. The main character found that she had nevertheless left the tournament race and sold all the shares. He was in shock. Xia, in turn, admitted to the teacher that she actually repeated behind Hanum and did not possess the trading abilities at all. Lin sadly realized that she really decided to finally leave the competition, in connection with which he wrote to her. But the girl knew about his intentions and stated that she would not provide him with the opportunity to expose her to the laughing stock. The young man was struck by her intuition because he really wanted to mock her. Thus, Luton did not just get out of the competition, she deprived herself of the opportunity to become famous. While Jihao and Duan gave everything to become famous traders, It is worth noting that Zia is really extremely decisive and will not retreat. It impressed Connie, but most of all he liked her. So this is an awkward belief in himself and his business. The main thing is that she does not abandon her novel and does not act with him as with this competition. After that, Lin began to work a little more so that he would finally go on vacation with a calm soul. At this time, Wang was interested in the forum where this specialist came from and achieved such success. Subsequently, Khan began to discuss everything and not believe that it was a freshman. They even wanted to interview him. Suddenly, a teacher Lu with the director of Che entered the room. The teacher hastened to present him a delegation, among which was a man from a financial department named Liu. The old man praised the young man and said that the young guy was on the right track and looked smart enough. The director, in turn, thanked the line for bringing such a glory to their university. He also hurried to congratulate him on the first place and the president of the Student Council of Shuane, and with him, Tianxin, who was the head of the advertising department in the Student Council. Che also said that the financial department of Ten Sunya wants to interview him. Since the university always listens to students who have contributed to its development, the teacher noticed, if he needs something, then he will have the right to turn to the director for help. Liu said that if a young man can reach the final, then next year he will get a place in the Department of International Exchange, and all expenses will be covered by their university. He will also be able to choose any educational institution. The Faculty of Humanitarian has a popular direction, an annual exchange program where he will not have to pay for training. In fact, Yuya was extremely disappointing that some students showed a couple of good results and all the doors had already opened to him. After all, he worked hard for this. Han understood that they were deliberately trying to lure him. Suddenly, the guy said that he would not put forward any requirements. And besides, if he wins, then he will not need all these privileges and awards. Everyone was in shock. The director said that he is a rather pragmatic young man, and if he succeeds, the university would not leave this unattended. Lin thanked him for his understanding and promised to do everything possible to win, after which the delegation left his room. The teacher immediately ran up to the main character and asked about the interview. Han replied that he was not against participating in this. Shuane gave him questions for the upcoming event, so that the guy got acquainted with what was waiting for him. The teenager perceived this as the promotion of the institute through advertising and did not take seriously. The director of the financial department, before leaving, urged the young man not to worry and rest well, adding that he is even allowed not to attend classes. The main thing is to win in the competition. Suddenly, Tianxin went to Linnea and offered to exchange contacts. Then she asked to add her on the social network. The teenager's response found her by surprise, since Han said that he is extremely rarely used by such services, and this is not necessary. Meanwhile, the director went to Zhang in the office, where it was about Lena. Che said that this young man took first place in the ranking in just 1 week. He also brought from the department the prepared advertising proposal for consideration and laid it on the table. The director noted that this was all possible thanks to GE, because if not she, then they would not have met such talent. Mr. Zhang, in turn, decided to clarify whether Pan met him precisely about this student. Che confirmed his guesses and added that she asked not to tell Connie about who exactly this was. Zhang asked if he was a guy who with large, shiny eyes. The director asked if he was familiar with him. The old man replied that Mr. Pan liked him. Then he signed the documents and called on to act as he would consider fit. He also asked him to increase the bonuses, and they will discuss the rest when the final result will be known. The director hastened to pick up the papers and said that he would immediately start this. Then he left the office in a good mood, because he understood that he finally had a chance to increase. From the words of Mr. Zhang, one could draw several important conclusions. He was happy to provide the Hanyu service, and as father he did not really know the young man. Also, the Pan did not against his daughter's communication with him. As assumed, the relationship between her and the Linum is quite simple, and perhaps even the girl liked this teenager, which was not sacred. Therefore, it was necessary to bring the student to the pedestal of honor so that her father was satisfied with the work. The director naively believed that in this case he would swim in the rays of glory. The old man hurried to tell Ji that he regulated the issue with Zhang. At that moment, Pan called Che. The young lady saw that the teacher was ringing her, excited, and picked up the phone. The director notified her that everything was in perfect order and thanked for such a talented young man, to whom the university will provide a lot of various bonuses. GE calmed down. Chi added that the institute really has high hopes for this student. The director also said that he was taking care of all other worries, but the Pan suddenly picked the phone. The old man thought that she ran to talk with the Connie because Gay was clearly excited. Meanwhile, Yu asked her friend why she was so pale and whether she wanted to have lunch. Suddenly, Den approached her and said that he had found a wonderful restaurant with a terrace overlooking the sky, adding that Lin obviously could not afford this and suggested that Pan compose him a company. But the young lady refused. The girl said that he should stop making herself a cool guy, and she did not need his pity. After that, the embittered Gi went home. The dumbfounded Ji Hao tried to stop her. Den noticed that as soon as he talks about Khan, her facial expression is changing. At this time, the upset Pan went outside and realized that they could not rely on any of them. She also gave out a great opportunity instead of taking control of it. The girl, in turn, did not even know how talented the teenager was. She was met by a personal driver and asked where to take her. Ji ordered her to deliver her home. After some time, she arrived at the house, where the maid told her that Mr. Pan was looking for her. She had a bad foreboding, as if something had to happen. At that moment, her father called out. He said that Uncle Jiang called him and told about everything. Then he asked what relationship with Hanum she was. The main character at that time managed to write 3 chapters of the novel and was about to send them. Suddenly, Chen wrote to him. Yanfei asked if he was already studying at the financial faculty at the Humanitarian University. Lin answered positively. He himself began to think that they no longer talked for more than 10 days. But this was not surprising because they had different schedules and they are rarely free. And the fact that they moved away from each other was inevitable. But at the same time, they always easily found a topic for conversation. Chen asked if he knew a man at number 1358. Han asked in response. Did she also decided to take part in the competition? Yan wrote that she and her friend quickly flew out of him. But she managed to tell her about one genius at the faculty and therefore decided to find out from him. Lin asked her a question. Did she really remember him only in connection with this? The girl urged him not to dramatize, after which she noticed she had very little free time and said in between that her girlfriend's brother lives in his area. Then she offered to meet them all together when they go to her brother for the weekend. Naturally, the young man was not opposed, especially since they really had not seen each other for a long time. However, her proposal was quite unexpected, but no problems should arise in theory. Han thought it would be nice to go somewhere to relax, because he literally dissolved in his work. Meanwhile, Ji asked her father to delay their conversation until tomorrow, as he was too tired. At that moment, my mother entered the room and said that she perfectly understood her beloved daughter. She asked the Pan as her day passed because they had not seen each other for a week. Zhao hugged Gio and urged her to speak out if something really bothers. The girl replied that in fact nothing happened. She herself could not understand why the parents decided to act at the same time. Then I asked my father why he suddenly asked about Lin. The old man said that he was selling promotions in his free time, and not so long ago, he lost a lot of money, and if not his wife, he would be completely broken. The young lady noticed that she knew about the financial side of their family. She did not really want to talk about Khan. Pan said that Jiang told him about a successful student in trading, with whom she was familiar, and that is why he would really like his beloved daughter to invite this young man to their home. Surprised, Ji asked if he really believes that this guy will help him. Zhao also intervened in the conversation and stated that there was nothing wrong with the capable teenager led their family account. The girl was shocked by such news. Her mother naturally called her to calm down. She suspected something was wrong, because her parents constantly began to ask her about relations with Linos. Suddenly, the age jumped up from the couch and shouted loudly that this would not happen. Because he is too young to give any advice on the sale of shares, Zhao said that it was initially necessary to find out about his skills before drawing hasty conclusions. They can also invite his classmate because they get along with the Pan, and asked her daughter to invite them for tomorrow. The upset girl hurried to leave the room, and the woman noticed that her husband was right. After all, Ji really did not learn how to communicate with the opposite sex. But the main thing is that they still managed to invite Lin, and this is the first step. The father said that no matter how their daughter was angry with them, because they fit into her personal life. In addition, their child has already grown up and she has his own views on life that needs to be respected. The next morning, the protagonist woke a message from Pan. The guy did not expect her to write to him. He became extremely curious that she needed from him, and he opened correspondence. Ji wrote to him that his father learned about his success in the competition and invites tomorrow to dinner. Han, in turn, agreed, after which the girl reported that Luton was also invited. The guy could not understand why she also pulled down. It was rather strange. Lin also wondered about the headman, how she could agree to this. After a certain time, Yanfei also wrote to him, who stated that they would soon come and invited him to lunch. She asked her about him if she was really familiar with this young man. Chen answered positively, adding that their brother will also join them. They were looking forward to meeting with Hanim. After a moment of the girls, a familiar voice called to Pain. Yan turned sharply. Before her stood a beautiful Tench, a teenager blurred in a smile and greeted young persons. Chen saw cardinal changes in him. The guy said that he simply changed his hairstyle and dental correction. Impatient, she quietly asked Yanfei whether this teenager was the same genius. The girl hastened to introduce her friend Dean Xiang, the beauty of their campus, and she presented the guy as a genius of the financial department, which was extremely flattered. Han shook her hand and asked Chen how many people know that he was in the first place. The young lady replied that only they were in the know. At that moment, brother Yanfei approached them. Lin was dumbfounded when he saw his roommate around the room and asked what he was doing here. Yu had the same question in his eyes. He could not even think that they were familiar with his sister. The perplexing Dean indignantly asked what was happening here. Xing said that it was her brother. The protagonist noticed, "This is an incredible coincidence." Chen immediately offered to go all together and get to know each other better. The girls instantly gave their bags to Connie and asked them to be a little deducted. Extremely surprised, Lin agreed. He himself did not understand why it was he who should carry their things. Yu was also indignant and could not calm down that the sister was in the company of his friend. And when personal belongings were given to him, Dean was not himself, but tried to hold on, in order not to arrange a scandal, but he always wore a sister's bag. And now Han. Various obsessive thoughts began to climb into his head, from which he could not get rid of. You began to represent them as a married pair, in which case he will become his son-in-law. What the guy could not and did not want to allow, Dina just wanted to leave. Suddenly, the young man nevertheless broke and menacingly asked what his son-in-law was doing here. Everyone was shocked that he called him a son-in-law, and only Yanfei laughed loudly. Chen turned to Linya and asked when he managed to become a relative to him. The sister immediately hit Yu, who sharply changed her opinion on what was happening, because if Han becomes a son-in-law, he will be protected. Shang nervously said that they had only met him now, and there could be no talk of any wedding. The teenager noticed that he doesn't care, and Dean can call him as he pleases. Yanfei once again urged everyone to calm down and finally go lunch. Yu suddenly grabbed his sister and called everyone behind him, saying that he knew one good place. Entering one of the city's establishments, Dean said that the most delicious food is here. Chen turned sharply and asked Lin which table to sit at. However, suddenly the girl turned her leg and fell back. Han, in turn, managed to catch her and recalled that she was in heels. In this connection, she needs to be careful because she can completely kill herself. Yanfei noticed, judging by his reaction, he had already helped many girls in this way. At that moment, Yoon suddenly called him. It was an incredible coincidence. The shocked young man could not understand. Or she watches him, or this is a combination of circumstances. Yu asked the guy who this young lady is, because before they had never met. Lin replied that this was his classmate, and they decided to just have lunch together. But Yun did not stop and again asked if he met with this girl in high school. Then, she smilingly asked him to introduce her, which Han did not expect. Chen thought that this girl was really quite good, and asked the guy, was she really his friend? Yanfei also asked the young man to introduce her to this lovely lady. Yu named her name and blurred in a smile said that she was a classmate Linya, and also a very close to his friend, after which she asked what her name was. The girl also introduced herself and said that she studied with Hanem in high school. Yoon noted that he really is in demand among the female sex and he has a great sense of humor. Such a dialogue was clearly not to his liking, but he decided not to intervene and hold himself in his hands. However, if they look, then he would not leave alive from them. In the meantime, Chen agreed with Yoon and said that he was an outstanding person. Yan quietly whispered to Linya that apparently, their little separation was good for him. The guy continued to silently observe what was happening. As the more he said, the worsened the situation. Then Chen unexpectedly asked a rather personal question if she liked Han, and she achieved some progress in this matter, adding that in fact he is quite picky, but otherwise a good person. Naturally, she was annoyed by the fact that he had fans, but Yan was confidently holding on. Chen naively believed that there are no such girls as she no longer, and he would never have such a relationship with anyone. And judging by the calmness of the line, it could be assumed that they had no close contact with Yoon. In addition, she surprisingly did not like her at first sight. Yu looked like a cunning gossip. At that moment, Jiang called the guys at the table and asked why they were standing there. Yanfei hastened to introduce her friend to Yun and said that she also really likes Han. Dean was dumbfounded by such a statement, but Yan continued to say that they were studying at Shanghai University. Xiang whispered softly to her girlfriend that she actually was here because of her brother. But Chen asked her to play along. Yu was furious, but tried not to give a look and did not understand why she was saying it all under the line. Looking at the young man, she drew attention to his condescending look. At this time, Luton suddenly turned to her and asked what was happening here. Sia reminded her that they were going to go somewhere in the evening and they needed to put themselves in order. Seeing the girls unknown to her, she suggested that these were her acquaintances, which Yun asked about. Liutin, in turn, smiled and introduced herself as the headman in which Han studies. The main character did not understand what was happening here at all, as if they specially arranged this circus. Lin began to reflect. On the one hand, there is unpredictable Sia, with his complex character. On the other hand, his first love is Chen, and they became friends only because of the event on the train. It is good that not one of them was his girlfriend, but in any case, he is the end with these persons. Yanfei smiled and said that he spoke well of the headman in his class. Luton sharply asked if she was his former girl. Chen thought, because she did not know what the hand told them, and so what the right answer was unknown. Or they simply based on numerous rumors made such a conclusion. Yan still replied that in fact he never had a girlfriend. However, now he is really in love, after which Fei turned to a surprised line. Luton could not understand how he had no one, but now he is experiencing such feelings. Then who is this unknown girl? She could not believe that she could be Chen. The girl suggested that there was no love, and in fact they tried, but nothing came of it. Liutin noted that if he fell in love, he would begin to act instantly and not play these games, adding, this secret love is excessively arrogant since he thinks that he likes. It was not quite a stone in Yanfei's garden, but this person was wildly annoyed. Such a number of fans of Khan did not surprise Chen because he really was buried. Yan asked if she knows him so well, then who he likes, in every possible way hinting at Luton and why. Yun immediately dismissed, saying that she agrees not to impede their future and could simply observe, adding that Lin has become extremely popular and crowds of girls will always run behind it. Therefore, he does not need to care for someone and show the initiative. Everyone was in shock. Yu noted that in any case he would find his person and then begin to act. Then she asked Chen if he was really in love with high school. Does this mean that the girl was too powerful, and therefore he did not dare to take the first step? She also called the guy the main heart, expert of their university. Yanfei was shocked by such an assessment. However, she will not agree that the man is changing with age and good. Han was a confirmation. Fei thanked them for increasing his self-esteem. But Sutherhead, he was always a confident person. Yun added, he is always so absorbed in study that he even forgets his wallet, so they have to feed him. The protagonist could not stand it and said that he was enough to put him weak, after which Yan turned to him and called him a great fellow, because she did not suspect such his talent. Then she suddenly grabbed his ear and asked if he had no money left after buying a house. After talking, she will never believe it. Han called her to calm down and said that he could explain everything. The young man realized that Chen also changed a lot and is not so simple, because she fully demonstrates their close relationship. Yu at this time wondered how the student was able to get a house for himself. Sia was interested in something else, whether he would return to his hometown after graduation. The girls began to think that this was somehow connected with Yanfei. Otherwise, how could she know about buying a house? The guy nervously blurted out that he initially wanted to buy a house here, but because of the restrictions he had to look for another option. And the location of this area turned out to be perfect, but the price was not affordable, and it had only 2,000 yuan left. And since only the beginning of the school year, he cannot ask for money from his parents, and good-hearted people helped him and he could not refuse them. And even though he was ashamed, but he had to eat something. At that moment, Xiang whispered Chen that the young man was incredible, because spending money on buying an investment house is impressive. However, Yanfei believed that he did not spend his money at all. The angry Fei asked if he liked it when they pay for him. She believed that he clearly had some kind of plan. Lin replied that he did this not just and insanely grateful to everyone who helps him. At this moment, the system awarded him a strange skill for the fact that even in such a situation he reduces everything to humor. Yu was in shock because he could not have a soft nature. She could not believe that they had mocked him before. Liutin was also insulting for him. since with such qualities he was somehow subjected to the manipulation of this upstart. So, she will only drag him to the bottom and can deprive him of the opportunity to succeed. Suddenly, she said that this was not her business at all. Who treats him? And if she's not in the know, then there is nothing to say about it. Chen noticed that the girl was really quite beautiful. She literally began to envy her long and slender legs. Yanfei instantly got angry. Then she spoke nervously Linya that she came to meet him, and she was offended. Pointing to the girls, Fei said that his friend was unbearable, and the headman is even worse. Then she put the ultimatum Connie completely, asking if he considers her her girlfriend, and if not, she would leave immediately. Thus, Chen put all the cafes on her ears, and visitors began to take part in what was happening. Recognizing Lin in a young man, the teenager was at a loss from what happened and did not understand why Luton appeared here and insulted Yan. The guy began to actively reflect on how he would get out of this stupid situation. Suddenly, Han said that Chen is his girlfriend and could not be otherwise. The girl, in turn, immediately realized that she behaved extremely emotionally. Lin also thanked her for introducing him to her wonderful friend Xiang, and he never until today believed in love at first sight. But everything has changed. Then the main character held out Dean and said that he really liked her. After that, at all, he asked her to become his girlfriend. Everyone was shocked by such a turn. Yang instantly said that she had urgent affairs and hastened to escape. The perplexing Yanfei did not know how to react. She was fury of his recognition. The teenager turned to Chen and urged her to stop this circus, because she herself knows very well that they are friends. The young lady began to recall their school years, and as he was at that time, finally, Yanfei agreed that she actually behaved quite sharply. Yun was in horror that he liked Xiang, and only Luton understood that this was a bluff. The embittered Chen looked with her formidable gaze at satisfied girls, realizing that they deliberately arranged it. Suddenly, Lin shouted the name of Shimei Zhong and said that he did not allow her to use his image. Luton was in shock, realizing that he actually read the novel she wrote and recognized her pseudonym. So Han saw that scene with a kiss, and if he tells everyone about it, then she will end. Xia realized what he was hinting at and instantly apologized to Yanfei. Yun also realized that it was she, because only because of one phrase Luton turned into a timid lady. Chen, in turn, was perplexed because Lin made her obedient, simply calling the pseudonym. But still, Fei was able to admit her guilt in this incident, since it was excessively rude. Then she asked for forgiveness from Yu, which was quite unexpected for everyone. Yan also found the courage to express gratitude for taking care of the Khan. Saya's friend could not understand why she suddenly decided to apologize to her. Naturally, the girl replied that they are all friends, Lin, and such small quarrels mean nothing. Chen continued to blur out in thanks and said that she was very glad to get acquainted. The teenager, in turn, asked Luton and Yu to leave this institution, by adding that today's incident should never be repeated again. Xia immediately rushed her girlfriend to leave, but Yun began to rest and say that they did not bite. At this moment, the system rewarded Khan again and charged him with experience points. At the same time, Yanfei asked him, did he really like Xiang? Because it seemed to her that he simply covered him with her. The guy answered the question that if she really impresses him, Chen noticed. He did not like this type of girls before. Then she asked if he really considers her too powerful. The young man said that this was not the point at all. In fact, he understood that in comparison with Luton, she was just a princess and could even be charming. Lin said that there are many people who eventually suffered from love, and therefore sometimes you need to be stricter. Thus, a person will be able to control the relationship, but it is necessary to be restrained. Suddenly, Yanfei invited him to start everything again and finally try to build his happiness. The young lady blushed instantly, but admitted that he understood everything on the train and wants it. And when I saw that he was surrounded by so many different girls, she realized she needs to act. Then she asked what he was thinking about it, but Han clearly made it clear that they should not rush. He himself was simply shocked, because in fact she confessed to him love. Chen continued to push and said that it was normal to create her family and go forward together. The main character, in turn, asked that if they do not fit each other, Yan replied that you don't try yet, you won't know. And even if they don't succeed, it will simply be an unsuccessful experience. Lin caught himself thinking that he really wanted to live all his life with the way she, but at the same time, he replied that he needed to reflect on her proposal. Han perfectly understood that he was not the best person, and in 30 years he had seen too many failures. The teenager nevertheless admitted that in fact he always liked her. However, at the moment he is not ready for relations, Lin could not deceive himself. After all, nothing will change him, even the sincere feelings of a person who suits him the most. Yanfei was simply shocked. She realized that she was rejected. After some time, Xia wrote to the young man that she was wrong and asked how he found out. But Han did not answer. Luton began to think that he went on a date with Chen, from which her anger covered her. But after a few minutes, the guy still replied that he accidentally saw a receipt. She literally began to fight in hysteria, realizing that she had to simply be thrown out or torn. After that, Lin suddenly invited her to take a walk to the fruit store. Meeting in the store, Luton asked him, "Did he just go behind the fruit?" Han answered positively, adding that they are ordinary students and this will be enough as a gift. The girl, in turn, scored several apples and looked at the guy. The young man asked why she was looking at him like that. The perplexed one replied that she was waiting for him to pay them. The teenager said that she had gained so many fruits, and not him, and therefore to pay her too. The indignant young lady said that he himself called her skimp, but Lin did not have so much money. However, Luton stood on her own and demanded that he pay for fruits, because she already treats him with dinners. Approaching the cashier, the saleswoman noticed that it was always interesting to watch the couples in love. While Han was recounting his funds, Xia was again indignant, because he had a wallet clogged with money. The young man replied that this was all his money before the winter holidays. She understood that she needed to come up with a way to restrain the guy. Lin also said that she clearly should have more money from the views of her novel. In general, she has good earnings, but he really has all this savings. Suddenly, the system awarded the owner of a chewing elastic band with numerous positive effects. What was a rather unexpected gift for the protagonist? This gum was clearly intended for two girls. Luton, meanwhile, was indignant and stated that this novel was not really writing, adding that it simply helps in writing it. And in this work, it is not only about tense relations. She herself realized if he learns that it was she who described all the passionate scenes, she was the end. However, given the character of Khan, she believed that he would not be very interested in reading him. Finally, Lin paid for the fruit, and they headed for the exit. The guy noticed that he managed to read several pages of the novel. The teenager summed up that some scenes from him were really impressive. Z was extremely surprised. A moment later, they went in a taxi, and an awkward silence came between them. Luton did not know how to start a conversation. Suddenly, she still asked what type of girls he likes. Han replied that he had admitted this today. But a rather stupid young lady said that he intended for this, and in fact he did not like her. The guy did not make excuses. Then Jia again asked the question of what he was thinking about Pan. Lin said that she was cute enough. Luton decided to clarify if he liked GE. The young man specially began to tease her and said that Pan is rich and beautiful, then asked why she was asking about it. The girl was at a loss, because what other hints are needed so that he finally understood what she was driving at. She also noticed that last time she joked and was not going to take him from him. Then she moved to the young man and said that the girls were of little interest to her and she was normal. After all, Luton understood that Ham was right and he needed to explain this moment. Lin asked, "Then what she did with Faye, did she really use for interesting scenes in the novel?" Then he also moved to Xia and said that he could help her. And tomorrow they can go to the hotel and play the main roles. From confusion, the girl shouted that no one would want to stay with him in the same room. She herself replied that if they are practiced, she would accept the role of the queen, and he will be her servant. But Han said that he would be only the general director. The young lady was dumbfounded by such a requirement. She noticed that the director of psychology is inherent in the director, and not his ability to fight. Lin was surprised by her knowledge in this field of activity, which he hastened to inform her. She could not understand why she was generally discussing this with him. At that time, the taxi driver notified them of arrival. The guy immediately stated that since he paid for fruits, she was obliged to pay a taxi. Lover Luton, nevertheless, agreed. Leaving the car, she noticed that it was too tedious to talk to him. At that moment, they were met by the Pan. Jia instantly ran to her and said that she was just about to write to her. After that, having examined her large house, she said that she saw such only in the cinema. Guy warned them that she did not often invite friends and therefore, if necessary, they can turn to her. Then he kindly invited me to go into the house where she prepared slippers for them. Luton came first and was delighted with such a chic interior, suggesting that this mansion costs about 100 million. Han drew attention to the piano and asked if she could play on him. Ji smiled and answered positively. However, she added that in fact he does not deserve to play for him. At that moment, Zhao approached them and called on her daughter not to talk in such a tone with friends. Mom smiled sweetly and asked why she did not warn that friends had already come. Then she greeted the guests and said that they could just call her Aunt Zhao. Luton suddenly turned into a modest and greeted a woman. Mother noticed that her daughter talked a lot about Zia, and now she understands why she could not live a day without her. Following her, the lady bowed to the lady who thanked her for the invitation. Then he showed bags of fruits and said that he and Luton could not come empty-handed. As a well-mannered person, he asked where the kitchen was to help cut them. Zhao said that guests are not allowed to bring gifts and next time, she will have to repay the same. She herself understood that this young man was really smart, as her husband said. Then she asked the woman to call her father and take it to her room while she shows the guy a kitchen. Pan seemed quite strange, and she suspected something was amiss, but naturally fulfilled her mother's request. Zhao went into the kitchen and asked the servant to bring her a fruit tray. She asked the protagonist to put the package on the table, which Han did. Then she began to ask him about the family and said that he was in the know where he came from. The City of Dreams is a pretty good place. Lin said that only an uncle and aunt survived from his family. Jir's mother noticed that he was quite reasonable and asked how much this city is now developed. The guy replied that the City of Dreams is a place rich in resources, but there are still many poor. Zhao at that time began to wash fruit and listened carefully to the teenager. Suddenly, she asked if they were scoffing at him there, and how many quickly got rich there. The young man said that he could fight back, and the nouveau riche is a really huge number, although they are nothing. In addition, they are not interested in people like him, so no one touches them. Zhao praised him in every possible way for judgment. In fact, she was little interested in his well-being, because Ji is already provided for life. She did not expect that this student would really be so good and smart. Han began to help her take fruit to the living room. Mrs. Pan understood that their family was definitely lucky with this guy. Meanwhile, his father, who joyfully greeted the teenager, called him, calling him a teacher. Lin also greeted him, Mr. Pan, in turn. Invited the main character to drink tea. Zhao became ashamed of the behavior of her husband, while Jia was perplexed and could understand why he called him a teacher. Mother went to her daughter and asked if she wanted to drink red wine with them. But Ji said that she wishes just the cola, and she is not located to drink wine now. For Mrs. Pan, this was a surprise. She was sure that her daughter would be a company. Meanwhile, the head of the family poured tea to a teenager and asked if he often consumes this drink. Han replied, in fact, he rarely drinks tea. Father Jiant that it was very useful, adding that this is much better than cola because he makes a person more collected and restrained. He thought that given the character of his daughter, she clearly appreciates patience in the guys. Lin realized that thereby he hinted at the preferences of his daughter. This family seemed to him rather mysterious, while Mr. Pan was surprised why the guy did not want to talk about Gi. Han was well aware of why she grew up exactly as it was. In such an environment, it was not sacred. But at the same time, he nevertheless intended to recognize them better. Suddenly, the young man said that this tea was simply magnificent. The head of the family immediately began to tell more about tea and invited the teenager to go to him on weekends. At that moment, Zhao entered the living room and invited everyone to have dinner at the table. It is worth noting that there were chic and very tasty dishes on the table. Suddenly, Lin caught himself thinking that this is the first time he came home to the girl. However, he felt some incomprehensible and nervous feeling. Young people periodically looked at each other. Ji asked Liutin why she was so timid. Xia answered how else she was visiting. Mr. Pan drew attention to the excessive constraint of the children and urged them to eat well. Then, Liutin poured food into a plate and said that she had not tried this for sure. After which, of course, I did not forget about my daughter and laid her favorite crab. However, Ji instantly conveyed him and called for a tasty dish to try. Mr. Pan, in turn, decided to pour his wine for himself and offered a teenager. Surprisingly, the main character, blurring in a smile, agreed to taste this wonderful drink. Zhao suggested that the daughter still compile a company and also drink wine. Liutin asked Gi, did he really love cola? The girl replied that she was originally intended for them. Jia in turn decided to support Mr. Pan with a line and also took a glass of wine. Thus, she tried to call on her friend to compose a company with them. All the more she does not really like cola. Han looked at the self-confident Liutin and wondered how enough she was enough. After all, he extremely did not want to drag her home later. Besides, before that, she did not touch alcohol. A moment later, the girl was intoxicated and asked if he was drunk. The young lady replied that she was just inexperienced and therefore one glass was enough for her. However, at the same time, she did not notice how drunk herself. The guy realized that they were both not very strong in this regard. Zhao intervened in the conversation and said in a tipsy voice that she once had her too. But after she broke up with her boyfriend, she didn't talk to anyone else. The drunken Z suddenly jumped up and stated that men did not appreciate them at all and constantly deceive. G was joint with her. Subsequently, the girls agreed on the eternal theme and began to insult the male sex in every way. Liutin said that he had recently admitted to an accidental stranger with his girlfriend, and the next time she would hit him, the Pan supported her and noticed that it was better to use the dog's leash and call her. The dumbfounded mother did not understand what they were talking about and what they did all this time. The father, however, realized that they both suffered from unrequited love and therefore got angry with men. Suddenly, he lit up when her daughter managed to suffer from feelings if she was never with a guy. At that moment, the drunk Mr. Pan told the teacher Linya that he has a conversation for him. The main character kindly asked him not to call him that because he is not so good in trading. But the old man continued to praise the young man and say that he really likes him as a person. Han was surprised by the behavior of Father J and understood that in this state he would be problematic to conduct a dialogue with him. At a certain point, he generally stated that in the future he wants to see a teenager as a son-in-law. The guy was shocked by such information and realized that he began to act quite straightforwardly. Then he asked why he was silent, or he did not like his daughter. The guy immediately said that she was amazing. The old man continued to put pressure on him and stated that while they were young, he should not hesitate, especially since he would help them in everything. And he added that there is no person who would not like his lovely daughter. The young man understood that this circus is definitely time to finish and suddenly said that he liked it. Then he and Luton hastened to go home, and Lin tried to control the drunken girl. However, it was quite difficult to do because the young lady behaved too actively. At a certain moment, she sharply pushed Han from herself and ordered not to approach her. The teenager held out her hand and called to be careful so that she would not fall. But the insane girl assured him that everything is in perfect order and she did not need his help. And literally after a couple of seconds, she crashed into a pillar and collapsed the guy in her hands. Lin understood that it was already very late and the hostel was closed, which means that it was necessary to rent a hotel room. Meanwhile, Zhaoite was able to put to sleep no less violent daughter. Father asked if everything was fine with her and whether she fell asleep. The wife replied that she was just very tired. Then she said that she needed to talk very seriously with him. Pan was concerned and asked what happened and why she had such an expression on her face. A sad woman asked him the question of whether he knew before that in fact Lina liked Luton. Naturally, the head of the family confidently stated that he only learned about it today. Zhao instantly furious and asked why he had not recognized before because this was incomprehensible to the mind, and their daughter will not become the second wife of this student. After which she shouted at all that he could also have another. The dumbfounded old man said that he had no one and he was faithful to her with all his heart. Then the wife asked if he handed him his account, since she was not going to cancel the whole plan because of this. Mr. Pan replied that he did everything in the best possible way and even gave him $500,000 because he should somehow take care of their princess. Zhao again began to shout that this was not necessary to do, because if he was with Ji, then this would not lead to anything good. The old man said that he gave him money as an advance for work and everything would be in order. In addition, it is better to use it as a lever than to do nothing. The woman noticed that he had not approved the boyfriends of their daughter before. The head of the family specified that he still does not approve, especially Zhou Qi, who could not take care of her. The man called her to calm down and observe what was happening, and then they will act according to the situation. Mrs. Pan noticed that this guy did not even speak with the girls all evening and he should learn to flirt. The main character at that time began to consider the account of Father Jie, where initially there were about 10 million, and now there are only 3. Han understood that he would not lose him, because in case of failure, the old man would lose money. But there is an opportunity to increase his capital. Naturally, the young man envied such a position. Since spending 10 million on a hobby, this is what you should strive for. A few minutes later, she finally woke up and began to look around. Seeing the interior of the hotel, the girl thought that she was still sleeping, and she was dreaming of it all. Right in front of her was a handsome line and looked quite mysteriously at her. Luton could not understand why she dreams of. The young lady was embarrassed and looked away. Han hurried to tell her that they were late for the hostel, and therefore had to stay here. At that moment, the girl suddenly attacked him. The young man was literally at a loss. Then he began to push her away and demand that she immediately stop it. She instantly became furious and stated that even in her dreams he was disgusting, adding that she sees him through and knows how he flirts with all the girls to mock her. However, a moment later she corrected herself and said that at the same time she still likes Han, after which Liutin suddenly reached for the main character and tried to kiss. But suddenly she felt ill and was sick right on the teenager's t-shirt with the sofa. The angry Lin realized that in the future she could never give alcohol to drink. Then the young lady finally fell asleep and woke up a few hours later. Xia could not understand what she was doing at the hotel. Suddenly she remembered how she had drunk with Pan, and after that Han spent her at the hotel. Liutin looked around but never found her beloved line. The girl went to the table, but suddenly she noticed a certain spot on the couch with her side vision. Stepping closer, she was convinced that the sofa was really stained. The young man at this time went to the store for food and a charger for the phone, as he had a battery. However, at that moment he received a message on the social network. The teenager began to see who writes him in such an early time. As it turned out, it was Liutin, who reported the problem and asked him to write his phone number. Han was scared because he suggested that she could guess about his involvement in Ham. In addition, she had never even sent a voice notification earlier, but now she wants to call. A minute later, Lin still sent her his number, but he seemed to her somehow strange. But first of all, the girl wanted to hear his voice and make sure that everything was in order. She called, but no one answered her. After which the teenager called her, she suddenly heard Ham's voice. She sighed with relief and began to talk about what had happened. Naturally, Han took advantage of the program to change the voice. Then he decided to play a little with her and say that she was clearly fascinated by someone. Adding that he knows about her secret feelings for a certain person, the girl began to be indignant. Then he even asked if she could conquer him and bring the matter to the logical end. Liutin replied that she did not remember anything and began to tell how they went to her friend yesterday, and she drank alcohol a bit. And when I woke up, I found that I was in the hotel, and a red spot is on the couch. She extremely unexpectedly asked if she could come to him now. The main character suggested that she did not find a letter that he left her. The girl continued to tell that the guy left and she could not get through to him. Lin noticed that he could discharge his phone and asked her to look at his battery. Liutin looked into the phone and found that she had only 10% of charging. She began to look for a charger throughout the room, but it was nowhere to be anywhere. Then Han said that maybe her boyfriend followed her, adding that if he really had a phone, then he had to leave a note. At that moment, the young lady finally found a piece of paper on the desk and began to read. In a letter, Lin asked her to pay for the number and explained the entire current situation, based on which Liutin realized that it was a red spot from wine. But there is no charger in the room. After some time, the girl gathered and went to her hostel, where she was waiting for a curious why. Yun immediately asked if she spent the night. She smiled and replied that she was sleeping on the street. Naturally, she did not believe and began to think where she was worn. Suddenly, she lit up that Han was also there and perhaps she was with him. Meanwhile, the main character hurried to cash out a check in the bank. Unexpectedly, he received a message from Yu, in which she asked why he admitted to one girl yesterday and led to the hotel another, and also did not answer her. The young man wrote that he had a telephone. He also saw several dozen messages from Liutin. Sia notified him of his return to the hostel and asked how he, Lin, replied that she was going shopping. Of course, burning with curiosity, she asked the question of what exactly he wants to buy. Han said that you need to buy several interesting things for her novel. Lighted Liutin instantly wrote to him everything that she thinks about him and blocked. Lin, in turn, tried to write to her and suddenly discovered that she put him on the blacklist. In this connection, he also blocked the girl and began to wait for her response. It is worth noting that Han held offense precisely on Xia, while Yun and Fei also deceived him, and they did not help at a difficult moment. It seemed that he himself did not know the answer to this question. But at the same time, Yu played such a performance that no one even guessed about it. Even he, because this cunning girl acted with experience and it was difficult to solve her tricks. Fei simply did not provide assistance. Maybe she had her own reasons, but Liutin shifted all the blame on him for his actions. And then she behaved as if nothing had happened. After all, before he was always a discharge, for which to take guilty, he was an honor. And if for Yun he represented a certain value, but the evidence of Xia did not allow him to live normally, naturally, it could be understood from part of it, but it was not as confident and independent as Yanfei. And apparently, Liutin is able to rise up only to the heads, while she always made a serious face to avoid conflict. At this time, the young guy went to the store, still thinking about peculiar ladies. Lin asked the girl about the course of intense training, since he needed it. Moreover, the last half a month he trained completely, and it was necessary to increase activity. In order to clearly understand what attributes he needs to increase, The young man looked into the system. The teenager immediately signed the contract and the dream of starting training as soon as possible. Now he needed to help Mr. Pan and lure Yi. At school, Han stumbled upon a teacher, Liu, who reminded him of the competition. He also handed over a certain bonus organized by the university and praised the student. Thus, the institute allocated him 2,000 yuan, and the organization was 5. After a certain time, Lin went to his hostel, where Xiao asked him to treat him. Meanwhile, everyone began to congratulate the young man on the university bonus. However, there were no messages from Luton. Suddenly, he remembered that she was blocked. The main character instantly climbed into the phone and deleted it from the blacklist. The girl immediately wrote to him if he really wants to call Fei and Yu to dinner. Han replied that she was also invited. Luton was furious and thought that he specially did and refused it, because Lin was obliged to invite only her. But the guy decided to push it painfully and wrote that in this case he would tell everyone about the novel that he recently found. In the final result, Saya agreed to come and asked not to talk about him to anyone. A few hours later, Yoon ran to her and called together she would go for dinner to Lina. Dean at that time asked Khan if he was going to invite his sister. He himself could not even think that they would become a couple and would meet. But the teenager forgot about Xiang and asked Yu to give him her contacts. The guy realized that he was generally asked about it. Finally, in the evening, they all met around the cafe. The girls looked pretty good. What made an indelible impression on the protagonist, the young man was pleased. Suddenly, Lin smiled and noticed that Luton's stockings looked very beautiful on her. At that moment, Khan's friends approached them, and he hastened to introduce everyone to the young ladies. Dina, on the other hand, was pestering one question that Linya can have in common with Yanfei, and whether it is necessary to say about this to his sister. Soon, they all went inside the institution and sat down at the table. Yun immediately ordered herself fried pork ribbons and stewed shrimp. Having stated since the last time she was not able to eat, she intends to order more today. The guy was not opposed. Sita noticed. Lu Yao and the rest are aware of his rewards, and that he treats them with dinner. And they believe that this is not fair not to call them to this event, and this threatens that they will begin to speak all sorts of nasty things behind him. Han calmly answered. He knows about it, adding that in fact he is an extremely selfish person, after which the young man smiled sweetly at her. In addition, it is impossible to please everyone at once, and therefore it is not even worth spending time on this. And he invited them only because they are close enough with each other. But there is another reason. Intrigued, Luton asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, Lin said that he decided to leave the university. Everyone was in shock. She could not understand why he suddenly came to the conclusion that he no longer needed the institute. However, on the other hand, she should be happy because he will no longer mock her. But the young lady became extremely sad from this news, and she asked if Han was really going abroad. The young man replied that he decided to pass the exam for the translation and tried to enter the University of Fudan. She continued to ask questions, not because of Yanfei, he does it, or her friends, adding, they are quite cute, and it is possible that he experiences some kind of sympathy. Lin again began to play with her and said that he could have feelings for both of them. The girl instantly boiled, after which the guy sighed heavily and said that in fact he did not like any of them. What was a rather unexpected answer because Luton was confident in the opposite. She also remembered that the University of Fudan was not on the lists for the translation, and how he was going to go there was unknown. Looking at his malicious smile, she realized that Han again decided to mock her and shouted loudly. The embittered girl instantly jumped up and began to beat him on the head. The guy laughed and said that he was joking. Yun suddenly noticed that girls should be kind and tender. But Fei stood up for Luton and said that he intentionally behaves like that. Lin, in turn, agreed with the words of Yu, and blurring in a smile said that Jia should listen to her advice. At this moment, Dunbei decided to defuse the situation and asked who would drink tea. Yun. Kane was immediately distracted from the play and ordered strawberry tea, and Fei wanted to drink ordinary. Then Xiao asked the angry Luton what her tea would drink, while he called her a daughter-in-law. Literally, furious girl shouted so that he never called her so again. Dong said that he would also take her strawberry and hastened to leave. Dean asked if he would really leave him alone. Jia, in turn, asked the protagonist was his next plan. Then she stated that she would call the pan to help her teach him. However, Lin instantly began to ask her forgiveness and said that he was joking. Finally, Luton calmed down and noticed that he had a timely realized guilt. Then Han took a glass of wine and pushed a speech in which he thanked all friends for his help. And although he received a not big bonus from the university, he still managed to invite them today. After all, the main thing is not the quantity, but the quality of friends close to you. Everyone was surprised by his eloquence. Meanwhile, Lin added that he does not care about him the rest. The main thing is who they consider him. Yun said that he uttered a chic toast, and it was definitely worth a drink for this. Luton could not understand how he was reincarnated so quickly, and now it seems so sweet. At that moment, Han raised himself and said that he and the headman should drop all the disagreements, and today they should just rest well, after which the teenager suddenly took her hand. What was literally shocked by Zia, who did not know what to do and how to react to this. Suddenly, her phone rang. The girl suggested that it was Ji. Luton immediately explained to her that it was a random call. Pan asked what she was doing now. The young cunning replied that she reads one fascinating book in a hostel. However, it was at that moment that she saw Dunbei on the street. The guy just carried tea. The joyful Xiao called out to the girl and asked how she was doing. Yi hastened with an oncoming question. She wanted to know where he was in a hurry, of course. The teenager told her everything. A few minutes later, the waitress brought them chicken soup, and Bei went after her. Han noted that he was just in time, because they only brought dishes. Suddenly, the Pan came out from behind the back and congratulated him on a wonderful result in the competition. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jur smiled sweetly and asked why he had such an expression on his face, adding she knows that Lin clearly did not expect to see her here and now. Liutin, in turn, also began to smile and asked what she was doing here. Pan noted that it is not quite like reading a book in a hostel. Xia instantly became sad and said that later she would definitely explain everything to her. Dunbei suddenly began to make excuses and say that he accidentally ran into her on the street. Then she bit him out, because she realized that three guys could not drink so much tea, which she took him by surprise. Han immediately asked the Pan to sit down and celebrate this holiday with them, saying that initially he wanted to treat her with a separate dinner. Then he finally called on everyone to start a meal and would not be shy in any way. Xiao ate a delicious pizza and said that Brother Lin knew exactly what to treat. After that, Dunbei hurried to order alcohol in the form of 2 bottles of beer. He also suggested that Connie drink with them, but the main character unexpectedly refused. The guy said that he urgently needs to meet with the coach, and they can continue the fun. He takes the score. Pan jumped sharply and said that she needed to talk with him. Liutin became furious because she realized that her decided to take the initiative into her own hands. A moment later, they went outside, and the young man asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. The girl asked a counter question about the fact that he told her father. The perplexed Lin said that he had only seen him a couple of times and did not say anything like that. He himself could not understand why she decided to ask about this. After which Han stated that he was late for training. Suddenly, Pan grabbed his hand and asked to tell the truth whether his father asked her to get closer to her, and she had no relationship with her. The young man answered negatively and said that their misunderstanding is their problem. In addition, due to her behavior, this situation is only exacerbated, but Ji did not let him in. The young lady said that her father was always strict in relation to men, and with him he talked as with a friend. In addition, when he came to her for dinner, Dad extremely strangely began to behave. But Lin continued to say that he did not say anything to him, and most likely he just wants to reduce them so that she finally breaks with Luton. Pan, literally taken aback, then said that this morning she asked her mother a few questions, and she said that her father handed him an account with shares. Han replied that there was nothing strange in that. The main character suggested that she again conceived some tricks, and it was important not to let her intercept the initiative. Suddenly, Yi laughed and stated that from now on, he was her personal dog on the run. Lin was shocked by such news and hastened to convince her in the opposite, realizing that she wants to take control because she was used to being powerful. Then Han said that in this case he could simply return the account and her father's money. However, in fact, the teenager has already managed to spend 150,000 yuan. The guy also said that the rest had nothing to do with him. He again began to bend her line and asked if he had never had thoughts about her. And he did not want to take advantage of the situation with her father, because he is an extremely smart person and should not lose such opportunities. After all, he is unlikely to fall such a chance to take possession of other people's money. And at will, this does not happen. Han, in turn, completely calmly took out a chewing gum and asked what she wanted. Then the young man threw the candy in his mouth and began to defiantly chew it. The girl smiled in response and instantly came closer to him, after which she said that he should be her man. And if she asks him to do something, he is obliged to submit to her. Otherwise, Ji will arrange a scandal, adding that it is better for him to listen to her, since the consequences may not be reversible. and her father is rather terrible in anger. Lin could not believe that she really threatens him. Pan continued to persuade the teenager because with his help, she solved many of her problems, and if the teenager agrees, then this will benefit not only her, but also to him. Han did not understand whether she really counts on the fact that he could scare him. Going. Gi said that in fact it was time for her to start a relationship, and perhaps he will still have such a chance to become her boyfriend. The young man was in shock, in connection with which he asked, "Is this the whole circus really so that he becomes her man?" Han understood that in this case the initiative passed into his hands. He had been waiting for a long time at that moment. Then he stated that he likes another, and her father knows about it, and she needs to find a good person. The girl surprisingly reacted calmly and asked if it was a question of Yanfei or Xia. Then Jur suddenly took a step towards him and asked if she knew this lucky one at all. Then she laughed and urged him not to break the comedy, but rather to accept her offer. In addition, a small money bonus awaits it because it does not spend much money. And if he nevertheless agrees, then she will transfer a fairly decent amount to him. After all, in order to earn good money, you must have significant capital. And since Lin is no longer a little boy, he must understand what a profitable option she offers him. Han realized that she was again trying to lure him into a trap, and he must be on the alert. Suddenly, the guy asked why she was behaving as if he were her worst enemy. After that, he asked how much money she had. Lin still decided to take a chance and play her game. The girl was shocked that he gave up so easily and began to count his money. She literally plunged into the thought process because the Pan wanted to calculate so that her parents did not find out about it. After a couple of minutes, Gay joyfully said that she had about 20 million at her disposal. The main character was dumbfounded by such an amount of money. He could not imagine how much she set out. Realizing that the Pan family is really too influential, Lin finally agreed to its conditions. But this was not suitable for the girl. She stated that the guy should obey her, and not to build himself the main thing. The young man was well aware that in the future he would need such connections. Then Han said that he was not going to obey her and be as a dog. Jiant noted that she would open an account tomorrow and put 1 million there. At the same time, the young lady thought that in fact they are similar when it comes to benefit. However, the teenager objected, because for 1 million, he will also not be a dog. Pan was surprised and asked what then he wants for this service, and she advised him not to experience fate, since her patience ends. Suddenly, Lin approached her and said that he could please her with something. After him, he suddenly kissed the girl. The passers-by were at a loss, as well as Ji. Then the protagonist asked the dumbfounded Pan if she was pleased with his skills. The guy immediately sat in a taxi and shouted to her that this would be the key to their successful cooperation, and there could be no question of a relationship. Having come to her senses after a kiss, the girl realized he said that there could be no relationship between them. She became curious how many girls he turned this trick, and this was her first kiss. However, at the same time, the Pan began to feel something special and instantly horrified. Since she suggested that she could have some feelings for him, Han was driving in a taxi and thought that this chewing gum had too much effect and he almost got caught. And Gay really turned out to be a rather insidious girl and even tried to control him. Lin assumed that at the moment she was furious because he feels like a loser. Initially, the teenager wanted to save his first kiss for Xia, but he had to act for sure. Also, the Pan did not receive absolutely no information, because the young man turned out to be quite careful. Ji, in turn, hastened to return to the cafe where Luton was waiting for her, who noticed that the food had already cooled down. Then she noticed that Khan was not with her, and asked where he went. Suddenly, she drew attention to her lips and asked that she had her mouth. Pan nervously ran her fingers on her lips and realized that she had forgotten to look in the mirror. Turning away, she asked what Luton was talking about. The young lady replied that she was erased by lipstick. The hero was extremely ridiculous, saying that she bought chewing gum at the registration stand, and maybe because of her. But Xia noticed that the pan was used by expensive cosmetics, and she could not be so eager for chewing gum. In addition, her lips also cracked, and this clearly did not happen from chewing gum. Naturally, Luton already understood everything and could not allow herself to deceive himself. After all, she returned this precisely after a conversation with Alinum, and this could only talk about one thing. Xia was interested in who was the initiator of the incident, while Jiro built an innocent sheep. Of course, this was infuriated by Luton because she only managed to take the first step, as they had already kissed. Suddenly, the girl reached the limit and jumping up the pan kissed. Everyone was in shock, but in turn, noted that her chewing gum was with a cherry taste. The young lady thought that in fact it was not a chewing gum, and it was she who planned it. Ji suddenly got up and nervously stated that she was leaving and would not tolerate such an attitude towards herself. For some reason, she began to compare these two kisses and caught herself thinking that it was different with Hannah. Once again, asking herself, did she really fall in love with this guy? She said that it had to be photographed. The furious Sia asked if he had never seen this. After some time, the guys hastened to call the girls a taxi, and they themselves also went home. Naturally, along the way, they discussed the unexpected kiss of Pan and Luton. Dunbei sadly noticed that the girls are so beautiful, especially Gi and Saya. Yu said that she was not particularly similar to a girl with another orientation. Actively continuing the conversation about this event, they did not notice others. As it turned out, next to them from the ATM, Zhang was renting money and heard that Xia and Gay kissed. He was shocked by such information and hastened to report this to Mr. Pan. Meanwhile, the main character stubbornly engaged in the gym and he suddenly rang the phone. Yanfei wrote to him and congratulated him with excellent work, because this time he immediately brought 3 girls. Lin realized that he told his sister, and she informed Chen, as Dean did not want him to meet his sister. Girls, in turn, received true pleasure from what was happening. Yan noticed, it is very good that Brother Xiang is so closely communicating with a Hein, after which the girl wrote him again what he was doing. The young man replied that after dinner he went to the hall, which was quite strange. Why leave the girls alone and suddenly go into the hall? At that moment, Lin again wrote to her that he began to actively play sports so that he would not happen again with that situation with Xiao. Chen realized that in fact he took that incident too close to heart. Then Han even sent his photo, where he played with muscles and asked if she liked his form. Song also understood that Yan still liked this teenager, no matter how she hides it. It was not surprising, since Dean secretly also dreamed of a guy like him. A moment later, Lin invited them next weekend, because he still received a bonus. Chen immediately asked Xiang if she wanted to go somewhere this weekend, but the girl replied that it was better for them to go together. Faye naturally agreed and did not persuade her friend, because alone with Hannum, it was even better. However, at the same time, she saw how Dean was very upset and began to think, which was not so. Suddenly, she lit up that, in fact, she also experiences feelings for him. In this connection, she asked to delay their conversation for a while. The teenager was surprised. The protagonist suggested that she suddenly had urgent affairs. At that moment, she suddenly wrote to him and reported that he had missed an incredible event, adding if she knew what would happen, she would definitely take a picture. Yun naively believed that after telling him about Ji and Pan, he would turn away from them and became interested in it. And it was thanks to Luton that she received this opportunity. Lure the line to her side. Han was shocked by such information and even stopped his emergency training. What Dunby informed about, Xiao asked if the girl wrote to him. The guy replied that at this stage they were not together. A friend called him to introduce him as soon as possible. After that, Sia wrote Ham about what had happened and told the whole situation entirely. The main character with bitterness realized that the effect of chewing gum did not work. On behalf of Ham, a teenager replied that now she is passionate about other girls. But Luton hastened to refute this information and stated that her dream guy had very upset her very much, and therefore it happened. Lin understood that allowing her to write passionate scenes, thereby he discovered a hidden interest in her. And from the psychological side, we can say that this is a protective reaction to a stressful situation. All this was very similar to the truth. And if he had not sent her a parcel, and if Faye would not be so curious and did not climb into the box, nothing would have happened. And also G, which forever provoked Sia, if not all these factors, would be much easier. So the family of Pan also made Luton think that he was in love with their daughter. Lin perfectly understood that because of his rebirth, all events went completely different. A moment later, Han sent the following message on Ham's face, where he called for calming her, as she was extremely impulsive. The perplexing girl asked what he was talking about at all. The guy replied that she was too strong, man, and her inner fire leads to excessive anxiety. Sia was shocked, because the young man literally got to the point and was absolutely right in everything. Luton asked what to do now. Lin advised her to spend more time with her boyfriend's boyfriend. The girl assured that it was because of him and these problems appeared. Her head also hurts. After that, the teenager began to throw her with various smart words and sayings in order to convince Sia in the opposite. Naturally, this influenced her, and she noted that in his words, there is a lot of rather interesting meaning. At the same moment, the young lady fell off somewhere. Yu and Faye said that they needed to return to the hostel, but Luton did not listen to them. The girl sat on the bus and instantly wrote Linnea, inviting him to book a hotel room. Han again began to make fun that she had not returned the deposit for the last time. Then, he still agreed to book the number, but the girl said that she had not yet given consent to this. The guy replied that in this case he would call someone else. The dumbfounded girl suggested that we are talking about her friend in the room of Yoon. She understood that if he really called her, then she would clearly agree. At that moment, Liutin suddenly saw Pan in the bus window and thought, really, her guy of dreams really called gay instead of her. She became disgusting from this thought. She immediately called the main character and asked where he was. The young man replied that he was at the hotel. Then she asked her question, tormenting her, whether he really called the Pan to him. The teenager said that he did not call anyone and did not understand why he would do this. He suggested she could see somewhere Gi and think that she was heading for him. Liutin, in turn, instantly jumped out of the bus and rushed to her girlfriend. The headman decided not to hesitate and asked where she was going so later. The perplexing Pan asked in response how she was here. She replied that she just decided to take a walk. Then she again repeated the question of where she actually gathered at night. The young lady said in a hurry. Her mother called her and said she felt bad. Liutin smiled suspiciously and offered to conduct her, but Gur refused, since in any case she will remain at home. But the indefatigable Sia continued to stand on her own. The headman said that it was extremely dangerous at night. Then her friend replied that she would call the car. Liutin was impenetrable and suddenly grabbed her hand, saying that they would then be able to return to the hostel together. Finally, the Pan agreed, which means that she achieved her and thereby did not give her the opportunity to be alone with Hanim. After some time, they came to Ji home, about which the girl immediately shouted to the whole house. Liutin was at a loss, because in fact she went home, and not to Linu. At this time, Zhao came to them and was surprised at the unexpected presence of Xia. The young lady said that she heard about her condition, and therefore also decided to visit. Mother thanked the girl for care. She really was very bad. Since today Zhang informed her that they had kissed, and initially, she wanted to talk about this with her daughter, and they still dared to appear in the house together, Zhao was just shocked. The woman suddenly said that she was already easier and she would go to lie down. Sia spoke. It seems that her mother is really very bad. Ji, in turn, accused her girlfriend of this. Then the Pan crouched on the sofa and urged her to tell the truth, because she could not be concerned about her mother's condition. Then she asked, did Jia fall in love with her? Liutin, embarrassed, said that the hero was beautiful and anyone would have fallen in love with people like her. The girl looked at her with anger and said that she had not even revenge on her for today. At that moment, Jia unexpectedly attacked Ji and stated that she was the first to select her line from her. The distraught headman began to ask her in what relations with Hanim they were. Pan demanded that she immediately get off her and stop this circus. She herself understood that they were really fighting for him. In fact, a cunning GE wanted to get a guy to then control Liutin, but she could not admit it. In addition, she believed that this young man suits her like no other. Finally, Saya got up from her and crouched nearby. She said sadly, despite the other friends, it was with her that she feels herself, adding that one day their paths will definitely disperse and they will not be able to be together. But she did not expect it that this would happen so soon. I, even for a moment, became sorry for Liutin. However, the Pan stood on her own and said that Linya would not give her while they could still be friends. Sina said that she knew how Han called her and invited her to the hotel. The perplexing girl asked what she was talking about because he did not call her in any hotel, but the girlfriend naturally did not believe her and asked to give her phone. Ju gave her a phone and Liutin began to watch their correspondence, in which Lin asked where she was. Pan immediately stated that she did not correspond with him today and did not see this message. After making sure that in fact the guy did not invite her, Jia asked her for forgiveness. After that, the headman instantly broke off and said that she had to leave. Ji immediately ran after her and fell into Liutin, saying that at such a time it is dangerous to walk along the street alone. At this time, mother entered her daughter's room. She wanted to treat them with milk, but when she saw them on the floor, Zhao realized that she obviously went on time. Xia immediately got up and apologized to her. Then, nevertheless, she rushed to the exit and said goodbye to everyone. Of course, the Pan understood where she went. Mom asked her daughter whether everything was fine and why her friend did not drink a glass of milk, adding that she is already so adult but at the same time restless as a child. A moment later, Liutin wrote to the main character and asked which hotel he was in, since she wants to visit him. Han assumed that now she and Ji because he specially sent the message of Pan. The young lady, in turn, began to adjust the young man to give her the hotel address. Lin was shocked when she realized that she would really come. The teenager immediately went to the Marriott Hotel to rent the best room. At the reception, the girl began to offer him a presidential suite and asked if he had a hotel membership. She spoke on purpose for a very long time about a platinum card to get a lot of bonuses. But Han rushed her and asked to show her number. The employee asked him to follow her. On the way to the room, the girl, as if a robot, repeated about the advantage of VIP clients, which was already clear. The young lady noticed that perhaps he was not interested, but for the best service, you need to purchase this particular card. Meanwhile, Lin hastened to send the address of the hotel impatiently. He understood that this time everything would be different, and he would really have to stay there for a long time. At this moment, an employee of the hotel said that only in this room there is a personal elevator. Suddenly, another girl went to them and introduced herself as his personal butler named on her. The teenager handed her a card and asked to register at a faster. After several operations with the terminal, Han finally paid for the presidential suite. The discount turned out even more than before, the manager told him, and the amount was only 38,000 yuan. Although it was Mr. Pan's money, Linnea was still painful to dispose of them like that. Suddenly, he heard a characteristic call, which meant another bonus from the system. In turn, I notified him that she would prepare a welcome gift. As soon as Han sat on the sofa, the program highlighted him a credit card. This card was intended for the young man to pay only 20% of the cost of the room in any of the hotels. Naturally, he liked such a bonus from the system because in this way, even for this room would have to pay 8,000. After that, Lin decided to look around. The number was truly comparable to the highest quality mansions. Han understood that with the help of this card, there was no point in booking cheap numbers, because he would not receive experience points. A few minutes later, he wrote to him, who asked what number he was in. In fact, Luton even began to regret it, since all this looked wrong. Suddenly, the girl wondered what would happen if she leaves the hotel right now. Prudent Lin pretended to be at the same time, and wrote to her to return to the hostel. Naturally, this outraged her, and Ji already had to see what was happening there. Finally, Han agreed to let her in, and said that they would go down to her now. The protagonist was extremely amused by playing with Luton. He received true pleasure from this. After a couple of minutes, the girl was already on the threshold of his room. The young man immediately met her. She embarrassedly asked what exactly he rented the number this time. Lin proudly stated that this was the presidential suite, and she had to tell her about it. The dumbfounded Jia asked, did he really take it off specifically for her? Realizing that the guy was spent, Han again joked everything and noticed that they had no such question in the script. Luton still gained courage and went into the room. She wanted to take control of everything. Moreover, she is already here, which means there is nowhere to retreat and you need to go wabank. As soon as Zia went into the room, she nervously asked who allowed him to play with her and Pan, adding that he had the last chance to explain everything. But Lin suddenly laughed. The girl was even more infuriated. Suddenly, the teenager pressed her to him and spoke in a languid voice that she should calm down. In addition, she never looked around in the presidential issue, and who knows when she still will be a chance to visit here. At that moment, she came to them on that, and calling the girl Mrs. Han, she began to show her the whole number. At the same time, saying that it was their hotel that is the best in the city and they have no equal. Suddenly, she went to Linya and quietly asked why this demonstration was needed at all. A perplexing guy replied that she simply showed them all the advantages of this room. Liutin dutifully agreed with him, and they continued to inspect huge apartments. In turn, I led them to the bathroom, where Zia was delighted with the spacious bathroom and massage function. She continued to say that the Marriott Hotel Company is at the top of the industry. It really was so, but on the other hand, it was just a 5-star hotel. Nevertheless, his level of comfort and service, they said for him, the service here was clearly the best in the city. But despite the above superiority of Marriott, there was only one presidential suite. The furniture in the main room was of good quality, while in the second room there was an outdated smell. Luton naturally remained in the bathroom for a long time, where she tried all the expensive perfumes. Confident Lin asked her, "Are they really so good?" She replied that they smell very well. Suddenly, Han approached her from behind and spoke in a low voice that they were very suitable for her. Even on that, she noticed that they looked great together, but Luton again began to blame. The hotel employee suddenly hastened to leave, wishing them good night. She blushed all and asked why she said so. The guy said that this was an ordinary polite phrase, After that, the young lady said she would sleep in the next room. Lin replied that she would cost her 10,000. The embittered headman instantly headed for the exit, but Han managed to catch her hand. Then the girl took a bottle of wine from the bar and began to drink right from her throat. The teenager was horrified. Suddenly, she noticed how Lin took the phone in his hands. She asked what kind of disrespect and why he had been needed now. Then the protagonist showed her a message from Yoon, who asked what he was doing. Then he looked busily at the surprised Luton and asked what he answered why. The offended headman nervously spoke. He has the right to tell her the truth that he was in the hotel. The guy agreed and wrote to his friend Pan that he was now resting at the Marriott Hotel. The girl clearly did not like how Han behaved, as if he had everything was captured. After all, he naively believed that he could manipulate it. But the jokes had long ended. Suddenly, Luton threw his phone and urged him to finally tell the truth. Namely, ask her to become his girlfriend because she knows that he wants it, adding that if he dares to this step, then she will do everything he can only wish for. At that moment, she had touched his face with her delicate hand. The young man literally melted. Naturally, she wanted to reveal his true face, which always hid behind some ridiculous jokes. A moment later, the girl decided to take the situation into her own hands and kissed Lin. The taste of his lips seemed painfully familiar to her, Luton began to think. However, at that time the main character suddenly filled her on the bed. The young lady was surprised. The guy immediately put on her handcuffs and busily stated that he would be the general director, as they agreed, adding that it was because of her he had such a face. She seemed frightened. Liutin admitted her guilt and said that she did not want to provoke him. After a wonderful pastime, she said that she was ready to be his second and even eighth. As soon as he again touched her hand, she shouted so that he would no longer touch her. The young man asked if she was painful and saw traces of handcuffs on the brush. The girl replied that she was not very painful, she herself understood. This guy seemed quite tender. However, at the same time, her inner voice called for not allowing her to fool herself. The teenager continued to gently stroke her and noticed that she was too stubborn. But Han is also stubborn, and once he swore that no one else would ever manage his life, and then he made a decision that he would use any ways to achieve success, and it will crush anyone who will become in front of him, even if he has to go through hell. Lin also stated that they are actually incompatible, and she should understand this. After all, she does not need a caring guy who will do everything she will ask for. After all, Faye's leather climbs to please her, and for some reason she prefers more precisely G. And if he does not put pressure on her, then she will not behave more restrained. Luton perfectly understood that Han was right, because if he stops enraging her, she would not be so interesting to her. However, the smiling Lin said that she would not become the main wife, but it may be the second, and he, in turn, can be her patron if she really wants it. Shia, as always, reacted violently to his words and demanded that he bring her to eat. The guy smiled again and noticed that she was still full of energy, since he was climbing to fight. Luton again repeated the demand for him to immediately bring her a bite, as she was very tired. The young man fell into her, and fooling around he said that he was not tired yet, and therefore they would have dinner after. After some time, she finally brought them a gorgeous and expensive dinner. Approaching the table, the girl suddenly pushed him and stated that she would be the main wife. The main character asked who, in her opinion, is better, Pan or Yanfei. Xia quickly and confidently replied that Chen is much smarter and more beautiful than Jie, since she does not deserve attention at all, and even more so to be his first wife. While Fei and her friend are beautiful and from rather wealthy families, Han noted that, in fact, Father Chen is not like someone who is focused exclusively on business. Suddenly, Luton said that she did not mind that it was Yan to become his main wife. Han asked if she really agrees to such a thing so that the Pan does not stand at the head. The young man also noticed that their friendship was actually quite superficial. After that, all the same smiling teenager turned to her and asked if she liked everything. She urged him to stop talking about this. Lin immediately paraphrased what he was in mind, whether she was going to sleep after dinner. After a certain time, Han returned to his hostel where his friends met him. Suddenly, Dean sharply fell to his knees in front of him and began to ask for forgiveness. The perplexed Lin asked what was happening and why he apologizes. Yu began to say nervously that he did not want to betray him, and it happened. Xiao finally explained. Ji asked Dean where Han was located, and Yu replied that he was not in a hostel. The young man put the bag on the sofa and stated that this is not such a problem. Because he left early today, Dean finally calmed down. However, blurring in a smile, he decided to clarify that she asked about it last night, and Yu thought that this was something urgent. and therefore he returned to visit him. Lin suddenly grabbed a hammer and said that Dean treats this with special enthusiasm. The teenager again began to ask for forgiveness, pleading his guilt and but Khan already could not stop. Then Dunby grabbed his leg so that he would form. The protagonist said that he gave him the last chance, and if he answers correctly, then everything will end. Then he asked the question if he had informed his sister about what happened. Yu sharply fell silent. The guy realized that he had time and had already disheveled her. Dean again backed away and said he accidentally talked on the phone. Xiu still urged the young man to calm down and put this hammer already. Lin, a moment later, found the strength to calm down and release the poor Wise. Then he asked why they did not go for a walk yesterday and why it was necessary to visit it. Satisfied, Dunby replied that in fact they walked and even pulled lots to understand who would go first. The main character was very angry when he heard from friends that they were pulling lots. Han sternly raised his finger up and asked his friend, "Is it really what he was thinking about?" The student tried to make excuses and said that all this is not so. The guy smiled slyly and explained that all this was a small game. They checked their luck in it. The student with excitement pointed his friend with his finger and said that he should not underestimate Dean. This student may only seem stupid, but he has excellent luck. The student said with great excitement that Dina was lucky yesterday. He was able to earn more than 80,000? Han asked his friends displeasedly. Are they really playing gambling? Dean with great excitement replied that they were just having fun, and all this is not gambling. The student in a joyful voice confirmed that they are law-abiding people. Han looked suspiciously at the students and asked where they got so much money from. Students were very surprised when they heard such a question from the protagonist. Dean, along with his friend, looked at each other and realized that his brother Lee was very different from them. The guy with a smile told the main character that most employees of the exchange department come to them to pass the time. The main character viciously demanded from the student to go closer to the essence. Dean raised his hand in front of the guy and explained that they were going here and just playing board games. Everything is legal for them. The protagonist explained to the partner that they have no special place for games here. It is inconvenient to play in the hostel. The student replied that playing in the hostel is easiest. It is easy to collect people here. The guy said in a dreamy voice that it would be good to rent a room. But with such a number of people, no hotel will allow them to stay. The guy said that if they go to classmates with a whole company, then their parents can see how they smoke and drink. Dean added from himself that all this would be very bad. In reality, they simply collect money to buy drinks and snacks. The main character looked at his friends displeasedly and said that he agreed. The student hugged the protagonist and invited him to join them today. Han asked friends, "Will they play tonight too?" The guy with excitement asked his partner if he would come to them today. The student with excitement told the main character that the head of the disciplinary department was playing with them. The president of the student council also comes to them. Han understood to himself why teachers do not pay attention to gambling. The student council received a lot of money from the guys. Dean warned the protagonist with great excitement to be careful. Han asked his friend suspiciously, why did he say such words to him? Dean told his partner with excitement that the president wanted to get additional money from them, but he could not cope with people from the exchange department. Therefore, the man called the head of the disciplinary department. Dean enthusiastically shouted that Yu Suezin might seem weak, but he is very cunning. He does not have many useful skills. Han listened carefully to the student. The partner told him that this guy looked at Xiaolutin from the class of the protagonist for a long time. Everyone knows that Xiaolutin is getting closer to him. Dean wanted to tell about a guy named Kong Izzy. The student jumped on the side and shouted that there was nothing special in this. The student with excitement said that Kong Izzy is a stupid guy who visits a martial arts school. The guy told the main character that teachers are appreciated and therefore would give a place in the student union. Han, after communicating with students, answered them with a tired voice that he agreed. The protagonist promised his friends with a confident voice that he joined them tonight. The guy was delighted to his friends that he would say about this brother Van. The student put his hand on his shoulder to the main character and said that he would not be worried. The guy told the main character so that he would not come to Pangay. Real violators are represented and are watching it. The protagonist remembered his public kiss with Pangay. He also remembered at night at the hotel along with Xiaolutin. The guy thought that if the news about these two events surfaced, then it would end badly for him. Han thought displeasedly to himself that he would need to take the initiative into his own hands. The protagonist closed his eyes and thoughtfully thought to himself that if the tree was erased by calm, then the wind would not subside. The student went up and shouted to the guy near the doors with a cigarette that Brother Van always invited them. The student turned around and said to the guest with a joyful voice that they could certainly come out. Dean explained to the main character that the student near the door carefully monitors so that no one would come in. A group of guys was sitting in the room. One of them told the partner that he was very lucky today. Another guest on the bed said that luck is also part of his abilities. The main character went into the room and greeted everyone. The student turned to him in surprise and looked. The student was surprised when he saw the protagonist in front of him. Han waved his partner's hand and said that he did not expect to see him here. Dean showed his hand to the protagonist and explained to his brother the Bath that Han was his neighbor in the room. One student raised his hand up and told his brother Lee that he would not be so polite. The rest of the guys sat on the bed. Van looked at the guest displeasedly and asked why he came here. The student straightened his glasses on his face. He looked in silence and displeasedly aside. The protagonist was sitting in the student room. The guy from behind put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was here for the first time. Van hugged behind the shoulders of the sitting protagonist and said that he would not be very polite with them. The student looked at the side on the side. He did not understand why he talked so respectfully with the main character. The student in a cunning voice reminded the dissatisfied friend of how he had once been a Han Lee once when he was in the first place. A friend explained how that a real professional came to them and it was necessary to show respect for him. How turned into displeasure and advised his friend to concentrate on himself. The student in glasses informed his friend that the main character and Pan Ge became very close. Students in the room were very surprised. They talked among themselves about the fact that Pan Ge and Han became very close. The guy cunningly told the main character that he really embodies the dream in life. Han thought displeasedly to himself that the student had changed a lot. He did not use people before to do dirty work. The main character looked at his partners and explained that their friend simply joked, and this was not at all. Han told surprised students that Uncle Pan asked him to look after the girl, but in the end, they always quarreled. The last time Den angered her, she used the protagonist as a shield. Han explained to his partners that he had teased the girl a little. Han explained to students that they were very exaggerating his relationship with the girl. The student lit a cigarette and said with a smile that he realized what was the matter. The student in a dissatisfied voice explained to his friends that they told him that Pan and Han were meeting. The guy jumped sharply and hit his hand on the table. He shouted that this is impossible. The student said in a dissatisfied voice that the protagonist behaves as if he is a friend of a Pan. But he never heard about it. Han looked displeased at the student. He listened carefully to his words. The protagonist asked the student with a dissatisfied voice, "Is his name Josie?" The main character angrily asked the student, "Does he really not know that Uncle Pan thinks about him?" Joe angry asked his partner, "What did he mean?" Han looked displeased at the student and could not understand why he was so excited. Han asked the student displeasedly, "Why did he hear anything about him?" The guy shouted to himself in displeasure to himself the name of the protagonist and Pan Ge. Dean with a careful voice demanded that his friend be silent and did not create any problems. Ju cunningly asked his partner, "Is he really close to Pan's family?" The main character angrily answered the student that he has an investment account of Uncle Pan, but they very rarely communicate. Two students cheerfully talked among themselves about the skills of the protagonist. The guy straightened his glasses with displeasure and carefully looked at the protagonist. The student on the bed asked the protagonist, "Is he really from a rich family?" Han explained to his partner that his parents are well managing finances. They often deal with money. A friend was surprised to ask the protagonist if his parents are the leaders of the banks. Dean said in a thoughtful voice that Khan's parents have his own stock company. Han remembered to himself that his mother worked as a cashier in a supermarket. Therefore, one could assume that it deals with money. The student reached out to the table. He asked the protagonist if he came here to play. The student held the deck in his hands and asked the protagonist, "Can he play cards?" Han waved his hand to the guy and with a smile explained to him that he did not come here to play. The system told the main character that he received a new skill. Han turned to the side with surprise. Han extended his hand forward and took a deck into it. He prepared to play. The main character held the cards in his hands. He told students that he just wanted to come to them and get to know them all. Han carefully looked at the guys in front of him and said that he would like to make a couple of new friends. Friends of the protagonist were scared. The guy said in an exciting voice that his brother Lee would break again now. Hao looked at the protagonist in surprise and fright. He did not know what to tell him. The girl went to the door of her hostel and went inside the room. She struck her in surprise on the bed. A student with a phone in her hand asked for displeasedly from Sia Luton. Why does she wear a turtleneck? Xia, without turning around, told her girlfriend that she was a little cold and she should not worry. The girl thought displeasedly to herself that Han left traces on her body. Yi took the phone in her hands and wrote a message to the main character. She asked what he was doing. The girl suddenly looked at her phone with fright. She could not understand what she was doing now. Xia, with excitement, told herself that she is now better not to meet the main character. The girl looked thoughtfully in front of her. She decided not to write anything to the main character on the phone anymore. She looked thoughtfully and lingering up in front of her. She realized that she just had to wait. The student was angry and with all his might with his hand squeezed an empty beer jar. There was a loud crack. The student was very angry. He threw an empty beer can on the floor on a scale. The guys stood on the side and looked in surprise at the behavior and cries of how. A student with a book in his hands asked a friend if the protagonist has a psyche problem. Chu told friends to calm down. Han Li was just busy with his business. Zhou said in a cheerful voice that while everyone was talking, the main character stood aside. He personally liked Han personally. The student held out his hand to the side and explained to his friend that the conversation was just about the girl. Hao said to himself with an exciting voice that Pan Gay is not an ordinary girl. Hao slyly thought to himself that he would just look at the villa in which the girl lives. He remembered that the Pan family represents strength and influence. The guy thought to himself that the marriage with the girl Pan Gay would be ascending social mobility. But this should know less people. Hao turned around and asked his friend on the bed, "But does he have an opinion about Sia Luton?" The student asked his partner displeasedly, "What does Zia have to do with all this?" Hao told a friend in displeasure that he had not heard about it yet. But the girls are already talking about it. The student was surprised to say to himself that the main character, along with Xia Luton, after dinner with the girls, did not return to the hostel. In the late evening, the main character, along with friends, was in the hostel. Han carefully looked at his phone. Han held the phone in his hands. He looked at him and carefully read messages. The student invited the protagonist to come the next time if he needed something. Han replied that he agreed. To himself, the main character thought that Vanya had a very calm and tactful character. The main character realized that he should convince Van Schouten so that he became his colleague. The protagonist thought deeply. He could not understand how he did all this. Han turned to the bed to the side. He thought that the girl Panji pays more attention to people than he thought. The guy Jotzi did not look very smart. After small thoughts, the protagonist decided that Yu Suezhen is the most dangerous guy than everyone else. Han lay on the bed and looked up. He could not understand why he did not write him for a very long time. The main character began to frantically write a message for a girlfriend on the phone. Han looked very displeasure at the phone. He realized that the girl had blocked him again. The next morning, the main character ran along the large stadium along the path. Han, slowly, ran along the treadmill and carefully looked around. The main character returned home and sat down at the computer. He realized that something was definitely wrong with the girl. Han thought to himself that she was silent. She was silent. Also, Feifi and Yoon did nothing this morning. The guy went out into the corridor and saw a bunch of things there. He remembered that everything was in order when they left the hotel. Han went to the door and took the handle. He decided to go to eat and then go to class. The main character went into the cafe and carefully looked there at the list of dishes. On the side, she suddenly ran to the surprised guy and asked if he would go to the dining room for lunch today. The main character sharply shoved the girl aside. He viciously demanded that she do not hold his hand. Han looked at the girl. He thought that Ji Luton did not write anything to him. Shi Panji wanted to admit to him. He did not know what to do. Pan extended her hand to the guy and viciously asked, "Did he really avoid her?" Yesterday he did not write anything to her all day. The main character very viciously told the girl that if she missed him, then they can book a hotel room with her. Pan with a smile told a surprised guy that they can go to the hotel of their family. She could offer him something thematic. Han frightenedly realized that she had a lot of talk to him with Xia Luton and went crazy. The main character turned around and sharply ran to the side. He shouted to the girl that he had urgent matters. Pan held out her hand in the trace of her friend and said that they would go with him together and have lunch. Pan was unhappy. She thought that her friend is a coward, and it was not clear why she was running away. The girl calmly looked aside and said that she had a lot of time. She decided to play slowly. Pan could not understand what happened to her friend in the end. She decided to find out about everything herself. The main character ran into the hostel to students. He wanted to find Xia Luton. The guys greeted him. Han looked into the classroom. He could not talk all day with Xiaolutin. The student in the audience drew attention to the protagonist. She looked at him silently. After that, the two girls in the class have looked at each other fun among themselves. The main character was worried. He realized that the girl intentionally ignored him, and he screwed up. Han was sitting in the gym and very persistently shook his hand from the dumbbells. The protagonist was never able to talk with Xiaolutin. He could not understand what was happening. Han continued to download his hand in dumbbells. He thought that his relationship with the girl would be closer than before. The guy remembered that the behavior of other girls today was strange. He decided that Xiaolutin told them something. The main character closed his eyes. He realized that if everything happened, then Ham had to help him. The student was sitting inside the room of self-learning. Near it on the table were boxes. Suddenly, the girl was writing off the girl. She looked at him with interest. A message came to the phone to the student. The main character of her asked if she ended the last chapters. Sia looked at the phone. She understood that she could not tell Yoon that she spent the night with the main character. For her, Ham was just a friend on the internet. It was easy to communicate with him, since she did not need to maintain the image. The girl looked at the phone. She thought that if she tells the guy everything, then everything would be fine. She wrote to a friend that she was now reviewing the last chapters. They will be ready soon. After that, the partner wrote a quick answer to the girl. He wrote to the girl that she feels depressed and something bothers her. She joyfully told herself that her partner is a very attentive person. Shia wrote to the main character that she spent a good night with the guy of her dreams. He answered the girl that she was progressing very quickly with her friend. Jia continued to correspond on the phone. Han sat and held the dumbbell in his hands. He realized that the girl poorly digested the words that he then told her. Shia wrote in the message that her friend is a younger version of Hanya Lee. Han remembered that the last time he told the girl that their characters were not compatible, she could give up because of this. He asked the internet on the internet, is she planning to give up? The main character was busy with correspondence on the phone. He decided that she had to give up. After that, she will become his business partner and will never touch him personally. She wrote to him that she was not going to give up. She wrote in the message that now her friend could not belong to a single girl. She would prefer to stay at a distance and watch the unfolding sight. The girl sat and continued to persistently write messages on the phone. She reported for the protagonist that she wants to return dignity and become the best version of herself. The main character sat and carefully read messages on the phone. A partner wrote to him that she wants to focus on herself exactly as her friend does. Sia looked angrily in front of her and wrote that when she became better, she would appear again in front of her friend. The main character read with surprise that the girl decided to take her friend to herself. The main character slyly smiled at himself. The plans of his girlfriend were very amused by him. The guy joyfully realized that the girl avoids him to control herself. If she is not next to him, she will be able to find a replacement for herself. He now understood why Pange behaved so strange today. The main character realized that he had underestimated the girl. He decided that the first round ended in a draw, but after the first round there should be the second and third. Han quickly ran aside. He told himself that he just needed to wait. A student appeared on the side of the protagonist. He waved his hand and said that his technical movements are very good. Han turned around and asked his partner what would suit him best for him. The student smiled and told the main character that the rings were best suited to him. They are very simple. Han answered his partner that he would think about it. The guy remembered the rings, and they sounded unpleasantly for him. The main character slowly approached the soul. He considered that he could hang rings in a hotel, in a hostel, in a dormitory. Han stood near the entrance to the shower. He decided to find his friend's friend to ask him for help. The main character stood in the shower under the streams of water. He decided that it would be a great situation for a closer acquaintance. The main character sat with a student in a restaurant. Van consumed noodles and asked with interest at the guy about the rings. The student promised the main character that he would call someone about the rings, and they would meet with such a man in the evening. Van suggested the main character to live in a room for 2 people. Han explained to the guy at the table that this was not necessary. The protagonist told a friend that he has a suite room at the Marriott Hotel, but he rarely enters there. Van with a smile answered his partner that he was clear. To himself, he thought that the main character is a secretive tycoon. Van was holding his wands in his hands. He told the main character that the average price of a luxury room at the Marriott Hotel will be near Chetrik 1,000. Han was surprised when he heard about the price for renting a number from his partner. Van told the main character that the rooms of luxe are very popular in the hotel. With long-term rent, The discounts will be very small. The protagonist told his partner in surprise that he was living in the presidential suite. Van was very surprised and amazed when he heard from the guy about the presidential suite. The student very excitedly held the sticks in his hand. He thought that even an ordinary hatch of a number cost more than 100,000 a month. Van was surprised to realize that if Han took off his presidential suite, then it would be very expensive for a year. The student was surprised to realize that the guy opposite him is insanely rich. The protagonist told a friend that if he wants to visit his number, he could come to him and ask for a card. The presidential suite has its own service team. Han explained to his surprised partner that the hotel room is very convenient for various events. Van said with excitement for the protagonist that he was very generous. He promised to take care of everything when they return. The protagonist told the student that he was leaving all the problems on him. Suddenly, a student came up from the side and called named Hanya Lee. Pan held a handbag in her hand. She said with surprise for the protagonist that she did not see him in the dining room, and it turned out that he had left with a friend. She went to the main character and offered to take a walk with her. Han answered the partner that she could invite Xia Luton with her. Van displeasedly remembered to himself that he did not see such that Pan Gay flirted with a person of the opposite sex. The protagonist told the girl displeased that he was here with his friend. Pan extended her hand to the side and told Van that she wanted to take a Connie Lee with her briefly. Van slyly waved his hands and said that he would not bother them. The main character walked on the street with a girlfriend. He asked why she needed him. Pan waved her hand and explained to the guy that she just wanted to tease him a little. The girl was delighted to herself because Van did not detain the protagonist and lost him for her. The main character carefully looked at his girlfriend and said that she looks happy. Han slyly told the girl that she came very on time. He wanted to look for her himself. The main character reminded the girl that he has an account of Uncle Pan. He wanted to go home to his girlfriend and tell her father everything. The student was very surprised when he realized that the guy wanted to come to her home. She did not understand what he was planning. Pan sharply and scaredly rushed to the guy and shouted that she forbids him to do it. Han extended his hand forward and grabbed her girlfriend's hand to stop. Pan touched the protagonist with her hand. He reminded her that she missed him. The girl was unpleasantly scared. She looked viciously in front of her in her hand. Pan displeasedly asked the protagonist who allowed him to touch her. Han slyly reminded his partner that she had kissed him before. Now she was embarrassed to hold hands. The main character realized that the girl is very aggressive outside, but passive inside. After a small pause, Han took the girl's hand and said that they could go home together. Pan thought that if she refuses the guy's offer, he could do something against her in the future. After small thoughts, Pan firmly decided to herself that she needed to reduce accounts as soon as possible. Then she will have the opportunity to deal with Lee Hanim. She looked at the protagonist. The failure in his persecution was not terrible for her. It would be much worse if everyone thought that she met at once with two people. Pan grimaced in displeasure and realized that she did not even want to think about it. The girl pointed a finger at the protagonist and said that he could go with her, but so far she was not going to return home. Pan invited the guy to go to the cinema. She promised to buy a ticket. Han joyfully answered his partner that he was accepting her offer. The girl ran to the main character and showed him tickets in her hand. She invited him to buy snacks. Han stood and held a bucket with popcorn. He thanked the girl. Pan laughed very loudly when she heard such an answer from the guy. The girl put her hand in a bucket with popcorn and held out the food for her friend. Pan handed out popcorn to the guy and thanked him with a smile for his work. Han swallowed food from the girl's hands and began to chew it very slowly. The main character carefully opened his eyes. He noticed something suspicious not far away. Han looked carefully in front of him and noticed some stranger with a camera in the corner of the room. The main character realized that the stranger photographed him and was not particularly hidden. The photographer directed his device forward. The lens sparkled very brightly. The main character understood displeasedly that the photographer had not even turned off the flash. For him, it was incredible. Han realized that the photographer called Pan Gay. He did not understand what the girl wanted to make with their common photo. The main character sat inside the cinema and watched a romantic film on the big screen. Han thought out. He could not remember how many years have passed since the time he was the last time in the cinema. At this time, the girl's phone rang nearby. The protagonist turned into displeasure to her. Han turned around displeasedly and told her girlfriend that she would not use the phone while watching the film. Pan turned around and asked the guy displeasedly, "Is she really interfering with other people now?" She said in a displeased voice to the main character that she was booked by the whole hall. There were no people around them. The con exalted his hand to the side and grabbed the phone from the girl's hands. She was very unhappy. The main character strictly demanded from a girlfriend to behave decently. Han threatened the girl that he could tell about her quarrel with Sia Luton. She looked in displeasure to the side and answered the guy that she agreed. Pan strictly grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and demanded that he tell her father anything. Pan smiled slyly and looked at the guy. She thought that he would soon begin problems because of this, and she would definitely come to his aid. The main character looked at the girl and realized that she looked at him very false. She definitely thought something. The girl went with the main character into the apartment and shouted to her mother that they had returned. Mother decided that her daughter had returned with her friend. She asked where they went today. The woman looked very closely and carefully in front of her at the guest. The hostess was very surprised when she saw the protagonist in front of her. Han cheerfully, and with a smile, greeted Aunt Zhao. The woman was surprised to ask the guy what he was doing here. She specified with her daughter. Why didn't she warn her about anything? The protagonist told his partner that they, together with her daughter, went to the cinema during the day, and after that he decided to hold it home. The guy asked where the Uncle Pan is now. The woman shouted with excitement to her daughter so that she would quickly spend the guy inward. The hostess called the man and scaredly called the old man Pan. The girl was unhappy, realized that the main character decided to specifically deceive their parents and show that he was a good boy. The woman viciously demanded from the man to return home. She informed him that Han had come to visit them with a girl. The main character, along with their companion, stood and was surprised to listen to the hostess's conversation with her husband. Han turned to the girl and asked if she would launch him inside. Pan answered him displeasedly that she would not launch. The protagonist threatened the girl with a thoughtful voice that he could raise the topic with Jalutin. He also wanted to recall the story of a kiss with Pan. She angrily extended her hand forward to the guy and shouted so that he was silent. The girl shouted into the back of the protagonist with her hands and shouted so that he would rise to the second floor. Han walked around the girl's palace. He looked around with great interest. The guy noticed the magazines on the shelf and asked the girl, did she really like reading comics? Pan explained to his partner that he saw a special collection publication on the shelf. Pan explained to the guy that there is even a signature of the author on the comic book. To herself, she thought that the guy is very obedient. He just quietly follows her. The main character held a comic and looked carefully at him. Pan thought that she was pleased to look at the guy when he was calm. Pan looked at her friend and realized that she did not like the words that he pronounced. Han asked his girlfriend displeasedly, why is she looking at him? Pan was very scared when she heard such a question from the guy. She did not know what to answer. She turned to the side and told the main character that she had not looked at him. Han looked displeased at the girl and said that she sees him with such a bad person. The main character turned to the side. He told the girl that she could give him money. There is no much money for him. Pan called her friend a shameless. The main character turned to the girl and asked if she remembered the words that he told her during the first meeting. Pan turned around. She looked inquiringly at her friend and said nothing. The main character reminded his girlfriend that he told her when he met that she had very beautiful eyes. Pan listened with interest to her friend. The main character told the partner that her eyes were shining like precious stones. She thought. She did not understand why the main character suddenly spoke about it. Pan was surprised to turn into the protagonist. She listened very carefully to him. She looked at the protagonist and realized that he also had very beautiful eyes. The main character asked the girl, why is she looking at him like that? Pan, along with his friend Fuel, and carefully looked at each other. The main character stood and looked at the girl very closely. She also studied him with a look. Pan demanded his friend with a dissatisfied voice so that he would not look at her like that. Han went to the bookshelf and put his hand on her. Pan displeasedly asked his friend, what is happening between him and Jalutin? Pan looked aside. She recalled that the protagonist cannot be without her permission with the Luton. The girl looked in surprise to the side and saw that the main character extended a hand to her. Mom shouted through the door in a loud voice that her father would return soon. The hostess asked her daughter to find out if her friend would remain for dinner. Pan warned his friend with a frightened voice that her mother was right behind the door. The main character suddenly sharply extended the girl to him. She was very surprised. Han kissed his surprised girlfriend. She wanted to wave her hands away from him. Suddenly, the Pan felt a very strong constraint. She bounced to the side and looked displeased at the guy. She pointed her finger at the protagonist and wanted to blame him for something. Han showed her a gesture that she would be silent. The main character, with a cunning gesture, showed the girl that she should not scream. Her mother stood behind the door. Pan displeasedly squeezed her hand into a fist. She was very angry with the guy. She viciously turned around and shouted to the guy that she would remember it. The daughter opened the door and asked her mother with a smile, what was she talking about? The hostess was unhappy. She looked at her daughter in silence and very displeasedly. Per looked at her mother in surprise. She expected the woman to answer her. The hostess told the girl that the main character could stay with them for the night. There was a free room for guests in the house. Mother said strictly to her daughter so that she would not lift Con constantly. Pan looked at her mother displeasedly and said that she had never lost her friend. At this time, the main character called Aunt Zhao on the side. Han looked into the room. He said in a joyful voice that Pan Gay showed her collection of comics. The main character asked the hostess for the fact that he came empty-handed. The woman told the guy that she would not let him go until he had dinner. Han explained to the hostess that he needed to go to the gym tonight. The woman explained to the guy that a small delay would not hurt his training. After that, the mother looked at her daughter very strictly. She looked displeased. Pan exhaled displeasedly. She realized that she needed to ask the guy to stay. Pan began to persuade his friend so that he remained with her for dinner. Mother was very happy. Her daughter behaved very nicely with the main character. The woman held out her hand forward and shouted to the surprised main character that he was a hope for their family. Han furtively looked at his girlfriend. The hostess promised that she would now do cooking. Everyone should wait a bit. The main character sat next to his girlfriend. She waved her hands excitingly in front of her. Han turned sharply to the girl. She scaredly asked her friend so that he would not kiss her. Pan viciously shouted to the guy that he could not distract her again. She demanded an answer to him to the expense of the lutein. Han asked his girlfriend displeasedly, couldn't he just kiss her? She answered the main character with an evil and displeased voice so that he would not think about it. The protagonist explained to the girlfriend that she should ask herself about the fact that she did not return to the hostel last night. Pan answered the guy that she told her that she was with him. Han answered the girl with a dissatisfied voice that every day he was becoming a scapegoat for them. He constantly finds himself in the center of events. She looked at her friend. According to his reaction, it was not like he was telling a lie. Pan asked the guy displeasedly, why was he not in the hostel that night? The main character told the girl that he went to the second floor to chat with the second course of the exchange department. There he met Van. Pan was surprised to ask the protagonist, did he really communicate with Van? The main character pointed a finger at the girl and said that all this is happening because of her. His neighbor in the room told him that Dan Jihao, after the last incident, put his eyes on him. It is difficult to deal with fans of Pan. A friend advised him to contact the senior courses to find support. Pan asked the guy displeasedly, did Jihao really plan something? The main character answered the girl that he had to play it safe. Pan turned to the side. She remembered that she wanted to make sure that a lesson was taught for the protagonist. The girl realized that other students have no sense of proportion. They could harm the main character? In the student room, the guy viciously went from side to side. He was very unhappy. The student looked on the phone at the photo of the protagonist and his girlfriend. He shouted that he could not stand it. The angry Hao viciously shouted that he would teach the main character the lesson and Van could not intervene in it. The student viciously turned to the side to his friend Juan Vea and asked if he would go with him. Vea scaredly raised his hand up and told a friend with a trembling voice that he would help him. The student thought displeasedly to himself that he was the end, and it doesn't matter which side he would take. The owner opened the door to the apartment. He shouted to the woman that he had returned home. The man went into the room. He very viciously asked where the main character and girl. The man looked angrily and frightenedly in front of him. He was surprised when he saw his daughter. Father with great surprise asked the girl, why is she in school uniform? She explained in a shy voice that she put on her form at the request of her friend. The girl remembered that Han told her that he wanted to pay some compensation. But then he suddenly kissed her. She held out her hand behind the main character and pinched him behind her. The man was surprised. He remembered that last week he gave a guy money. Han today came to his daughter and even changed her into school uniform. The owner thought very joyfully to himself that his money was spent not in vain. The man rushed forward to the guy with a girl and shouted that they should both get along. The owner told the main character that after dinner, they would go to his room to choose a clock. The man explained to the guy that he would look more mature with a clock on his wrist. Han explained to his partner that he came here only in order to hold Pangay home. The guy told the man that he wants to inform him of a change in the status of the account this week. The main character realized that he could not predict how the relationship between Sia and Pangay will develop. Han looked with tenderness at his girlfriend. He realized that if Uncle Pan knew the whole truth, he would have regretted the investments that he invested in him. Han thought to himself that if he was passive, then it would be best. The man with a smile told the guy that he should cope well with the score. He hoped for Khan's victory at the upcoming competitions. The main character answered the partner that this was impossible. The main character told a man in detail about making a stable profit. Han continued to tell a man in detail about the victory in the competition. He explained that luck plays a large role in such competitions. The protagonist explained to the man that the results of the competition could prove only how well the participant acted on them. The guy promised a man that he would do everything possible for his victory. He will not focus on the final results. Penn stood on the side and listened carefully to the guy. The protagonist said that even if he wins, there will be nothing wrong. His career has already gone in the way and then he just needs to ensure a stable profit. The man looked in surprise at the protagonist. The guy seemed confident and collected to him. Father excitedly thought to himself that he should direct his daughter on the right path. Father told a surprised girl to go and help her mother in the kitchen. He wanted to talk to the main character. The man, along with the main character, watched the girl went down the stairs. The owner told the main character that he liked his ideas. He wanted to help him. The man explained to the guy that while he was successful, they will have no problem. Han should not forget to pay attention to the relationship. The owner strictly asked the guy how he got along with his daughter lately. Han said with a smile that he was talking with a girl on the internet. Sometimes they have dinner together. The main character told the man that he was busy monitoring the markets during the day. Therefore, they are sealed to spend a lot of time with a girlfriend. Han grabbed the railing with excitement. He explained to the man that he should work hard on his account. The owner with fright told the guy that he could talk with his teachers if his studies are very pressed. The man did not understand why the guy was so worried about 3 million. If he conquers Pan Gay, then until the end of his life he will not think about money. The owner cunningly turned to the guy and asked how he was doing with Sia Luton. Han answered the partner that they went with a girl every day to class. The man told the guy to calm down. Han scaredly asked him, "What happened?" At dinner, the family, together with the main character, sat at a gorgeous table. Han managed to talk with the owner about the hotel industry. The hotels were one of the main types of business for Mr. Pan. The hotel industry is very similar to the pyramid, but the shape of the pyramid may differ from the region. In one of the cities, working migrants spend the night at construction sites or in a hostel. It is difficult for small hotels to get good profit. Luxurious hotels are in great demand and rooms are always not enough. The most important aspect for the hotel is its location. There are several areas in the city. They are all filled with dozens of luxurious hotels. In the Vaitan area, 5-star hotels have very high performance indicators. Even presidential apartments are often completely booked. The main character sat at the table and consumed food. He thought that in other areas of the city, high-class hotels can maintain occupancy of more than 70%. Their presidential suites are rarely filled. Han, with his eyes closed, thought to himself that in some hotels the main thing is not benefit, but preserving prestige. If someone wants to stop there, then they will offer him a big discount. After small thoughts, the main character realized that it was time to bring his plan to act. The girl photographed the protagonist on the phone. Her parents turned in surprise. Pen, with a phone in her hand, asked her parents, why are they looking at her? She photographed the guy, as he looked very beautiful when he was immersed in thought. Parents were very happy due to the fact that their daughter was seriously interested in the main character. Han was very unhappy due to the fact that the girl did not turn off the flash during the shooting. The protagonist shouted at the girl, looked at the girl, and decided that he would first deal with her fans, then he will whisper a few words for her. Pen was completely immersed in his phone. Han realized that she wanted to dominate him. After that, he decided to teach her a good lesson. The user on the internet put surprised comments on the photo of the protagonist. The student in the room told friends that they did not need to contact this guy. They do not need problems with Hanum Lee. Vei looked at his friend and asked, was it really necessary? Hao viciously looked at the phone. He did not understand why Han attracted the attention of the girl Pan Gay. Vei explained to his partner that there was nothing wrong with the fact that the main character along with his girlfriend. Hao was very angry. He shouted displeased to the student that he did not understand anything at all. Hao remembered that Ant offered a lot of effort to help him. He was unhappy due to the fact that the village was overshadowed. Hao told the student a dissatisfied voice that he could not participate in this. He demanded from the guy to give them the key to the hostel. Hao explained to the student that they literally help him avenge. He should not doubt. Wei thought about himself with displeasure that his friends had no healthy meaning. He said aloud that if someone else will use his key, that he will have problems. A large student came up from the side. He was very dissatisfied with all this chatter. Verzila viciously looked at Vea and demanded strictly to look at himself what kind of coward he was. Vei told the student displeased that this was not his business and he was not a coward. He asked displeasedly, "Did Kong Izzy really like some girl from the guy's environment?" Kong was unhappy when he heard from the student a word that all this was not his business. Verzila told the guy that he heard about his situation but wants to figure it out better. He was wondering what the main character was capable of. Kong suddenly stopped and stopped talking. Vei looked at him with a studying gaze. Verzila grabbed the student by the clothes. He wanted to show him what he was capable of. Vei held out his hand to the student and forced Kong to let his clothes go. Vei told Kong that he was very frivolous. They should not have quarreled with him. Vei with excitement told his partner that Han Li is very cool. Even one swing with a hammer will lead to unimaginable consequences. Hao came up on the side and told Huan Vea that his help was required. Hao reminded his friend that he treated him well. He took with him a girl from the theater academy. The student began to calm his friend and said that if Han Li finds about everything, they will say that they stole the key. Hao explained to the student that they would go to the main character when they turn off the light. Vei explained to his friends that he understood them, but he would not go with them. Vei handed his friend the key and said that the main character is very terrible and he did not want to die. The guy grabbed a friend from his hands and said that they would not give him out. Students prepared to go out. Someone offered to put on masks. Kong explained that in the dark all this will be pointless. Vei suggested calling a few more people. Vei realized that he had a bad foreboding. He urgently needed to find Van. The student with glasses displeasedly asked his friend, "Where's he going?" Vei answered the guy that all this was not his business. The student shouted displeasedly to a friend named Yu Suezan that all this was his idea. If something happens to their friends, then they will not cope with the consequences. Yu looked at his friend with great surprise and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Vei turned to the side and looked at his friend with great displeasure. After that, the student ran out of the door very sharply and slammed them on the go. Ya looked displeased and thoughtfully after the departed friend. He fell silent. The student took the phone and called a friend. He said that the student council will check the rooms today. Therefore, teachers should not come. Also, do not forget to turn off the light as usual. The main character, without suspecting anything, went into his room in the evening and opened the door. Han turned on the light in his room. The student stood on the street and carefully watched it. The guy grabbed the phone and informed his friends that the main character had returned home. Vei, along with Kong and other friends, heard on the phone that the guy had light in the room. Vei carefully looked at his phone. He told friends that they needed to wait another 10 minutes. Han went into his room. The student viciously shouted to him through a distance so that the main character prepared for a meeting with them. The main character went into his student room. He took off his backpack and looked at him carefully. The guy wrapped his head to the side and looked at the sleeping place. There were 2 rings with straps. The main character took the rings from the bed and looked up. 2 fasteners were nailed on the ceiling. The guy thought to himself that Brother Van finished everything very quickly. The protagonist hung 1 ring on the mount under the ceiling and tightened the strap. Han hung a white towel in a ring. He did not quite know how to use this white rag. The main character looked at the rings in front of them with interest. He seemed to him a friend. Han very realistically imagined as if he had hung on his head on a rag and swayed to the side. The protagonist thoughts about himself angrily and joyfully. He hit with 1 hand on the other. The guy grabbed his own hands by the rings and pulled himself up on them. After that, the main character put his chin forward and put it on a rag. The main character let his head down and hanged himself on a white rag on the rings. Han looked very frightened in front of him. He did not understand why the light went out in the room. The door to the room opened and students were preparing to go there. Dan at that time managed to fantasize for himself about many different opportunities. The student imagined how the main character would be very scared to close and fight off the other guys. Den thought very realistically in which place with friends would beat the protagonist with his feet and a club. The student saw himself as if with all his might he swung his hand and hit the protagonist on the head. Den looked at the protagonist and viciously told him that he could cry and scream. On his face, he will capture eternal horror. The student stopped near the entrance to the room. He saw the inner something very terrible. Friends scaredly asked Den, why did he get up and did not go further into the room? The guy with a baton called his friends with his cowards and said that he himself would go into the room first. The student went into the room and was surprised to notice how someone hung on his head under the ceiling there. The guy's body inside the room did not move. He hung on a towel. The guest from the fright threw the bats on the table. The guy looked into the room and shouted in a frightened voice that someone was dead inside. Vei frightened his friend and viciously asked what was happening. Hao answered in an exciting voice that he did not know. Hao frightenedly looked at the student's body in the room and shouted that he had committed suicide. Kong looked displeasedly and explained to his friends that they did not need to be afraid of anything. The student headed for the guy's body in the room. He told friends to call doctors. The student with trembling hands held out his hand at the guy's feet. They moved at this time. Kong shouted in a frightened voice that the hanged student had just moved in front of him. At this time, friends of the protagonist entered the room on the open door to the room. The guy looked scared at the hanged man and asked what was happening here. Students went into the room and looked with great surprise at the hanging guy under the ceiling. The students stood and frightenedly looked at the hanged man in the room. The guys came to their senses very sharply and began to run out of the room with a scream at full speed. Students with a loud scream scaredly ran out of the room without looking back. The frightened Kong rushed and clung to the stairs. He scaredly looked around. A frightened student clung to the stairs and shouted to the guy so that he would not kill him. Vei ran to the door and twisted his hands into it with all his might. He could not open it. The guy shouted an evil and displeased voice, who closed the door and demanded to open it. The student looked fearfully at the revived protagonist and fell to the floor. Hanging Han extended angrily in his hand and greeted the frightened guys. Han realized that the uninvited guests came to him to attack him when the light went out. The main character grabbed with his own hands by the rings and prepared to jump to the floor. He decided to teach students a lesson. The main character looked angrily in front of him and thought that his surname would not be Han. The main character grabbed the stairs with his hand and viciously demanded from the guys to approach him. Two students fled along the corridor. The guy with long hair asked Vei how many people were brought to them. The running student asked the partner on the move, with whom did the guys have a conflict? They raised a large commotion. Vei with excitement shouted to his partner that the students decided to attack the protagonist. He explained that Han Li was meeting with Pan Gei. Two students ran up and saw how frightened guys were sitting near the entrance to the rooms. The run-up student asked the guests what are they doing here. He asked where Den and others. The guy showed his hand to the side and said in a frightened voice that Den remained somewhere there. At this time, a student fled along the corridor and shouted that someone had died. The running student shouted in a frightened voice that the police and the medium needed to call. Han Li hanged himself and turned into a ghost. The student looked frightened to the side. He thought to himself that all this is very bad. The guy appeared on the side and went to the door. Vei, in a frightened voice, called the brother of the bath. Vei stood near the door and said that he would not hear anything. The student in front of him did not dare to enter the room. Van said in an imaginary voice that he would call now to turn on the light. The student told his friend that he was standing near the door and should enter. The guy looked angrily at the students and asked displeasedly when they became so cowardly. The student carefully opened the door and went inside the room. He looked scaredly around. The guy saw the main character sat in the center of the room on the bed. He held the book and she glowed in front of his eyes. The main character in the book held the phone and the light fell on his face. He displeasedly asked the guest who else wanted to come to him. Han looked strictly at the guy near the entrance and demanded that he reminded who he was. The guest near the entrance was very scared. He could not move and say nothing. The student said in a frightened voice that his name is Liu Inchun. He heard that the protagonist had some problems, but he was not sure what was happening. Liu ran very quickly along the corridor. It was dark around, and he saw little. The student stopped and looked down in front of him. He fell into some kind of liquid. The guy decided that he entered the bloodstream. Liu stopped and carefully looked at his feet. He felt some strange smell. After that, the light suddenly turned on. The main character raised his head in surprise and looked at the ceiling. Han was very displeased to himself. He did not understand why the light was now turned on. Liu looked in front of him and noticed how he stepped into some puddle. He was scared because of the smell. The protagonist was surprised to observe how the student opposite him was in the floor. Han sat quietly on the chair. He was surprised to look at the frightened student on the floor. Van ran into the room. He scaredly asked his friend if he was all right. Van looked displeased and scared at the student and said that this was all childishness. Then, uncertainly, the student rushed to his friend and grabbed his leg. Van asked him displeased with him what he was doing. Han at that time held his hand at the stairs and prepared to go down. The main character hung on the stairs. He looked at the student on the floor with displeasure. Han asked the guy in a very dissatisfied voice, who allowed him to move now. Vi scaredly rushed to Van and wrapped his arms around him. After that, he screamed very loudly. Van asked his friend Xiaohuan to take the guy aside. The partner replied that he would do so. The main character stood at a short distance and looked very viciously at Hao. Wei looked angrily and with hatred at the protagonist. He looked scared. The student began to clarify the main character in dismay. He shouted to him that he had nothing to do with it. Han displeasedly told the guy that he decided, as if there was some kind of passing yard around him where you can go when you want. The main character sternly told the student that he could take his friend. He is not against it. Han strictly pointed a finger at the student and demanded that he remove everything here. Van viciously glanced at the protagonist and said that he would call and ask for someone to get out here. But the smell will be very strong. Han stood and looked down to his feet. Van looked at him and wanted to ask the guy to stay with him today. The main character smiled slyly and looked at his friend Wang with an ear. Han waved his hand with a smile in front of him and explained that he was not at all angry. He had a place for an overnight stay. The main character asked the student to help him get out in the room. Van answered him that he would do everything. Van stood calmly and escorted his gaze to the leaving hero. Then he attacked Vea and began to beat him very much. He strictly asked the students, "What are they doing here?" Liu asked the student who was behind the main character. He was surprised due to the fact that Van was so good about Connie. Van showed his hand to the side and told the student that they would talk about this later. He promised to contact the cleaner. In the late evening, the girl was sitting at her home. She was lying on the bed and holding the phone. The guy sent his photo to the girl. He wrote to her that her fans are very terrible. Panji jumped sharply on the bed. She looked very carefully at the phone. The girl looked at the photo on the phone. She decided that the students had come and beat the protagonist. Mother looked out of the room. She called her daughter and saw that the girl was going somewhere. The woman strictly asked her daughter, where did she now decide to go so late? The daughter near the exit explained to her mother that something had happened at the university and she urgently needed there. The hostess asked the girl, what could have happened so late? Pan waved her mother in the door and said that she would go to bed and rest. The hostess thought displeasedly to herself that the girl recently behaves very strangely. Pan He was traveling around the evening city in a car and holding the phone in her hands. She wrote a message carefully. The main character wrote to his girlfriend that he is now at the hotel next to the university. He stood in the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Han stood near the mirror and looked very carefully at his reflection. The main character felt severe pain in the body. He realized that he had hung on the rings for a very long time. Suddenly, the guy heard some noise on the side. He realized that someone wanted to enter the number to him. Pan Ge with all his might pounded his hand on the door. She demanded that the guy open her. She promised him to take him to the hospital. The girl knocked on the door. She thought that the trace on the neck of the protagonist looked seriously. Pan Hero listened carefully and realized that the guy went to the door and prepared to open it. The main character opened the door and grabbed the girl by the hands. He pulled her to his room. Pan stood near the wall. She called the protagonist in a frightened voice opposite her. She asked for forgiveness from the guy with a shy voice. She did not expect everything to turn like this. The girl asked the guy to let her go. She promised to immediately go to the hospital. The main character was silent in response. After a small pause, Han told the girl that he was very angry, but he did not need her pity. He wanted to punish her and grabbed her hand. Panji Fright turned to the guy and screamed in a loud voice that she was wrong. Han put the girl on his feet and prepared to hit her. Pangay prayed to him and demanded that he let her go. The guest was justified in front of the guy with a frightened voice. She lay on his knees and shouted that she was very sorry. Pan sat on the bed. She told the guy that he would not go to the fool. They urgently needed to go to the hospital. The girl extended her hand to the guy. She scaredly asked him what happened to his neck. Pan looked at the guy with excitement and inquired, "Did someone strangle him?" She looked at the bruise on the guy's neck. She asked him if he called the police. Pan hugged the protagonist and asked if he had other injuries and does he hurt somewhere. Han closed his eyes and told the girl in a cunning voice that he was hurt by the place that she had now sat down. Panjay looked at the guy in surprise. She was thinking about his words. The girl was sitting above the main character and shouted that he was a pervert. Han scared her, answered her that she could break his ribs. She continued to scream the guy that he needed to go to the hospital now. Connie grabbed her hand and said that she would not move. Han lay on the bed and looked at the girl. He said that his body hurts when she moves on him. She laid her hands on the body of the protagonist and asked if he hurts there. Pan told a friend with a frightened voice that she had moved back. Han demanded from the girl to kiss him. Kisses should relieve pain. Pan was very surprised when she heard such words from the guy. She looked at him with excitement. She told a friend with a displeased voice so that he would not lie to her. After that, the girl leaned abruptly to the main character to kiss him. After the kiss, the Pan bounced back from the guy. She strictly asked her if he would go to the hospital with her. The main character decided not to waste time. He held out his hand and grabbed the girl from behind. Han came to him a surprised girlfriend and kissed her with all his might. Pan looked with great surprise at the protagonist. She did not expect such a kiss from him. Han looked at his girlfriend with a cunning look and said that such a kiss works much better. Pan was reddened. She shouted to a friend that he had just played with her. A person who has injuries could not move like that. The main character raised his hand up and explained to his girlfriend that he had no other injuries. Pan sat and looked displeased at her friend. The main character asked the girl how they will solve this situation. After a long conversation, the Pan told a thoughtful guy that she could organize easily a shutdown of light. You just need to talk with the head of the hostel. She asked the guy, did he really want to turn off the light on the ground floor? Han answered her with a smile that everything was exactly that. Pan looked at the protagonist and asked, is it all true? She told the main character that she did not believe him that he would let students go so easily. She strictly asked what he really plans. The main character asked the girl whether it was necessary to inform the management or independently punish students. The protagonist told the girl that students will not be able to get a serious punishment at their university. A statement to the police will also not help. Han told the girl that he would later deal with those who mocked him. He now had other problems. The girl carefully looked at the guy and sternly asked what he was talking about. The main character smiled broadly and shouted that he wanted to cooperate with her. Han told a surprised girlfriend that the second courses are often gathering on the second floor to play. Van Tien, along with the student council, bring alcohol and so on with them. Ordinary hotels cannot receive such guests. Long-term rental causes a lot of trouble. The main character explained that he needs to find a good secluded place at an excellent price. As a result, rich kids will want to spend a lot of money here. Pan told the main character with a thoughtful voice that he wants to turn off the light in the hostel in order to force students to go to another place. The girl realized to herself that if students are kicked out of the hostel, then they will definitely look for another place. Pan with great excitement asked a friend if he had a suitable place. Han answered her that he had no suitable place, but that is why he needs her. The main character offered the girl a small investment in the amount of $1.5 million. Monthly profit will be $300,000. The guy told the girl that she no longer wants to be a spoiled girl who lives at the expense of her parents. The main character told the girl that she did not want to live under her uncle's control. Next year, she will go abroad, and upon return, she will marry a person who can inherit the family business. Han told his partner that men are only good for her. They are interested in marriage by calculation. The main character told the girl that it would be better for her to hold power in her hands. Pan realized that the main character is completely right. For herself, she has already accepted her fate. Pan called the amount of $2 million in a quiet voice. The protagonist asked her in surprise. The girl told the guy that she would give him $2 million, and she did not need dividends. Pan told her partner that she hates her boring life. She was wondering what he could achieve. The girl told the main character that if he really has abilities, then this investment will become a contribution to the future. She will give him more opportunities. Han joyfully listened to his girlfriend. The girl told him that if he fails, then for her, it will be a slight entertainment in her boring life. The main character extended his hand to the girl and asked again, would she really give him $2 million? The girl held out her hand to the main character and said that she was interested in watching him. Han handed his hand to his girlfriend and said that he was pleased to deal with her. Pan jumped to her feet. She told the surprised guy that he was mistaken in something. Han looked at the girl with excitement. He hoped to himself that she was not going to abandon his offer. Pan slyly looked at her friend and explained that they were not partners at all. The girl came close to the main character and reached for him. Pan slyly looked at the guy and said that they are now accomplices. She promised the main character that the money tomorrow would have arrived at him in the account in the morning. Pan cunningly glanced at the protagonist and promised that she would settle the question with the commandant's hour. The girl waved goodbye to the main character and said that he would expect good news from her. The main character sat in his chair. He carefully looked after the gone girl. Han remembered his girlfriend and told himself that she intrigued him a little. The student in a hostel shouted displeasedly to his friends that they had drawn other people to beat the main character. The guy angrily asked the students, did they really decide that they would succeed? Kong sat and looked displeased in front of him. Another guy continued to scream loudly at his friends. The student viciously shouted to his friends that they could not do anything if Xiao Huan had not brought him with him. Kong jumped to his feet and shouted in an evil voice that he would kill the main character. The student shouted angry that he was even ready to go to jail, but he needed to deal with Hanim. Van told a friend with a displeased voice that he could only say that he was brave. But in reality, he himself pulled him out of there. Everyone left the main character's room with disgraced. Van told the belief that the protagonist has serious connections. Such people behave unremarkably. Vei looked with great excitement in front of him. He remembered the clock in the guy's room. Vei looked at his friend in surprise and asked again, what kind of watch did he talk about? The student said that he saw a watch from the main character's room in Uncle Pan's collection room. Vei sat and looked in front of him. He recalled how he was once at Pan at home. The student remembered that once a man had a tour of his house in his collection. Vei remembered that he had seen the clock at home at a man under one of the windows. Pan told the guy that he keeps this watch for the future son-in-law as a gift. Van told his friend that he was very obsessed with Pan Gay. If he remembers such trifles, Van told his friends that they obey him and would no longer contact the main character. Students got angry. One guy shouted that the protagonist could have a fake in the room. Kong also did not understand why he should be afraid of Khan. Vei perfectly understood the meaning of expensive hours. He listened to his friends in displeasure. The student told friends that the main character regularly removes the presidential suite at the Marriott Hotel. He would not buy fakes for himself. Vei looked carefully at his friends. They looked at each other silently. The student jumped up and asked displeasedly where the protagonist could have so much money. The guy with excitement said that he was thinking that Han was just an ordinary person. He even asked Yu Suezhen to check him. Liu looked thoughtfully at the student and explained that Yu could lie to him. Van explained to his friends that the main character offered him a number if he needed him. Van in a thoughtful voice told friends that he would have learned if you were the main character lied to him. Han was lying in his home on his bed. At this time, his phone rang on the side. The main character came to his senses sharply and turned to the side. He realized that he had received a message. The main character was surprised to read on the phone that the girl transferred 2 million to him. She also solved the problem with the light in the hostel. Han joyfully thought to himself that she was really effective. He wrote to her that he received the money. The main character entered the door of a huge, luxurious hotel. A man went to him. A hotel general manager named Manhwa thanked the guy for the support of the hotel. The main character told the man that he already has some business, and therefore they need to go to the main case. Han told the employee that he wants to remove the presidential suite for a long time. He asked him to call him the price. The woman put a tray with kettle and cups on the table. She told the guy that if he needs something, then he could call her. Bao looked with interest at the client and invited him to try tea. The main character did not answer the employee. The manager looked at the guy in surprise. Han realized to himself that he should behave much more arrogantly. He asked the man, what will be his final price? The manager asked the guy, for how long did he plan to rent a number? The client replied that he wants to rent a number for 2 to 3 years. Han explained to the man that he had 3.5 years of study ahead. If he likes everything, then he could increase the lease. Bao thought that the client was much rich than he even imagined. The manager with a smile told the guy that he could offer him a discount of 40%. The client displeasedly explained to the man that he would not pay the entire amount at once. The main character explained that the occupancy of the presidential suite in their hotel is less than 30%. The main character was surprised due to the fact that the manager offered him such a big discount. Bao told the guy displeased that only 30% could not be occupancy. Over the past year, the luxury number was booking 175 nights. Han asked the man, can any owner of the gold card book such a number? After a small pause, the protagonist told the manager that his hotel is just ordinary. Oh, not very luxury. Han held out his hand to the cup of tea. He told the man that they together know the real situation with him. The main character told the surprised manager that he could pay him only a third of the specified price for the year. Bao was very unhappy when I heard about the amount of 30%. The manager shouted in a dissatisfied voice that he had no such authority. Han reminded the man that he had the right to autonomous management. He was the vice president of the Marriott Hotel. Bao waved his hand with a wave voice and shouted that he was just a vice president. As a result, the main character held out his bank card to the terminal and paid. The total annual value that the guy paid was $5,760,000. The manager was very happy. He thanked the client. Han received life membership from the hotel of the highest level. Such membership for the protagonist is extended annually. With his help, he could organize trips through a special ambassador. The main character, thanks to membership in the hotel, received the services of a round-the-clock kaneki. Han, as a result, received in the hotel free access to various services. The protagonist thought joyfully to himself that although he had not received experience, but with such maintenance this was not worried about, Van called the main character. Han asked his partner, what did he need? The student apologized to the main character for what happened yesterday. Van suggested Han Yu to meet him. The student was sitting on the side and listened carefully to everything. Van was sitting on a chair in a hotel and continued to correspond by phone with the main character. Lee lay on the top bed. He asked the student, was he able to settle everything? Van answered a friend that he had settled everything. Van turned and told the student that the main character made a meeting at the Marriott Hotel. He will send someone behind them. Liu was very worried when he heard about the Marriott Hotel. He told a friend that it would be necessary to check something there. Van held out his hand to the side and called a surprised student named Xiao Yu. Van told the student a strict voice that he should go with them. The main character invited them with them. Shui asked with surprise, did Han invite him? The main character was inside the hotel and held a book in his hands. He told the employee that several friends would come to him soon. Han told the woman that about 7 people would arrive with him. Therefore, you need to prepare the best dishes. The main character read in the menu that there is a free Swedish table in the presidential suite. You still need to pay for the delivery of food to the room. Han thought to himself, remembered that he had previously replenished the hotel card for $500,000. But this money will be transferred to glasses only after their waist. The main character told the employee that 3 girls would come with him. You need to prepare desserts for them. The worker bowed to the guy and said that they would cook everything now. The worker knocked on the door. She informed the guy with a smile that his guests arrived. Van entered the room and waved his hand to the main character. He greeted him. Han waved joyfully with his hand to his friend and greeted him. The main character carefully looked at the guests and asked what kind of people came with him. Van smiled and said that his brother Liu Jun came with him. The student with a smile told the main character that he was glad to see him again. Van introduced his friend Fanya Tunji from his 3rd year. The student introduced a girl to the girl Chen Lu for the protagonist. The student greeted the guy. Also, she came to visit the main character. She came to the brother of Juna named Zhao Shenan. Hanya was greeted by the head of the advertising department of the student union Van Tianxian. Han extended his hand forward and said with a smile to the guests to pass. Tian sat on the bed and looked in surprise around the presidential suite. The employee entered the treats. She said that her desserts were prepared specifically for girls at the request of Mr. Khan. The woman smiled at the guests and told them to enjoy desserts. Tian jumped to her feet. She told the main character in a joyful voice that he is very attentive. The main character looked at the girl and said that there was nothing special about that. He decided to take care of them all. Van hugged the protagonist and explained to his friends what exactly he wants to communicate with him. Van told Onam that his father told him that such a person who would make sure that everything would be in the best possible way. Shannon turned and answered a friend that his father was right. No girl will refuse a gentle and caring guy. Shannon looked slyly to the side and said that if she had no Zhong friend, she would have fallen in love with the main character. Van shouted to his friend Zhong with a smile that she asked him to be more tender with her. Chen smiled joyfully to the main character and asked if they could look around in his presidential suite. Han smiled joyfully and broadly and said that he certainly did not mind. Chen bowed aside and told the students that they would leave now. Van, with surprise and very carefully followed the departing Shi. Van looked at the protagonist and said that he wants to apologize to him over the past time. Fan asked the protagonist with great excitement, how did he find out about the attack? Han waved his hand and explained to his partner that there was nothing special about this. All this was just a coincidence. Students carefully listened to the protagonist. Han told them that he performed some exercises on the rings. The strangers suddenly burst into his room and were frightened to half-death. Van, after the story, he heard the protagonist began to laugh to himself. Van shouted with a smile for the protagonist that he perfectly understood now what happened then. Zui thoughtfully realized to himself that the 2 guys were really unlucky. Lai, with excitement, explained to the main character that this time the conflict brought a lot of trouble. Han said with excitement that he did not plan to take revenge on students. He asked what happened to them. Sui sternly looked through the glasses at Connie and explained that today, all 3 students received a notification. The student said that now in the hostel, there will no longer be round the clock power supply. He does not know where they will now relax in the evenings. The protagonist looked at the student displeased and asked what all this has to do with him personally. The main character looked in front of him and noticed a student of Yuya. The guy with glasses looked at him with displeasure. Han looked carefully at the student and realized that Yu Suezin really wanted to get the girl Sia Luton for himself. The main character carefully looked at the student and realized that this guy could strike an unexpected blow to the back. Yu aloud said that Han could become a victim in this matter. The main character sat in a chair. He realized that the dormitory attendant did not check the room after the end. Other students also behaved very quietly. Han carefully looked at the phone. He decided that after all this was Yu Suezin. The main character thought and decided to himself that Yu incited other guys to attack him. The main character wrote a message to his girlfriend and asked her to help arrange a small show. The protagonist jumped sharply and shouted to his friends that Pan-Gay wrote a message to him. Han waved with his other hand and said that the situation with turning off light could really be connected with him. He promised to return soon. Van silently and with a smile looked after the departing main character. After that, the student viciously turned around and loudly called Yuya Suezin's displeased voice. Van shouted menacingly to the student that he had no right to speak in such a tone with the main character. Yu with great excitement replied that he said such words and did not think before that. The guy thought to himself that he really could not control his character. A student came up from the side. She asked the guys displeasedly, "Why do they look so serious?" Yu scaredly asked the girls, "Were they really finished looking around?" Shannon explained to the guy that they saw a huge pool below, but now it is quite cool. The main character approached the side and told the surprised girls that the pool is heated. He invited them to swim. Tian rushed to the guy and shouted that she loves to swim. Han told the students with a smile that he would ask for them to give out swimwear. Yu looked displeased at the guy and thought that now she was annoying him even more. The main character turned and suddenly asked for forgiveness from the surprised Yui. Han said that she found him out that Den and others attacked him. She was very worried and told Uncle Pan. The protagonist sat tormentedly and said that Uncle Pan immediately told the director Jang about everything and asked the leader to deal with this properly. The protagonist told students that he does not understand why Denu Jihao and his group gets away. Han said that she too does not know the details. He asked the students if they had any suspects. Did the protagonist ask the protagonist? Did someone deliberately report it to them? Van said to the student in a thoughtful voice that nothing is impossible in this. The leadership of the institute learned about their night entertainments and decided that Den Jihao and his group were working for them. The girls were surprised to listen to the student. Van explained to them that they were guilty of these idiots. He explained that the director Jang made them know that they should obediently go to bed. Yu looked at his watch and said that the commandant hour in the hostel would be even more stringent. It will be even more difficult for people to go out and enter late in the evening. The student recalled that a commandant hour is operating in the hostel. The organizer is Van Xiaotian. In the worst case, you could find a new place for entertainment. Yui held out his hand forward and looked at her. He realized that he was nothing of himself without the environment provided by the leadership. Yu looked at the students and thought to himself. He considered that at various illegal income he could earn 70 to 80,000 before graduation. It would be enough for him for several years. The student realized that when all students finish their studies and go out into the world, he could not earn so much money anywhere else. Yara raised his hand up and with excitement said that they could contact Denji Hao so that they would raise a lot of noise again. After that, he will inform the leadership so that they see that they can independently follow everything. The main character looked at the student with a smile and shouted that all this is very good. Han explained to the student that they could discuss all this when they return. There is no need to rush. So far, all guys can live in his room for several days. Lee waved to the main character and said that all this is very kind on his part. Han jumped to his feet. He said that it was partially his fault, and therefore he should not be so polite. The protagonist turned around and told the delighted students that he would now take them to the pool. They could all have fun a little before eating. Students went down to the pool. Van told the main character in a joyful voice that he had come to apologize to him, and now he was having fun with him. The protagonist turned around and explained to his friend that he had already helped him before. Han explained to his friend that he did not come there often. He is also bored in this place to be alone. Today, there are many people around him and he became much more fun. Van explained to his partner that in this place it was boring to be alone. But if he himself does not live here, then this is a waste of money. Tian held out her hand to the main character and asked with interest how she looks. The girl looked at her swimsuit and said in a joyful voice that he was very expensive. Han turned to the girl and said that she looks great and should not worry about the price. Tian looked with interest at the protagonist and asked if he could swim. The main character looked into the water and said with excitement that he had not swam for a very long time. Han introduced his girlfriends in swimsuits. He was wondering if he could see any of them in this form. At this time, the girl called the protagonist on the side. He sat and stared in front of him. Shannon asked the guy with great interest, "What did he think about?" Shannon looked carefully at the protagonist and asked if she was suitable for a swimsuit. The student complained to the main character that she always wanted to swim with Zhang, but a friend never pays attention to her. He has fun with other guys. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that she had the opportunity to have fun. She thanked Connie Lee. Han turned around and explained to his girlfriend that she should often remind Juna so that he would spend time with her. Shannon did not remind her friend too often about herself. He could count him annoying. Chen went to the girl and pulled her hand forward. She shouted so that the student would go to the pool with her. The protagonist turned and looked aside as two students communicated loudly among themselves. The girl shouted that a very slippery floor below her. Tian turned to the side and informed the surprised guy that Shannon was in marriage to calculate with June. Tian, with great excitement, informed the main character that the contract between the girl and the guy was signed as a child. She added that Zhang loved to play on the street like Shannon. The partner told the main character with an exciting voice that he should understand her. Tian turned around for the protagonist and wanted to ask what kind of relationship with Pan Jie is in. The main character looked thoughtfully to the side. He remembered his girlfriend. Han turned to his partner and explained to her that he and Pan Jie have a more difficult situation. Tian sat opposite the protagonist. She studied him very carefully. Tian looked thoughtfully to the side and said that she was just curious. Yu came up from the side. He told the girl that he wanted to discuss something with her. The student carefully looked at Tian and invited her to talk in private among her. Han turned around and silently looked at his new girlfriend. He did not tell her anything. The student ran to the side and waved to the main character for goodbye with her hand. She promised to return soon. Han was surprised at the girl's reaction and realized that something was happening between her and Yuem. The student slowly walked forward. A girl walked behind him. There was no one around them. Yu, along with their companion, approached and stopped near the entrance to the pantry. Tian stopped and asked the student, did he really want to tell her something urgently? Yu pressed the girl against the wall. She was very scared and asked what he was doing. Tian scaredly looked at the guy and asked why he was doing strangely. Yu viciously looked at the girl and asked if she really liked the main character. Tian strictly asked the guy, why does he ask her about this? She reminded him that she rejected him, but now he recently fell in love with Xia Luton. Yu with all his might grabbed the girl and squeezed her hands. Tian shouted displeasedly that she had feelings for the main character. The student angrily looked at his girlfriend. Tian angrily demanded from the guy to let her go. Yu was angry. With all his might, he grabbed the girl by the hand. She screamed in fright. Tian strictly demanded from the guy to let her hand out. She threatened that she would scream now. The girl viciously warned the student that he could disgrace herself. Around was Brother Van and the rest of the people. The main character came up from the side and knocked. He asked the students, did he really interfere with them? Han shouted to the girl that they brought them food. Brother Van and the rest have already approached the table. The main character asked the students if they would go with him or will join him later. The girl viciously shouted to the main character that she would go with him. She thanked him for going to them. Han, in a calm voice, told the student that he saw how she talked with a friend and did not want to interrupt them. Tian explained to her partner that she had already completed communication with Yuem. Yu looked displeased at the protagonist and thought that the guy did it intentionally. Van stood in the room and threw a towel over his head. He joyfully thought about something of his own. The student stood in the room and heard some noise on the side. He decided to go to the door. Van opened the door and was surprised to greet the protagonist and Tianxin. The student asked the guests, "And where is Brother Yu?" Han and his companion did not answer. Tian did not know what to answer the partner. The main character, instead of her, said that Yu was busy with business in the student council. The main character explained that Yu left before, and he would treat him next time. Van stepped aside. He viciously asked what the guy could do there. Van joyfully told friends that the food was ready. He suggested talking after food. There was a beautiful dish on the table. The guy said that this is an egg roll with a royal crab meat from Alaska. The employee showed the guests on the table. There was an egg roll of fresh products. The woman showed students on a dish on the table. There was a choice of seafood in the Japanese style. The worker looked at the students and wished them to enjoy food. Students with great appetite and interest looked at the gorgeously laid table. The woman handed the menu to the main character. She said that these dishes were a real check for their chef. The employee smiled at the guy and said that the chef was preparing food personally for him. Han carefully looked at the menu. He told the woman that he would like to take some drinks. He asked to bring expensive champagne, 3 bottles. Han carefully looked at the menu. He realized that he needed to spend a lot of money to impress rich children. The main character heard a squeak on the side. This appeared in front of him a system window. The system told the owner that he made a big purchase. After that, he received a special gift. The system offered the owner a passive skill. He increased resistance to alcohol. The main character looked in front of him and noticed how the girl was poured red wine in a glass in front of him. Han carefully looked at the glass. He realized that the wine is really great. The student tried wine and shouted in a loud voice that she could not describe his taste. The girl joyfully looked at the protagonist and thanked him. Tian held the glasses in her hands. She told the guy that if not for him, then she would not have tried such delicious wine. Liu sat at the table with a glass in his hand. He told the main character that he began very generously with 3 bottles of expensive wine. The student looked into the box where the bottles lay. He said that Perignon's house is different from other brands. Their wine is divided into 3 parties. Liu looked carefully at the glass. He said that each batch of wine is withstanding a certain number of years. Han held a glass in his hands. He told friends that he just chose drinks as expensive as possible. Van looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that it was generously on his part. They just wanted to eat simple food. There was no need for such extravagance. Han looked at his friend and explained that he had treated his guests. The Marriott Hotel also has its own standards. The main character carefully looked at the table. Students looked at him with surprise. The guy jumped to his feet and shouted that he was offering a toast for the protagonist. He wanted to express his gratitude. The guests began to raise their glasses up and pronounce toasts in honor of the protagonist. A little later, the main character jumped to his feet and headed to the side. He shouted to his friends to have fun. Han shouted to the girls that he needed to go to the gym. The students waved his hand and said goodbye. Van suddenly raised his hand up. He shouted to the main character that he wanted to tell him something. Han stopped carefully and looked inquiringly at his friend. Van shouted to the main character that all this was connected with the day of Jihao and Kongzi. He explained that they really did not know about it. The student said that they will often intersect and cannot forever support this awkwardness. The student explained to the main character that Kong had a very quick, tempered character. Guys can come to him again and arrange troubles. Han answered his partner that he did not care. Van looked in surprise at the protagonist and did not know what to answer. Han turned and asked the guy whether Kong SC went to a martial arts school. Van confirmed to the student that this is exactly the guy. The main character said in an evil voice that he needed to find time to meet with the Kong. If a student wants a conflict, then he will receive it. Van, with great excitement, explained to his partner that for him, it would be a bad idea. He knew that the main character was training a lot. Han explained to his partner that he needed to deal with enemies now. It is unclear what can be expected from them in the future. Han turned away and sternly answered a friend that they would finish the conversation on this. Van asked with excitement to himself, "Will there be further in order?" In the evening, the girl was sitting in a cafe at a table. She expected the arrival of the protagonist. Han went to his girlfriend from behind and asked why she suddenly called him. Pan turned to the main character and said that he had a good mood. Han explained to his girlfriend that he had a good mood thanks to his sponsor. Pan-ger looked at her friend displeasedly and said that he was a talker. The girl asked the protagonist, "Is he free tomorrow?" Her father wanted to introduce him to an old friend named Dao Mingda. Pan told the main character that Uncle Dao is the Deputy General Director of SAC. He sells promotions, but his skills are very bad. The girl told the main character that her father praised him a lot. He wants to ask Han to control the score of Uncle Dao. Pan explained to the main character that the man in the beginning would pay him a small amount of just a few million. The girl told the main character that if he shows himself well, then her father could push him deeper into the circle. Han answered the girl that he agreed. He thought to himself that the financial circle is a very realistic environment. In this environment, age and experience mean nothing. Only a financial result is needed. The main character asked the girl, "How much should he come?" Pan answered the guy to come to 12:30. Han smiled at the girl and promised to do everything possible. He thought to himself that for him the most difficult would now make a name for himself. The main character realized that with the help of Uncle Pan's support, he could strengthen trust. He jumped to his feet and told the girl that he needed to return and rest. In parting, the girl told the main character that Uncle Dao was local. The guy turned and asked the girl if there is a hidden meaning in her words. Pan smiled slyly to the guy and said that he had to pay to receive an answer. Han stopped. He looked at his girlfriend with great perplexity. Pan told the main character to kiss her and give her the opportunity to take a photo. After that, she will tell him the answer. The main character approached the girl and pressed close to her. She was very scared. Pan shoved the guy aside and shouted to wait. She needed to stop. Han looked displeased at the girl and reminded that she herself wanted him to kiss her. She explained to the guy with a displeased voice that she wanted him to kiss her. But it was not that. Han told the girl that after he kissed her, she should tell him everything. She viciously demanded from the protagonist so that he would not mock her. Pan walked along the corridor. She told the guy that she brought him here to buy some things. Han asked his partner, why did she tell him that Uncle Dao is local? He also did not understand why he had to buy new things to his girlfriend. Pan did not turn around. She wanted to answer the main character to his second question. The girl explained to the main character that he did not have a decent suit. Pan explained to the guy that he is her partner and should wear only the best. She wanted to tell the main character how important a well-sitting suit is. Pan told a guy about the importance of comfortable leather shoes. Also, the main character will need jewelry and other things. Pan stood in a store opposite her friend. She explained to him that in certain situations, his clothes should correspond to the status. The girl cunningly glanced at her friend and explained that clothes were making a person. Pan looked thoughtfully to the side. She wanted to explain to the guy about the first question. The student opened a box with jewelry. She explained to the guy that the business circle in the capital is very large. He has old local and new international participants. Pan said that old businessmen are firmly connected with the government. They have a significant political influence. New businessmen seek to stay away from politics. They are focused on the development of products and have differences in style. Pan extended a jewelry for the protagonist. She explained to him that the most valuable ties would be from local people. It doesn't matter even if the guy has money. The girl held a beautiful decoration in her hands. She told the main character that it was necessary to create strong and stable relationships. They should be based on mutual interest. The girl with a smile told the main character that jewelry was very suitable for him. Han answered her that she was very kind. The main character arrived at the private club to meet. The man waved his hand on the side. Pan shouted to the main character so that he would suit and meet Uncle Dao. Han extended his hand to the man and called him his name. Dao answered the guy that the old man Pan has been telling him about him for several days. Dao told the main character that today they would talk about a lot. Han will have to drink with them today. Pan waved his hand. He told her to ask the waiter to bring them dishes. He also demanded wine. The girl looked at her uncle and told him in response that she would do everything. The man took a big jug with wine and prepared to pour. Dao joyfully told the guests that today they drink wine from 1993rd year. He has a very pure aroma. The main character set up his glass and poured wine into it. Dao shouted to the guy to try the drink. Han sniffed carefully to the glass. He realized that wine has a really pleasant aroma. Han understood the glass and thanked Uncle Dao for hospitality. He promised to drink a glass as a gesture of respect. Han very quickly in one gulp dragged the glass to the bottom. Pan shouted with excitement so that he would not drink so fast. The man looked very slyly at the protagonist. He wanted to see how the guy will behave after he drinks. Pan jumped to his feet and picked up a stack. He called the protagonist a polite child. The man shouted to the girl with an evil voice that he also had to drink. Pan excitedly called her father. Dao cunningly glanced at the protagonist and said that he was doing well with alcohol. He asked the guy, how often does he drink? Han spread his hands to the side and explained to the man that he was drinking very rarely. Dao jumped to his feet and held a bottle of wine in his hands. He asked the guy, where did he get such stability? The man poured the guy wine into a glass. The main character explained that he is very young and therefore copes so easily, he could not refuse men. The protagonist remembered that he was resistant to alcohol thanks to his new skill. The man lifted the glass and offered the main character to drink again. Han raised a toast behind Uncle Pan. The girl looked displeased in front of her at everything that was happening and said that all this was reckless. The guy shouted to Uncle Dao that alcohol was over. The man threw a bottle on the ground and said in a displeased voice that he could not earn a lot of money. The main character explained to the man that his style could be suitable for the situation of market falling or long-term storage. Dao told the main character so that he would not flatter him. He himself was already in the market during the fall, but amateurs cannot beat professional traders, manipulators. The main character slyly promised the man that sooner or later they would get rid of these traders. Pan shouted in a joyful voice that his son-in-law gave a very clear and calm answer. Dao answered his friend that Han said that he was not often drinking, but it turned out that he simply pretended. Dao told the main character that he was passing his lead to him. The commission will be the same as that of Mr. Pan. The man promised the main character to start 10 million. Han was amazed when he heard such an amount. Dinner ended very quickly and a bunch of dirty dishes remained on the table. Dao jumped to his feet. He shouted that he needed to go out. Then he will return and they will continue to drink. Han wanted to help Uncle Dao. Pan told the main character before leaving that they will return now. Pan looked displeased in front of her. She said that again there were the same old tricks. Han turned around and was surprised to ask the girl, "Did the men do all this before?" Pan explained to the guy that the old generation loves such games very much. Men want to drink someone to see the true nature of such a person. They no longer understand that such methods do not work. The main character in a joyful voice informed the girl that Uncle Dao passed his account. This means that he passed the test. Pan explained to the guy that the men together could not drink him. Therefore, they were embarrassed. The girl warned the guy that the men would return and continue to drink. They will not just give up. Han thought to himself that if they continue to drink further, then his drinking companions could not stand it. The door opened and Dao and Pan entered the room. The man shouted to the guy with a joyful voice that they had to continue to drink. Dao looked in surprise in front of him. He saw the sleeping protagonist. Han was sleeping on his girlfriend's shoulder. She looked as a scared to the side. The girl told the man that the guy drank a lot. He fell asleep immediately after they left. Pan explained that the guy had to stop in time if he could not drink further. Father demanded a displeased daughter to take care of the main character. Pan realized that the main character simply pretends to be drunk. She didn't want to take care of him. The man told the girl and the guy that it was time for them to leave. She had to take Khan home. Pan in parting shouted to the girl that the guy should relax. Tomorrow they should do their own business. My daughter answered her father displeasedly, that he also needed to drink less. She promised to tell her mother. The girl in her car brought the protagonist to the house and got out of the car. Pan led the protagonist by the arm. She told him that he could no longer pretend. She demanded a displeased voice with the guy so that he would not pretend. Han explained his partner that he was dizzy a little. The girl asked the guy, "Where did he learn how to drink?" Han slyly replied to her that she had not heard about such a magical place called Hawaii. Pan looked at her friend displeasedly and said that he watched a lot of cartoons. At this time, a group of students ran up on the side. They were surprised to call the protagonist and girl. The student asked her friends with great excitement, where did they come from? The girl carefully looked at the protagonist and asked why she was carrying him. Pan told her partners that Han went to one event with her. The guy drank too much. Pan turned to her girlfriend Sia Luton and suggested that she join their shops. She slyly explained to her friends that it was not at all interesting for her to watch how other people walk their dogs. The girl demanded that Pan take her dog and stay away from her. Han turned around and told his girlfriend that the girl called her a dog. Pan told a friend that she had in mind him. The main character thought to himself that Sia Luton was cruelly and decisively treating him. Han thought to himself that he had to find a chance to chat with Sia Luton. Pan was surprised to notice that her friend was already walking confidently on her feet. She asked him with excitement, "Is he really not pretending?" Han cunningly turned around and told the girl that she was very low, and it was hard to lean on her. Pan shouted displeasedly to the guy that he was using it and continues to pretend to be innocent. The protagonist told a girlfriend that he wants to take shopping with her. The student in displeasure advised the guy to relax a bit. The student talked with his friend on the phone and asked in surprise, "Did he really seriously told him?" Kong looked very joyfully at his friends and shouted that they could start. Students looked at a friend with surprise and asked what happened. Kong held the phone in his hands. He shouted in a joyful voice that the time came to revenge. The student pointed a finger at his phone. He said that the guy really dared to call them to a fight. Kong said in a malicious voice that this time he always hopes for success. The student viciously glanced at the knife that lay next to him on the bench. He said that he will teach the guy a good lesson. Han with a girlfriend walked on the street. Van told him that the students of Hong Kong and the rest would soon come to the boxing room. Pan invited her friend to go and look at the jewelry in the store. Pan back with her hand to the main character and wanted to stop him. Han stopped and asked his girlfriend, "What does she want from him?" Pan invited the main character to go to the store and look at the jewelry. The guy agreed with her. Han turned to the side and looked very carefully at the shop window. He saw something there. The main character looked at the window and saw that there was an expensive bracelet. He looked great. Han shouted to his girlfriend so that she was in no hurry. Pan went into the store and told the guy to go faster. The saleswoman in the store joyfully greeted the guests and held out her hand. The saleswoman offered for the girl a sapphire necklace for her light skin. Pan looked in surprise to the side. She noticed an expensive decoration on the window. The girl pointed her hand to the bracelet on the window and said that he was more interested in her. Pan looked in surprise at the bracelet on the window and asked the trample to tell her about this jewelry. The woman told the client that the bracelet was made of imperial green greedy. The girl pointed her hand to the decoration. She said that the bracelet was created one of the masters, of which less than 100 remained. There was the only copy in the window. Pan looked with great admiration at the jewelry. She really liked the bracelet. The saleswoman told customers that they would put up a bracelet in a couple of days at the exhibition. Everyone will be able to approach and see. Pan asked the saleswoman to pack the sapphire necklace for her. The woman answered the girl that she should wait. The protagonist told the girl that rich people were delivered directly to the mansion. Pan told the guy that her mothers are delivered every year to order jewelry. The girl told the guy a story when in childhood she could not have time to buy for herself a hairpin for 10 yuan because of another girl. Han explained his partner that he did not expect her to be so landed. She asked the guy, did he really decide that rich people only like expensive objects? Han answered her that all this seems to him simply natural for him. Pan looked strictly at the guy and asked if he answered the girl on the phone. Han explained to his girlfriend that he had just corresponded on the phone with Van. The main character boasted to the girl that he wants to conduct a little sparring with other students. Pan asked the guy with great surprise, was he really going to fight? The main character reassured the girl and said that all this will be a friendly skirmish. He asked the student if she wants to go with him. Pan grabbed her hand by her hand. She told the main character that she would make sure that everything would not get out of control. Pan shouted to the guy on the move that intense loads after alcohol could be dangerous for him. Han on the move answered the girl that he was not an ordinary person. Kong in the gym trained fiercely. With all his might, he knocked on a pair and waited for the guy to come. Han bowed and asked his friend if he was really going to fight. The student explained to his friend that the three of them would attack the protagonist. Khan will have no chance. Han explained to his friend that the main character is not stupid. He will not fight in the minority. Van lit a cigarette and told friends to be more careful. Van turned to the side. He saw that the main character with a girl was already approaching him. Han raised in his hands bags of clothes. He promised a friend that he would treat him with dinner. Students were very amazed when they saw that together with the main character, Pan Gi, Kong was very angry when he realized that the protagonist was dating Xia Luton and go shopping with Pan Ge. Kong viciously glanced at the protagonist and asked why he dared to come there. The student promised the main character that he would knock out 2 teeth today. Han replied that 2 teeth were 80,000. It sounds like a good deal. Kong looked displeased at the protagonist and asked what 80,000 he spoke about. Han threw bags with purchases to the ground. He told the student that he himself would like to get 80,000. The main character showed a side to his girlfriend. He said that he could not let the girl see how they would beat him. Pan looked aside with excitement and noticed how the main character ran away from her. Han, goodbye, shouted to her girlfriend, so that she would not forget to turn on the recording. She had to try to remove his beautiful moments. The main character looked at the student of Kong is. He did not hear anything about him in a past life. Han looked carefully at the fighter. Kong looked like a child who was never beaten. The student suddenly swung and threw the defense for the body to the surprised main character. The protagonist grabbed protective equipment into his own hands and looked joyfully in front of him. The main character swung and threw equipment to one of the students. The guy stepped forward and promised the main character 1 million yuan as compensation if he defeats this fight. The student demanded from the protagonist that he would stay away from the girl in the event of a loss. Panjur disabledly realized that the guys were using it as an insert. The main character is cunning explained to the guy that he could not do anything if the girl herself would get closer to him. Han asked the guy, did he really promise him 1 million in compensation? Hao shouted and promised the main character 500,000. In case of loss, Han will be his slave for 4 years. Kong promised his opponent the same amount. The main character realized to himself that if he beats his opponents, he will receive 2 million. For him, it was an unexpected bonus. Han explained to the guys that he agreed to their conditions and asked to wait a bit. The main character handed the contracts to the guys and demanded that they take them. The documents described the transfer of money to him in case of his victory. Han handed the students the documents and demanded that they sign them. This contract comes into force from today. The students were very surprised and fell silent. They looked with interest at the protagonist. Kong grabbed the pen in his hands. He shouted menacingly that he would sign a document. The fighter signed a contract. He viciously asked the protagonist, "What else does he want to say to him here?" Han took the documents in his hands. He told the fighter that he had nothing more to tell him. The main character extended the documents in the hands of the girl. He planned to go shopping with her. Han became a fighting stance. He told students that they could attack everything at once. Hao put on a protective helmet on his head and put protective armor on his body. The student picked up a protective helmet. He studied him with great attention. Kong stood in a combat rack and shouted for the protagonist that he himself asked him about it. The fighter rushed forward at the protagonist. He shouted that he would teach him a lesson today. Kong swung his hand against the protagonist. His opponent quickly dodged to the side. Han held out his hand to the sides and grabbed the opponent with it. He turned her aside. The fighter felt severe pain in his hand. He knelt down sharply. Han looked at the student and explained that the dislocation of the hand could be straightened back. The student shouted displeasedly that the protagonist bastard rushed forward at him. The main character sharply swung his hand and hit his opponent with all his might. The student, after a very powerful blow from the protagonist, flew far back. Han reminded the fighter in a displeased voice to put on the defense. The system showed the owner that his strength reached 70. Hao was scared. He stood in a protective suit and looked displeased at the protagonist. The student scaredly looked at the protagonist and wanted to tell him something. The girl stood on the side and shot everything on the phone. Pan thought that the main character looks very cruel during a fight. The girl carefully watched the video how the main character beat the student. Han knocked one of the fighters on the head with a very powerful blow from above. The girl was surprised to notice how Kong took out a knife and prepared with his help to attack the protagonist. Kong angrily ran forward in the ring and shouted to the main character that he could cope with him. Panga shouted to her friend with a frightened voice to be careful. The student swung and, with all his might, hit the protagonist with his knife. Panji was very scared. She realized that Kong had just killed her friend with a knife. The main character sharply extended his hand forward and grabbed her knife in the hand of Kong. The student still held his hands in front of him with a knife. Han saw how blood spots appeared in front of him from below. Kong looked in front of him scared and realized that his opponent was still alive. Han viciously glanced at the opponent and shouted that he really had no honor. Van ran up from the side. He saw a knife in Kong's hand and scaredly asked what the hell he was doing. The fighter turned to the side. He tried a frightened voice to justify himself in front of a friend. Van from the dispersal decided to jump into the ring. He shouted to his friend that he was crazy. The student viciously asked Kong, did he really want to kill his opponent? The fighter in dismay explained to his friend that he only wanted to scare Khan. She ran to the side to the main character and shouted that his hand was injured. On the hand of Khan there were traces of blood. The girl shouted to go to the hospital. The student jumped to his feet very sharply. He shouted to the guy with the girl to wait. The guy realized that he could not let the main character with the girl leave. No one should find out about what happened. The student rushed forward in front of the main character with the girl and stopped them. Pan strictly demanded from the guy to leave the road. Han had severe bleeding and he could die. The girl showed a video on the guy's phone and said that she recorded everything. In the video, it was clear how Kong at full speed fled with a knife to the main character. The girl viciously explained that Kong was picked up from the back to the guy and wanted to kill him. Han thought to himself that it would be very stupid for Kong to kill him. The fighter pointed to his hand and shouted in a displeased voice that the main character had dislocated his wrist. Han was injured and therefore they must be quits. The protagonist explained to the student that the contract did not say anything about the use of weapons. Therefore, the attack is considered intentional. The main character asked the fighter, does he always carry a knife with him? Hao answered instead of Kong that he did not carry a knife with him. The main character explained to his girlfriend that he would go to the hospital. She must inform the police and follow the instructions. Han told students that one of them was turned off in a second and the other was scared. Therefore, he won. Kong shouted menacingly that he did not agree and it was necessary to hold another fight. Hao scaredly shouted to the main character that he won and no more battles needed. The doctor carefully examined the wound of the protagonist inside the hospital. The doctor examined the patient's documents. He said that the wound is very serious and the seams need to be applied. Pan asked the doctor how the seams will affect the daily life of the protagonist. The doctor explained that the guy would have to avoid lifting heavy objects after the seams. The seams can be removed in 2 weeks. Han listened carefully to the doctor. He realized that for him it would be 2 weeks for a very long time. For himself, he decided to find accelerated healing. Pan hugged the protagonist from behind and invited him to put the seams as soon as possible. The girl pulled the guy with her hand. She said that the sooner they do it, the sooner the wound will heal. A lot of students sat in the university building in the training class. The student told the girls that the protagonist was fighting today and ended up in the hospital. The student said that Khan was beaten by Kong Ease. The student sat and listened carefully to the conversation next to her. The guy said that after the fight there was a lot of blood. Even an international exchange employee was scared. The girl jumped up and viciously asked the students if Han really injured. The girl asked her friends with displeasure, "Where is the main character now?" The guy answered her that he had read all this on the forum. The student looked thoughtfully to the side and realized that after the main character's wound, her fan named Kong Ize would come to her girlfriend. She jumped to her feet. She viciously shouted to her friend that she had nothing in her head but romantic dramas. She headed for the exit from the audience. If even she hated the main character, she would not send anyone against him. The student wrote a message to the main character. She asked how serious his injury is. The message did not reach the addressee. The girl read on the phone that someone saw that the main character, along with a girlfriend, arrived at the hospital by taxi. Sia turned around and asked the girl, "Was it with the main character Pange?" The partner said that together with Hanum was also Van and 2 more people with him. The girl thought. She remembered that she did not communicate with the main character for some time. She could not understand how this could happen with a Hain in a short time. The student prayerfully folded her hands in front of her. She looked carefully at her girlfriend. The girl unexpectedly with excitement invited her girlfriend to go to the hospital and visit the protagonist. Shalutin thought about displeasure. She did not know what to answer the student to her offer. Sia told her girlfriend that she wants to ask something. She held the phone in her hands. The girl shouted to her girlfriend in response that she was the best. She held the phone in her hands. She decided to call the girl Pan Gay to find out the fate of the protagonist. Pan looked at the phone with surprise. She did not understand why she was calling her Luton. The student picked up the phone and decided to talk with her partner. Xia Luton, with excitement, told her girlfriend that she would come to her hospital. Pan was surprised to ask the student, how did she find out that she was in the hospital? Shalutin told with the excitement of his partner that the story with the wound of the protagonist is spreading like a fire. Pan sat in the corridor on an armchair and told the girl about the condition of the protagonist. The doctor said that the guy has nothing serious. Shalutin jumped to her feet. She strictly demanded that the girl tell her the address and she would come to check. Pangur carefully read the internet news. She was wondering what they write there. The girl saw a message on the phone. On one site, they wrote that the winner of the competition of shares trading was hospitalized after a knife hit. The student looked into the phone and realized that the news was much more absurd than she thought. Pan noticed with surprise how father called her. She turned on the phone. The man scaredly asked his daughter, "What happened?" Old man Zhang said that the main character was wounded. Father scaredly asked his daughter in what kind of hospital she was. He promised to come with the old man Zhang. Pan answered her father that there was nothing serious. The guy just hurt his hand. She was in the hospital near the university. The daughter promised her father that she would come home and explain everything to him. The man sharply hung up. The doctor in the hospital continued to assist the chief hero. He put a syringe on a plate with cotton wool. The doctor put on a glove on the arm. He told the guy that his hand would heal in a couple of months, but a scar may remain. Han looked at his wrapped hand. The doctor advised him not to make sudden movements and regularly change the bandage. The main character carefully looked at the bandage on his hand. He decided to heal it when he returned. The main character opened the door and carefully looked at the corridor. There people spoke among themselves. The guy opened the door and frightenedly saw someone fled to him along the corridor. The student scaredly ran to the main character and called him by name. The girl hugged the guy and asked him in a frightened voice, "Is everything so bad?" Han looked in front of him and noticed how several girls stood in the corridor. He felt constrained. The main character showed his girlfriend a bandage on his hand. He said that this hand was damaged. Han carefully looked in front of him and realized that he was standing in front of him. The guy asked the girl, "Why is she here?" She could not tell the guy why she came here. She realized that the main character did not look as if he could die now. The girl realized that she rushed here without thinking. Sia reminded the main character that she was his headman. Therefore, she must check it. A nurse came up from the side. She viciously demanded that patients not make no noise in the hospital. The main character smiled at the girl and shouted so that she would not be worried. Everything was in order with him. Shia stood and listened to the student. The guy thanked the headman for the care. She explained to her partner that she was worried about him only because she was an elder. Pan came up from the side. She told students that they were absorbed in the drama and forgot that she was still standing nearby. Pan hugged the protagonist. She told students that they came to visit her boyfriend. Yun smiled and said that Han is a big bump in the class. If something happens to him, then everyone will worry. Pan excitement told his friends that even the university leadership would come here soon. Yun looked in surprise at her girlfriend and asked, "Is it all true?" After that, Yun shouted in a joyful voice that the guy is very unusual. Xiaolutin noted in displeasure that the atmosphere around her had become very tense. Pan looked with great surprise at her girlfriend and called her by name. Pan approached the student and said in a dissatisfied voice that she recently communicated with her. Pan told the student with a dissatisfied voice that her fan is very crazy. Last time, he brought people to beat the protagonist in the middle of the night. Pan told a frightened partner that one of the students this time pulled out a knife and flew straight into the back of the protagonist. C scaredly squeezed her hand into a fist. The partner told her that the main character quickly reacted and grabbed the knife. The girl scaredly thought to herself that Kong attacked the protagonist. She did not even know about it. Sina noted to herself that Yun was always very concerned about the guy. A man ran up from the side. He scaredly asked the guy how could this happen. Pan is his daughter with her hands. He asked her with excitement. Was she really scared? The partner answered the man that she was fine. The man turned around and asked the protagonist, was he really overlapping the seams? He was wondering how this would affect Khan's daily life. Han told the man that all his wounds would heal in a month. This will not affect his studies. Pan explained to the guy that he was injured and he must postpone his studies. The man turned around and excitedly asked the girls if they were all right. Xiaolutin shouted to the man that they had read the news and quickly came here. Yun shouted that they had come to visit their friend. Xiaolutin grabbed her girlfriend by the hands and shouted that they needed to return as soon as possible. Yun slowed her girlfriend by the hands and asked, would they really leave? They did not have time to give the main character friendly care. All this will be a useless trip. She came close to her girlfriend and pressed her against the wall. Yun was scared. Xiaolutin came close to the student and pressed her against the wall with all her might. He told the girl a displeased voice that before them was Father Pan Gay. This man was from the top of society. A student in an evil voice warned a girlfriend that she could not catch on the protagonist. Xiaolutin viciously explained to his partner that Han and Pan Gla have recently become official partners. Yun looked at the student and said that she should continue to be a loving younger sister to get her peace. Xiaolutin silently extended her hand forward to her girlfriend. She did not tell her anything. Sia explained to the girl that she calls the protagonist a brother, although she barely knew him. In the end, all this can end badly. Yun, with excitement, explained to her partner that she could not do anything. This has already become a habit for her. Xiaolutin told her girlfriend that they need to return. After the protagonist returns, Yun will be able to give him as many worries as he wants. She walked aside. She thought that friends Pan Gay and Chen Yang are very reliable. She did not understand why Yun was so stupid. She shouted from behind the outgoing girl that she was calling the phone. Xiaolutin looked in surprise at the phone and noticed that Yu Suizhen called her. The main character was sitting on a chair. He took off the bandage from his hand and threw him aside. The guy felt severe pain. Han extended his finger to the system window and demanded that it heal it. The main character looked at the hand carefully. A bright glow appeared around her. Han squeezed his hand into a fist with all his might. He waited for her to be healed as soon as possible. The main character was surprised to notice that his hand healed, but he needed to leave more a scar to avoid suspicion. The guy bandaged his hand with a bandage. He still needed to pretend to be wounded in front of others. The main character with a bandaged hand looked at the monitor screen with great attention. She wrote to the guy that she heard that he was injured. She promised to come to him at the station. There were many people on the stairs. Chen walked in a human crowd. She carefully looked around and looked for her friend. The girl looked around with great attention. She could not find the main character. Han in the crowd raised his hand and in a joyful voice called the girl Yanfei to him. The main character stood and held the wounded hand behind himself. He greeted the girl. Han looked at his girlfriend and told her that Dean told her about everything. Chen asked his friend displeasedly, did he really want to see her best friend besides her? The student explained to his partner that he did not mean this. The girl looked with great surprise at the crushed hand of the protagonist. Chen told a friend that they wrote at the forum that he was injured because of his girlfriend. She asked, what really happened? Han grabbed his head. He explained to his partner that there was no quarrel with a girl. The main character held out his hand to his girlfriend and explained that some guys got angry with him because of his communication with the girl. They came to him before to beat him. The guy told the girl that it is very good that they study with her at different universities. Otherwise, a few more crazy fans would try to kill him. Chen walked next to her friend and said that his student life is very exciting. Han answered his partner that the fighter who hit him with a knife was a fan of Xia Luton. The protagonist told his girlfriend that Xia Luton was pursuing the girl Pan Gay. Chen was surprised when she heard from the protagonist that Xia Luton was pursuing the girl Pan Gay. The protagonist with excitement explained to his girlfriend that Xia and Pan Gay were even kissed. It seemed to the main character that the girls were more attractive for Xia Luton. Chen told the guy that she heard about his relationship with Pan Gay. The main character looked aside and thought that the news spread very quickly. Han explained to his girlfriend that his relationship with Pan Ge is very complicated. Father Pan Jae learned that she was pursued by Xia Luton. The protagonist, without turning around, told his girlfriend that Father Pan Gay continues to convince him to get closer to his daughter. The guy put his hands on the door. He said that Uncle Pan is very kind to him, and it is difficult for him to refuse this man. Chen glanced at her friend and asked, did he really decide to take care of Pan Gay? The main character stood near the open door and carefully looked at the girl. Chen asked the guy, did he really decide to meet the daughter of Pan closer? Han turned around and in a displeased voice explained to his partner that Pan Gang was the first to come to him and offered cooperation. The guy explained that Pan Ji was the first to come to him due to the fact that Xia Luton was afraid of him. If he is with the Pan, then this she can keep him in the bridle. Chen turned displeasedly to the main character and laughed with a laugh that, all this is difficult, Han asked his girlfriend. What's the funny here? Chen advised the guy to write a book about the relationship. She promised to buy her. The seller near the counter told customers that their drinks are ready. Chen continued to tell something to an excited guy. The main character held out his hand with the girl and took glasses with drinks. Han looked at his girlfriend and asked if she had met with him if he had not been wounded. He called Chen a cold and heartless woman. She looked displeased at the guy and said that he would not do anything with the fact that she was cold and heartless. Chen invited the main character to take a walk around the shopping center. The last time she came, they did not have time to look around properly. The protagonist answered a girlfriend with a humble voice that he would follow her plan. Chen told the guy to follow her. She wanted to buy some clothes and he had to help her choose an outfit. The protagonist shouted to the girl to walk more carefully in high heels. Han carefully followed the outgoing girl. He did not suspect that she had such a frantic character. The main character looked at Chen and thought to himself that she was a very good girl. The guy felt that she was warming his heart simply by her presence. The girl pointed a finger at the main character to the store to the side. The guy turned there. Han carefully looked in front of him and saw a sign of some clothing store. Chen tried on an outfit with a white blouse. The guy told her that she looks good. After that, the girl decided to try the summer dress. Han told his girlfriend that she would look better with her belt. The student wanted to try a blue dress for herself. Chen told the girl that this outfit is not suitable for her. Chen left the store with shopping. She told the guy that he had a great sense of style. The main character held out his hand to the side and showed the girl jewelry. Han held several expensive jewelry in front of the girl in his hands. Chen asked his friend, when did he buy her such a gift? Han answered his partner that he bought jewelry when she tried on clothes. She excitedly told the guy that the necklace cost several thousand. Han explained to his partner that he bought jewelry for his hard-earned money. Chen, in a dissatisfied voice, asked the protagonist, who else is on his list? Han slyly answered his partner that he wants to avoid this interrogation. She viciously demanded from the protagonist that he was simply honest with her. The main character told the girl that he had previously gave gifts to other people, and most likely he would do it in the future. The guy told his girlfriend that he gave her a gift to make her happy. There were no other reasons for this. Chen looked displeased at the protagonist and thought that the guy was more honest than he had imagined. She could understand him. Han carefully looked at his bandaged hand. The girl remembered that she began to communicate with classmates of Khan in high school. The The girl remembered the protagonist and how he was in high school. Chen remembered that the guy looked ordinary and received mediocre marks. He was plain and could merge with the crowd. The girl remembered that the main character was very common. She did not have much impression of him. Chen decided to find out in great detail in her girlfriends about the protagonist. She realized that Han was not indifferent to her. The student was in deep thought. She looked carefully at the protagonist. The guy held out his hand with a decoration to his girlfriend. He wanted to help put him on. Chen thought and realized that she really liked the main character. Han put on expensive jewelry in the girl's neck. Chen realized that the guy had changed for the sake of himself. After a small pause, the girl called the protagonist by name. Han looked down in front of him. He asked his girlfriend, "But what's the matter?" Suddenly, the girl moved and kissed the surprised protagonist. Chen slyly looked at her friend and said that there would be nothing wrong if she stole one kiss. He should not object. Han looked at his girlfriend very much and with great surprise. He did not expect such an action from her. The main character got angry. He felt very deeply wounded. Han displeasedly covered his face with his hand. He felt a strong blow in his heart. The main character told the girlfriend that she took him by surprise. Chen on the move answered a friend that she had to inspire him for a gift. The main character told his girlfriend that, on the advice of his mother, he gave for a real special girl an amazing necklace. Chen thanked his friend for the compliment. Chen waved her hand for goodbye to the main character. Han shouted to her girlfriend to coast herself. Han held the phone in his hands. He decided to return and watch the market. The guy remembered that he still did not figure out the shield of Mr. Dao. The next days of the protagonist's life flowed calmly. Every morning he followed the market. After lunch, the protagonist went to his classroom. He greeted her. Kongju, with his family, did not bother the protagonist. Han also received substantial compensation from these people. Pan Ji told the main character that Kong was judged, and now his family wants to send him abroad. Shan Zihao, together with others, were frightened due to the fact that they could be involved in this matter. The protagonist received a great profit from the brother of the bath. The student shouted to him in a joyful voice that he was waiting for him. Van went to the main character and said that he wanted to discuss something with him. Han invited a friend to sit down. Van informed the main character that they were doing time here. Everyone believes that it is very comfortable here and want to stay longer. The student invited the main character to rent this place. He asked the guy to rent a discount. Han was delighted and shouted to a friend that this was a great idea. Van asked the guy, "Is he really not opposed?" The protagonist told his friend that they did not have funds for the annual rental number. Han looked at the student and asked if there would be a discount on a monthly rental. Van told the manager's words that the monthly fee during the annual rent will be 700,000. It will be difficult to pay the entire amount for the annual rental of such an elite room at once. The main character told a friend that he was not living here. Most of the time, students will have to pay $500,000 a month and use this number as you like. Van told the main character in a joyful voice that they themselves will pay for additional services. In the near future, he will transfer him a fee for this month. Han was sitting on the couch. He smiled at his friend and said that he could not rush. Van got to his feet. He shouted to a friend Liu that the protagonist would be able to rent a number for them. Van, in a joyful voice, told the student that the main character called this amount at $500,000. She suits them. Liu waved joyfully to the chief hero with his hand and thanked him. He promised to pay on time. Han, in response, waved his partner with his hand and said that he was glad to hear him. Han remembered that he rented this place with a special map. Even without a card, the initial price was 5,760,000. The main character carefully calculated and realized that for 12 months he would need to pay 6 million. Han calculated to himself that every year he gets a net profit in the volume of 5 million. The main character rang the phone. He looked and realized that Yu Yun called him. Han watched his phone with great attention. He realized that the call to the girl is connected with Xiaolutin. Yun met with the main character. She told him that he came only due to the fact that all this was connected with the Lutin. The girl laid her hand on the sofa. She told the main character that he was thinking a lot about it. Han strictly explained to the student that he came due to the fact that he heard that we were talking about Yu Suezhen. The main character demanded from the girl to tell him everything. He promised that he would treat her with dinner if her information is useful. Yun told the guy that Xiaolutin entered the student union. Recently, Yu often sends this girl a message. Perhaps they are discussing the affairs of the student union among themselves. The student said in a thoughtful voice that Yu wants to get closer to Xiaolutin. The girl said that she wants to lead the art department. Perhaps the reason is The main character looked angrily at the girl and thought that all this was a clever move. It was an attempt to create a little drama. Han said that Yuya Sweatson likes Sia-Lutin and everyone sees it. The girl wants to use a student union like a springboard, so she will communicate with Yu Suechin. The protagonist told his partner that in the last few days, Yu Suezin invited him to dinner with Sia-Lutin. Yun looked at the protagonist and realized that he still experiences feelings for Sia-Lutin. Although he has recently been working with Panji, she hoped for a more decisive answer from the guy. The protagonist looked strictly at his partner and told her that the student and his girlfriend were just a snack. Yoon asked his partner, "What does this attitude towards her?" The protagonist thought that for Sia-Lutin would really not like Yu Suezin. Han thought that for a girl, a student Yu will be the last person who could like it. Yoon told the main character that she had heard that the chairman of Yuya had some complaints against him. The main character answered the surprised girl that he understood everything. He suggested that she first buy something, and then he would treat her. Yoon looked at her friend in surprise. She realized that the guy sharply changed the topic of the conversation. Yoon asked the protagonist if her information was useful. Han pushed the student away from himself and said that she would hold from him a certain distance. He now had a girlfriend. Han thought and realized that Yoon and Sia-Lutin are not true friends. For him, it was a good idea to ask the student to monitor the whereabouts of Sia-Lutin. Yoon walked along with the main character shopping. She scaredly told him that there was expensive things and asked what he was planning to buy. Han told the saleswoman that he had a meeting with the store manager here. The woman told the guy to follow her. Yoon looked around and realized that the store specializes in expensive brands. She realized that Han is a difficult person, as he can directly meet with the manager. The student realistically imagined that she could be the wife of a rich man. Yoon remembered to herself that Sia-Lutin in the hospital warned her. The student decided that she was just afraid that she would steal the main character from her. Han looked displeased at his girlfriend and said that she would approach him. Yoon waved to the student and shouted that she was going. The main character sat with the girl inside the VIP room. The saleswoman brought for customers a catalog with jewelry. These jewelry will be shown at the exhibition this weekend. Han carefully looked at the catalog. The woman told the guy that he could make a deposit. After that, the product will be saved for it. The main character found the decoration in the catalog for him. The bracelet was very expensive. Han looked at the catalog and thought that the gift for Pan-Gay is a very high-profit investment. Now he did not need anything and he just needed more experience. The guy held out the catalog for the saleswoman. He calculated his income and realized that he had enough money to buy some accessories. Han pointed his hand to the jewelry in the catalog. He asked the saleswoman, "How much will the prepayment cost?" He also needed an inexpensive, stylish chain. The woman explained to the guy that he needed to make 10% as an advance payment. After the end of the exhibition, the guy will pay the remaining amount and take the decoration. Han told the saleswoman that he would pay everything with a card. He asked her to help him pack the chain. At the back of the protagonist, the surprised Young looked at the protagonist. The protagonist brought his card to the terminal and made payment. The saleswoman seized the jewelry and said that in total the price was 309,000. Yoon was surprised due to the fact that the guy spent several hundred thousand so easily on jewelry. The main character looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He did not understand why Yoon watched with interest how others spend money. The system told the main character that for the purchase of a jewelry, he received a new line called Popik. When the owner will spend money on girls, he will receive double experience. Han joyfully thought to himself that a new feature sounds very amazing for him. The protagonist thought and realized that the most logical decision for him would be to take care of everyone immediately in order to get more experience. Han decided that if he immediately cares for all the girls, he will become the main playboy. The protagonist realistically introduced himself as very rich, surrounded by beautiful girls. He realized that he should become a papa for all his girlfriends. Han studied with great attention and interest to Yu with his gaze. The student felt displeased because of the gaze of the protagonist. She decided that he seemed to want to devour her. Yu felt a very strong joy and surprise in the body. She looked carefully at the guy. The student joyfully thought to herself that she finally waited for the moment when the main character became interested in her. Inside the tall building in a chic issue, students gathered for gambling. The guys are very concentrated and joyfully played the card game. Students sat around the table with cards. They were completely absorbed in the game process. One of the players shouted that this is the last card. In the next room was a student. Shannon sat in the bathroom and relaxed. One of the students shouted to a friend that he was lucky. The student sat in the bathroom and heard a phone call. She ordered an electronic assistant to take a call. The partner called and asked the girl, "Was this guy really so good?" Shannon answered the interlocutor that she likes innocent guys. The main character is regularly trained, and that means he has excellent endurance. The woman answered the girl on the phone that Han meets Pan-gay and she better not intervene. The student thoughtfully wrapped her hair on her finger and told her partner Xiao that she did not understand something. The student closed her eyes and said that the husband Pan-gay will become the heir to the Pan family. She warned the girl on the phone that if she doesn't succeed, she would lose her face and reputation. Shannon said in a confident voice that all men are the same. If the first attempt does not work, then you can try again. In the end, the guy will give up. The woman told the girl to be careful. It was impossible to enable June to find out about it. The student answered the partner that she was very picky. She knew perfectly well that Zhang was walking behind her. The girl got out of the bathroom. She heard someone in the room shouted that he had a backup plan. Shannon heard conversations from the room. Students greeted the protagonist. They were waiting for him and left the main bedroom specifically for him. The girl put on a bathrobe and took the phone. She told herself that her production arrived and she needs to go. Shannon extended her finger to the phone and prepared to drop the connection. The main character was lying on his bed in the room. He looked up into the system window. The guy decided that in a couple of days, he had accumulated a lot of experience. He pressed the consent button in the system and decided to improve this attribute. The main character thought to himself that millions of points were enough for 8 improvements. Each time improves, they get valuable. In a past life, he could not even dream of this. Han thought to himself that he could now spend money without any worries. When Mr. Dao's account stabilizes, he will be able to earn even more. The guy was sitting on the bed. He heard a knock on the door. At this time, she came to him. Shannon went and asked the protagonist if he wants fruit. She brought them to him on a tray. The girl looked at the protagonist with surprise. She did not expect to see him on the bed. Shannon frightenedly apologized to the guy and said that she did not know that he was resting. The girl frightenedly stepped aside. She told the main character that she decided to bring him a little fruit. Han continued to sit on the bed. Shannon left a tray with fruits on the table. She told the guy that he went to bed early. The protagonist explained to his partner that he was just holding the usual schedule. At this time, something brightly sparkled on a tray of fruit. Han asked the guest, did she really want anything else from him? Shannon sat on the side and said that Zhang was having fun with friends again, and therefore she was bored. The girl looked slyly at the protagonist and said that they could chat if he did not sleep. Han realized that the student is a burner of life. He did not believe her. The main character realized about you that he was the new goal of Shannon. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and did not understand why he did not react in any way. The student grabbed the guy by the clothes and said that he sat next to her and chat with her. Han slyly answered the girl that she was a smart person. The girl answered the guy that she was not as smart as he is. Han explained to the student that he did not like very smart people. Shannon was surprised to turn to the main character and asked what he said. The main character pointed a finger at the girl and said that he does not like very smart people. Shannon should not use tricks against him. The main character held out his hand to the surprised girl. She looked at him silently. She asked the student with fright what he was talking about. The girl was afraid that the guy guessed that she had brought a hidden camera. The main character turned away to the girl and said that she was well aware of what he was talking about. To himself, the guy realized that the girl really brought a camera with her. Han turned to the side displeasedly. City life was very complicated for him. He wanted to return to the village. Suddenly, the protagonist felt that someone ran up to him and grabbed him from behind. Han looked aside and noticed how the student ran up behind and grabbed him by the clothes. Shannon shouted to the guy with a frightened voice that she had no evil intent. The student shouted to the guy with a frightened voice that she was a simple girl, and she needed to resort to some tricks to protect herself. The protagonist turned in surprise and looked at the girl. He did not know what to tell her. The frightened guy reminded the girl that Zhang was outside. Shannon answered the partner that there was good sound insulation around them. The girl held her hand behind the protagonist with her hand and did not want to let go. Han put his hand on the girl's chest and asked where her self-esteem is. The main character explained to the surprised partner that he would not pursue the girl and his friend. The girl looked at her friend in surprise. She thought the guy for her is very innocent. Han thought to himself that now a very difficult situation is for him. He was not a real playboy and could not loom during career growth. The protagonist remembered his dissatisfied girlfriends. He has not yet established a relationship with them. The guy was scared that the girls could be angry. The protagonist, in a sedative voice, told himself that his best days will be still ahead of him. The girl knocked on the door and asked the protagonist, could she enter? The student stood in front of the door and continued to beat her hand excitedly. The door opened and the guest was surprised to see that Shannon appeared in front of her with a tray of fruits. Shannon told the student that she brought fruit for the protagonist. She asked the guest, did Han call her? Suddenly, the girl in a dressing gown turned around and ran to the side. She shouted to the main character with a girlfriend, so that they chat, and she prepared to leave. Han looked at Tian and asked the girl, why is she still standing at the door? Tian looked at the guy with a smile and replied that she was fine. The guest looked at the protagonist with surprise. Han stood in a dressing gown and explained to his partner that the situation was critical. She came on time. Tian scaredly pointed to the guy on her finger and asked, did he really have something with Shannon? Han answered with the excitement of his partner that he had nothing. Tian slyly told the main character that he had chosen an innocent path and decided to call her. The guy brought a tray with refreshments for the guest. He thanked her that she immediately came. The main character stood with a tray near the table. He wanted to ask the girl a personal question. Tian asked the student, but what's the matter? Han sat on a chair and asked a student, how often does she meet in private with the chairman of Tian told with excitement to the main character that Yu in the last semester pursued her since she refused him. The girl told the main character that she heard that Yu fell in love with the freshman Xia Luton. Tian told the main character that he took first place. Therefore, the university decided to reward it. She asked the guy, did the director of Che called him? The main character answered the girl in displeasure that he first hears her about it. Tian with a smile explained to the guy that she herself had recently heard about this and decided to inform him. Han sat and listened to the girl. She told him that the chairman Yu was at the meeting and undermined his reputation. Tian began to tell the main character that Yu at the meeting announced that some students from the exchange department were dissatisfied and caused him trouble. The main character realized that the girl is very good in collecting information. He answered her that she had impressed him. Tian shouted to the guy with a joyful voice that this was all she could find out. He can calculate this information useful. The protagonist remembered that Yui had no strong support behind his back. But the guy was able to become the president of the student council. Han looked down at his feet. He told himself that Yu is just an immature child. When this student is going wrong, then he panicked and furious. The main character realized that Yu slandered him and put his eyes on his girlfriend Xia. He needed to drop the student council from the post of this president. Han slyly thought to himself that he needed to arrange a thrashing for Yu. At this time, Tian looked inquiringly at the protagonist. The main character slyly asked the girl if she wanted to be the president of the student council. She looked at him in surprise. Tian was surprised when he realized that the main character invited her to become president. The girl jumped to her feet sharply and shouted for the protagonist that she wanted it. For her, the whole thing was not in money. The student wanted to explain to the main character why she wants to become the head of the Studs Council. After a small pause, Tian shouted loudly for the protagonist that all this is a matter of power. Han thought to himself that power gives a person significant opportunities for self-expression. For an ordinary person, this is a strong drug. The main character decided to help a beautiful girl become president. He remembered that she recently rejected Yu Suezhen. Aloud, the student scaredly asked the guy if he had a way to do this. The main character explained to the girl that he would help her if she is interested in this. The main character lay on the bed. At this time, someone called him on the phone. Han was surprised to hear a familiar man called him on the phone. The guy jumped on the bed and frightened with fright the man. What happened? Pan reminded the main character that the Dao gave him 10 million from himself. He decided to give the main character even more money. The man told the guy that he will now have 2 accounts with a total amount of 20 million. He asked the protagonist if he could deal with this accounts. Han thought to himself that if he could do this, it would provide support and resources for him. But if he is mistaken, he will lose everything. The protagonist remembered how he talked with a man. He realized that if he does not have the courage to accept this, then this will be another story. Han calculated to himself that a small share of up to 20 million is enough to quickly pass the age when everything goes well. He will be able to accumulate the right amount much faster than expected. The main character thought that all this resembles a trick with a snowball. The time interval is a year and a half. It's the same as passing 1.5 kilometers from the top of the mountain to the foot. The more the initial snowball is for him, the better it will be. Han on the phone informed the man that he agreed to his proposal. Han Li thought everything well and informed Uncle Pan that everything was fine and he agrees to his proposal. Although of course he was frightened by the fact that the market is not yet stable, but with a lot of money, he will be able to do much more things than before. After that, his uncle finished the conversation and concluded that this guy has a character. In addition, the wife supported this opinion and said that Han is much better than Jo Chi. Then the woman turned to Pag Gay and noted that when the girl wants to be with him, she should still pay attention to her relationship with others. In addition, according to the mother, he is a girl, therefore it must behave more restrained. Like this baby looks gentle and weak, so do not intimidate him. The young lady could not believe that the guy overshadowed his mother's pure mind, and now she was sure that he was really good and fragile. Suddenly, the girl had tears in her eyes, but her father came up and, supporting his wife's words, added that a real lady should be able to cope with everything. Mrs. G became unpleasant that none of the family supported her side, but there was no choice. So she said that she understood everything. But suddenly her next words shocked her parents, as the girl said that even Han Lee is not the best. He brings her a lot of freshness and joy. Therefore, now she decided to enjoy this, not expecting all the time there is too much result of her efforts and actions. After hearing, the girl's mother rushed to the bus with a hug and was glad that her daughter came to this conclusion and was sincerely proud of her. And then she added that she and her father will always support her. She just should move forward and enjoy her youthful years. Then Mr. He smiled and said that parents may not worry about this, as she really enjoys life. But the girl was not true in her words. Now her main goal was to reassure her parents so that they would not intervene in her personal relations. And in fact, she could not even imagine like this to enjoy communication with that fool and Shalutin. And then the events unfolded around 2018 years, when Han Lee just enjoyed a cup of coffee and delved into his thoughts. He understood that the new concept would gradually appear in the field of view of the public, and it is called a catching leader. This is a situation when, after significant growth in the market, leading promotions that did not grow together with the market begin to grow, and real actions continue to grow to the limit. However, usually they cannot be bought at all. But Han Lee noticed that the attention of the whole market focused precisely on the purchase, so he could not understand what exactly caused this. But now it turned out that most establishments and small investors can look for opportunities in only one sector. As soon as it begins to work harmoniously, they will promote one action in the same sector to catch up. Then it will gain popularity in the market, is constantly growing in price. Therefore, it is quite likely that the shares of catching up companies will comply with the income of real leaders. Moreover, they can surpass leading promotions. And if Han misses this chance, he will not receive any benefit from the 20 million that they gave him. Although he was still not sure, given the gap in the information after the system update. But despite the obstacles, the probability of success was still high. Now he will have a chance to make a name for himself, so this moment cannot be missed. In addition, the ancestors said that patience is a feature that every real hunter should possess. And now, if the guy's judgment is true, then this is a chance to catch up. But the current market environment is not good enough. In addition, foreign capital is small, so he can support only one leader. And now there were two actions that met the mentioned criteria. And all that needs to be done is to choose one of them. And if Han makes the wrong choice, then, after the growth of the real leader, other actions in the same sector will demonstrate slight growth. Therefore, you will have to spend a lot of time to get at least some major profit. And when some investors see that the shares are growing, they will not be able to do anything with them, constantly regretting that they have not bought them before. Therefore, such thinking will most likely make them victims. And given the calculations, he would better choose to buy 8% more than 1% cheaper. Suddenly, the system informed the activation of the skill of a gambling player. After that, the guy realized that the main strategy is confident. It is worth deciding on your goal before starting to act. Make sure that the choice is really correct, and it only remained to wait for the winner from 2 shares. Han spent a lot of time on detailed planning of his next actions, so he was exhausted and rested a little. Then he soon woke up and was really pleased with his decisions, which came into his head before bedtime. And despite the fact that the investment as a result gave 14 million, it was still not bad. In the end, regardless of how smoothly the work is, he still had to think about risks. But suddenly the guy was distracted on the phone as the incoming call from Uncle Pan sounded. He immediately began to tell that his friend from the company, which is engaged in securities, said that the leadership table was closed and his account was at the top. Now many people ask him about this, and they are all famous persons in the financial sector. But Han replied that everything was fine. He further explained that this was continuing an ordinary operation, and he simply tried to say hello to all the participants. Then, Uncle Pan understood everything and said that he was still sure of his actions. He could continue in the same spirit and not stop. As it turned out, the conversation of men was eavesdropped at Uncle Pan's wife, who immediately became concerned about Han Li's well-being. But her husband answered her that the guy is energetic. He continues to work even after an injury, because of which he does not stop surprising him. Not understanding what exactly did, the man said that many people, unexpectedly, began to question about him. The questions were about which consultant they hired, and even the old preschool educational institution was shocked by what they heard. But suddenly the woman began to scream and said, "The higher the tree, the more it sways with air. Therefore, do not give pride to overshadow the brain." In addition, Han is still a child, and his mind is not fully developed. But Uncle Pan asked the woman not to worry, since according to his own observations, the guy is rather confident in himself, so he cannot be deceived. In addition, he should now go with Pan He to the exhibition, and now a man needs to transfer more money to the young man's account, since he cannot go shopping with a girl without money. Meanwhile, Pan He, had already gathered and went to the meeting place, where Han Li reported her arrival on time. After the girl saw the guy, she immediately reached for his wound and began to ask if he was changing the dressings in time and whether it was convenient for him to move now. At that moment, the young man began to worry, since the girl did not contact him after they returned from the hospital, so he was interested in what could cause such a concern. Therefore, with restraint, Han pulled Pan He to his place and said that he would not mind if someone had fed him, and asked the companion that she was thinking about this idea. The girl was uncomfortable to stand in the arms of the guy, so she supported the young man's initiative with a trembling voice and said that she would feed him. Suddenly, the Khan's face sweated and he felt uncomfortable, realizing that he would simply burn with shame now. But still, the Pan said that she was pretty sweet and fragile. Later, the couple walked a little and stood in line. She was able to get tickets for the event of the evening, where they agreed to go. At the entrance to the main hall of the exhibition of the guy and the girl, they kindly greeted and invited to go inside, where the exhibition of the city was about to begin. As soon as they went inside, Pan He began to examine everything around and told the Khan that only thanks to her father they managed to get these tickets, which were as if golden. But in fact, when Han ordered the jewelry, the manager gave him 2 invitations as a gift. But he knew that when he uses them, he would ruin the whole surprise. Meanwhile, he could not calm down from the emotions that overwhelmed her. Then she turned to Li and invited him to conduct a short excursion, as the girl thought that before the guy had not been at such events. Now the Khan had no choice but to obediently go for a young lady and listen to her thoughts regarding the presented exhibits with whom she introduced him. And while the girl carefully examined everything, whether it became bored himself, since he had long known all the information about the exhibits presented, but suddenly the girl's attention attracted one item, namely the bracelet, which she had already seen last time and he was so remembered for her. However, the price of this jewelry was only growing each time, and now the bracelet cost almost 3 million yuan, which was a lot, even for the Pan family. Han Li saw his friend's interest and going with her, Talu with her to the window, asked if it was the most bracelet, to which the girl nodded her head upset. She said that after she returned, only 2 days later she remembered that she had to ask someone to book this bracelet for her. But she was informed that someone had already done it before. After that, the upset Pan He wanted to leave the exhibition, as she realized that she would not be able to get this decoration. But the guy said that she was upset early. Then he explained that at least there is no connection between the girl and this bracelet, but she is between them, so do not forget about it. But madame. He did not reassure these words, but on the contrary, her gaze became strict and she directly said that she wanted to hit the guy for his inappropriate statements. Then the young man said that he would stop teasing the girl, but invited her herself to guess who this stranger, who booked that bracelet. After the hard Pan. He thought about all the inappropriate jokes of the guy and realized that there really was a certain connection between them. However, her distrust of the Khan was much more fleeting emotions, so she suspected that the young man was trying again to deceive her and play her feelings. Then she replied that she was guessing that Han wanted to tell her. Like when he asks who's still booked, he will laugh and answer that he does not know. Now Pan was sure that he saw the guy through, although she even flashed the idea that he could spend money on a gift to a girl, but Li didn't even think about giving flowers when meeting. After hearing, the guy simply spread his hands, smiled, and said that Ji really sees him through and completely revealed his plan. Now the girl got angry even more and said that she could even foresee everything he wants to say. But as it turned out, she still does not understand the course of his thoughts well enough. Then the girl looked at him worriedly and could not understand what exactly she was wrong and could not foresee. Han understood that by reasoning logically, the purchase of luxury items should be accompanied by ensuring financial security in the future, and even such a loving father like Uncle Pan would never buy a decoration for such a large amount for his daughter. But whether the other itself, when he earns 2 billion, he will be ready to spend half the amount on it to buy everything that the girl wants. He did all this for doubling experience and was sure that it was quite logical to use his skills to the maximum. But suddenly, from the system, he learned that gifts for his mother could also give experience. And at that moment he thought, then he remembered that his mother would definitely suspect something was amiss if her son had suddenly got rich. In the meantime, he cannot tell her about his secret. Meanwhile, Pan He began to doubt his thoughts regarding the con. So he uncertainly asked him if he really booked this bracelet. And when the guy confirmed her words, the young lady suddenly asked if he did it for her. But Lee decided to joke a little and asked if the girl really wants him to give this jewelry to someone else. Then he immediately objected this thought, and Han immediately took her hand with the words that tomorrow she could get her bracelet when the exhibition was over, and now they should go eat. Now Pan He was filled with feelings, as he realized that he was about to really get a jewelry that she had dreamed about for so long. But at some point I thought about it. This guy would spend millions on a gift for her. Although Lee remembered that she really liked this thing and secretly booked a bracelet. Therefore, walking right behind the con, she began to worry and realized that her prejudice to the guy was obtained, it seems. It was not backed up by anything. And it turns out that all this time, she did not understand the young man well enough, being confident in every crooked word that she had once heard of him. Therefore, at some point she could not stand it, and turning to Lee thanked him for being really ready to take such a step for her. She expressed her surprise what caused the same emotion among the con, who was used to the fact that Pan He was rather restrained in his words and the manifestation of feelings. But the young man knew that a rich girl was next to him, and all the girls like it when they think about them. Therefore, he said that when he succeeds and earn even more money, he will buy all the jewelry that he wants. Moreover, to present such surprises from time to time is much better than thoughtless flattery. Suddenly, Pan He said that she really has several jewelry that she likes, but they are too expensive, so even her father refused to buy them for the sake of her daughter. Han could not miss such a moment, so he said that if Mr. Pan does not do this, he himself would buy all the jewelry. But before you calmly go, the young man said that he has some conditions that Pan Hai immediately wanted to know. Lee remembered the last time he was kissing, but he missed it. Now the young man asked to repeat this moment so that he saw his own eyes. Suddenly, the girl began to deny these words and said that it was nothing more than gossip. But if Han really bought everything for her, then the kiss is not such a big problem. Therefore, now she added that she has clearly white stockings, and they are black. Besides, they will be in the suits of the maids, which the guy could not like. They will do everything that Han wishes. But for him now, it has become a new idea from which you can benefit. And when they almost agreed, the girl emphasized that she would do all this only after whether she fulfills her part of the transaction. Finally, having finished with a discussion of future plans, the couple went to a restaurant where they were able to enjoy food in silence. There, the couple spent a lot of time. So soon Pan. He could not stand it and asked the young man if he had eaten to the end. Indeed, for her, this business has become real troubles. Previously, the girl never cared about anyone, so she did not know that for this she needed to spend so much time. Then, Han Li noticed that for him, this is a great honor. Then he asked if she had any plans for the evening. After all, if not, then he should already go. At that moment, the girl thought about the fact that she loves to receive gifts, so she could not let the con leave now. Then I proposed Found to go to hot springs. But the guy showed his hand and reminded that he was only recently removed the seams, so he was not sure that he could be useful there. However, he did not want to miss such a chance and began to pull the young man along with the words that otherwise he would be able to eat fresh fruits, making her company. Then she leaned closer to the guy's ear and said that she had previously booked a private hot source, so they will be able to swim together. These words nearly drove the con crazy, who before could not even dream of such a sentence from such a beauty. But now he has become more reasonable and said that this is not a very good idea since definitely something could go wrong. But the girl did not want to listen to the objections of weather, and suddenly at that moment, a waiter approached her, who asked if it was really Miss Pan. And having finished the conversation, she again turned to the con. Taking his hand, she said that they should change before going to the source. Lee began to feel that something was clearly going wrong. After all, He came here not for the sake of joint bathing, but to understand what the girl planned. Everything happened too strange, as he invited him to a private place and now offers to spend time together in the water. Meanwhile, Shalutin, using cards, tried to find a private hot source, which Mr. Hay told her. Soon the girl managed to find the right place, and she suddenly began to hesitate, whether she really needed to go inside. When the girl entered the private territory, she saw how luxurious furniture and figurines surround her. She could not even imagine what booming prices were there. Suddenly, she even began to worry about whether she took enough money with her to pay for the procedures. But soon Pan Hai, who had already waited for her friend, called for a friend. Since she had already arrived with the Khan for a long time, since they were on a taxi, she immediately began to drag her friend with her to a hot source, being in a light robe and a swimsuit, as she could not wait for the moment when they went to swim together. However, Saya was worried about the money and immediately began to ask what minimal expenses in this place, as this place looked too expensive and thought that she should go. Although Ham said that it is not necessary to pretend to be rich, but the reputation may be an illusion. But the money is tangible and the girl firmly believed in practicality. After this question, Pen Chi became inconvenient, since she was not used to saving and worrying about financial issues. Therefore, in order to reassure her friend, she touched her shoulder with worriedly and said that she should not worry, since she would solve the issue of money on her own. In addition, as it turned out, the young lady Pen booked all the places in this room, so no one will bother them this evening and do not need to pay for anything. The girl tried to amuse her friend and invited her to have fun, because in this case there are even massage sessions, so there is an opportunity to visit the spa. Meanwhile, Han Li basked on a huge bed alone, enjoying the warm air and the atmosphere around. He was not leaving his thoughts about how in the past he was in such places several times. Then he thought that when he could earn 100,000 monthly, he would constantly come here. But now that he has money, all this seems to no longer make sense. In the end, he recognized prices and giving 4,000 in one massage did not want to. And while Li went into thought, suddenly he was interrupted by a knock on the door. At that moment, the young man thought that most likely this was a private massage therapist. And the girls at that moment walked along the corridor and discussed the proposal to take a bath together or go to the massage, which would relax well. But given the fact that Pen paid everything herself, Luton decided not to argue and follow the offers of her friend. Just not to argue. Lee at that moment began to get out of bed and told the massage therapist that his hand was injured, so he asked him not to touch his limbs, but simply to massage his shoulders. However, when the guy turned his head to the right, his gaze changed, as he expected to see someone else. Suddenly, girls entered the room, who also did not expect to meet Lee so quickly, especially this concerned, who did not expect to meet him at all. Then, the young man began to feel inconvenient and his face blushed, since he did not consider the half-naked to see the young lady. In addition, Jalutin herself was not only surprised, but also scared, since the man violates her personal space and she cannot relax. Therefore, she immediately turned to Pan He, so that she explained how it happened that they all met in one massage room. However, Lady Pan was only delighted and said that she had long been waiting for this moment, which finally had come. Shalutin began to sound the alarm and question, did the couple agree in advance to substitute her and arrange such a trap? But Han himself could not understand how Pan managed to lure the girl here, so he asked him not to speak stupid things, since he seemed to be trapped. But suddenly he turned to the guy and asked, did he really forget that he promised to help her deal with Luton? And now, she is going to beat her and record her on the video. At this moment, she herself was very scared and did not understand what was happening. And Han at that moment began to be angry, because he did not agree to this. Lee asked if their friendship is so fragile that it could be so easy to collapse, because now it became clear to her that she was called here to mock. But suddenly, Han still extended his hands to the girl and asked not to blame him. They say he could not bite the hand that feeds him. In addition, this is a chance to have fun. Luton rushed at the young man and screamed so that he would not listen to Pen. Since she is trying to use her friend for the sake of benefit and her own goals. And sometime later, the guy still managed to take Liutin by force and told Hay that she could start, despite the cries and words of hatred from Lee. Suddenly, the villain began to beat her ex-girlfriend with his bare hands, thinking only about which angle it is better to record this all in the video. At that moment, Liutin screamed in pain and threatened that when he was left alone, she would play well on her and take revenge for this day. But these words were not scared by Lady Pan. Therefore, she stopped for a while and, smiling, turned to such a friend. Now she was interested in the question of whether the last time she did not return to their hostel in time. She really spent the rest with Han Li in the hotel, but Luton did not understand why the girl suddenly began to ask about it. After all, they did not communicate for so long, and now they suddenly called her only in order to find out about that moment. However, Pan noted that it was after that night that her friend had never got in touch, and the only time she called her was when Han Li got to the hospital. So now she wanted to know if the guy slept with Jia. Then the young man realized that he was bothered by he all this time. Therefore, I sincerely replied that it would not have been against this, but I am sure that the hollowed Luton would never agree to this. After what she heard, the girl raised the noise and said that the guy would not even think about this. In addition, she ordered that gossip would not be allowed about her, since she would be cruelly avenged. Suddenly, he stopped hitting a girl and said that when she does not want to speak normally, it is worth dealing with this in order. Like at first, Ji and Lee were like 2 drops of water, and the girl hoped that they could become a couple. But at the same time, she was afraid of competition from Pan. After that, she suddenly cut off all the contacts and stopped not only to write, but also respond to incoming calls. Therefore, now Ji directly asked what happened, after which the girl decided to avoid Khan. Now, Liutin had no choice, so she was sad and reported that she would tell everything. Han at that moment only observed the conversation of 2 women and continued to restrain the one who did not leave attempts to resist these bullying. But suddenly he asked if the girl is trying to settle disagreement and acts as a person who is a third party and helps the conflict to clarify their quarrel. Then Lutin unexpectedly broke off and asked to wait. They say she had no idea what pen he was talking about. She directly said that a friend could flirt with a young man as much as she wanted, but asked to leave her, an innocent witness, alone and no longer disturb. But on that, Pen was not going to finish and took out the phone on which there was a video from surveillance cameras near the local cafe. When C looked at the video, I realized that Han Li and Kong Is, who had a cold weapon in his hands. The girl said that it was on the day when Bang was injured. She accidentally managed to find this material, and when they dealt with the Kong Is, this video turned out to be really useful. But everything was not so simple, because later, Pan He more than once revised this video and noticed something interesting in it. At that moment, when Kong Is C stabbed, Han Li was able to react in time. From his speed, he could easily grab the attacker by the hand. But she managed to notice that the guy hesitated a moment of a second before turning around and decided to grab a knife with his hand. While the guy was listening to this story, he wondered that his girlfriend is real reincarnation Sherlock Holmes. The girl really should work as a detective. Indeed, at that moment, he thought about the advantage of capturing a knife with his bare hands. And firstly, this could save the Kong of Iza, as well as scare others. But secondly, he took advantage of the injury to change the situation between Actually and Sia Luton. That is what could help melt the girl's icy heart. But Luton still could not understand what they wanted to hear from her, and why they lured into a trap, from which they are now not released using bullying. Then she directly asked, did he really want to say that Han deliberately accepted the blow so that she ceased to avoid him? You need to be a real crazy one to resort to such tricks. And when the girl uttered these words out loud, she realized that this was really so. Therefore, now it was necessary to explain that in fact, she did not avoid him. After this story, Han Li looked at Lady Luton and suggested that Yu Yun Yun really had a strong effect on her. But soon he himself was tired of thinking about these riddles, so he asked Pan He to finally say what he really wanted and why she had arranged it. The girl laughed and asked if he really decided to give up so quickly. After all, she just wanted to hear explanations regarding that case. The guy wanted to get home as soon as possible and finish with this performance, so he tried to directly ask what explanation we are talking about. Now it was the turn to resolve the issue with Sia Luton, due to the actions of which he was sure that he and the young man had slept. He himself did not understand everything, but suggested a decision. Like, if now, in front of he, they will really do what she suspects of them, then they will stop hiding on this. But Luton was against this and hit the young man with his foot, said that if he tries to at least approach her, he would receive a strong slap in the face. But as it turned out, the guy was much stronger than Jia, so he grabbed her by the leg and turning to Ji noted that the girl was quite shy, so he needed help. Like Pan can come closer and hold his girlfriend while he deal with her, because this is exactly what she wanted before. At that moment, Pen thought that it was wrong with this guy and how he came to such a decision. Therefore, she asked, is this really the explanation that she asked for? But Han asked the girl to remember that even when something was between him and something, this happened before their personal relations switched to a new level. And the girl can deny, but he will not ignore it. In addition, he already knew what kind of relationship they had, Therefore, either Pan will continue to raise the noise, thereby angry with Luton, and when she comes to take revenge, he will remain neutral. Or, if Pan wants to mock a friend, he will hold her and let her understand on his own. It was then that the situation began to get out of control. Then he smiled and said that she understood everything. Now she was sure that the couple spent the night together. After all, Luton wanted a serious relationship, but Lee, for some reason, refused. That is why the girl broke all the connections with him, but given its character, this can be a strategic retreat. However, now she sincerely believed that she managed to open her friend. On the one hand, in her opinion, Jia did not want to use a lie. And on the other hand, Han felt that there was still no time to reveal it. That is why he spoke so incomprehensibly and tried to further confuse the situation. At that moment, the guy began to worry and sweated heavily, as he understood that Pan really reads him like an open book. In addition, a friend almost hit the target. In 2 lives, he never met a person who could independently solve such a confusing problem, after which he said that she did not need explanations anymore. It makes no sense to delve into the past. But now, she could offer 2 options. So now, the guy had to choose from 2 girls, since it was they who were the condition of the 2 options that Pen provided to him. At first, she pointed her finger at herself, and then to her friend with the words that now Han should make an important and thoughtful choice in her life. After hearing, the guy suddenly began to tremble and hesitate, because he was not ready that he would have to sacrifice something today. Therefore, he carefully spoke to Ji and said that the answer remains the same, like she herself knows what relations appeared between them. Then the girl smiled and said that it used to be a pretense, but now it could become a reality, so it is worth trying. Although Pen was sure that this guy is a real liar, however, it became interesting how he will become when he really falls in love and show his feelings. Luton all the time had to dutifully sit and listen to these conversations. But at some point she could not stand it and screamed so that everyone stopped. Then, suddenly hit Khan's foot, which he kept all the time and was sure that the girl could not defeat him. Then she got up and asked without jokes, "Did the couple lose her mind?" Here she was perceived for some kind of doll, which can be used for their own purposes. Then I realized that those present did not like this game with the elections, so I offered to try something more serious. Suddenly, Luton took off her robe and turned to her friend with the words that, if the Khan had the courage to sleep with her, then she would join them. But just like that, she will not leave this place. Now she was completely naked and asked a pair of how they were such a proposal, acting as a good moment in order to experience confidence in each other. Then none of those present could say a word. It was especially talking about Khan, who seemed to have froze in place and looked at the girl with glass eyes. But she demanded that someone say something, otherwise it seems that they have a thin intestine. However, the silence continued. Pen he did not know what to do. The situation completely got out of control and she had no more action. Meanwhile, Han sat with his mouth open and enjoyed the sight, at the same time being sure that he does not deserve to see this. But at some point, the guy noticed that the girl was approaching him and the body seemed to completely obey him, so it was difficult to even get up. However, Luton continued to put pressure, and approaching Khan asked what happened and why he was so strange. Despite self-confidence, she legatedly asked the young man to stop pretending. Then she offered to try something more fun and interesting than he had before. Luton touched Lee's face with her worthy hands and asked if he liked her. And if this is so, then why pretend that she tells a lie? But at some point, the girl remembered her friend, who was all the time to the side and simply watched what was happening. But Zhao was not going to forgive her so much and asked, did her friend really have no sense of personal boundaries, despite how close they are? Without waiting for an answer, Luton asked not to worry, since she doesn't care who Han would choose. After all, given today, the guy now no longer needs. Pan began to be angry and asked Zia, was she really so sure that this would not happen? After which Han asked the girls to calm down. However, the young man also did not like when they were mocking him for so long, so he suddenly grabbed Luton by the hand and said that he would play a bit. Then he threw the girl on the ground and was on top with the words that she was waiting for such a performance. And now it should not be resisted. Luton felt in danger and tears appeared before her eyes, since the situation was really hopeless and only remained to obey. Pan did not know how to react correctly, so she continued to stand aside and wait for the next actions by Han Li, who was unpredictable. Suddenly, the guy asked her to start writing a video and keeping her a copy for herself to view this material daily until she got tired. After hearing, Luton immediately began to scream because she could not believe that the guy really asked to be recorded on the video. Han understood that it was worth scaring the girls a little so that they began to behave more restrained. Therefore, he reported that if he again pester him, this video will be distributed throughout all channels and become viral. Then Pen nevertheless leaned over the phone, as she began to feel that it was better for her to listen to everything that the young man says, since it may be possible to extract something out of this. After which she brought the camera, trying to choose the perfect angle so that everything was visible in detail, and also show the face, which could be proof. But suddenly she was alert that Han still did not fulfill her actions, so she decided to accelerate him and ordered to start. But before she asked to move a little to the side to have a space for shooting, after that, Lee had to press the victim to himself and kiss tightly. The couple did not expect that Pan would like this idea so much, so Han began to worry that now he was losing control of everything. He tried as hard as possible to pull time, but suddenly Luton could not stand it and ordered the guy to let her go. She reported that she was leaving, as it was a joke. At that moment, Lee seemed to return to Lee, and he was ashamed that he dared to do so with Zia. In addition, he never had a tendency to exhibitionism. The young man turned to Pan and said that he had previously offered another way out and now it is worth it to calm down. However, the girl was not going to stop and reported that she had seen a couple through. Like Luton is just a self-destroyer, and if she does not grab her, she will never obey. After which, the girl again emphasized that it was not worth pulling time and she would not be offended by what would happen. However, her feelings did not particularly worry Khan. The question of morality arose here, and while the guy was trying to agree with Pen, he did not notice how already for several minutes Luton clicked on him with a trembling voice. But when he looked at the girl, he noticed that she was reddened due to lack of air, and in her eyes there were tears of pain, because of which it was difficult for her to speak. At that moment, Han began to reproach himself even more for his act, which he committed as if under the action of the charms that took control of him. Then Zia said he would lose her, and this situation caused a young man mixed feelings. It seemed to him that there is a choice, but in fact he was not. Since knowing Pain Gay, she will never look at what she needs now and is trying to get the desired manipulation. But now he had a completely different plan. So he agreed and said that if this is exactly what they demand from him, then he was in business. Then he gradually began to undress and said that, according to his observation, girls every time more and more like to build him on the pedestal. And he admitted that he is not a good person, but since others want it, he will bring the matter to the end. Then he suddenly grabbed Jia Luton by the waist and pressing him to him, began to imitate the kiss so that Pen would definitely believe in what was happening in her eyes. At that moment, the guy carefully said that he should calm down and wait, because in his opinion, he does not stay to watch this and fading the video. The girl could not understand what the young man was talking about, and suddenly their conversation interrupted the loud sound of clapping the door, which Penji abandoned. After that, the young Z was shocked. But the guy was just waiting for this, since his plan was too close to failure. Then Han pointed a finger at the door and said that he was talking about that, since such a reaction was expected. At that moment, Luton exhaled with relief and said that this was a real madness. Lee said so seriously, so she thought that everything was really happening, so she was very scared. But as soon as the girl wanted to get up and dress to finally go home, Lee grabbed her hand and asked to wait. According to his suspicions, given the trick of Pen, she could wait for the door, so you should not leave the room yet. In the meantime, they finally remained alone and no one bothers them. There is an opportunity to calmly talk, given all the circumstances that have occurred recently. Meanwhile, Pen. He really waited behind the door. She was upset since not only failed to get what she wanted, but also lost a guy she liked so much. She regretted that because of her own stupidity, the situation got out of control and everything around turned upside down. But suddenly the door to the room opened and Luton ran out of there, who shouted to Khan not to touch her, although in fact she tried to understand what he wanted to talk about with her. But when she left the room, she immediately stumbled upon Luton, who was embarrassedly asked her ex-girlfriend whether they had finished with her affairs. Saya was angry and asked, did Ji had the courage to stand under the door and eavesdropping? Then she began to blame her and asked if she was happy now. And when the girls began to sort things out, soon Han came out to them, who was tired of listening to endless cries and asked the lady if they were tired. From loud screams, his head ached, and he suggested calmly to sit down and discuss all the disgust and resentment that have accumulated over the past few months. However, not hearing the support of this initiative, he just suggested that he was silent and go to hot springs in order to relax a bit. The girls did not know how to react to Khan's attempt to reconcile them after everything that happened. Especially Sia was very angry. At that moment, Panhai looked at her ex-friend and expected to see support in her gaze, but instead, there was only anger and aggression in her eyes. Therefore, realizing that it was necessary to act, Panhai herself said that she wanted to be alone with Luton and talk. However, I immediately heard a refusal. In addition, she added that fortunately for herself, she did not remain to record this video. Otherwise, their next meeting would take place in the courtroom. But despite the threats, Pen did not be afraid and said that a friend could sue her. And before dispersing, they should still talk. After that, the girls went to the room where the last events took place, while not taking with them a Khan, who remained with nothing. Being very tired, the guy realized that he had to leave this place. So far, there is an opportunity. Otherwise, it is very difficult to predict the next events. Meanwhile, the girls in the room were seriously tuned to an honest conversation, and it was annoying. So she abruptly extended her hand from Pan He's palm. Then she recognized the fact that the girl is right. She actually confessed to her feelings a Khan and was refused. She received nothing and lost herself, feeling like a clown. However, Pan He was already in a relationship with him, so Luton could not understand what exactly she was unhappy and what she was trying to get from her. But unexpectedly, the young Miss Pan recalled the fact that recently Lee was too close to Yu Xuetsun. Besides, Han Lee also asked about it. And now it turns out that the atmosphere between them was too delicate. Therefore, Gay was ready to apologize. But at the very beginning, she wanted Han to make a choice. So she did not even suspect that everything could turn out like that. However, Luton did not care who the guy would choose. She did not have time to flirt with this couple. But suddenly, he said that she needed a friend. Then Sia asked the girl if she understands what she was talking about. However, Pen was absolutely sure of his words and was ready to repeat them again. As it turned out, the girls misunderstood each other, since Luton immediately began to abandon the proposal of GE to become an informal couple. Then, the latter realized that she should explain everything. According to her, at first she pulled Han Lee into this matter to take revenge on her ex-friend. The girl was sure that for Luton, the most cruel punishment was a sense of uncertainty against the guy. But during the process, in fact, her interest in the young man surpassed the desire for revenge. Now she figured out everything and was glad that Luton could maintain these confusing relations. Although at that moment Zia actually suggested that he could go crazy due to stress, it was difficult for her to understand what a psychological state a former friend had, and suspected that it could be a split personality. However, now she could not express her opinion. And suddenly she heard a question from Pen if she did not consider Khan an interesting and special young man. According to her, people usually value what they have, and since they are afraid of uncertainty in the future, they must protect achievements that already have, and so easy not to abandon them. But according to the observation of Panhai herself, Han was not what he actually attracted her attention when he showed his real essence. She knew that the guy was not afraid to lose them, so she never chooses. It seems that he compromises for them, but in fact, he does everything only for himself. At that moment, Liutin noticed that her friend became quite calm and asked if this happened after she realized that there was no point in raising such a noise. Since she saw Khan through, why did not decide to reduce her steps? Then Pen admitted that it was possible. Sometimes she really is interested in him. Or, as an option, she just likes to challenge, since it is interesting to compete. Therefore, she wants to completely control it, but cannot do it alone. And now, as it turned out, she needs help from Luton, and besides the title of her girlfriend, she can give her everything she wants. In addition, she promised not to treat her badly. She began to manipulate and asked if she did not want Han to be in her hands also. Does she really want to see how he alone enjoys this game? On the one hand, there was this poor and boring life on campus, when she was pestered every day by her idiot relatives, and in general, there was no future in sight. And on the other hand, it becomes possible to get a luxurious life, the achievement of a high status among rich people and complete control over Han. After what was heard, Luton was very difficult to choose, and at the same time adhere to his initial attitudes, trying to find a way to defeat this pair. Therefore, for now, the girl asked for a little time to think about all these options and make the right choice for her. At that moment, Panhai began to rejoice that she still managed to convince her ex-girlfriend that she would provide her choice of life that she could offer. But after what she saw, Luton ordered the girl to stop laughing, as she would remind her today and take revenge on everything. Meanwhile, Han Lee decided to quit this matter and still went home. As a result, getting there in a deep night, Turning on the light, he threw his backpack on the bed and, without undressing, wanted to sit as soon as possible to relax and think about what happened over the past few hours. He was very tired and could not understand how the girls are in a quarrel, while from the side they seemed to be best friends who would never offend each other, and separately noted the fact that he has a good observation, and it seems strong, but in fact, she is simply scared, like a cat. He was no longer surprised that Li Chen Yanfei could cope with them, despite the difference in the power that was between them. The next day, when the guy went outside, he met the girls who walked, holding under his arms like her best friends. But according to Ji, the misunderstanding turned out. Then she turned to Xia and said that today they needed to pick up the bracelet. In addition, it is worth going for shopping and buying new clothes for Luton. Han watched this behavior and understood that on the one hand there is Pain Ji, based on the personality of which, we can assume that she conceived something vile. But the question remained regarding Xia Luton. He wanted to find out that Pan did not tell the girl, or suspected that they could unite against him. In the meantime, the girls picked up new outfits. The young man was waiting for them in line. But suddenly a stranger turned to him and asked which of these two his girlfriend. Then he began to ask the guy to introduce him to one of them. However, Han immediately clearly replied that they were both his girls. True, the stranger did not believe it, and laughing said that this was a good joke, but too weak to at least 1% believe in it. But suddenly, right before his eyes, Pan Hai rushed with his arms to Han Li, which caused an unexpected surprise in a man passing by. At that moment, the girl said that they could not find anything suitable here, so it is worth going to another store and seeing something there. Like, Xia Luton has a beautiful figure, so she wants to buy her several pajamas. But suddenly Luton came up on the other side and asked the guy not to listen to this lie, since she still did not forgive her for what happened last night. At that moment, the girls seemed to be ready to break the guy into two parts, so that each of them went to them and would not have to be argued. And the same stranger who wanted to meet one beauty suddenly felt that he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Other customers of the store also watched this picture with condemnation, so a small crowd of people gathered who seemed to be looking at the performance. At that moment, Han Li told the girls that he feels like a real exhausted monkey in the zoo, which is simply watched. Then Luton smiled and asked the guy, was he really not so cool yesterday? And now several spectators confuse him. She was annoyed by the fact that Han was trying to pretend to be innocent. Suddenly Pan He spoke and said that the young man was not pretending. He just all the time tries to be careful so that the girls do not substitute him. After what she heard, Luton thought that if he and he really unite, they could control Han Lin, while not sacrificing himself. But suddenly common sense spoke in her, and she firmly decided that she would never fall on this hook. She was ready to take this opportunity to learn something better, and when the era of Romanov comes, whom Han is talking about, her time will come and shine. And if Han allows herself to bring her to emotions, then she will simply find another man. Soon the couple went to another store, where the choice of clothes was much better, and its quality showed the best result than in the past. However, when Xia Luton saw the price tag, she began to sound the alarm and said that such clothes were too expensive for her. But Pen immediately reassured her. The girl said that the bracelet that Han gave her cost 3 million. Therefore, it will be fair if he spends at least 300,000 on his second lover. But when Luton recognized the price of decoration, she could not believe that her friend wears a whole house on her hand, while her conscience is absolutely calm. And although she understood that Han was really very generous, she did not see the logic why it would be fair if she gets attention in the speech of 300,000. After all, this is not what she wanted. However, such a logic was incomprehensible to Pan He, so she asked if her friend really wants to leave the money to the young man to give gifts to other women. In addition, this is the money that she helps him earn, and now she does not want to be spent on someone else except for Xia Luton. At that moment, Han realized what was the matter. Mr. Gi wants to configure Xia Luton against him, but the second has not yet agreed to such a low scam. Living an ordinary life and then getting used to luxury is very easy, but returning from luxury to ordinary life is hard, madam. He decided to use monetary tactics, but it is not easy to influence with money, so she chose certain clothes to cause a girl a sense of rivalry. In the beginning, they set it hard, but as soon as the beginning is past, it will become much easier, and also does not want to show that her confidence is unshakable, and the idea of Justice Luton is all a joke. However, given the persistence and principles of Xia, she will not be able to come, but over time it turns out whether she can remain the way that is now. In the meantime, Han deepened into thoughts. The girls, meanwhile, tried on different images and still agreed to take one of the proposed dresses to the locker room. When Pan did not see how much her friend looks in such an outfit, she turned to Han Lee and ordered that she immediately paid for the purchase. The guy had no choice, so he reached out with his hand to the wallet and realized that all the fun was waiting for him ahead. So it is worth preparing to prepare. But Pen. He was now not stopped, as she grabbed her friend by the hand and dragged to another store said that now they should buy a new watch. Shalutin did not burn the desire to spend more money, given the moment that it was not from her pocket. So she felt uncomfortable because of this. One coat cost 130,000, the concept of almost 60. And before, several sets of underwear, Sia understood that this was not a purchase of clothes, but a waste of money. But Pen noted that they did not spend so much. They say Kane not so often can be pulled to the shopping store. Therefore, it is worth relaxing, and if it doesn't buy something, she will do it herself. But unexpectedly, Han, who was used as a walking wallet on this day, he touched the girl by the waist and said that she could choose what she likes. Like the girl cannot even imagine how he likes to spend money on her. And with Pen, he does not feel such joy during shopping. These words touched Ji, and Lee himself thought about the fact that he had previously felt like a fool when he spent a large amount of money on girls. But as it turned out, before he did not even know how to spend them right in order to enjoy it yourself. And the first step was to make sure that the funds spent on hit the welfare. It makes no sense to spend your last money pretending to be rich. The second step was that gifts should correspond to expectations. If you give a useless thing, it may not like the person. And if this has already happened, then there is no sense of achievement. The third step needs to show a high level of attention to a person. To have money and be ready to spend it on a person. These are two different things. And spending on the one who likes it brings happiness. But just wasting money for everyone is also stupid. Therefore, you should not be leading to the requests of all those around them to buy them what they ask. However, now for Khan, spending money on someone like Sia Luton with a great sense of pride is so nice. Meanwhile, Pen still persuaded to go to buy her watch, and Khan ordered to choose a restaurant to which they will go after a long shopping to eat. Soon the girls were in the watch store, and when Liutin looked at the average price tag, her eyes seemed to light up in an instant. The problem was that even the cheapest clock in this store cost at least 130,000, when everyone else exceeded the amount of 300,000. It was even difficult for the girl to imagine how many diamonds are in these watches, that they were so expensive and sparkle in the sun. Her attention was attracted by the white clock that looked better than anyone else. However, their price was too large for Luton, so she could not afford to think about this. Therefore, now she was ready to choose the cheapest option so as not to seem too arrogant, but also not to refuse Pen. He in her idea to buy a clock, but suddenly Liutin saw a male hand near her, which pointed to the same white clock with the question that the girl thinks regarding this model. And when Zia turned around, she did not even expect to see a Khan, who held the jewelry and said that in his opinion, it was these watches that were best suited to the girl. But he noticed that Luton hesitates, so he carefully took her hand and offered to just see how they would look on her. However, she began to worry about the price. Then Han asked not to pay attention to the price, since the main condition was that the girl liked him. Peng He was walking around the store, who watched Khan from the side and was convinced of her theory. The girl used to suspect that the guy cares not only about her, but now she was able to see this moment with her own eyes. But she could not extract anything from this. After all, while holding a young man in his hands, it all depends only on her. So it turns out that everything happened only thanks to her influence. Suddenly, Pen ran to the exit and said that she had to move away, and also advised to use her phone number, as it is registered for one of the members of this store. At that moment, Han looked at the girl suspiciously because she had strong mood swings because of this. How she annoyed him. In addition, he had long suspected that this whole performance only pretense for Zia Luton, and he herself probably already thought that she was able to win. However, her arrogance, which she showed in almost every action, really caused tension. Therefore, Han decided to take advantage of his card and fully pay for a gift for Sia. Although he appreciated her generosity, but if she thought she could use it for her own purposes, she was very mistaken. Suddenly, the thoughts of the young man was interrupted by Luton, who noticed that Pan Hai seemed to be some kind of upset, but Lee noted that she was simply jealous, because he himself is rather generous. But Xia needs to learn to stand for himself. However, the girl did not know how to do it, he is so confident that she will not be able to repulse her. In addition, the young lady was afraid that when she tries to protect herself, the ex-girlfriend would again order the guy to mock her. Then the guy asked what would happen if he did not help Pen, Luton thought, and said that given the girl's small physique, for her this will not be a big problem. Lee remembered that he was mocking the girl yesterday, and even though it all ended calmly, Jia still held offense. Therefore, the guy allowed her to do the same. But he would pretend that he did not see anything. And even despite the fact that Luton cannot control the pen, it can still help reduce its arrogance and pomp. Soon, he came up to the couple and immediately began to ask about the clock. She was interested in how much money Han spent and whether he booked a table in a restaurant. But instead of an answer, the girl saw smiles on the face of a couple, who stood silently. She became uncomfortable, so she asked why they smile so terribly, because she suggested that something could happen in her absence. Then Luton began to deny the last words and said that she had just remembered that she once and Han Lee went to a very terrible quest room, so one could go there together. Pan immediately began to suspect something was wrong because she did not expect Luton to have so much enthusiasm. Therefore, soon the couple finished with shopping, ate deliciously, and went to the city center to still visit the terrible quest room. But when Pan saw where Xia Luton brought her, she began to be angry and asked, was that really that quest room in which she and Lee went? When friends all together entered the room, Pan began to suspect that this was not a children's entertainment room, since the atmosphere around said about completely different. Then, he began to get nervous and asked her friend if they had come to the right address, since this place did not seem to her appropriate for their couple. Luton stood behind and gave her friend the opportunity to see everything around. Then she came up and noted that everything was right, and it was a special surprise. Due to tension, he reacted very sharply to every touch. So when she approached her and touched her shoulder, the girl almost jumped out of fear. At that moment, Luton realized that such a relaxed girl like he had never been in such places before, although she said a lot. Then the pen laughed worriedly and said that she was here for the first time, so she began to ask to leave this place as soon as possible and no longer return. The young lady began to blame herself. They say everything happened because of her curiosity. Now she knew that it was not worth going for Li and Jia, because now she was trapped. Therefore, realizing that she was not a place, the girl went to the exit. But Liutin turned out to be clearer, so quickly grabbed her hand and did not let her leave. Pen began to scream with anger and ordered her friend to immediately let her go. Otherwise, she would not take responsibility for her further actions. But Luton's plan has just begun, so she could not miss this chance and give her opponent the opportunity to leave this place. Therefore, with all her might, she threw Pen on the bed and asked why she behaved like that if she herself used to say that Jia could take revenge on her at any moment. Then he sweated with fear and began to ask when she said this, because she did not remember this. But in fact, she thought about how lucky she was that Han was still nearby and, in which case, could help her. Therefore, not expecting what could happen further, the girl immediately began to call on Lee so that she had dealt with her friend. Meanwhile, the young man took out the book and tried to concentrate on it, not paying attention to the screams from the next room. He tried to be calm and collected, without ignorance and anger, without desire and chase, without return and refusal, without action and self-affirmation. There were no barriers for his heart. Stubborn labor always bears its fruit, so his righteousness inspired awe. Even ghosts can be scared, but his passion overwhelmed him, and the heaven and earth united. Then Pen began to look for a guy and noticed that he was sitting calmly and reading sacred letters, because of which she did not pay attention to her. But suddenly Liutin approached her and said that her friend would not even dream of this. She can scream as much as she wants, but no one will help her in this place. Therefore, in a matter of seconds, she reported that their game was about to begin, and Pen should be prepared for something interesting. Meanwhile, Han was still trying to restrain his curiosity and not even his eyes in the direction of the girls, one of whom shouted loudly all over the room. At some point, the guy still could not restrain himself, and when he saw the whole picture realized that such a sight was really pleasant for him. Suddenly, he noticed that in the frightened eyes of Pan, filled with tears, a moment of joy and pleasure flashed. Then he was finally confused, and at that moment, Liutin took out a long leather whip that Pan showed and said that for a start, they would try this tool. After that, the girl tried to get out of the bed with the words that she would never suffer from such a thing. Therefore, I decided to change the rules and stop Luton for a moment. And when she still managed to do this, she said that she was not interested in playing together. Then she came closer to Han, pointed her hand at him and told her friend that when she had the courage, she should make the guy join them. Liutin, without unnecessary hesitation, agreed to such a condition and said that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so she would gladly change some conditions of the game. Friends are quietly like, but ended up in the same bed. After the time spent together, the girls were tired, but Han tried to come to his senses. The guy was embarrassed and mentally talked with himself, because he felt that in this situation something went wrong as it should have been. Now he knew that the next time it was worth using his skills because if he gets tired so quickly, his male dignity would end. Meanwhile, Luton also stained herself. She was sure that she would be able to take revenge on the young man for what he had done to her, but he turned out to be stronger. Then, with despair, she grabbed her head and mentally said that she did not succeed again, although everything seemed to go in accordance with the thought-out plan. But when the girl finally decided to discard all thoughts and lie down to rest, Han gave her phone and said that a message had come to him. As it turned out, this was written by Yu Suizhen and asked if the girl was free the next day. At that moment, Han spied on the girl's phone and saw who writes her, trying to joke about it. But Luton was not happy. She directly told Hanya that she was sick of Yu. Recently, it seemed that he was irritated and became even worse than before. Now I used the affairs of the Studs Council as an occasion to invite it on a date. And at the meeting, he then said that nothing important happened. The last few days, he talked about appointing it to the head of the advertising department. But in the opinion of Sia, it was complete nonsense. Since everyone knew that this position was busy, at that moment, Han thought that Van Tianchen occupies the post of head of the advertising department. Now it has become clear that Yu wants to expel the former worker and appoint Si Luton in order to be able to manage it. In addition, he wants to angry Hun himself, since recently he is really close to Van Tianchen, and it turns out that Yu wants to quarrel. Suddenly, Jia breathed out and said that if it were possible before, she would have succumbed to temptation. But now it is worth forgetting about it, and this position is not what can be so easily abandoned. But in the end, it did not matter for the girl whether she would become a writer or she would get involved in this false situation with Peng He. The student union was no longer interested in her. Meanwhile, Han thought that when Van Tianchen became the president of the Studs Council, the post of head of the advertising department would again become open. So he voiced it to his girlfriend. However, Luton was sincerely surprised when she heard this news because she did not know what exactly the free position would be due to. But Pan Hai at that moment tried to relax, and she was annoyed by constant conversations. So she asked why Han and Sia were so talkative and noisy. But instead of becoming quieter, Han asked the girl whether she slept well. And when she was going to go home, this question was angry with the girl, so she suddenly blew out of bed and grabbing the blanket, ordered Luton to go with her to talk. Han tried to stop the girls and said that he could spend them home, since it was already quite late and it would be dangerous to get home on their own. However, his proposal was not used. So waiting in the morning, the guy went home, where the director of Che, who in the morning wanted to discuss something, was waiting for him. He treated Connie quite officially, but he said that these formalities were not needed, so he asked him to call him simply and invited him to the apartment. After that, the director went inside and carefully crouching on a chair, checked that he was obliged to observe these formalities. Indeed, in the end, now Han Li has become not just a representative of the company, but his name caused a significant resonance throughout the industry. At that moment, the guy understood the reason for the visit of the director of Che. In the end, this university was different from everyone else. In addition, there was nothing here that could ensure competitiveness, influence, and universal support, unlike other universities. This educational institution cannot give anything to students, moreover. Instead, it benefits from them, which indicated a typical inversion of values. Even such a person as Han, who was nobody in a past life, can become the deputy head of the art department. This showed that the university does everything to please students. Therefore, Han understood what the director was talking about, and if he became famous, then their university will be indicated in the headlines of famous articles. Then, the director Che smiled and said that he would not hide the fact that Or is right. In addition, Wisdom and VastNet Finance contacted it. They claimed that they sent an email to Connie and also tried to call, but the guy did not answer. Now I had to say that he was a strange number but forgot to update the data. As for email, he used another account. Although the young man did it on purpose, if he had an old number, then 100 calls would come to him daily, from which he would have to somehow hide his personality. But the director said that you should not worry, since the university will deal with this business. And Connie should still focus on more important things. Then he immediately said that one of the companies for cooperation wants to invite the student as a participant. It would be nice if he could join them. And if everything goes well, they will be able to invite him as the main chairman as soon as he passes the qualification. At that moment, the guy thought about the qualifications, since he was worried so that this would not be empty words. After all, it is not difficult to get qualifications, but the qualification of the chairman is already a completely different matter, and Han was sure that he was not enough for this. Therefore, the young man answered the director that he has a priority for training and he does not have sufficient qualifications to participate in vastnet finance. However, the old man said that this company is quite sincere, and if they say that they are ready to give a chance, then the issue of qualifications does not matter. However, as for training, the university is ready to create favorable conditions for him. For example, an early end of training. The director of Che was thinking that if the guy agreed to his conditions, this will become the best advertisement for their university and would be of great benefit. Then Han paused and replied that this did not interest him. He does not even need education abroad now. The director became nervous but hid his emotions, and the student told the student that if he has some wishes, he can turn at any time. But now he was most interested in whether Han would participate in the internal meetings that the student hears for the first time. Then the old man explained that the university wants the student to speak with a speech. In addition, the University of Fudu wants Han to also make a report there. The young man thought about the fact that the proposal was quite serious, so he asked if he had his participation in this speech, official confirmation. But according to the director, so far it was at the level of proposal. After all, there was never such a proposal, and he was sure that this was a great opportunity. Han also thought that the idea that a student from a secondary university would give lectures to the best students is very tempting, but it did not sound right. Therefore, if his assessments improve, he will be able to do this. Therefore, the guy seriously turned to the director and said that there were rumors that many students had a complaint to him. The old Che had to hear this information for the first time, so he was surprised. And now he needed to find out the situation as soon as possible. He could not believe that someone from the university does not support the student, since he is one of the best. In addition, Lee won the contest in trade. But the young man said that he learned this from classmates, that a major discussion was raging on the forum. Many students believe that this is too much, given that this is not such a significant achievement. And this is one of the reasons why he rejected vastnet finance. Because even his classmates react violently, not to mention everyone else. The director could not understand how this could happen. Like, someone specifically raises the noise, just during the meeting. The man remembered that Yu Suezhen asked not to disseminate this information. He said that this is due to the problems of the student union. But then Che did not attach much importance to this. Therefore, now he directly asked if Yu Suezhen's conflict with Han Li has, although he was not among those who recently could pester the young man, so he decided to find out everything. But Han denied the option that this was just a misunderstanding and asked him to notify when a student union will occur. After these words, the director realized that the problem was exactly in Yu Suezhen. Although he is an ordinary student, he still will not receive the right to vote for a change in the student union. Then Che asked Lee what he was thinking about when there would be an ideal time to change, and whether he has any suitable candidates. Lee answered that he was too busy, so he did not have time to get to know someone from the student council. He knew only 2 people who came with the director last time. At that moment, Che remembered that the last time he came with Yu Suezhen and Van Tianchen, so that the situation became much more complicated. After hearing, the man suddenly got up from his chair and said Han Li that he could rest and prepare for the next couple so far. Now he should focus on his affairs, and the university will gladly help him to cope with difficulties. Since weather their pride, the young man was pleased to hear all these words about his importance. So he smiled painfully and thanked that they were careful about him. Meanwhile, Zheluten went after training, and suddenly they called her and offered a joint dinner. The girl did not want to see this person now, so she did not report her whereabouts and quickly hung up. Next to Xia was her friend Feifi, who immediately began to ask about a new fan who haunted her. Then Liutin strictly replied that this was only her business, so a friend should not look for troubles. But the girl was only glad when she said so. The idea of friendship was mainly held on this, since there were few common interests between the girls except training. But unexpectedly, on the territory of the university, the girl was seen by Yu Suezhen, who immediately called her and also offered to have lunch together. The guy immediately noted that he and Liutin had not seen each other for a long time, so he began to fall asleep. the girl with questions regarding her plans for the evening and affairs in the work of the student council. But C asked Yu Suezin not to behave as if they were friends, since they have not communicated closely for a long time and the girl does not want to restore such a relationship. Then the young man smiled and apologized for behaving incorrectly. A video to such a respectable lady who was not ready to spend at least one evening on him. But Yu quickly changed his tone of the conversation and noted that they simply worked together in the stud site. And now, they accidentally met, and it would be good to have lunch together. In addition, they only finished the meeting. We discussed preparations for the New Year's party. Everyone believes that Luton would be a wonderful presenter, and this can be discussed during lunch. At that moment, the girl wondered that she suddenly made friends with Pan Hee, and then launched a relationship with Han Lee. Her ambitions went beyond the university, and the role in the studsis faded into the background. However, if she agrees to be a host, it is not the fact that Han Lee would like it. He could be annoyed due to the fact that the girl is in the center, or on the contrary, he will like it if she becomes a beauty of the campus. Without a specific solution, Liutin quickly turned around and offered to discuss this later, since there is no time now. However, in fact, for starters, the girl wanted to know from Han Lee what he thinks regarding this invitation and would not be against it if she agrees. But while Luton went home, she suddenly caught her with his own hand by the palm of his hand and did not let her leave the university. As it turned out, it was Tan Xuan, who hugged the girl and asked her not to be so detached, since recently she rarely visits the Studs Council, so she missed. In addition, if the girls have already met, then Tan suggested lunch together and discuss some issues. Liutin admitted that as the head of the art department, Zhuan was always kind enough to her until she joined the Studsovet. She always helped disinterestedly and did not expect anything in return. Liutin could ignore any of her surroundings, except Tan, who was sincerely happy when the girl agreed to her proposal of a joint dinner. Yu Suezin was also pleased that he could go with the girls for lunch, as they go there with the whole company. And as soon as the friends sat down at the same table, Liutin immediately introduced her neighbor in the room, Fan Feifei, who joyfully smiled at the other friends of her friend. Then Xia introduced Tan Xuan to her neighbor. But the woman smiled and said that you should not be so officially treating her, so you can just see. Also, they did not forget about Yin Qin, who was sitting with a daring face all the time and was unhappy with this dinner, although she had no opportunity to refuse. Soon, Van Tianxian also joined, who explained that she had lingered because of the director, who urgently called her to a sharp conversation. Then, Yu Suezin turned to her and said that everything was fine, since they had just come and did not have time to make an order. However, the girl was more worried about why Luton was sitting at the table. She carefully crouched to the members of the Studsovet and was sure that it was Yu that invited the girl to dine with them, because he was in love with her. But most of all, she was worried about the question that Han Li Luton Li Li, so now she should carefully monitor her and find out as much information as possible. Meanwhile, Luton herself actively talked with Tan Xuan, since her friends had not seen for a long time and there were many questions regarding work. Yu Suezin did not like it too much, so he pouting to draw the attention of the girl and insert his nose into the conversation. But colleagues were more worried about the question that there were less than a month left before the New Year's party, and they still have not chosen the host, and all because of this will be worried. And especially Yui has high hopes that evening, so he could not sleep normally and eat all these days. Younger courses are always enthusiastic, and they had a lot of candidates, but Suizin said that it still did not fit this role. Tan also supported her colleagues' words and said that students are interested in parties these days, so everything should go perfectly. The host should be the one who is truly charming. Then Luton replied that Zhuan is best suited for this, since there were rumors that she was leading at past parties. And this is true, but she has been dealing with this issue for 2 years, so that a woman will no longer be able to surprise students. Therefore, the team thought over everything and, in their opinion, Luton is most charismatic among all freshmen. In addition, according to Yu Suezin, the girl is of great popularity, so it is ideal for the role of a leading party for young students. Then Yin Qin intervened and said that she was too shy. She is really a celebrity of the university but does not want to recognize this fact. In addition, Yin has a lot of work with Swan, so they have no extra time to become leading at that party. Luton decided that she would finally give an answer when she discussed everything with Han Li. And now she was more interested in the question of what kind of work we are talking about. Yin said that this is just an incomplete working day, namely performances in discoveries and various performances. something like this. Then Tan intervened and said that Chin could find work without any problems, so Luton can try with them. And if she manages to get fame, then she will be offered a contract with good payment. This is much better than working in some company. The girls too intrusively tried to tell Luton about this work, and she realized that they were very naive. She met many agents to search for talents, and they always promise a lot of things: models, queens of cinema, and a great future, which in the end will never come. In addition, there are always many pitfalls in their contracts. So it seems that you are selling your soul and a luxurious future. Soon, the waiter came up and said that the order of this table would soon be ready. But suddenly, Luton shouted that she was not interested in it. Moreover, she turned to Tan Xuan and warned her that if a girl really plans to do this, she should be very careful. After all, the modeling world is too false, and its career depends solely on the mercy of agents. Therefore, she can earn a lot, but at the same time lose even more: cosmetics, luxury items, and daily care. All this is necessary for work. People who do not have connections often face difficulties, and as a result they remain with nothing. Suddenly, Yin Qin intervened, and turning to her friend said that Luton was looking at them from a height and behaving like a queen. Then I drew attention to the girl's coat, which cost tens of thousands. Like that is why she looks from a height at those who earn quite a bit. Luton knew that Yin Qin usually speaks only behind her, but today it seemed to decide to speak out in the face. Then Qin continued and said that she ceased to pretend to be a saint. In her opinion, the girl constantly tries to seem an important person with a serious face, thereby humiliating others. In addition, she could not have mocked from the coat, which, according to her, was presented to the girl by a rich fan who does not love her girlfriend so much that she buys her coat in just a few tens of thousands. At that moment, Luton realized that she was ready to face any problems related to this coat. But the worst that can happen is gossip. She had heard a lot about herself before, so now it did not bother her. However, now, being in this situation, she sincerely wanted only that someone could help her get out of this swamp. And when Saya was ready to quit everything and go home in tears, she suddenly heard a familiar voice that called her on the other side of the hall. As it turned out, it was Han Li, who waved his hand and said, "They say he did not expect to see in one place so many acquaintances leading such a lively conversation." Then the young man turned to Luton and asked why she had not informed him of such a number of beauties before, because it upset him, so he would come faster. But Xia knew that Si Mantun did not know how to argue with people. And even when a quarrel was among friends, she always lost to everyone. And when all this happened again, she hoped that someone would help her and would not finish her with her questions and bullying. However, Han at that moment he looked at Luton and tried to understand what she was thinking now, and why he looked so scared among the company of colleagues. Therefore, he spoke to the girl and asked why she ignores him. And is it really better for everyone to leave because of his delay? Then, Xia tried to convey to the guy that he should stay, but she did not have the opportunity to speak to him, as the quarrel continued. Suddenly, Feng Feimi was blown up, who told Connie that Xi calmly talked with everyone. But Yin called her a woman who enters into a relationship for the sake of money. So now, the girl wanted to hit her. Han did not want to get his hands down on his own, but since Feifei was seriously configured, he allowed her to do this and protect Luton every time someone tries to offend her. The guy knew that at least Feng looked weak. He has a fighting spirit. In a past life, she was known as a fierce fighter, who often enters into conflicts with other girls. Suddenly, Yu Suezhen intervened in the conversation, who realized that it was worth reassuring the degree of conversation. Otherwise, he could end with a tough fight. Meanwhile, Yinkin tried to understand why the name of a man who came to their company seemed so familiar to her. Then Tan turned to her and said that it was a rich heir with connections in the Department of International Exchange, a key figure at their university. It was because of him that Van Xiatian and others left the campus, and the Studs Council can no longer earn money. Therefore, the woman was sure that Qin had already heard about him. In fact, the girl could not remember any of them. But after the story he had heard, she realized that this is the very legendary Han Li, who was running around the entire university, including the director of Che. However, Yinkin was sure that it was the fault of Xia Luton, so she accused the girl of the conflict that occurred between them. In addition, I could not believe that Han stood up for her. The girl used to plan to seduce Li, but now all her plans were destroyed. But suddenly Inta felt that there was still hope. Therefore, in order to disgrace her competitor, she asked before the whole team, was it really an expensive coat that was presented with? Was a present from Han Li. Liutin became inconvenient for the light in which she is now being exposed. So she said that if it is, then to whom it makes the difference? from whom this gift. At that moment, Feng Feifei herself could not believe that Han really did it. But she was proud that he was so generous and was so good about her friend. Then Dee also approached her with the words that she would also receive a good birthday present for the fact that at a difficult moment she supported Jia Luton. Suddenly, Yu intervened and told Connie that Qin got a little excited and did not want to offend anyone, and given the fact that a man, then he should not be offended by the girl. Han smiled and said that he was absolutely anyway to her, since this question does not concern him. However, he is going to take accounts with Su Yinshin himself. After what he heard, Yu began to worry. He just wanted to intercede for a colleague, and as a result, he became those who will receive the greatest punishment. The man was very afraid that Li still found out about the setup and treason on his part, but he tried to reassure himself that the guy had no evidence. Therefore, he decided to start another topic and aloud suggested that Han was not satisfied with the work of their student self-government. So he turned to him as a chairman. Therefore, he turned to the workers and ordered that they immediately take up work as soon as they return to the university. They must monitor the discipline in campus and cleanliness in the hostel. Also, the guys had to help Han Li receive the recognition of excellent students. Otherwise, this would demonstrate disrespect for him from the educational institution. At that moment, Han realized that Yu was trying to disgust him. Students are afraid of retaking exams and more checks than deductions itself. Per charges mean another year of payment for an additional fee, and if they do not want to retake, they should still spend money. Checks require compliance with cleanliness and order. Disciplinary inspections require compliance with the rules, no illegal devices or night walks, and if the problems are not eliminated, students are waiting for fines and a ban on the exit from the hostel. If they take away a lot of points from them, the university administration will hold a conversation with them. Han Li himself is in this place with great respect, so do not be afraid. However, Yu Suezhen can aim at his classmates, and when this happens, their hatred will switch to him. The guy understood that when the enemy could not cope with him, he was trying to rush at his environment, which is a vile act. Meanwhile, Yu himself laughed and asked if Han is still unhappy, and in this case he has many more offers. And while he was trying to mock with his jokes, he did not notice how the girl grabbed his portion nearby and threw her in the face of the chairman of the student council. At that moment, he was humiliated before the whole company. Since before he had never had such experience, the guy did not have time to understand who dared to substitute him like that. So he turned to all his friends around and could not see them with a cry, as the glasses were covered with food. As it turned out, it was the work of Luton's hands. She told you that he was damn about her. He thinks that the position of president of student self-government makes him an important person, but in fact, in the eyes of students, he is nobody. The girl directly said that she would not turn a blind eye to all the vile deeds that he had done before. In addition, his confidence that he can force someone to obey is not supported by anything. She said loudly that he would not succeed. She and other team members know about Yu's affairs with senior courses, so such a jerk cannot challenge Han Li. According to Luton, he is too boring, so it is better to let him work on himself than to interfere in the affairs of others and try to be cool in the eyes of others. At that moment, Yin Qian immediately rushed to wipe her face to the director and said that she had gone crazy, having lost all the manners. However, Luton only laughed and asked what manners we are talking about, since she doubts that such fans of Suezhen can generally be called people. Soon, students began to gather around this quarrel who tried to understand what happened. But many guys at that moment supported Luton. It was not clear to them why the girl hit the director, who would definitely become famous if she continues to walk in this form at the university. Yu did not understand why everyone around was laughing at him, since he made a lot of effort to get what he now has. So he was sure that everyone should be proud of him and respect. And now, an ordinary student from the university has come and tried to ruin his life, which was able to do only with his presence nearby. He was especially annoyed by the sneakers, who were always fated to Han Li, thereby helping him to humiliate the head of student self-government. At that moment, the young man could not stand it, and asked Li what right he had to look at the chapter with a high. And he asked to wait, because if he does not cope with the violators, then he really admits that he is not worthy of his position. Han looked towards the guy and asked the girls if they understood what this young man barks about, and why he screamed so loudly that he was laying his ears. But suddenly Yu asked everyone to shut up and turned to Van Tiansen, asking a girl who helped her get the last increase. He could not believe that she really thought that he was the head of the advertising department thanks to her abilities, although in fact, she just had a sweet face. At that moment, Han intervened and asked Xuanzi that he should not respect the president of the Studs Council and how he allows himself to talk with Mrs. Van. Everyone around suddenly stopped understanding what was happening. But then they waited for what would happen between men. Yu could not calm down, and his face was still in soup. But despite this, he still asked Han what he had in mind. Then Lee smiled and apologized for the fact that he had so quietly voiced the news that should have reached all members of student self-government a little later. But he had no choice. Hanya annoyed that Yu was all the time that he would be able to keep him under control. But in fact, Swetson did not even participate in the competition, proud of a little success, considering himself the best. The position of president of students always gave him confidence. But now, given the latest events, Swetson could only enjoy the last days in this position, since he would do everything to change the leadership. Suddenly, Han hugged Luton near him and said that they would leave so as not to interfere, and everyone else could continue to enjoy dinner. Then, Feng Feifei turned to the guy and asked him to take her with him. But not only she was wanting, since Van Tianzin also began to flee the student. However, the latter did not make it possible to leave Tan Xuan, as she grabbed the girl by the hand and asked what Han was talking about, and did she really become the new president? Then Yin Qin intervened and said that this news is really shocking. However, she was more interested in when the girl managed to get closer to Han Li, although she had not said anything about him before. Suddenly, Van Tianzin was worried and tried to explain to all those present that with Li, they are nothing more than just friends, so do not invent something. But suddenly her phone rang, and as it turned out, it was the director of Che who asked the student to come to his urgent conversation. After that, the girl threw all friends in lunch with the words that the director wants her to come. So you need to immediately run to the university. From the team of the student council, there was only one guy who asked Yu Suezin whether he should go to the restroom and wash off the remnants of food from his face. But suddenly the director of the team began to rage and arranged a real chaos in the dining room, breaking the tables and breaking the dishes on the floor, which scattered into small pieces. The guy could not believe that Han really did it and is now trying to leave him without a position. But Yu did not pay attention to it, as he was sure that only his team decides who would become the head. Soon, a waiter who served this table went into the hall and told the man that he would need to pay for all the broken plates. At that moment, he became inconvenient, and Suezin seemed to come to his senses, since at the last minute he seemed to have lost control of his mind and body. Meanwhile, Han, along with Luton and Feifei, went to another place where they ordered the bakis for their work. Luton did not understand why her friend was so happy. Wasn't she afraid that the director would take revenge on her? But the girl replied that according to Han Li, Suezin would soon leave her position. So now it's time to learn a little more about her guy. So she asked if he was so close to Van Tianzin that he helped her with career growth. Then Han said that earlier, Yu Suezin wanted to substitute him, and the girl told him. However, now it became interesting what happened between men earlier. Li answered that the director was one of the supporters Luton, but the girl could not believe that only this could cause such a quarrel. The guy had to explain that Yui, of those people who love to compete and rather jealous, he cannot stand it when others are better than him. Therefore, obsessed with its status in the eyes of others, and this drives him crazy. The university wanted to provide some bonuses to Connie, but he tried to prevent this. At that moment, Luton thought that she was probably too kind to Suezin, so Fahieja was right, and he would really be worth a cold soup. However, the guy objected and said that compared to dousing with soup, the words of the girl sounded much more aggressive, very sharply and coldly. Then Feifei laughed and said that when a neighbor shouted at the director, his facial expression was so funny that it shocked her, so it was difficult to restrain her. Therefore, having spent a good evening in the company of girls, Han went home and was busy analyzing statistics and the rest of the mathematical work within a few days. Having received new information, the guy graduated with working questions and went to the university, where many friends who organized a party awaited him. Students were happy to see Han Li and immediately began to welcome him, although he himself did not understand in honor of which the holiday was organized and how he was involved. Then the classmate reported that he took first place again. So many now needed his advice regarding training. But Han asked everyone not to rush, as he has a plan, and he would need help from friends. Therefore, as soon as he decides everything, he will immediately contact them. The classmates were happy to help and said that they would wait for messages when it would be convenient for him to start his plan. A few hours later, a lot of calls from various financial workers began to receive a young man's phone, and everyone offered a place in their companies with favorable conditions. At that moment, Li was the director Che, and he said that they could not do anything with his performance. Recently, the number of calls has increased, and some especially inventive people turned to the dean. Teachers immediately rejected these dubious requests on behalf of the student and shared only with really worthy candidates. Those to whom they could not refuse simply gave their own student phone number. Han is already tired of all this. He wanted to live an ordinary youthful life with in-depth training and carefree days. But instead, he had to solve serious issues. With the exception of outsiders, since even teachers tried to grab him with a request that he would not leave their studies, since there are many bad people in the world, so it is worth gaining experience. And now, when he was sitting in the director's office, the old man pulled out some documents that he handed the guy and said that he should get acquainted with them. Indeed, given the complexity, urgency, and importance of the student's work, the management decided on personnel permits in the student council. They offer professionalism, both in external advertising and in domestic maintenance. Therefore, in order to promote the university style, it is worth focusing on people. Han agreed and said that this was good. Like, the director behaved visionarily and went in the leg with the times, which could not but cause admiration for young people. But after reading all the papers, the young man said that he was too busy, so I could not join the student council, and thanked for the proposal. However, the director asked to wait, because last year, due to a lack of funds, many projects did not pass as well as planned. The management thinks about increasing financing of student self-government, and will provide some departments with more autonomy. Therefore, it made a decision. Start with the creation of a new student council and allocate a fixed amount of 10,000 per semester on it, offering various financing for important events. When Han heard all this news about the changes, he realized that the director was obviously trying to lure him with this. But there is no sense in this. And as soon as the guy wanted to abandon this proposal, the director immediately noted that the greatest privileges will be allocated to the Faculty of Art. In a past life, he himself was a member of the artistic department, and again life tried to connect him with this. But before agreeing, the young man asked why this particular department. Then the director raised his hand and carefully said that the leadership wants Han Lee to lead the recently created art department, as a responsible person should lead them. After what he heard, the student was sincerely surprised, because he did not expect that he would be offered some high position at this university again. He became inconvenient, so he asked the director if he was mistaken at the meeting, so he immediately began to offer some other candidacy instead of himself. However, Che noted that for a start, it is worth listening to him. At the meeting, the leadership decided to provide the artistic department with more powers and significance, so they are going to use it as a breakthrough to become leaders. As for everything else, it will be priority financing, the allocation of a place under regular activity. In addition, this department will have additional benefits and self-financing options. Finally, the university will be able to agree on additional measures, which will reduce the concern of students working part-time, and the director and management himself will also gradually attract the attention of the external resource of the department. Their mission is to create a dual-purpose department, combining beauty and quality to serve students and increase the reputation of their university. Han was sure that this was a good move. At the beginning, the art department was not the best place. The members of the art department were not too competent, and thanks to the additional financing and the large number of bonuses that the university offers, the art department will really flourish. But the main conclusion from the statement of the director Che was that when Han is behind the wheel, financing in the amount of 10,000 per semester will be at the artistic department. Despite the fact that he does not need this money, he will be able to use it to finance the participants in his business, since there are many beautiful girls in this department, and he was sure that these beauties would also be satisfied with his proposal, as they would have good earnings. The guy plunged for several minutes in his dreams, since thoughts about beautiful girls were haunted, and he thought how to make work with them. It was difficult for him to abandon the idea, given the fact that real models studied at his university, for a place next to which one could arrange a duel. However, he soon returned to reality and realized that the problem is not only in the absence of money that he could now be allocated. In the future, short films and TV shows that bring good income will dominate, and shares trading. This is a temporary lesson, so in order to earn money, Han must use any opportunity. And if he still manages to do this, then from the usual department, the head of which he will become, it will be possible to create a whole show. But now the men decided to postpone this issue. And a few days later, Yu Suesin was angry with Van Tenitsen for not having liked her attitude. However, the girl pretended not to understand what the leader was talking about. Moreover, she was already sure that she would take his place soon, so you should not spend your nerves now. Van affectionately smiled Suezin and asked what exactly was not satisfied with him, since she did not see any problems in their work. On that day, heavy rain fell on the street, and the director held all students until late in the evening, as he wanted to punish everyone for not taking up for him during lunch. The men from the team did not understand what was happening. It seemed to some that there was some kind of tension between Yu and Van, which is why this conflict occurred. But suddenly, Yinchin turned to Tankin and noted that the girl will soon become the president of the student council. So even her aura changed. However, adhering to the fact that Yu Xuanzin still holds this position, she must show respect and not to scoff at him publicly, as she does it for the past few days. After hearing, the guys suddenly began to discuss that the news regarding the change of leadership is not just gossip, but still true. Although it was difficult for some to believe in it, Li Han Li is too pompous and did not want to show respect for the Studs Council. But because of him, the internal team should not suffer. Students were indignant that their university has many good people. Therefore, Han Li cannot command the leadership of the whole educational institution. The members of the union were sure that Yu Suizin did a lot of good for them, so he could not take the president's place, especially in this way. Most of all, it was the guys who treated with respect for the old leader to whom you respect, and as his friends, so they could not allow his dismissal. At that moment, Van realized that Suezin uses his position in the stud site for personal interests. He earned a lot of money for his subordinates, and therefore they were treated accordingly only because they made a good profit for this. In the end, most members of the student council are not from wealthy families. They live only a few thousand a month, so they do not need a lot of payment for their work. The Studs Council always worked voluntarily, and since they received an additional income from Yu Suezin, they soon began to support him. Therefore, now, none of the team members supported a new candidate. They were sure that Tianxin has some personal problems with Suexinum, and therefore she resorts to insidious tactics. Meanwhile, Yu himself exposed himself as a victim and quietly enjoyed the work of his subordinates, who all as one began to protect him. He worked so hard to strengthen his position, and Han Li and Van Tianxin are now trying to shame his career shamelessly. However, the guy was confident in his abilities and support from the students, using which he tried to take the upper hand. And now he wanted to let his competitors know that not only power is important in this game, but also a cunning that the guy had more than enough. And the next day, Director Jiang from the Department for Work with Students gathered all representatives of self-government and wanted to make an important announcement. Then he took out the documents and said that the meeting would concern the issue of re-election of the Student Council and the composition of various departments. And the first word was given to Yu Suezin, who already understood what decision awaited him, so he prepared and came to the meeting. He took out his papers and greeted the students, and teachers said that the days spent together were incredible, but all the good would end someday. Despite the fact that the guy had a recorded speech and tried to behave confidently, he was still nervous, since everything did not work as he imagined. Then he continued that for him a great honor is the fact that the university gave him the opportunity to study abroad, and he really wanted this, but not now. However, he said that he would now focus on preparing for learning, so he will not have any more opportunity to work for the benefit of students. However, most of all now, he was annoyed by the fact that even without personally seeing Han Li, he is already dropping out of his own free will. Otherwise, this would have happened with great shame. All present students and self-government members were shocked by such news, since they tried their best to survive the position of president of the council for Suyanxin. But now the young man said that he still believes in the new leadership of Van Tianxin and the fact that she can cope with her duties, and students will continue to be in her posts and help her. Last night, you felt fearless, and today I was forced to utter a farewell word. Most of all, he was frightened by condemnation from former colleagues. The only one who supported the speech of Suenzin was the director of Zheng, who had extensive experience in his position and understood how it was to give up a dream for something else. He turned to the student and said that his words were really good and he could return to his place. And then a new leader of the art department will be presented. The old man immediately invited Han Li, who only entered the hall and immediately had to inform students regarding all the new events that he plans to organize with the council. But none of those present except Van expected to see Han Li as the new leader of the art department, who only gained momentum in his development. Some of the students thought that the use of power to suppress others would cause discontent, which is why Han pulled for some ropes to get this position. Today, Yu Suezhen was fired, so students scared the students who can be fired the next day for any trifle in non-fulfillment of their duties. Everyone was embarrassed by the question of what they could become the following in this game for survival. So you need to do a maximum in order to stay in their position. In addition, the students suggested that all the negative emotions of other members of the student council would be directed to Han Li, who, in their opinion, is the culprit of all this. The guy himself was not sure that he was acting correctly in relation to other colleagues, so he needed at least some support from the outside. He all the time glanced at Liu Tin, who also did not take his eyes off him and tried to say that it was time to act. And that moment, Han showed his eyes that it was just worth it to relax, since he can independently deal with this issue and do not worry. Meanwhile, Yu Suezhen sat at a round table and turned to Van Vanchen with these words so that she would not think that she managed to defeat him. In addition, the girl should know that people hate those who achieve success thanks to relationships and friends and not their professional skills. Moreover, among those present ordinary people. So she stopped dreaming that she could win someone. But suddenly, one of those present asked in surprise about the size of the budget, which was now allocated for the needs of students with the new leadership. Therefore, when people became interested in a new proposal, Van held out her hand to the former president and said that she was sincerely surprised in his myopia. And then she asked if he seemed to him that Han Li, like him, had some privileges, thanks to which one can partially forget about the decency and registered laws. Since last night the girl reported Han Li that Suezhen raised the noise at the meeting, and now all members of the student council were opposed to him. Usually he was the money that allocated and then shared it with his subordinates. So now he has devoted associates. They do not have much money, but with the retirement of Yu, they will lose everything that remained. In addition, the former president recently publicly quarreled with Hanem, and then he suddenly removed him from his post, which may look rather suspicious. Then Li asked Van, "Is it really embarrassing her whether everyone would be unhappy with them, thinking that they abuse their privileges for the sake of benefit?" Suddenly, Tanyitsin began to hesitate over the answer, as she deeply understood that they really took advantage of their capabilities to get a position and power. But Han immediately informed her that hatred of their privileges is characterized by all people who have no such opportunities. Thanks to this, society is supported by honesty and justice, and selfishness is the nature of man. To counteract privileges, it is also the nature of man. In addition, to continue to be an egoist. After receiving privileges is also the nature of man. Han knew that dividing the power between subordinates, he not only favors people but also reduces conflict. It is precisely because his authority is higher than you. He will be able to take control of much more. We are talking about the reform of the new student administration. And as for the subordinates, they follow who treats them well. The university wants the new student council to serve everything better, financing the activities of their management from 20,000 to 100, and key posts will be re-elected. By that time, the team should draw up a work plan and notify for the approval of a new budget. They will transparently report on their expenses in order to encourage more partners. When Yinkin heard that now their house would be 100,000, she even thought about the fact that Father Han Li was the director of the university. It was strange for Tan Xuan to hear about financial transparency, since it turns out that the guy would not take anything to himself. And if Suezhen was in his place, he took at least a third. However, the days that the members were glad that now they no longer have to limit their budget for events and pay from their pockets. Since last month it was difficult for many because of this. Therefore, now the leadership of Han Li and Miss Van seemed much better than Suezhen, since the student council could achieve great success at the university. Therefore, after the listed program, former members of the council thanked with a smile a new leadership and were glad that finally their work could change. Now there were questions to Tankin why she had not talked about this news before. But these were sincere words of congratulations, without a drop of envy. After discussing the main issue of the budget, it was necessary to start the distribution of roles to each member of self-government. And the first to choose Van Tankin as the new president of the student council, which further had to hand over positions to other members of the team. It was important to choose 2 vice presidents, and Tan Xuan was the first, since it was she who was well-versed in the matters of the council and all problematic issues. Further, Van Xiatan, who was endlessly glad of his new position, was elected general secretary and thanked for such an opportunity to develop. The head of the disciplinary department, Tankin, appointed Liu Zibi, who was also delighted with new duties and was ready to comply with all the requirements and rules. Well, According to the agreement with the director of the university, Han Lee became the head of the art department without any doubt. During the time while they distributed new positions, Saya Luton was sitting offended all the time. But as it turned out, now she will be the head of the advertising department. The girl was very surprised and drew attention to these words, as she did not know at all that she was involved in the distribution of roles in a new team. Suddenly, Han Lee approached her, held out his hand and took the girl to him. Said that for today they should finish this matter in order to be able to relax well before the first working day. After that, the couple went to the exit, and all the girls only looked into the trail, thereby showing her envy, Luton, because of her new guy. And when Han Lee left the hall, Yin Chin immediately turned to her friend Tan and said that the skills of the young men were much stronger than she could imagine. Therefore, now the question arose why everyone who approaches Lee suddenly becomes so confident. But Jia Luton is a completely different matter. Looking at Tianqin, Yin did not understand how a girl who used to serve just a decoration of Shuezhen suddenly grew so quickly. Tan Xuan did not want to participate in these discussions, so she simply advised her friend to be careful with Han Lee and all his close circles. Then, Qin smiled and said that she would no longer go against them, so as not to earn new problems that she had so hard to understand the last time. Soon the new student council began its work. The advertising department began to actively grieve how to promote Han Lee, and the rear section began to recruit employees. After the announcement, many beautiful girls came to the selection. They tried to show their best qualities and skills in order to get a place in this department. At some point, Han was even tired of thanks for the fact that they came, so he simply replied that the elections themselves would pass in a few days. Then he was able to understand how this is when he was surrounded by so many beauties. He remembered this incredible feeling for life and wanted to live a reinstall. Meanwhile, Luton silently watched how many girls cling to her boyfriend, so she decided to do something about it, but not to intervene personally. Therefore, being nearby, she came up with a good plan and immediately reached out with her hand behind the phone to shoot all this on camera. Then I chose an expensive angle so that Han Lee's happy face was visible, who was smiling all the time and could not get enough of such attention from the girls. And as it turned out, in accordance with the Luton plan, she wanted to notify Pan He about how her boyfriend had fun, while he was not next to him. After what he saw, Miss Pan suddenly began to look rather worried, as he realized that in this case she could not affect her boyfriend. Toward evening, Han Di went home to finally relax and devote a little time to his studies, since he doesn't have time for nothing because of work. But suddenly, a young man called Pan Hai, who surprisingly asked him and asked how the day passed. However, as it turned out, all this was not just like that. The girl immediately asked how she feels surrounded by beauties, to which she got a satisfactory answer. Han said that the selection in the art department will take place in a few days, so Pan has the opportunity to come to the university and feel the same as he is today. However, he had no time for jokes and whether she asked for so far to forget about those girls, since her father and Mr. Doc saw that the guy's profit was quite high. And they said that they were bored with him and invited to a family dinner. Now Han had no choice, so he agreed to dinner that took place that evening, but ended not in the best way. In the end, Uncle Pan enjoyed the attention of a young beauty, who always fed him with grapes and was ready to do everything that a rich man wished. Therefore, for the manifestation of little attention, the stranger received a lot of money, almost without making efforts. However, she did not even know that Uncle Pen was married. All this happened in front of Han Lee, who sincerely did not like this sight, so he tried to distract himself to something else. An hour ago, venerable men vividly raised glasses with wine for Khan, who at such a young age managed to achieve considerable success, which he attracted the attention of venerable people. They congratulated the guy with the first place, and Uncle Pan raised his glass and said that the one who disconnected the first after a large amount of drink would be considered a loser. For Khan, all this looked very strange, as he agreed to a quiet family dinner and not to a noisy feast, which was accompanied by a large amount of alcohol. However, now he could not say anything, since his future depended on the financing of these people, so he had to endure everything. But soon the behavior of Uncle Foam has changed, since he began to cry with his friends and talk about the difficult life problems found on his path to achieving the goals in business. However, his mood depended on the amount of alcohol in the blood. So raising a little degree, he began to pester Han Lee, inviting him to him. The young man had no choice but to agree to the proposal to go together, not knowing what was waiting for him ahead. As it turned out, Uncle Pen and Mr. Duo took the young man to the next room, where there were many attractive girls in rather candid dresses. But while the old people had fun, Han thought, He used to be sure that Mr. Pan was one of the few rich people who did not lie at the fool. But as it turned out, all this was a pretense. For businessmen like Mr. Penn to linger until late or not to come home at all. So no one paid attention to this at home. Although Pan Hye-hyo is quite smart, so her mother should also be smart, which meant that women knew about Mr. Pan's entertainment, but clearly distinguished marriage, family, love, and entertainment. And it was thanks to this influence that Peng He's view of love was different from others. It is not surprising that she so quickly agreed to non-standard 3-time entertainment. But despite this, Mr. Penn continued to take care of his family, and especially his daughter, who was always ready to pay attention and give the right amount of money. But now the young man was interested in whether Mr. Penn would remember this evening after alcohol leaves his body. The next day, the old Penn woke up with a severe headache and, as it turned out, remembered everything in details. As soon as the man woke up, his wife with a glass of water immediately came to him and said that last night she had to drag him home on her own. Although Penn spoke about a business meeting, and she ended with entertainment. The old man apologized and said that he was too carried away by a drink, after which he repented that this would never happen again and he would not abuse. The woman began to do his massage and asked what he was thinking about doing some business for Han Lee. Then Pan said that he would ask his daughter to organize everything again and promise to keep everything under control. After a hard night, the guy went to work where Van Xiaotan met him and carefully greeted his new leadership. But when he saw the tired view of the director, he asked where he was going. However, Han at that moment asked not to pay attention to him. To begin with, the guy decided to ventilate a little on the street and let the body rest after a sleepless night. But as it turned out, they were already waiting for him. Pen He immediately ran to Khan and kissed him in front of the entire university to show the girls that her boyfriend is already busy and should not be pestering him, after which she asked how the party passed last night with her father. But Han had no desire to answer this question and immediately asked why he came to him. Like for him, it looked so that the girl is trying to show him her independence in order to touch him once again. However, Pan He herself did not see something bad in her actions and asked, unless she could sometimes come and take a con from the university. The young man replied that everything was fine until she feels happy. Then he offered to stay with him for the night, but he heard a refusal. Due to the fact that the girl was almost caught the last time, her mother introduced a commandant hour for her, and now she should come home no later than midnight. However, instead of the words of support, Han said that he could forget about this idea, since they will not have time in a few hours. According to him, Luton can deplete her during this time. Therefore, the girl thought that these two have an incredible endurance, so she should also go to the gym. Having finished the conversation, he started the car and took Hanya to the place that previously promised to show. It was about a huge house. The atmosphere there was quite pleasant. However, this was not the place where you can get just having money. Then Penn said that the people with whom her father agreed are not the celebrities of the highest level, but they are well-known local magnates. At the moment, they could be the best customers for Lee. And then Han realized that Uncle Pan had made a lot of effort to organize this important meeting for him with a potential future cooperation. Although now the young man seems impressive, he himself knew that in fact, communication with such important persons was still impossible. They have their own investment channels, and they are not interested in small affairs in secondary markets, because these rich people feel a strong need for the persecution of God's action, which could give them to the power that they dream of. While the guy was thinking about how he could be lucky, if he could still provide the services that these rich people need, he did not notice how he smiled all the way. However, his attention was attracted by a charming lady who looked rather extravagant, and was happy when she finally met this capable guy. Next to her was also a man who extended his hand and wanted to offer to meet a little closer. All the time, this stranger looked worried. However, the woman did not let him say a word. She decided to introduce herself as Jin Meilin, but such a person as Han can just call her Miss Jin. Two men also introduced themselves as Mr. Guan and Mr. Huan, and Connie became inconvenient at that moment. As it turned out, Miss Jin was proud of him for a long time and considered talented. In her opinion, the guy should have an excellent upbringing, so she immediately asked where his parents work and whether they were against cooperation. Then Han did not know what to answer this question so as not to spoil his first opinion about himself. But suddenly he received a notice from the system. As it turned out, now the young man has received a new skill, namely the ability to assess the situation. This can help him quickly cope with critical moments, increasing his chance of success in negotiations. And as the name implies, the skill helps to make the right decision as soon as something owed or has already happened. A way to avoid losses and maximize profits, this skill can be very effective both in business meetings and in everyday life. In this situation, Han was able to determine that the partner was trying to get closer to him, observing a certain distance. Therefore, Han answered Miss Jin that this flattery is excess, since his parents are ordinary people and he is quite young, so he should still learn a lot. Then Mr. Pan intervened and informed the venerable lady that let such a young age not mislead her. After all, when the guy first came to their home and started a conversation about actions, he immediately realized that he had potential. And it was not only about talent, but also about great motivation. He allowed to manage personal accounts, and the old Dao, seeing his profit, also wanted to try. At that time, the man behaved defiantly and said that he would give a young man 10 million to test his abilities in managing large amounts of money. And as a result, even 2 days did not pass. The man announced that he regrets, as he invested too little money. After this story, the old man Dao asked him not to disgrace, since he really still regrets his mistake. But now all the old rich continues to ask him in regards to Han Li, and they are interested in whether this young genius wants to cooperate. Dao was sincerely glad for Li, and even decided to raise a glass for him, as he had previously underestimated him. And now he hoped that they could continue to work together in the future. At that moment, Han took advantage of the skill and found out that the man was hinting. They say a student is in great demand, so he can cooperate to create an image in the eyes of others. Therefore, he thanked for the fact that his abilities were valued and wanted to continue cooperation. And if one day the client changes his mind to work with him, then the contract can be broken. In addition to working moments, Mr. Dao the Elder is for a guy. So he poured a bottle of wine and decided to raise a toast for this person. After what they heard, the new potential customers were delighted and told the foam that everything corresponds to his words. After all, working with such a professional as Han gives many peace of mind. Miss Jin decided to be frank and said that she came here in order to cooperate with Li. Therefore, they are a little signing a contract, as he once did it with the old preschool educational institution. Then Han replied that he now had no shortage of money, and given the current market conditions, 20 million from Mr. Pan and Mr. Dao was already a rather difficult task. Without a purchase section, one promotion will not cope with this. Therefore, now for the student, the most reliable and meticulous approach was to focus on his own funds and quickly increase speed. As for everyone's wishes, he needs to think about this issue well, after which Han will definitely contact customers, as this is a big responsibility. But all these words only more encourage the rich to trust him with his money. Since Li demonstrated responsibility and seriousness, the guests decided to drink for the health of a professional, but taking into account the past experience, he advised that it was better not to drink so much alcohol. Meanwhile, Pan He, who was not allowed to say a word, sat alone at the table, so she simply watched this action. Then the girl was convinced that Han is a really good actor, and after this speech she almost believed that he was as serious as trying to demonstrate it. But after the feast, the couple went to the guy home, where he decided to go in for sports, and he told him that she thought as if he would immediately agree to the next contract. After all, these people are really generous. Each of them could allocate at least 20 million. But according to Li, this is his strategy. After all, if he does not agree right away, it will look more reliable and will demonstrate that their cooperation is mutual. Thus, they will think that getting on board is not so easy. So they will offer even better conditions to be sure that Han will be able to take up their money. Then Pan Hai angrily exhaled and said that from the very beginning she suspected, as if a guy had planned something. And according to her, people who do not really know would be deceived by his act. And Miss Jin looked at him as if she had won $1 million in the lottery. It seemed to the girl that Han was trying to breed her. Then the young man took advantage of the assessment of the situation and realized that he was absolutely sure of his judgments and consciously raises this question. It became interesting to him that Pan still could not fully understand his thoughts and know the essence of his inner world. From this question, the girl only got angry, since Han wanted her to know him completely, in every sense. Therefore, she rushed at Li, and grabbing him by the t-shirt said that the next time she would not restrain himself and the guy would only suffer from this. But before letting go home, the young man recalled that the next day the preliminary selection would begin to the art department, so he invited her as a judge, to which he was refused. But in fact, Han himself was also not interested, so he suggested that Pan invite Luton together. As a result, Han remained one night, so he planned how to take a selection to the artistic department and how much subordinates he would better recruit. The next day, preparations for a creative performance were actively carried out in the assembly hall, where other members of the student government placed various scenery and equipment. They also prepared a piano that no one used for a long time, so I had to call the master to configure the tool. For performances, many girls came, where everyone wanted to show themselves from the best side and was ready to use their skills. But suddenly, they began to look for Han Li. As it turned out, the guy said that after entering the art department, they would not calculate points, and thanks to this, they will not be able to fail exams. Tan Xuan said that he provided many concessions for the art department, so later all members will be able to get acquainted with them. Soon, the girl called the first number that should go on stage, and other girls began to nervously ask everyone about whether Han would really appear in the hall. But suddenly Zhuan said that the results of the competition would be known in group chat. But Han himself still did not arrive at the university, as previously expected. Among the jury there were only a few members of the student council. But most of all, everyone was waiting for the chairman of the art department, which was still not there. But as it turned out, Han was just late because of traffic jams in the city, and was very surprised when he saw the number of participants who wanted to go to his team. But according to Luton, this was expected, given how tempting the privileges were that they promised for members of the rear department. It was about additional financing, the absence of a decrease in points and failures in non-exams, free sites for practice and performances. They will even have the opportunity to get on television if they show themselves enough. Thanks to this, the university will be able to gain popularity, and students are considerable profit. Therefore, under such conditions, everyone would like to get there. But Han explained that he did not give false hopes. He could help students rise as high as their abilities allow, and if necessary, it will help to find places for learning abroad. Then Lutin was surprised that the guy really has such influential connections that he could organize training in another country. Han smiled and, hugging him seriously, asked, she would like to spend time abroad, but the girl considered it a rather troublesome step. But Li calmly said that you should not worry about it like that. The main thing is to decide what Luton personally wants, and then act according to the plan. He directly told the girl that she should choose her goal, and he can help to pave the way for her, so everything is easy. However, Luton did not like when her ambitions and opportunities were underestimated, so she advised Han Yu to save this opportunity for someone else, and she would cope herself. Then she pushed the guy and added that he should not hope that his sweet words would make an obedient mistress out of her. Then Liutin wanted to quit this whole selection and go home. But suddenly Han said that they should buy several more clothing sets, and then she could be free. But as it turned out, Li had his own plans for this day, so he quickly rented a room at the hotel, and it was there that he and Luton spent good time alone. However, the girl herself was not happy that she agreed to this proposal, as she gave herself a word not to contact Han Li anymore. Only she could not understand how the guy manages to deceive her and use her for her own purposes, making her so that she herself does not mind. After that, Han got out of bed and, pulling on a bathrobe, showed the girl one of the possible clothing options that he bought for her earlier. But she did not like such a proposal, so Luton threw her underwear at him and said that Li left her alone. But suddenly they called his mobile, and it was Pan He, who was surprised that Han was not at the university. Then the young man explained that he was spending time with Xia, but now he was more interested in the question of how the girl found out that he was not at the university, as if she had sent a spy behind him. However, he wanted to urgently see the guy, so she asked where they are now. Therefore, Han hinted that we are talking about a hotel that she will never forget. From the herd, the girl screamed right into the phone, as she was very angry. But the young genius decided to joke and gave the phone Luton, who told her friend that she could join them at will. Luton liked to mock her friend, so the girl continued to lure her to the hotel, where they once for the first time the three of them became very close. However, Pan Hai categorically was against this idea and said that her mother wanted Han to come to them for dinner, so the girl called to find out his answer. But Li immediately answered that he would not come, like endurance. Luton grew up, so he is very tired. Later it also has other things, so he proposed once the next time to meet with his family. After such a refusal, Pan Hai no longer wanted to hear the guy's voice, so she said goodbye furiously and said that the couple could continue their entertainment without her participation. Then Zaya asked what important matters Han spoke about. As it turned out, he has planned a meeting. So the girl decided to go about her business and was glad to help in case. Suddenly, The young man rushed at her with a hug, and trying to drag on to bed asked if he needed his beloved home, which he heard another refusal from her side. Soon, Han went to the business center, where he was supposed to hold a business meeting, so he immediately began to spread some boxes with documents so that everything was ready. As it turned out, the people with whom he had to meet were university classmates who had offered their services even earlier to help Lee. Then the guy immediately asked to help him to spread the boxes, and his assistant asked why they had come and what mission should be fulfilled. Han explained that for starters, he rented this room, so nothing is ready here and now. It is necessary to arrange some furniture and bring a batch of boxes. The classmate was surprised that for a conversation, the head of the department rented such a large room in the business center, not understanding why such formalities. But Han decided to catch up with his words that he was looking for two partners suitable for him. So he asked if the couple wanted to know about his plan. Hung Chuan and Zheng Lei immediately jumped joyfully, because for them it resembled a special mission where they could become secondary characters and help the main character. Therefore, soon finishing with the design of the office premises, Han offered guests tea and invited them to sit down to finally discuss everything. Lee quickly ran through all the details of his plan, informing the new team, and now they could ask the leader that Hong Huan did. The girl remembers the moment that Han wants to establish an investment company, so she wanted to know what she and her colleague would do there. Then the guy explained that their work would be to strictly follow his instructions and fulfill all the operations that will come from customers. Groups became the Bills worried, since now on their shoulders could lie additional responsibility for serious financial affairs. Suddenly, Han took out two pieces of paper, which he handed over to the new worker. He said that this is the consent to the confidentiality, which they should get acquainted in detail. Hun Huan was very interested in work under the guidance of such a guy, so she immediately undertook to study the document in order to agree to these conditions. And as soon as she ran through the text superficially, she immediately took up the handle and put her signature with the words that she trusts her new boss. In addition, the girl noticed that this document looks rather professionally, so she asked whether Han himself compiled it on his own. Then the guy smiled and confirmed her words. He hung some aspects, so he is quite well familiar with this matter. In addition, legal skills of the third level do not allow him to make a mistake. But Zheng Lei was difficult to stupefy, so he seriously took up the study of the document and carefully studied it. He realized that there was no point on the fine for violation. Then, Han explained that in accordance with the rules, the confidentiality agreement cannot directly establish fines for violations. That is why he indicated only compensation for violation of the confidentiality itself and the method of its calculation. Then he came closer to the student and indicated exactly where the star of all information is located. And if colleagues have some more questions, then they should not be shy to ask them. Having received a concrete answer, Zheng Lei made sure that his employer is a truly responsible person and also put his signature. At that moment, Han behind him thought that it would be foolish to refuse such a proposal. Therefore, having put a signature, Lei said that he has no more questions, and from today, he officially works for the new director of Lee. And after the coordination of all documentary issues in the room was uncomfortable silence. So Lei and Huan glanced at Han, expecting new instructions from him. However, they noticed that they would not break their hints, so they directly asked what they would need to do on the first working day and how to organize the documentation. For the first time in a long time, Han could not immediately give an answer, so he thought about which directions to give new workers to draw them into the process of work. Therefore, at first he proposed to take up the design of the office room, which will be their main place of work, so it must comply with good conditions. As for the first customers, Han did not worry about this, so he promised that he would solve this issue until the next day. And in the evening of the same day, Han went to the best restaurant of the city, as he also had a business meeting with important persons there. It was about Uncle Pan, who brought with him a considerable number of friends who were the same financial status as he, therefore could be potential customers of the young man. When the old Pan saw whether he saw, he immediately said that Uncle Dao could not join them today, so the man decided to introduce him to new people. And at first he introduced Li Minhao, what is the senior partner of the law firm and his old friend. The man heard that Han wants to establish his own company, so he invited him. Then he moved to San Changji. After all, the restaurant in which they were now belonged to him, and the businessman was incredibly happy when he found out who would come to visit him. These two guests were sincerely happy to get acquainted with such a smart guy so they immediately expressed their respect for him. Han also reciprocated, So he shook his hand to Men with the words that he would always be glad to such cooperation, if it is in the interests of both parties. Under the leadership of Liu Minhao, the creation of an investment company took place well. Decisions and proposals were presented both by the general picture and passing through small details. The new assistants also thought about the official registration of the new company. So it remained to sign all the documents, and most importantly, it is conditionally dividing the pie. It was a question of being equivalent to each of those involved in the creation of an investment company to get their share. Since everyone put a lot of effort, and San Changcha noted that there should not be too many shareholders in the investment company. While the contribution of a separate shareholder will be quite significant, it will be easy to maintain the priority scale. And since all of those present are well aware of Han Li, Liu Minhao can provide good legal support through his connections as no one else. And the man shaved this proposal. But besides, he also wanted to invest 40 million, hoping that he would still have the opportunity to cooperate with a young genius. Then Mrs. Jin suddenly intervened, who reported that she wanted to invest 60 million. And Xiang Chenzhen, like Mr. Liu, decided to invest 40,000. The director of Che sadly said that he has no such big money, but he must support his student and 20 million is all that he could offer. Uncle Pan joyfully raised his hand and said that he would invest 100 million. In addition, he would invest 50 million on behalf of his daughter, as he completely trusts Han Li. After the words heard, Xiang Chenzhen suddenly jumped from the table and shouted that he was also in business and would not let him take this possibility of cooperation. Therefore, under new conditions, the man was ready to add 25 million in the form of proportional shares. In addition, I personally wanted to provide an interest-free loan for 1 year and roll-free 5 million. Then the guy shaved. He knew that when registering a company, they needed to determine the share based on the ratio of investments. With additional 5 million, you can get more shares. Therefore, this person understood what he proposes. Therefore, the young man needed a little time to calculate everything, so he asked all the investors to stop a little and let it think. But after simple calculations, Han Li realized that now he has capital in the amount of almost 400 million yuan. So now it turned out that he underestimated how much these people can be generous, especially Mr. Liu, who is ready to invest 40 million at their first meeting. Then, Uncle Minghao turned to the guy and said that he had heard about the signed contract with the old Pan and his friend. Then he proposed to terminate all existing contracts and develop new ones. He was immediately ready to deal with this issue as soon as possible, and if Han does not mind, then they can meet again. In addition, if the guy has questions, he can contact his assistant at any time. Then the men shook their hands and Li thanked for such help. But the fact of the assistant reminded him of something. Now that he founded the company, he needs to have several managers and personal assistants, including the secretary. Therefore, Han wanted to quickly choose who would take her position. As it turned out, soon the guy still needed help. So he arrived at the office of Mr. Liu, where his assistant was waiting for him, named Liu Shuli. She immediately provided the young man with the documents that Mr. Liu prepared throughout the night. And now Han could get acquainted with them. But most of all, the guy was interested in this low girl who was restrained, and all the time was nervous next to men. So she was constrained in her movements. Han did not understand why Mr. Liu chose this particular girl as his assistant, since basically, all the rich were trying to keep luxurious beauties near him. But when the young man entered the main hall of the office of Mr. Li, where other investors were also present, he saw how much Liu Shuli is dexterous and tries to help each client. He carefully watched her movements, but the girl did not do anything suspicious and quickly made all guests delicious tea. However, when she finally sat down to all those present in order to transmit information from Mr. Liu, she suddenly began to worry very much and caught her eyes. It was Han Li, who did not look away from Shulia, so she got up again and began to run around the guests so that they felt comfortable. As soon as one of those present finished his cup of tea, Shuli immediately replaced it with a hot drink with delicious sweets. Then Han realized that this is a truly hard-working girl and should look for just such assistants, since they take a considerable amount of responsibility. And there was no problem with the contract that Mr. Liu prepared. Han owned 25% of the shares. In addition, as a financial manager of the company, controlled 40 million. All expenses associated with the financial activities of the company will be taken into account in operating expenses, and the profit will be distributed quarterly. The distribution of profit itself is calculated after deducting 30% of the income and then subtracting all expenses from the net amount, But as for the registration of the company, there are many companies engaged in investment funds, and Liu Minghao directly bought one of them. Suddenly, Mr. Huan came and introduced his niece, who has a master's degree in the field of personnel management, and only this year returned from abroad. The girl's name was Huan Xiu. She followed the course of the competition, and now she could not believe that she personally sees the winner. Then the girl asked whether she could be overcome in the audition, since she collected a little money, and from the fact that she was sitting idle, they just lie. However, Han decided to assess the situation and realized that Mr. Pan would be dissatisfied when he finds out about this acquaintance. And the guy himself understood that this would be obviously inappropriate for Mr. Pan, so he did not know how to do the right thing. Therefore, Xiu decided to say that she could overcome him. But this is not necessary. After all, if a girl wants to make money, let Mr. Huan give them better. Then he turned to her uncle and said that he needed to go to the gym, so they could talk a little later. On the way home, Han went into the store and bought the frightening gifts reflected on the money spent on Peng He, fees for the novel and compensation of the Kong E's. In addition, the experience that he earned on the rental of premises, the purchase of gifts and the like, now he needed to spend much more money to achieve experience and increase the level of the system. He was surprised that before he could not even think about the fact that he would once worry to spend his own money. And then the bank came to the gym. Another coach told him that he could try to start a second training. Meanwhile, Han tried to pump his muscles and did not understand whether the coach really trusts him to move to a higher level of physical training. But the man smiled and said that he had a sufficient level of strength to try to practice martial arts. In addition, he knew that young people could quickly master this sport, especially if you consider Kung Fu. Then Lee thought that the coach was right. He can study martial arts, such as boxing, and sign up for classes that are ideal for him to gain experience. Therefore, the young man told the coach that he would still like to try himself in boxing, and he asked if a man knew someone who could teach him. Then he turned to the address. After a fruitful training, the guy came home late in the evening and decided to deal with the system, as he had not devoted time to this issue for a long time. That evening, the system asked the owner whether he really wants to use resources and get additional points. But the guy did not linger and immediately pressed the confirmation of the operation. After which, strange things began to happen to him. At some point, Han Li realized that his consciousness had cleared up, and he became much more physically, compared to how it was a few seconds later. Suddenly, a message came to his phone, because of which he vibrated and suddenly fell from the shelf. But despite the complete relaxation of the body, Han was able to quickly respond and managed to catch the phone before he touched the floor. Now the young genius became clear that after receiving additional points, his reflexes became much faster, and now it was enough for him to pump 3 types of knowledge and 5 skills to the 4th level, so that the system improves completely. Everything turned out much easier than he thought. Now he will probably need 200,000 experience. However, this is still not enough for him, so he had to come up with something. Then Han suggested that Van Tianxin could purely theoretically send money. In the end, she helps him with the art department. Therefore, the young man immediately took up the phone, entered his bank account, and sent the girl a large amount, as a result, receiving 100,000 experience. Now he could pump the necessary parameters to improve the system to the 3rd level, thinking what exactly he could get as a result. After improving the system, it was somewhat changed. Now the function of distribution of points on attributes has been unlocked. To achieve these attributes from 80 to 89 per improvement, 10 million experience had to be used, and the highest level of professional knowledge is now increased to the 5th level. The critical level of consumption was 5% of the probability at each purchase. When activating, the owner will be able to receive a reward several times higher than the purchase amount. However, Han first heard about the critical level of consumption, and now I wanted to know how strong this function is and what it will be useful. But what is terrible for everything else, it corresponded to the expectations of Khan. To increase each next attribute, 10 million experience will be needed, and also 4 basic and additional attributes. For their full improvement, it will take 800 million experience, but now there were only 49,000. But if we talk about increasing skills, then for starters it is worth pumping a newcomer of trading to the 5th level, and the rest should be thought later. Having finished with the improvement of the system, Han soon went to rest, since the next day the official set to the art department was supposed to take place. But when the guy came to his office, he suddenly felt that someone was coming behind him. So he decided to stop and talk. As it turned out, these were his colleagues from the student council. So Han asked the guys why they were so suspicious at him. But for the students, it turned out to be strange that he came to the art department. Therefore, they began to ask him about the causes. But Han said that today is a set to the artistic department. He must be present there personally. However, whether it was more interested in why the neighbors had not been in the hostel for a long time, so he suggested that Brother Wong had them. And as it turned out, he was right. Therefore, the guys thanked him for renting his room at the hotel. But now they have returned, because the recruitment in the department began. Therefore, the young men immediately asked Han if he could take them with him, to which they heard the consent and joyfully went into the office with him. Whether he soon recognized new rumors about him, they say he has connections in the entertainment industry and can invite large people to freelance performances. In addition, at any time it can take breaks and not lose points. Suddenly, a neighbor was interested in whether Han was familiar with a Pinton. She is a famous and rich girl at their university, and according to her, there were rumors, or something is opening a private fund. After all, as soon as this news began to spread, thousands of people wanted to take part in the competition. Many guys, with money, secretly asked about him. Fan Tunji was also interested in, but Han still could not remember who Pinton is a Pinton. This name seemed familiar to him, but he could not remember appearance. Given his capabilities, Lee decided to use them and took access to all the documents of the students. It was there that he found a Zai that belonged to ethnic clothing. In addition, she was the chairman of this department, and when the student union was reorganized, she added his contact information. Thinking a little about the reason for this, Han realized that most likely the girl heard about investments from the older members of her family, who were interested in this issue. But having finished with these cases, the guy went to the assembly hall, where the selection of members of the art department was to be taken. There, Lee immediately sat Yin Chin and apologized for what happened before. And now she hoped that the guy could still forgive her. But the young man replied to her that she had a conflict with Xiao Luton, and not with him. So there was nothing to apologize, and it is better to talk to Xia. That girl said that she had already written Luton regarding her guilt and asked for forgiveness, but she still did not answer her. And now Yin hoped that Yin could help her agree on a personal meeting. Then Han smiled and said that if Luton had not forgiven her, she would not sit next to him now and would not be a member of student self-government. According to him, Obin is always cruel from the outside, but soft from the inside. Therefore, he hoped that in the future, he no longer had to listen to such gossip. Yin was immediately delighted and promised that this would not happen again. After which he said that Chin could become a good candidate to be responsible for rehearsals and leadership of the art department. A few minutes later, the first performances began, the main part of which were beautiful girls, which today put on particularly attractive dresses. At that moment, Han Li thought that his university was really crowded with beauties, from whom it is difficult to take his eyes off. But most of all, he was now interested in the thoughts of what a large personal building he would once have. Each floor will serve different directions. Several floors will be specifically for launching MCN, create compression services, and change the development chain. Meanwhile, as it turned out, the couple was watched from the side. This time, the Han Li neighbor, with whom they recently talked about joint cooperation, turned out to be a spy. The guy all the time reports to his sister that there are many girls who most likely came around not because of the competition, but only to get the attention of the jury. And Chen Yanfei, he wrote completely different reports that Han is on the selection and keeps distances from all girls who show their skills. But as it turned out, both girls turned out to be friends that at that moment they spent time together. So they realized that the guy was lying to them. But now, they came a good idea to look at the new team of the artistic department with their own eyes and find out why there are such gossip. After the competition held, many participants were hungry, so everyone went to the local dining room as one, where it was possible to have a delicious lunch. A wide variety of food and the small price always attracted students, and Han Li was no exception. So having made the results of the selection, he went to dinner with everyone. Choosing a quiet place for himself, the guy hoped to retire a little, since the long work with people tired him a little, especially when their future depends on him. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that a female silhouette was approaching him, which indicated that it would not be possible to eat alone and rest. As it turned out, it was a Pinton, who smiled sweetly and asked if she could sit next to him. Having received a nod of her head in response, the girl realized that Han was in a bad mood, so she decided to be tender and examined with him. In order to observe the distance, the Q sat opposite the young man, so as not to create any framework for him again and not to arouse suspicion among other girls. As it turned out, Yinchin has already sent them the results of the score counting, and now she could quickly figure out the lists. It only removed excess responsibility and troubles, and in his head, Han thought that Ku Pinton was highly hopes, and if she entrusts her with the management of the art department, then you will not have to worry about this. Only the guy was upset by the fact that Ku cannot become his assistant. At the next table, a neighbor Khan sat and told the guy that he worked perfectly on the competitive selection and showed himself as a good head of the department. But suddenly a stranger appeared in the dining room who held a pear in her hand and, turning to friends, asked if they wanted to enjoy. As it turned out, this beauty was called Liang Wu, and she tried to be friendly. So she said that she washed the fruit before trying to someone. Then the guy thanked for his care but refused because he wanted to talk to her after the result of the competition was officially announced. The girl was friendly, so she apologized and said that the leadership of the department would no longer bother. Meanwhile, the neighbor continued to follow every movement Han Li, and seeing that he was talking with the next beauty, he immediately informed his sister about this. Suddenly, Li Li rushed to Kui Pinton and said, in a concern, that Liang Wu, who was a graduate and the former queen of campus, approached him. This girl did not come to the university for a long time, since she was no longer interested in her studies. But suddenly she appeared on a competitive selection, and this indicated that she came exclusively for the sake of Li. But as it turned out, the guy did not recognize the local beauty. But when he found out that he was talking to her personally, he was shocked. He remembered that the girl was the best among students over the past 2 years and, of course, was very popular at that time. In his past life, until the time he entered the university, Liang Wu almost no one has seen. Remembering this whole story, Han began to turn around and look for a beauty with his eyes in order to carefully see her. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl sat at a table nearby and tried to calm her friend, who did not like it, and she tried to humiliate him. But Han, based on the conversations of students, knew that this lady is a mature, sane girl with her own opinion, which he always expresses. After a short break for lunch, Han went to the assembly hall, where he could officially declare the students who would be in his team. He even made a small personal performance on the piano. Suddenly stopping, he took out the papers and began to read out various rooms that were on the list that Kai Pinton gave him. Having finished the list, the guy explained that these 82 students can accept congratulations in honor of their enrollment in the artistic department. After these words, most of those present in the assembly hall began to applaud, since they still managed to pass the competition and get good benefits from student self-government. Han smiled and said that from today, they are all one family, and he, as a chairman, promises to do everything in his power for everyone. He also expected students that they would have a great mood and a desire to study. Li hoped that the team members would achieve excellent training results and capture the entire segment of their city. In addition, they will have more opportunities than their peers. Student C can independently pay for training and accommodation, which will give them an advantage in adaptation to society. Now, they should no longer adhere to the standards of an ordinary enthusiast. Instead, they should strive for excellence, adhering to labor ethics. The guy was sure that he could find resources both in himself and on the part of financing. But the reputation of the department depends only on its members. Therefore, in order to check the morale of the students, Han asked everyone if they were confident in themselves. To which I heard a loud and confident answer. This could not but rejoice him, since whether people liked confident in their abilities, since they can always defend their own opinion. And in the end, he said that today is a significant day for everyone, when their art department has opened, so he booked a banquet hall in a hotel and will inform the accurate address and time in the general chat. Students immediately began to smile and glorify Han Li, because from the very beginning he has already done a lot for their department. After the official part was graduated, all the students began to disperse and prepare for the party, which waited for them in a few hours. Suddenly, Li Li went to Han Lian Wu and asked the guy if he wanted her to bring him home in her car. The young man did not refuse such a proposal and calmly agreed, because after a busy day he had no strength to get on foot. But as soon as the couple went outside, all the curtain paid attention to the beautiful lady, who had not appeared at the university for a long time. Therefore, seeing Han Li next to her, gossip was gaining momentum, and everyone was sure that the girl returned through the artistic department. Liang Wu had a beautiful and expensive car, so Connie was wondering where she could get so much money to buy this car. But suddenly the girl said that she was quite high. So the driver's seat no longer moves forward and invited the guy to sit on the passenger place. because it would be more convenient. Han did not object and sat on the back seat, while Liang went around the car and fastened his seatbelt. There were no common topics between the couple, but suddenly the guy directly asked where Wu got this car from. The girl looked at him with a surprised look and said that at her age was typical when the rabbi buys expensive cars. But Li smiled and said aloud that most likely the girl's family is not so rich. And in his opinion, Wu already looks mature and the one who can earn on their own. In the front seat was also Liang's friend, who looked at her shocked and said that she was sure that her father had given the car. However, Connie was not interested in exactly how the girl earns this money. For him, it was always a trifle. But the main thing is how she plans to earn them in the future. At that moment, the girlfriend of the girl, who resembled a small, irritable dog, turned to Li again and emphasized that he would follow his words. Suddenly, Wu asked Tian to get behind the wheel, as the girl wants to personally discuss something with Han Li. Previously, she never trusted someone with the steering wheel of her car, and this surprised her friend. But she apologized for screaming at the young man, as she did not like his tone. The car had to be stopped so that the girls could cross and change their places, so Wu went to the passenger seat to a new acquaintance. Next to the guy, she behaved quite restrained and did not utter a single word. Han noticed this and realized that it was worth starting the conversation himself. However, he did not like to show too much attention and said Wu that they had about 5 minutes to go. So if she wanted to talk about something, he should do it as soon as possible. Lion tried not to show her indignation, since she did not like such a conversation, but she directly stated that she would like to cooperate with Li. Then she said that her understanding in the exchange trading is quite limited. But in the first week of growth, she realized that he was not a Xiao for them, an ordinary person. And when she burst again received the victory of the second week, she began to look for someone with whom one could consult. Therefore, she began to ask teachers, classmates, students, and old people who at least somehow had a connection with the trade. After that, understanding the logic of how it is worth promoting her product, she began to study all Han Li techniques to find out. Every day, the girl thought and studied concentratedly. But there was too little time to reach the level that she needed. Even now, she tried to understand the wisdom standing behind the seemingly simple actions, but also the power of his confidence could not comprehend. However, she was able to understand the surprise of the elders, namely the envy and jealousy of Yu Suezin, and the importance of privileges that Connie gave the university. And the girl was sure that she knew what conditions the guy could offer her. So no matter what, she wanted to follow him. This whole story from the side of Liang turned out to be quite emotional, that even her friend Tian never saw a girl in a similar state of despair. Tears spoke in front of Wu, since she really needed mentoring for several years, but she could not find him. Then Han calmly looked at her and asked what exactly she was talking about when she mentioned the conditions that he could offer her. Like, if the girl is so talented as she says, why don't she try to open her own business? Then Wu began to deny this idea, since not everyone can open their own business, but at the moment it is not sufficiently educated in this matter. However, she always knew that she could never comprehend the way of thinking and whether skills, since it has no such talent, and throughout the history of mankind, many imitated their leaders, thanks to which they achieved success. But Wu did not know who to follow her, since a successful middle-aged businessman or a programmer who is just starting to work is not suitable for her. She knew that she could not achieve those who are already on top and do not find sleeping geniuses. But after long thoughts, she came to the conclusion that Han was her highest opportunity, and Liang was sure that Li could find someone much better than her. But she still hoped that he could give her a chance. After this story, Han did not talk much, but simply held out a piece of paper and said that Wu would take it. Then he stated that from that moment on, the girl, his personal assistant Star, the business card indicates the phone number of his representative, to whom you can contact. Han said that Liang could contact this person and discuss with him the details of the event that took place on this day. Now she will need to make sure to organize a meeting and event, taking into account the number of guests and the price range he proposed. This was the first task of the girl, so Li asked if her trial period was satisfied, which would last a month, and the burning eyes of Wu themselves answered for her. She was incredibly happy and joyful, since now she could finally touch the area that was so interested in her. And when the late evening came, then all members of the artistic department gathered in the banquet hall of the Marriott Hotel, being beautifully dressed and with beautiful pairs. Among the guests was also the Luton, who looked luxurious that evening, and also had beautiful jewelry, which sparkled under artificial lighting. Han immediately saw the girl and noticed that this evening she would be problematic to choose a couple, since no one would want to be with her. Having a pause, the young man smiled and added that the reason for this is the incredible appearance of Luton. So all the men around will be uncertain in themselves next to her. Luton managed to be angry before Han continued his joke, but still thanked for such a peculiar compliment. But the girl knew that every time whether she praises her, this means that he was planning something bad. In addition, she heard that Han came here with a beautiful girl. Then the guy looked around and asked if he realized that Zia was talking about Liang Wu, since now she was his personal assistant trainee. At that moment, the girl became inconvenient, since Han entrusted such an important position to an outsider and was surprised that she could not cope with this task. But Li immediately objected and waved his hand. Added that for Luton, he has a more important task than being an ordinary assistant. Then the girl's eyes lit up and she wanted to hear what position Han would put her. And this will show how much he trusts her. And the young man said that now Luton needs to study management and accounting for the expenses of today. In the financial market, he does not need many employees. Therefore, the top 10 will be more than enough to manage tens of billions. However, private capital is a slightly different matter. Therefore, this requires a very large team and a person who can manage them all. According to Li, Penn is not interested in finances, but he needs a reliable manager. Therefore, thinking, he realized that it was Luton that is a person whom he trusts most, and the girl most likely has a little less than 2 years to learn this. This task is really difficult, but Han hoped that she would cope. Then, Luton said that the director underestimates her, and she will succeed. However, the question was more worried about whether good knowledge of mathematics is needed to account for expenses. But Zia had some problems with this area, since in her opinion, it is as difficult to understand mathematics as teaching the pig to fly. But suddenly the idea was interrupted by Liang Wu, who apologized for interference and said that everything was fine with food on the banquet. But some problems arose with drinks. The amount indicated by Han was from 300 to 5 yuan at the table, not counting the drinks, and the hotel took his words too literally, so they prepared a set with a lobster. 12 dishes were provided at the lowest price in the assortment. That is, the price at a discount was 368 yuan. Therefore, it seemed to the girl that their options did not quite reflect what the customer wanted, so she increased the number of dishes to 16. Added dishes were their proprietary kitchen. Each guest served 1 pickled squid, soup from shark fins, and sashimi from flour beef. As a result, the amount turned out to be 488 yuan, so the manager went to the meeting and canceled the rental fee. Lion could not explain why, but she felt that the administration was respecting. And also she ordered a bottle of water from a mountain source for each table. After that, she informed the manager that when the next time she would have to personally mess with such trifles, they will finish cooperation. Therefore, the manager added an ice cream for each table for free. Therefore, finally finishing with food, they could move on to guilt and champagne, which also had to be chosen. But according to Liang, they are not too different in price and taste, so she is worried that Han can remain dissatisfied. That is why I asked for a list of suppliers. The girl even offered to read this list so that Han had the opportunity to choose what he likes to choose drinks. At that moment, after what she heard, Luton began to worry, as she felt a possible collapse that she could fall on her relationship with Li. Luton began to analyze her competitor and realized that she was talkative, reliable, attentive, and has an elegant smile. However, she was concerned about why the requirements for a personal assistant are so high. Liang was a little older than her, but so well coped with all the tasks set. And Han also noticed that this girl is incredible. She was able to think over any course of events, therefore it is a real find. The guy thought a little and ordered the subordinate to give him the number of his bank account. And as soon as the girl shared this information, 20,000 yuan came to her account. Then Han said that from now on, Wu will engage in his personal payments. As for her salary, he suggested talking about this later, when the company is already created. Lion realized that now she should no longer bother the leadership, so she thanked him and said that he could count on her. After this conversation, Han returned to Luton and saw her upset look. So he asked what happened to her. Then the girl said that she suddenly felt how some people really deserve the money that they receive, and especially the fact that they study at the same university and have such an abyss. But Han advised not to waste his energy in vain. Everyone has its own strengths, so you should not compare themselves with others, as it only overcomes unnecessary experiences. But Jia looked at Khan with misunderstanding and asked what it means not to waste her energy. The young man explained that due to unnecessary things, Luton always spends his energy on these little things, and as if suppresses himself all the time. Luton understood everything and suggested that from the first day she met this Bolvan, spending his energy in vain all the time. And he probably noticed this and therefore told. Therefore, she said that it really should not control on her own and will simply be herself. And now it is chosen to inform Penhee that her boyfriend hired a pretty assistant. However, Khan's personal life annoyed a lot of people, so among those present guests were also those who wished him misfortunes because of such success. Namely, it was about Lee's neighbor, who continued to sniff out and photograph every step of Khan. Then a friend approached him and asked why he was doing all this, but the guy replied that there were many girls around, so he should make his sister give up. But his friend was surprised and asked if his sister knew at all that her brother is invented by all these love dramas intentionally. But the young man replied that it was better to provide a problem in advance and not give her the opportunity to develop further before it manifests itself. After that, Chen Yanfei came to the phone with the signature that the talented Han Li was leading his team and beautiful girls surround him. Then, the girl opened the file that was sent to her, and there was a photograph of Khan, surrounded by attractive students. Chen was immediately angry and realized that she should act, because at such a pace she could lose her happiness. The party was very good that day, without any incidents. Therefore, the new composition of the art department thanked the chairman for making so much effort. The next day, Liang Wu came to work to Connie, who gave her the address of Liu Minhao and said that she should visit him after dinner. After all, the company has just begun its work, and you need to monitor the paperwork of Mr. Liu, daily reporting to Li himself. The girl received a new task for the next few days, and taking the letter with the address said that she understood everything. Then Han asked the assistant if she had breakfast in the morning, and as it turned out that she did not have time, therefore, the guy offered to go to the cafeteria together and have a bite. On the way to the dining room, the guy honored a lot of students who joyfully greeted him and wanted a little attention. The guy, without depriving any of them, mutually greeted and asked about plans for the day, thereby showing his indifference. Meanwhile, Liang decided to go on her own food on her own and only asked the leader if he would eat something easy to eat. Having thanked, Han took up the phone, because he felt that someone had written his message so early, and this greatly surprised him. But taking the phone, the guy saw a notice of 2 SMS messages from Chen Yanfei, who rarely wrote him. In those messages, the girl asked woke up whether the young man already woke up and warned that she and Dean Xiang would soon come to visit him. At that moment, Han was shocked by such a sudden news and could not recover for a few more seconds. However, it was already too late, because behind him he heard Yanfei's voice, who called him and joyfully greeted him. Han immediately asked why the girls arrived so early and quickly, because he had just managed to read the message. But Chen said that Dean Xiang decided to visit her younger brother, who also came to study, and personally, she missed Li for a long time, so she decided to arrange a surprise for him and come to the university.